Chapter 1. Apocalypse Survival System. I'm so hungry. How can I be this hungry? Didn't I just eat and fall asleep? He opened his eyes, glanced around, and then froze in place. He found himself surrounded by corpses and congealing blood, and the air was thick with the nauseating smell of decay and blood. Is this the end of the world? Did the world change while he was asleep? He felt like he was going to vomit, but his body showed no response, as if it had gone numb. Ding! Apocalypse Survival System activated, soul merging in progress. As a voice echoed in his mind, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he realized he had crossed into another timeline. In this timeline, a global disaster had occurred 7 days ago, plunging the world into an apocalyptic era. The disaster struck on a Saturday evening around 7 or 8 o'clock when he was doing sanitation work in the school cafeteria on the second floor, hiding in the kitchen with a few classmates and cafeteria workers to survive the initial outbreak, thus avoiding being bitten to death by the infected. However, as food ran out, they had no choice but to venture out in search of supplies. Unfortunately, before they could even leave the cafeteria, they were ambushed by suddenly appearing infected and were all bitten to death. He was reborn because he crossed over otherwise. He too would be a corpse. Looking at the corpses all around him, Suyi's breathing became noticeably heavier. This was truly a world where people eat people. No food, no water, no weapons, no shelter. Surviving was incredibly difficult. Fortunately, he had gained a system, Apocalypse Survival System. He could check in at any location, and upon completing the check-in, he would receive various rewards. The system described that the rewards obtained were directly related to the check-in location. In addition, he could earn survival points, which could be used to upgrade his items. This meant he could not only survive, but thrive, becoming the best off in this apocalyptic world. Who could live better than him? Thinking this, he couldn't help but touch his already flat stomach. Resolving his current hunger was the top priority. System, check-in. He silently thought. Ding, check-in successful. Obtained 1 portion of food. Survival points, 2. As soon as he heard the system notification, a tray of food appeared in front of him. Like the food he used to get from the cafeteria before the apocalypse, it had meat and vegetables, along with fragrant rice and a bowl of meat soup. Starving, he quickly grabbed it and took a bite of the rice. He was just too hungry. Walking and eating at the same time, he reached the disinfectant cabinet, took out a pair of chopsticks, and quickly shoved rice into his mouth. From time to time, he could hear distant screams. Clearly, some survivors had been found and bitten to death by the infected. The infected in this world were somewhat like zombies, turned into soulless beings, but they were also different. First, the appearance of the infected would degenerate, resembling primitive humans. Second, the infected only consumed the hearts and brains of normal humans, ignoring other body parts. Moreover, not everyone bitten or scratched by the infected would turn into one, only about 20 would transform. The number of infected accounted for 60 of the total population before the disaster. Now, the outside world was ruled by the infected, and survivors could only cling to life. To live well, was Suyi's most basic wish at the moment. Survival was the prerequisite for pursuing anything else. That he quickly finished the food on his tray, even licking it clean, because his body was just too hungry. Now, there's only 1 check-in opportunity each day. I have to cherish it and not waste it. However, the system generously rewards me with 3 check-in opportunities at the start. He stood up. A location could only be checked in once, and the cafeteria hall could no longer be checked in. But the kitchen and storage room were separate spaces that could still be checked in. In the upper right corner of Suyi's vision, some text appeared, so he took a look. Oi! Survival points, 2. Remaining check-in opportunities, 210. Note, after completing 10 check-ins, the daily check-in opportunities can increase. After reading, he couldn't help but ask, System, can survival points be used to enhance my combat power? No, survival points can only be used to upgrade items in reality, such as weapons, materials, vehicles, shelters, and other physical objects. He nodded. Having this upgrade function was beneficial for his survival. Outside, another scream echoed. He walked toward the place where he had fallen, where some items were scattered. He picked up a kitchen knife from the ground, preparing to use it as his first weapon. Of course, just a kitchen knife wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, he could use survival points to upgrade this knife. With a thought, a line of text appeared above the knife. You can use 2 survival points to upgrade this kitchen knife to a fine steel cleaver. Upgrade. Su-Yi didn't hesitate and directly upgraded it. Without a weapon, Su-Yi felt quite uneasy, even though he had never used a cleaver against anything. Having a weapon made one feel secure. Ding! Upgrade successful. Su-Yi found that the kitchen knife in his hand had instantly transformed into a 40-centimeter-long cleaver, looking very sharp. The system's black technology is amazing it can do this. Taking a deep breath, Su-Yi felt more confident. If he couldn't survive with the system, that would be truly pathetic. I can't stay here too long, even if there are no infected appearing now. It doesn't mean they won't show up again. The 4th floor is the fitness center. I should check in there first. Maybe I can get something to enhance my physical abilities? Perhaps there are survivors on the 4th floor. Before I have enough strength, it's better to find some strong people to band together for safety. Quickly, Su-Yi picked up a mask and put on his face. Since there was no one to handle the corpses, a nauseating stench filled the air. His body had been in such an environment for 7 days and had somewhat gotten used to the foul odor. But wearing a mask would lessen the smell. Su-Yi carefully stepped outside. After 7 days, humans had summarized some characteristics of the infected. The infected were extremely sensitive to the smell of blood and could detect it from a distance. Their sense of smell was average, and their hearing was comparable to that of humans, but their vision had significantly diminished. The infected had strong biting power, like beasts. They had sharp claws that could easily tear apart a survivor's body. Additionally, their strength had increased significantly. Fortunately, their speed had not improved and had actually decreased somewhat. They lacked stamina and were not suitable for long distance. Running their explosive power was also average, but they were very strong, likely twice as strong as an ordinary human. And some even more. Humans could rely on their speed advantage to evade attacks from the infected. The premise was that there were relatively few infected and they were not surrounded. So when Su-Yi reached the door, he didn't rush to go outside. The infected would make faint kaka-kaka sounds, which could be used to determine if any infected were nearby. Leaning against the wall by the door, Su-Yi listened for any sounds. Chapter 2. Reward. A body-strengthening agent. At that moment, Su-Yi suddenly heard some sounds. It wasn't the noise made by the infected. It was clear that someone was speaking in a lowered voice. Just then, someone came down from the upper floor, indirectly proving that there were no infected upstairs, only some survivors. Su-Yi immediately felt happy and leaned out his head to quietly ask, "Hey, is anyone up there?" "Yes, there are people." Su-Yi heard an excited voice, which belonged to a girl. "Then I'll come up." Su-Yi gripped his machete and immediately headed upstairs. Since there were corpses on the stairs, with decaying bodily fluids flowing everywhere, he had to be very careful. If he slipped, it could easily attract the infected, who were like zombies. Turning around the staircase, Su-Yi saw a few people standing at the entrance of the 3rd floor, holding some sticks and other weapons, watching him with wary expressions. Su-Yi quickly scanned them and counted a total of 6 people. 4 girls and 2 boys, none of whom he recognized. However, he did recognize one of them as Ling Yu, the famous rich and beautiful school flower from their school. At that moment, Ling Yu's face was pale, appearing malnourished, with sunken eye sockets. It was evident that they hadn't had much food in the past 7 days. Of course, this was quite normal. The gym probably only had some snacks, protein powder, and milk, but no staple foods. Unlike the kitchen where Su-Yi and the others had stayed before, which still had rice, potatoes, and some vegetables, allowing them to fill their stomachs in the initial days. Are there infected in the cafeteria downstairs? A boy noticed that Su-Yi didn't look like he was starving terribly, and his eyes lit up. "No, I just came from the cafeteria," Su-Yi replied as he continued up the stairs. Those people did not stop Su-Yi. "There's no food upstairs. It's useless for you to go up," Ling Yu kindly reminded him. "It's fine. I just want to go up to observe and take a shower," Su-Yi said as he continued to ascend. "Wait a minute. Is there still food in the 2nd floor cafeteria?" another girl asked. "No, you could try looking for food in the 1st floor cafeteria," Su-Yi said, then went straight up without wasting time talking with him. These people didn't even have food and looked too weak to have any strength left, so there was no value in teaming up with them. Thus, Su-Yi abandoned the idea of teaming up with them and placed his hopes on the gym sign-in. Soon, Su-Yi arrived at the gym. There was some equipment and corpses piled up at the entrance, clearly the work of those people earlier. Su-Yi squeezed in through a gap and entered the gym. He quickly glanced around and silently recited in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding, sign in successful. You have received a body enhancement potion. Survival points. 3. Upon hearing that he had obtained a body enhancement potion, Su-yi was instantly overjoyed. The body enhancement potion came at just the right time. This body was inherently weak, which severely affected survival in the apocalypse. System, use the body enhancement potion. In an instant, Su-yi felt countless warm currents surging through his body. After a while, he noticed some black impurities appearing on his skin. Su-yi felt that his body had become much lighter and that he had gained considerable strength. His hearing and vision seemed to have improved as well. Without rushing to test his strength, Su-yi just wanted to take a shower. He felt sticky and uncomfortable. Following the signs, he found a bathroom. Moreover, Su-yi found a clean set of sportswear in a pried open cabinet and went directly to take a shower. After not showering for 7 days and with the impurities he had just expelled, Su-yi had become unbearable to smell. After taking a comfortable hot shower, Su-yi changed into the clean sportswear and even grabbed an empty backpack. When he came out, Su-yi found that Ling-Yu had returned to the gym at some point. Is there something you need? Su-yi felt that Ling-Yu must have come specifically for him. Although Ling-Yu was very beautiful, which made one have the impulse to push her down, Su-yi had no such thoughts at the moment. Even though he had just eaten a full meal, his body had been hungry for 2 days and still felt very hungry. At this moment, any food was more appealing than Ling-Yu. Do you have a way to take me away? There are many snacks in my car, and it's less than 150 meters from here. Ling-Yu directly stated her purpose. Su-yi squinted and looked at Ling-Yu. Why me? Su-yi was curious as to why Ling-Yu would seek his help. Was it because he looked relatively handsome now? Because your physical condition looks good, you should have the strength to get the snacks. I only want 1/3, and the rest is yours. Also, I can take you to find my aunt. She is in a special operations team, has guns and people, and has already established a shelter. I know the location, Ling-Yu said calmly. Su-yi became interested upon hearing Ling-Yu's words. The military indeed had established shelters, and on the first night of the apocalypse, they had received some texts announcing the locations. However, they had been surrounded by the infected and had no ability to leave. But Su-yi knew that there would definitely be people heading to the shelter. Ling-Yu having a car was an opportunity. As long as the road wasn't heavily blocked, they could indeed drive away. I can only take you. My abilities are limited. Su-yi made his decision. The more people there were, the more variables there would be. Ling-Yu frowned upon hearing Su-yi's words. After a moment, she steeled herself, nodded, and agreed to Su-yi's request. She wasn't a saint. Staying behind would either lead her to starve or risk rushing out to look for food. But those few people had been relying on water to fill their hunger for several days, and they had no strength to protect her. Su-yi was different. He looked to be in much better condition, probably just running out of food. After all, he had just come from the cafeteria, where there must have been quite a bit of food. Seeing Ling-Yu nod in agreement, Su-yi decisively said, "No matter what we encounter, don't make a sound. If you make a sound, it will attract more infected. Don't worry, I know I won't hold you back." Ling-Yu tightened her grip on the sharpened metal rod, her expression serious. What about them? Su-yi was still worried that Ling-Yu's previous companions would cause trouble. They're looking for food in the second-floor cafeteria. Let's hurry downstairs. Ling-Yu knew there was definitely no food on the second floor. She couldn't understand why she felt safer following Su-yi than sticking with those people. Let's go. Su-yi didn't drag his feet and went straight downstairs. As they passed the second floor, Su-yi heard them complaining. Then Su-yi headed directly to the first floor, gripping his machete tightly. There might be infected downstairs, so he had to be cautious. Because there were corpses and bodily fluids on the stairs, their pace wasn't fast. Crack, crack, crack. Su-yi heard a faint sound, and his expression changed. He turned to Ling-Yu and made a shushing gesture, then mouthed the words, "There's an infected." Ling-Yu's face turned pale. She bit her teeth and nodded, while gripping the metal rod tightly. Go back. Su-yi didn't want to go back. This place didn't even have food left, and staying would only lead to starvation. So, Su-yi decided to take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, Su-yi continued to descend. Soon, Su-yi saw an infected. It was facing away from him, its body swaying slightly, with no other movements. Su-yi controlled his breathing, trying to keep his breath steady and not make too much noise. Then he approached the infected. Hunting the infected is a step he must take. Otherwise, how can one survive in this apocalypse? Chapter 3. The road was blocked 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter, constantly getting closer. Su-yi raised his machete, gripping it tightly with both hands, and then swung it towards the back of the infected person's neck. A head was directly chopped off by Sui. It didn't seem too difficult. Sui couldn't help but smile with excitement. He knew this was the effect of the enhancer, and it was better than he had expected. The infected person didn't fall down, but their body became stiff, still standing there. Sui quickly glanced around and didn't see any other infected. He retreated and waved to Lingyu. Lingyu hurried downstairs and then saw the body of the infected person with its head chopped off. Decapitating someone is not an easy task. In ancient times, executioners were usually very strong individuals, and even they might not be able to do it with a single blow. Sui didn't seem like a strong person. He looked rather thin. So, Lingyu was quite surprised. However, there was no time to dwell on this. Sui was already walking outside. There were still 3 flights of stairs below, and Lingyu followed Sui down. "Hey, wait for us." A voice came from the second-floor window. Although it was lowered, Sui still frowned upon hearing it. "Hurry." Sui was worried about being held back, and quickly urged Lingyu. "This way." Lingyu started running. She didn't want to be killed by others either. This was the apocalypse, and she wasn't a savior. Being able to survive was already good enough. Sui quickly caught up with Lingyu. After all, his stamina was better than Lingyu's, who hadn't eaten for a few days. "They're coming down, hurry," Sui said, grabbing Lingyu's hand and running toward the parking lot. A red Audi 8 came into view. Sui knew it was Lingyu's car. Lingyu had the keys, and as they got closer, she pressed the key fob. The car beeped and unlocked. "Let's drive away," Sui said to Lingyu. "Okay." Lingyu understood Sui was worried she might take those few people along. The two quickly got into the car, and Sui turned to take a look. Those people had already run downstairs and were heading toward the car. Lingyu successfully started the car without any mishaps. "There's a car in front with its door open. They might follow us," Lingyu said while backing out. "Don't worry about it. Just go." "What about the snacks? Where are they?" Sui didn't want to be tricked. "There's a box in the back. It's full of fries, a box of milk, and a box of other snacks. These were supposed to be for my dorm." Although Lingyu was local, she occasionally stayed in the school dorm. Sui hurried to the back to open the box and check. "The infected have found us. They're coming towards us." Lingyu's voice trembled as she had just gotten onto the road. "Give me your backpack, then just charge forward." They turned into monsters. "Just crash through." Sui opened the box and saw it was full of chips. He then opened another box. It was a box of packaged snacks, containing all sorts of things. The last box was milk, which Sui also opened. He then took off his backpack, buckled his seatbelt, and started stuffing milk and snacks into his bag. Who knows if that shelter Lingyu mentioned has fallen? Even if it hasn't, the armed forces there would definitely be very limited. The apocalypse came too suddenly, without any warning. No country could mount an effective counterattack. If they could, they would have started clearing out the infected long ago, not still be sitting quietly now. Additionally, Sui was worried about the road conditions, thinking the car might not be able to reach that shelter. So, he had to be ready to abandon the car and escape at any time. "Can you drive?" Lingyu pressed the accelerator, and the car suddenly sped up, charging forward. Sui couldn't help but wonder if signing on the car would give him driving skills or something else. "Not yet. You drive, and I'll feed you." Sui thought Lingyu might want to eat in addition to being scared. So, he stuffed the milk and chips into Lingyu's backpack and threw another box of snacks into the passenger seat, holding a bottle of milk. Sui returned to the front, buckled his seatbelt, and opened the chips, grabbing some to feed Lingyu. Lingyu's driving skills were quite good, avoiding dozens of infected people ahead and heading towards the school gate. Sui took turns handing chips and milk to Lingyu. After a while, he saw a silver-gray car in the rearview mirror following them. However, the car was not very stable. The driver seemed inexperienced, just forcing their way to keep up. After all, they were all college students, and only a small number had driver's licenses. "This is bad. The road ahead is completely blocked." Lingyu's face changed dramatically upon seeing the situation ahead. "Can we crash through?" Sui turned to look. The infected had already caught up behind them, only a few hundred meters away, and would close in soon. "Probably not. The airbags would likely deploy, and the impact might knock us unconscious. The risk is too high. Unless we have a very high chassis. Movies and reality are two different things. I don't recommend crashing. We could take a detour or abandon the car and crawl through." Hearing Lingyu's explanation, Sui immediately made a decision. "There's a dormitory building over there. It's possible survivors have blocked the road inside. We can abandon the car and climb over. Ling Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing Su Yi's words, because the possibility he mentioned was very high. If they weren't survivors, who would use 4 or 5 cars to completely block the road? Pull over. The car might still be useful, Su Yi reminded, then lifted the backpack from the back. Hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu immediately accelerated and parked the car to the side. They each grabbed their backpacks, and the two got out of the car. Su Yi also took the other box of snacks. This food might become their life-saving rations, so they couldn't easily discard it. I'll go up first. After Su Yi secured his backpack, he handed the box to Ling Yu. There were still many items piled on the car blocking their path, making it not easy to climb over. After stepping back a few meters, Su Yi charged forward and leaped up. His jumping ability had also improved, allowing him to easily climb onto the roof of the car. Ling Yu reacted quickly and immediately handed the box to Su Yi. Then, Su Yi pulled Ling Yu up on a car roof. Hurry, they might crash into us, Ling Yu reminded and jumped to the roof of the car on the other side. Su Yi closely followed, and the two quickly climbed over. Once on the ground, they ran forward. After running for a while, Su Yi and Ling Yu saw a group of infected people appear ahead. Boom! A loud crash came from behind. Su Yi turned to look. Those cars had not been crashed open. What to do now? Ling Yu's teeth began to chatter. Chapter 4: Climbing into the girls' dormitory. Accelerate and climb up that slope. The dormitory building is right above. If we can climb up the drainage pipe to the second floor, we'll be safe, Su Yi calmly said as he looked at the infected. Ling Yu gritted her silver teeth and took a step forward. Then, Su Yi grabbed her hand. In the past, she would never have allowed a boy to hold her hand like this. Now, she just wanted to thank Su Yi for not abandoning her and still willing to pull her along to escape. Although Su Yi looked thin, his physical strength was really strong and he ran very fast. Ling Yu no longer had the heart to care about the situation behind them. The two ran wildly and quickly reached the slope Su Yi mentioned. At this moment, they were less than 5 meters away from a group of infected individuals. If they couldn't successfully climb up the dirt slope in one go, they would be caught by the infected. Once caught, the outcome would be having their hearts ripped out and their skulls smashed. Thinking about this, Ling Yu shivered. However, her body was being dragged by Su Yi as they quickly climbed up the dirt slope and reached the outside of the dormitory building. Su Yi threw the box into an iron fence outside, then began to climb. Ling Yu followed suit. The fence wasn't high, only a little over a meter, and was mainly for show. Thus, Su Yi easily flipped over it. The first floor was likely sealed off by the people inside the building, so I plan to climb directly to the second floor, Su Yi said while looking for a suitable place. The windows on the first floor had anti-theft bars, but the second floor didn't. As long as they reached the second floor, they could enter the dormitory building. Ling Yu picked up the box and kept up with Su Yi. She had abandoned all other thoughts and was determined to follow him. This cold, masked boy was strong and definitely someone she could rely on. Now that the world had ended, everything from before was gone. Staying alive was the happiest thing. To survive in a world filled with monsters, one needed to have enough combat power. This boy could sever a monster's neck with a single strike, which put him ahead of 90 of people. Even if it meant trading her most precious belongings for shelter, she felt it was acceptable. Dying meant losing everything and experiencing immense pain. Ling Yu didn't want to die. She wanted to live, even if it was difficult. Let's go up from here. Don't worry about the box for now. Saying this, Su Yi climbed up directly. Su Yi was extremely fast, as he was very strong. Within 10 seconds, he successfully reached the second floor and jumped into the corridor. As Su Yi climbed a distance, Ling Yu placed her metal rod horizontally in her backpack and followed him. However, her physical strength was lacking, and she could only climb a short distance. Hurry up. That iron fence is about to be knocked down. Su Yi glanced back and then turned to check the dormitory situation. The door was closed, and no infected were rushing out. Su Yi then lay on the corridor and reached out his hand toward Ling Yu. She had already climbed halfway, but the infected had knocked down part of the iron fence and were rushing toward her. Don't panic. Just a little higher, and I can grab you, Su Yi said, glancing at the approaching infected with some worry. Can they climb? If they can, then the dormitory with anti-theft windows on the first floor is the only safe place. Ling Yu used all her strength to inch her way up, mainly because she hadn't eaten for several days and was severely lacking energy. Normally, she would have been able to climb to the second floor quickly. After all, Lingyue was someone who exercised regularly, and her physical fitness was much better than that of the average girl. Got it. Su-yi grabbed Lingyue's backpack and pulled her up. With Su-yi's help, Lingyue found it much easier and quickly climbed to the second floor. Once dragged into the corridor by Su-yi, Lingyue slumped down on the ground. Su-yi observed the infected below, watching as they could only look up and reach out in vain, and he breathed a sigh of relief. They can't climb. I'm safe for now. For the time being, you eat something, and I'll check inside the dormitory. This is a girls' dormitory, and girls usually love snacks, so there might be some stockpiled inside. Although Su-yi had packed a backpack full of things, those snacks wouldn't last long. To survive, maintaining combat power is the most basic requirement. To maintain combat power, one must eat enough at every meal. Food is the key to survival. Therefore, collecting food is very important. Cautiously walking in, Su-yi quickly scanned the area. This was a 4-person room. Su-yi climbed up the bed ladder to take a look, wanting to confirm whether anyone was living in this dormitory. Since all 4 beds were empty, Su-yi climbed down from the bed. At night, he finally had a bed to sleep in. They also came in and ran to the opposite dormitory. Lingyue saw the movements of a few previous companions in the corridor and immediately reported back to Su-yi. She knew that those people must hate her very much now. If she encountered them again, they would definitely seek revenge. Lingyue was well aware of the malice in human nature. If she hadn't been trying to rally other girls these past few days, she would have been toyed with by those men long ago. With the apocalypse arriving, order had collapsed. Without constraints, everyone's evil intentions would be magnified. Previously, there were moral and legal restrictions, but now there was nothing. People had no scruples and dared to do anything. As long as they don't provoke us, Su-yi replied before starting to search for food. Lingyue stuffed chips in her mouth while walking inside. At this time, Su-yi had found a bag of steamed cakes. This was a good find, filling enough. Additionally, Su-yi found a few chocolate bars and some spicy strips. My name is Lingyue. What's your name? Lingyue asked curiously, introducing herself. Su-yi. Su-yi changed his position and continued searching. So cold? Lingyue thought to herself, I'm the school belle, and my reputation in school is pretty good. How could I be disliked? However, seeing herself in the makeup mirror, she felt relieved. After 7 days without a full meal, she had become unrecognizable due to hunger. Where was her charm? To protect herself, she hadn't showered in these 7 days and was covered in a foul smell. Given this, it was strange not to be disliked. After coming to this realization, Lingyue couldn't help but smile. Soon, all 4 positions were searched by the 2 of them. Su-yi found a pack of steamed cakes, 6 chocolate bars, half a jar of orange gummies, a bag of spicy strips, and a blue pack of cigarettes. Lingyue found 5 apples, a pack of seaweed, a box of chocolate pies, and a box of condoms. Chapter 5 in the Archery clubs the dormitory had lost power, and these power banks were out of juice. Otherwise, they could charge their phones to see if they could contact Lingyue's aunt. Lingyue stuffed the items she found into an empty backpack while saying, Su-yi opened a wardrobe, preparing to see if there were any clothes he could wear. The temperature was starting to drop, and Su-yi's clothes seemed a bit thin. Some girls might bring their boyfriend's clothes back to wash by hand, so Su-yi hoped for some luck. Hearing Lingyue's words, Su-yi replied, My phone ran out of battery 3 days ago. There is no network or signal. I even tried using the radio on my phone, but I couldn't pick up any signals. Instant noodles, I found a whole box of instant noodles. Su-yi became excited when he saw a box of instant noodles in the cupboard. Earlier, he had been frustrated that he had seen mini-cup noodles in the trash, but couldn't find a single bowl of instant noodles in the dormitory. It turned out they were stored in the cupboard. Lingyue also opened the wardrobe and began searching again. However, after opening the remaining 3 cabinets, she found nothing else. Even the men's clothing Su-yi was looking forward to was not found. Lingyue found some clothes that fit her size and then hugged them as she headed toward the bathroom. Su-yi packed everything up and walked to the dormitory door. He heard a noise outside, as if something had been knocked over. Su-yi pressed his ear against the door to listen and heard a clattering sound. Clearly, there were infected individuals outside in the corridor, and it sounded like there were quite a few of them. Until he understood the situation, Su-yi definitely wouldn't go outside. Staying in the dormitory is relatively safe, and there's quite a bit of food. Holding out for 3 to 5 days is completely fine. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, Sue reopened a drawer and found a box containing a men's watch. It was probably a gift the girl had prepared for her boyfriend, but hadn't had the chance to give it yet. Sue discovered that the watch had quite a few functions, so he put it on his wrist and glanced at the time. It was 16:38 in the afternoon, and it wouldn't be long before dark. Sue quickly scanned the dormitory building, a curious expression on his face. I wonder what I would get for checking in at the girls' dormitory? A pretty girl? Or some feminine products? Of course, Sue wouldn't waste the opportunity to check in here. The check-in opportunities can accumulate, and Sue didn't want to waste them at a place like the girls' dormitory. Currently, the places he wanted to check in the most were the armed police team, archery hall, boxing gym, and fitness center, places that could enhance his weapon and combat skills. However, he couldn't go out for now. He didn't know if the school roads were all blocked. Additionally, it seemed there was an archery club at the school, which Sue didn't know much about, so he planned to ask Lingyu about it when she finished her shower. Perhaps there were other martial arts clubs as well. With this thought in mind, Sue started to formulate some plans for his next actions. He opened the pack of cigarettes, took one out, and walked toward the balcony. Normally, he rarely smoked unless offered by his roommates, but in this world, the original owner of this body didn't smoke. After lighting a cigarette, Sue noticed that some of the infected below had scattered. The remaining infected crouched down, their heads swiveling as if they were sniffing something. Sue felt they were probably sniffing the scent of blood. Unconsciously, Sue-Yi's expression changed. Women are creatures that bleed every month. So, coming to the girls' dormitory was not a wise choice after all. He needed to leave here as soon as possible. If there were a lot of female survivors, this place would continuously attract infected to surround it. If too many infected gathered, escaping would become impossible, unless there was something to neutralize the smell of blood. Otherwise, a woman's menstrual period could truly be deadly, attracting large numbers of infected to attack. After smoking a few cigarettes, Lingyu finished her shower and came out. There was a full-length mirror on the balcony, and while she dried her hair with a towel, she examined herself in the mirror. She looked much more refreshed after her shower, but her skin was in terrible condition. During her shower, she noticed she had lost a lot of weight, with several areas shrinking. Do you know our school has an archery club? Sue didn't turn around, just flicked the cigarette in his hand. I know. I'm the vice president of the archery club. Unfortunately, my bow is at the club. Lingyu tossed her long hair and continued to dry it with the towel. Sue was greatly surprised. He didn't expect Lingyu to be the vice president of the archery club. Moreover, the original owner didn't even know. Lingyu was the talk of the school. Being the vice president of the archery club should be common knowledge. Actually, I only joined half a month ago and haven't played with the bow much. Lingyu continued the conversation. Is the archery club far from here? Besides the archery club, are there any other martial arts clubs at our school? The original owner of Sue-E was a gaming enthusiast, only interested in fictional characters, and he had little to do with school clubs, knowing very little about them. Yes, they're all over by the gym, a bit of distance from here. Are you thinking of getting a bow? Lingyu thought Sue-E suddenly brought it up because he wanted to get a bow as a weapon. Indeed, a bow is a very good weapon. It allows for long-range attacks without making too much noise. Yes, long-range attacks are less risky than close combat. These infected are much slower than us. Sue-E naturally wouldn't reveal that he had a system. Moreover, bows do have many advantages. Like the crossbow guy in The Walking Dead. How cool is that? We are a traditional archery club. The president has a custom strong bow, which would definitely be effective for hunting infected. Lingyu was also persuaded by Sue-E and regretted not putting her bow in the trunk. Otherwise, she could use it now. All right, let us see if we can drive to the gym tomorrow. After saying that, Sue-E flicked away the cigarette, but many martial arts and sports clubs are in the gym. If he checks in there, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Back in the room, Sue-E climbed onto the bed, preparing to sleep. Lingyu saw him lie down and breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, she thought Sue-E would ask her to do something. After drying her hair, Lingyu went inside to grab some food for the balcony. Wanted to eat a bit more before it got dark, so she could go to bed afterward. Without electricity, there wouldn't even be a light at night, making it hard to climb into bed. What if she accidentally climbed into Sue-Yi's bed? She was still quite resistant to that kind of thing, unless it was mutual affection. Chapter 6. The end times are this dark, however, when it got dark. The moonlight streamed through the glass door of the balcony and illuminated the dormitory. Holding her knees, Lingyu felt a bit more at ease upon seeing this. This way, she could see if Su-yi made any moves. Being alone in a room with a boy, she had never thought about it or accepted it before. But who would have thought she would end up sleeping in the same dormitory with a complete stranger in this situation? Even though they were sleeping in diagonally opposite beds, it was still the farthest distance in the dormitory. She initially wanted to hug her knees and sleep like this. So at least if Su-yi came over and tried to make a move, she could react. But seeing Su-yi sleeping soundly, she gradually gave up on that thought. If she didn't T-sleep now, it would be even more dangerous if Su-yi woke up in the middle of the night. So, she decisively lay down and covered herself with the blanket. After not having slept on a bed for 7 days and not having a good night's sleep, she fell asleep in less than a minute. When she woke up the next day, it was around 10 in the morning. Su-yi was sitting on the bed, flipping through a book. "Ah, it feels so good. I slept so well." Lingyu happily sat up and stretched. Since her clothes were relatively short, a bit of her pale pink waist was exposed. "Let us consider when we should go to the gym." Su-yi put down the book and glanced at Lingyu. Although it seemed quite safe here, Su-yi was worried about the girls in the building getting their periods, which could lead to a gathering of infected below. Therefore, the sooner they left, the safer it would be. Once they got to the gym and completed the check-in, he could part ways with Lingyu. "Isn't it safe here? Don't we have a couple of days to rest?" Lingyu felt her body hadn't recovered yet, and going to the gym with Su-yi at this time was quite risky. "Safe?" Su-yi got up from the bed and continued. "You should know that infected are very sensitive to the smell of blood, right? This is the girls' dormitory. There's bound to be some blood smell." Hearing Su-yi's words, Lingyu's expression changed instantly. She naturally understood what Su-yi was referring to. The menstrual period is something every mature woman experiences every month and lasts about a week. "You're not going to abandon me, are you?" Lingyu started to panic because she couldn't change her physiological characteristics. She could delay it, but it was impossible to completely eliminate it, unless she got her uterus removed. But now, there are no such conditions. If there were, many women would be willing to do so to survive. Su-yi looked at Lingyu and seriously considered it. During this process, Lingyu was almost crying. Without Su-yi, she didn't know how she would survive. Yes, this dormitory is temporarily safe. But this is only temporary. The food in her hands is limited. At most, it can last a week before she runs out. It is impossible for any national power to save them now. The only thing they can do is to save themselves. Without food, she would eventually have to risk climbing to other dormitories to collect food. However, she couldn't guarantee that every dormitory was safe or had food. Just as Lingyu was about to speak, Su-yi interrupted. "Let's see how you perform. If you have enough strength, we can officially cooperate." Su-yi thought that a person's smell of blood could be covered up. Lingyu was suddenly overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly said, I am not a vase. I can box, I can shoot arrows, I can drive, and I can cook. I could do anything. It was too difficult to survive alone, and there was a possibility of encountering other people, but Lingyu couldn't trust them. The apocalypse was no longer here. Who knew what crazy or perverted things other people would do? There are many films and novels about apocalyptic themes, and although Lingyu wasn't particularly interested, she had seen some. The darkness of human nature is very scary. She didn't want to keep testing others' humanity. After spending a night with Su-yi, Lingyu felt that Su-yi was a trustworthy gentleman. After all, no one knows what tomorrow will bring, and doing something crazy at this time is very common. In the past, many men had lusted after her body. Now, there would only be more, and they would be more direct and brutal. "Help! Help! Murder! Help! Save me!" Suddenly, a cry for help came. "Oh no! You actually hid food behind our backs, you bitch die! Grab her and throw her down to feed the monsters." This shameless person actually dared to hide food from us. "No, please, I can go to other dormitories to find food. Don't throw me down, please." "No need. We can just eat you." Bang! Hearing this, Lingyu felt her back drenched in sweat. They actually killed their own roommate and want to eat her? How could they do that? But could she save the person? Which dormitory were they in, and how could she get there? If she went, would she be able to save the other person? If she saved her, what would happen next? Would she survive together with her? Thoughts kept popping up in Ling Yu's mind, but were all rejected. It was already good enough for her to survive, and she was still thinking about saving others. Being so saintly would probably lead to Su Yi abandoning her, right? Lost in thought, she glanced at Su Yi's face. It was only the 7th day, and they were already thinking about eating people. Was there any difference from the monsters outside? Su Yi murmured and then prepared to start organizing things. The things they could take were very limited, so they needed to choose carefully. He thought he could only carry one backpack, so it wouldn't affect running. If their actions were restricted, the level of danger would increase. Don't dawdle. This is the apocalypse. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. If your heart isn't hard enough, you won't be able to survive. Organizing things, try to take as many useful items as possible. One backpack can be carried directly, and the other can be placed in your car. After Su Yi finished speaking, he started organizing his backpack. He put chocolate in his pocket, a pack of cigarettes, and other high-calorie food into the backpack, along with some milk. The rest was stuffed into another backpack, filling it to the brim. Ling Yu also started organizing. One bag for food and another bag for other supplies like sanitary pads. After everything was organized, Su Yi took a bottle of perfume from the table, preparing to conduct an experiment. If the result of this experiment satisfied him, it would be beneficial for future actions. Chapter 7. Can the smell of blood be masked? He found a girl's acne needle, pricked his finger, and let the blood drip onto a piece of paper, throwing it down. As the paper was about to hit the ground, several infected individuals below instantly became excited, clearly having caught the scent of blood. Ling Yu leaned over the corridor, watching the situation below, still unaware of what Su Yi was planning. Look, that infected person is coming too. It's more than 10 meters away, and it can smell it? Ling Yu's face turned pale. Su Yi had only dripped 4 or 5 drops of blood, yet it could attract infected individuals from over 10 meters away. Su Yi remained silent, just watching below. Blood could attract infected individuals, and naturally, this could be used to divert them, creating an opportunity for them to escape. Not just 10 meters. Ling Yu saw several infected individuals appear, and her face turned even uglier. If she were outside and happened to be on her period, countless infected individuals would swarm her and tear her apart. Su Yi kept staring below, observing the reactions of those infected. Time passed little by little, and the emotions of the infected below slowly calmed down from excitement. Su Yi glanced at the time and then calmly said, 18 minutes. The attraction of the blood disappears. And this is just a few drops. If there is more, the effect should last longer. After speaking, Su Yi took out the acne needle again and handed it to Ling Yu. Ling Yu took the needle and, without saying a word, pricked her finger. Su Yi took the paper and had Ling Yu squeeze out some blood. Squeeze out more, Su Yi said coldly. At the same time, screams came from upstairs. They're coming in. It's all your fault. Why did you smash that bitch and make blood appear? Now they're coming in. What do we do now? Are we going to die here? I don't want to die. I can't. Climb to the next dormitory, quickly. Maybe there's food next door. How do you know the door next door is closed? What if there are also man-eating monsters next door? Shut up. They won't come in. Our dormitory door is iron and very sturdy. Don't make noise. Carry the person into the bathroom and wash away the blood. They won't break the door. Su Yi felt that those people should be in the dormitory on the 3rd or 4th floor. The infected below hadn't smelled the blood, but many infected upstairs had. Su Yi heard some movement in the corridor outside and noise from the stairs. Clearly, they had been attracted by the smell of blood to the upper floors. Is that enough? Ling Yu looked at Su Yi. There was already a lot of blood on the paper. That's enough. Su Yi took a bead and placed it in the paper, then rolled the paper into a small ball. He threw it to another corner of the building, about 10 meters away. Soon, nearby infected individuals approached the bloody paper ball. Infected individuals below also caught the scent and immediately moved toward that direction. It's worked. Should we leave now? Ling Yu looked at the situation below and suddenly became happy. This place was too terrifying. The girls here had gone mad. Wait, don't rush. The experiment isn't finished yet. Su Yi still wanted to know if perfume could mask the smell of blood. This was also why Su Yi had initially looked for perfume, to see if it could solve the blood smell. After all, he couldn't avoid getting hurt forever. To survive in the apocalypse, one must be well prepared for various scenarios, including when injured. Su Yi said he hadn't finished the experiment, and Ling Yu obediently closed her mouth. In the apocalypse, obedient women are somewhat more popular. Su Yi calculated the time, wanting to know how long that blood paper ball could last this time. "Hey, handsome, do you have any food?" Suddenly, a voice came from the third floor. Su Yi looked up and saw a girl peeking her head out. "Just some casual food. I don't mind how you get it. As long as it's a little something, I'm really starving. Go, take out the chips inside," Su Yi said to Ling Yu. He had no intention of taking the chips, because both his and Ling Yu's backpacks were already stuffed with other food. If he wanted to bring those chips, he would need another backpack, but that would hinder his movement and the risk was too high, so it was better not to. Using food that couldn't be taken to help others, without taking any risks, Su Yi could still accept that. The other person was just next door on the third floor. So Su Yi easily threw the chips up, a total of 6 cans, all thrown up. Thank you. If you want to come over, feel free anytime. Lu Ran, keep my word," the girl gratefully said, as she opened the chips and stuffed them into her mouth. Lu Ran? Su Yi felt the name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Her voice was weak, not very loud. Su Yi didn't respond. He had already done what he could, and he didn't really intend to go after her just because he gave her those chips. 29 minutes, that's quite a long duration. Su Yi glanced at his watch, showing a hint of relaxation. "I'll do the last experiment. You go cut the sheets and tie them together. We'll slide down using the sheets later." Su Yi assigned Ling Yu a task, and then pricked his finger to start the final experiment. He squeezed some blood onto the paper and then sprayed some perfume on it. After spraying, Su Yi crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it towards an infected person not far away. The infected person kept sniffing but didn't show any particular excitement. "It worked. It seems the perfume has some effect, just don't know how long it will last," Su Yi muttered to himself. Su Yi continued to observe. After all, it would take time for Ling Yu to tie the sheets. 15 minutes, and that infected person hasn't smelled the blood. This means the smell of blood has been suppressed or destroyed by the perfume. With that, Su Yi felt much more at ease. At least it served some purpose. Given his limited conditions, he could only conduct such an experiment. "Hey, handsome, where are you guys going?" Lu Ran asked curiously. "It's much safer to stay in the dormitory. Why does this handsome guy want to leave?" No comment. Su Yi didn't want to reveal his intentions, even if Lu Ran posed no threat. But being cautious is never a bad thing. Thinking about it, making a mistake could very well cost him his life. How could he trust a stranger? Even Ling Yu. Su Yi couldn't fully trust her. He remained guarded. Chapter 8. No cannon fodder allowed Ling Yu tied 2 ropes together, thinking it would be safer this way. Soon, Su Yi secured the ropes on the railing and, after confirming they were sturdy, threw the ropes down. "You go down first, be careful, then I'll throw the stuff down, and you catch it," Su Yi said while putting on his backpack. By letting Ling Yu go down first, she wouldn't have the chance to cut the rope midway. Although the distance to the ground was no more than 5 meters, and they could slide down quickly, Su Yi still chose to be cautious and let Ling Yu go down first. "Okay," Ling Yu agreed without hesitation. She knew Su Yi didn't trust her, but she understood. They had only met yesterday, and although they had escaped together, it was normal not to trust someone with such little history. She felt differently towards Su Yi. From the beginning until now, she had been the one accepting Su Yi's help. So, she had trust in him. Now the infected below had been diverted, so the risk of going down wasn't very high. If there really was a risk, she could still climb back up. With Su Yi's help, she climbed over the balcony and slid down decisively. Although it made some noise, it didn't attract the infected. After landing safely, Su Yi threw down the backpack. Ling Yu caught it decisively. The two had a good tacit understanding. After throwing down both backpacks, Su Yi jumped out and landed on the ground. Once on the ground, Su Yi drew the machete from his back and picked up the backpack on the ground. Then, the two climbed over the fence, preparing to return to the row below and drive to the gym. At that moment, the infected had noticed them and were closing in. Just then, a clanging sound of a metal pot echoed from above. "Hey, you monsters, look here, look here," Lu Ran shouted while banging on a stainless steel pot. The infected below were instantly attracted to her, looking up and abandoning their pursuit of Su Yi and Ling Yu. "The gym." Su Yi suddenly said 3 words. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, realizing Su Yi was revealing his destination. However, she was somewhat confused. Was the gym a place worth going? There was no food there. What would they do? Although the gym was large, How long could they survive without food? The river. There's a river behind the gym. Are they planning to leave the city through the river? That's right. It must be that way. Lu Ran felt she understood Su Yi's intentions and became happy. Wait for me to regain my strength, and I'll leave from there too. Su Yi and Ling Yu had disappeared from her sight. After all, her position was low, blocked by trees. Su Yi and Ling Yu had climbed onto a vehicle blocking the road and found no infected on the other side. Her car was still parked by the roadside, untouched. The two managed to get into the car and place their belongings inside. Let's go to the gym. There shouldn't be too many people there. Su Yi pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Earlier on the road, he had taken down an infected person head-on, so he needed a smoke to calm his nerves. At the same time, Su Yi realized his machete was still a bit short and needed upgrading. Upgrading to a 1.2-meter tang knife required 6 survival points. But Su Yi only had 3 now, so he couldn't upgrade yet. However, once they reached the gym, he could check in. By completing the check-in, not only could he receive rewards, but he could also earn survival points, allowing him to upgrade his machete to a tang knife. Today, he had 3 opportunities to check in. As long as he reached the gym, he could use all 3 check-in opportunities. Naturally, he would have enough survival points to upgrade his machete to a tang knife. On the way, they encountered some infected, and Ling Yu simply avoided them. After about 20 minutes, their car drove directly to the entrance of the gym building. Our archery club is on the 7th floor, but the door is blocked. Ling Yu glanced at the glass door of the gym building, behind which were various items, indicating there were survivors inside. We can climb in from the back. I've done it before. It's not hard. Just drive the car around. It's easier. Su Yi pointed in the direction. Soon, Ling Yu drove the car to the back of the building. The car scraped a large area, but she didn't care at all. After all, it was the apocalypse. Who still cared about how badly a car was scratched? Climbing onto the roof of the car, Su Yi threw his backpack inside before rummaging through it. There were bloodstains on the floor of the hall, but no bodies in sight. You too, raise your hands or we will have to shoot, a voice suddenly rang out. A group of people appeared in the corner of the hall, all holding bows and watching Su Yi and Ling Yu warily. Wang Fong, you have some nerve pointing a bow at me, Ling Yu suddenly scolded. Ling Yu? Is that really you? You're alive, that's great. Wang Fong exclaimed happily as he ran towards Ling Yu. Let's find a way to join them, Su Yi whispered. His goal was to sign in. Once he completed the sign-in, he would find a way to leave. These people didn't look like they had been starving at all. They seemed to be in good spirits. The key point was that they were all men, with not a single woman among them. Therefore, Su Yi remained cautious around them. Ling Yu heard Su Yi's words and quickly replied, They're not quite right. I don't like them. Her voice was low. Only Su Yi could hear. Wang Fong, it's really great that you're okay. We have some food in our backpacks. You can take some to share, Ling Yu said with a smile, as if genuinely happy. Su Yi had to admire Ling Yu's acting. She was doing too well. He couldn't help but wonder if what she was showing in front of him was real or just an act. That's great. We just ran out of food. Where? This is Wang Fong. He glanced at Su Yi, his eyes slightly unfriendly. His name is Su Yi. He was hiding with me in the 3rd cafeteria. We barely escaped here. The outside is full of man-eating monsters. The more survivors, the better. That way we can gather food. Ling Yu introduced Su Yi. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Wang Fong fell into deep thought. He had to admit that what Ling Yu said made a lot of sense. To survive, they definitely needed to leave and gather supplies. Staying here would ultimately lead to death. Only by collecting enough supplies could they possibly live. To go out, they needed cannon fodder. This Su Yi seemed very suitable as cannon fodder. Chapter 9. The rewards are too generous. My stomach doesn't feel well. I need to use the bathroom. Su Yi suddenly spoke up. AJ, take this brother to see what food we have, Wang Fong said, giving a look to a guy. No need. I know where the bathroom is. It's on the 2nd floor, Su Yi replied, pressing his stomach and running towards the stairs. Wang Fong's face darkened. But with Ling Yu nearby, he couldn't explode in anger, unless he was prepared to kill Su Yi directly. Thinking about using Su Yi as cannon fodder, he held back. In Wang Fong's view, this week Su Yi was very easy to control. If he didn't behave, he could just beat him until he did. If that didn't work, a few women would naturally bring him over. Right now, his mind was solely on Ling Yu. In the past, he had been Ling Yu's sycophant, always pursuing her. But Ling Yu was not someone he could catch up with. He knew that very well. But now it was different. It was the apocalypse. Personal strength was everything. As long as he had enough strength, he could do whatever he wanted, even have any woman he desired. The women they controlled, after a few days of hunger, just needed a little food to be more obedient than dogs, allowing them to play however they liked. He had genuine feelings for Lingyu. Therefore, he still hoped to gain her recognition and make her fall deeply in love with him. He did not go to the second floor, but instead ran straight to the seventh floor. He did not encounter anyone on the stairs, so he smoothly reached the seventh floor. Once on the seventh floor, he found the archery club. The door was not locked, so he opened it and walked in. "Is anyone here?" He asked as he walked inside. The interior was divided into several areas: an office area, a storage area for bows and arrows, and an indoor shooting training room. The shelves and cabinets in the bow storage area were empty, so he headed straight for the shooting training room. System, sign in. He silently thought. Ding, sign in successful. Received archery experience pack. Survival points, 5. He indeed gained archery skills. He smiled happily. When he came in to sign in, he guessed he might get archery skills, but he was still excited when he actually received them. With this skill, his survival ability increased. Additionally, he surprisingly had 5 survival points, which was more than he expected. Now, he should go next door to sign in at the free fighting club. When he first arrived, he saw that next to the archery club was a free fighting club, and in another corner, there was a fencing club he also wanted to sign into. As he was walking out, he returned to the bow storage area. This was also considered an independent space, and since there were no sign-in space markers, it meant he could sign in here. Should he sign in here? He thought that signing in here might possibly give him a bow. To be honest, he really wanted a bow. However, there were still those people downstairs. If got a bow, they might confiscate it, unless he planned to leave here shortly. Disregarding Lingyu. System, sign in. He made his choice. Ding, sign in successful. Received 1 cubic meter of storage space. Survival points, 20. He seriously doubted if he had heard wrong. Storage space? He actually obtained storage space? It really was storage space. System, alright. He thought. And with a thought, the chocolate in his pocket was transferred to the storage space. This storage space did not have restrictions on the shape and size of items. Anything of any size or length could be stored. Only volume was counted. The total volume, combined, could not exceed 1 cubic meter. It could be said that this storage space could be maximized with no waste at all. In reality, such a situation was impossible. One could only say the system was too powerful, too high-tech. It was so great. Having this made things much more convenient for Although it was only 1 cubic meter, it was already very generous. This size could store supplies from several backpacks. Additionally, discovered that the more beneficial the obtained item was, the more survival points he received. Taking a few deep breaths, calmed his emotions. When he reached the office area, he saw a miniature crossbow figure on an office desk. An idea struck him, and walked over and picked up the miniature crossbow figure. Titanium alloy figure. Lingyu. Read aloud when he saw the laser-engraved text on the base. It turned out this was Lingyu's desk. He also picked up 10 exquisitely crafted crossbow bolts and loaded one into the crossbow. Although this crossbow was small, its functions were no different from a real crossbow. It could shoot and had considerable power. He shot an arrow at the office desk, and the fine arrow pierced 2/3 of the way into the desk. With a thought, a line of text appeared on the titanium alloy miniature crossbow. You can use 30 survival points to upgrade it to a powerful crossbow. Instantly became excited. He never expected it could actually be upgraded. Scanned the upper right corner. Survival points, 28 sign-in times, 310. He only needed 2 more points to upgrade the crossbow. He stored the miniature crossbow in his storage space, took out a cigarette, lit it, and then walked out of the archery club. Free fighting and fencing? He chose fencing because it was more practical. As long as he used a sharp sword, it was a very useful skill against both humans and infected. Thus, he walked towards the fencing club. The door was also unlocked, and he walked straight in. The layout here was the same as that of the archery club. It started with an office. He searched around the office, but did not find anything valuable. Then, he went to the place where the swords and protective gear were stored. These were all foil swords, which had no practical value, so no one took them. Su-yi picked one up and then thought, you can use 30 survival points to upgrade it to a katana. So, Su-yi tried to put it into his storage space. Since he didn't have enough survival points now, he could upgrade it later when he did. Next, Su-yi picked up a set of protective gear and checked it. You can use 10 survival points to enhance the strength of the protective gear. After thinking for a moment, Su-yi put 2 sets into his storage space. Then, he walked towards the fencing training room, preparing to sign in. However, upon opening the door, Su-yi saw some people huddled in the corner, not wearing a single piece of clothing. Without exception, they were all girls, each with bruises on their bodies. Those who were seriously injured had no part of their bodies unhurt. Seeing Su-yi enter, these girls all trembled but managed to force out some smiles. Clearly, they had been bullied and were scared. Su-yi did not expect those boys to be so beastly and couldn't help but think of Lingyu. If she had stayed, her situation would probably be similar. No, because she was beautiful, the bullying she faced would likely be much worse. Chapter 10. Don't expect others to save you. Su-yi's fists clenched and cracked before he slowly loosened them. Such things were likely happening in corners all over the world. If women did not fight back, then encountering such situations would be very common. Moreover, after the first time, there would be countless others. This was the cruel apocalypse. Besides the monsters outside that devoured people, those around you could also be demons. Although his body had been enhanced, and he had gained an archery experience package, there were more than a dozen scum, and Su-yi currently did not have the strength to take on that many people. Furthermore, even if he saved these girls, what would happen? Would they be able to survive? Additionally, Su-yi had another doubt. What had the people in the gym been eating for the past 7 days? This was a gym. There was no food, unlike the dormitory where many people like to stock up on snacks and instant noodles. For the first 2 or 3 days, they could last by drinking water, but 7 days without food was definitely not the state they were in now. They must have been eating something every day. So, what were they eating? Su-yi did not dare to ask, fearing the answer would be something he dreaded. System, sign in. Close your eyes and recite in your heart. Ding, sign in successful. Obtain fencing experience package. Survival points 5. After completing the sign in, Su-yi turned and left. The opportunity to sign in had reset, and he would have to wait until tomorrow to get another chance. Help us, please help us. One girl saw Su-yi turn to leave instead of tormenting them, and immediately realized he might not be one of those bullies, but a newcomer. Su-yi stopped, turned to look at the girls, and said, "It's already the apocalypse. Don't expect anyone else to save you besides yourselves. You, how can you be so heartless? Not even having any sympathy? Yes, we are girls. How can we possibly fight those boys? You are clearly as timid as us, a coward." Su-yi was speechless upon hearing some of the girls' words. He was glad he hadn't saved them. If he had, they might have blamed him for coming too late and for not letting them eat enough. There were more than 20 girls in total. If they united and worked together, they might not completely deal with those scum, but at least they could avoid being bullied. Without saying another word, Su-yi walked away. He was sure they didn't even have the courage to leave this place. After leaving, Su-yi headed towards the stairs. He wanted to see what clubs were downstairs. It was the apocalypse now, and the more abilities he could master, the better. The gym was still very safe, with no infected rushing in, and he could stay for a few days, signing in at suitable places to get what he wanted. Just as he reached the 6th floor, he ran into Lingyu and Wang Fong coming up. "Su-yi, didn't you say you wanted to see if you could practice archery at the archery club? I'll take you there. This pink one is my bow," Lingyu said happily, waving the pink bow in her hand. Su-yi remembered that this bow had been carried by Wang Fong before. He did not expect it to be Lingyu's bow. "Wang Fong, have someone bring a light bow for Su-yi to try, to see if he has the talent," Lingyu said, glancing at Su-yi. She only trusted Su-yi now and naturally hoped he could quickly master the shooting techniques of the traditional bow. His machete had already been taken by Wang Fong, and Su-yi was now unarmed. However, Lingyu would find a way to get Su-yi's machete back. If possible, she hoped to leave the gym that night and find a way to go to her aunt's place with Su-yi. That place was much safer. After all, the infected outside could be killed, and aside from large-scale destructive weapons like missiles, nothing was more effective than firearms. Mastering guns meant mastering safety. Wang Fong's expression changed. He did not like Su-yi and even less wanted him to master shooting skills. But at that moment, He did not want to anger Ling Yu. Ah, Jun, your bow is the lightest. Let the new brother try it and teach him how to shoot while we go to the yoga club on the 6th floor. There was a group of women on the 7th floor, and Wang Fong did not want Ling Yu to find out. All right, you guys go ahead. Ling Yu readily agreed, but she felt that something was off about the 7th floor. After all, she still had an office in the archery club. Wang Fong actually wanted her to go to the judo club. Then I'll trouble you. Su Yi smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Junbin expressionlessly led Su Yi upstairs towards the archery club. Upon entering the archery club, Yi Junbin did not notice anything unusual. After all, they had already taken everything that could be taken from the archery club. As fellow alumni, I advise you that Ling Yu is our leader's woman. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies, Yi Junbin said. Su Yi was slightly taken aback and then replied, I understand, and right now staying alive is the most important thing. That's good to know. Try it out and see if you have any talent for archery, Yi Junbin said, handing the bow to Su Yi. He didn't even demonstrate, and just stood silently behind Su Yi. Su Yi acted for more than 10 minutes, indicating that he really had no talent, and then followed Yi Junbin back downstairs. Taking this opportunity, Su Yi took a look around the clubs on the 6th floor. Besides Taekwondo, the others were mostly dance, art, photography, yoga, and the like, which held no value for Su Yi. Therefore, he currently felt that the only clubs worth considering were free fighting and Taekwondo. The absence of a traditional martial arts association left Su Yi feeling very depressed. How was it? Can you shoot straight? As soon as they entered the yoga club, Ling Yu quickly asked Su Yi about the situation. Not at all. He has no talent whatsoever. After shooting for so long, not a single arrow hit the target, and his hand is a bit strained. Yi Junbin interjected before Su Yi could speak. What a pity. It seems you are better suited for the machete. Here, I'll return this to you. Wang Fong pretended to be very regretful as he handed the machete to Su Yi and then patted Su Yi's shoulder. Thank you, Brother Wang. Su Yi happily accepted his machete. Let's go. I'll take you to rest. I just discussed it with you, wearer. We need to go out to gather supplies tomorrow. We can't keep hiding in the gym like this. As he spoke, Wang Fong wrapped his arm around Su Yi and led him out. It was obvious that Wang Fong wanted to separate Su Yi from Ling Yu, not letting them stay together. Furthermore, Wang Fong planned to send Su Yi out as cannon fodder tomorrow to gather supplies. When necessary, he would take the opportunity to get rid of Su Yi. Wang Fong believed that if he got rid of Su Yi, he could deal with Ling Yu more quickly. Chapter 11. Who Can Act? Su Yi was taken to the corner of the anime club, which was quite clean but not very big. After entering, Wang Fong threw Su Yi a lewd look. Su Yi, have you ever slept with a woman? The food was brought by Su Yi and Ling Yu, and he was not foolish enough to use food to tempt Su Yi. Regardless of the era, power, beauty, wealth, and fame are things most men pursue. Wang Fong couldn't offer anything else right now, but women he could. After all, he had locked up over 20 women in the fencing club on the 7th floor. It wouldn't be a loss for him to use any one of them to win Su Yi over. After all, he had already played around with them. In Wang Fong's view, those superficial women were only suitable for venting, and after a few rounds, they lost their interest. They were most appropriate for winning over subordinates. Moreover, once given away, they would be supported by the other party. If Su Yi was truly capable and could bring back supplies, he would mind letting Su Yi stay and work for him. No, Su Yi swallowed hard, looking quite tempted. Acting? Who can't do that? Those young idols can just Photoshop themselves. With his looks, his acting skills should be on point. Perform well tomorrow, and when you come back, I'll arrange a woman for you. You can sleep with her however you want. As he spoke, Wang Fong patted Su Yi's shoulder, his gaze becoming increasingly lewd. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I will definitely gather more supplies tomorrow. Su Yi patted his chest in assurance, looking eager. You'll definitely do well. You seem particularly bold and meticulous. There are monsters outside, yet you dared to bring Yuer and escape to the gym. Gathering some supplies should be easy for you. Wang Fong smiled happily, but that was just on the surface. It was hard for him to truly believe in Su Yi. After all, going outside was very dangerous, and people could die. Some people, out of fear of going outside and being bitten by monsters, even hang themselves. At this moment, It was hard for Wang Fong to believe anyone would be willing to go out to gather food unless they could gain enormous benefits. Then you rest well here. These 2 buckets of instant noodles are your meals for today. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for someone to go out with you to gather supplies. When he came over, Wang Fong brought 2 buckets of instant noodles, wanting to test Su Yi's reaction. Brother Wang, these instant noodles are too small. They won't be enough. Su Yi immediately showed some displeasure. Wang Fong's face still bore a smile as he suppressed the anger inside and said softly, "This is just lunch. It should be enough, right? Don't worry, there will be 2 more buckets for dinner. I'll have someone bring them over shortly. I, Wang Fong, am always generous to my own people. I would never let anyone suffer. I could be the president of the archery club because of this trait, and that's why everyone voted for me." Only then did Su Yi nod in satisfaction, saying, "That's enough. 2 buckets are sufficient for 1 meal. The conditions can only be like this now, I understand." Wang Fong patted Su Yi approvingly, saying, "You're sensible and straightforward. Good. Then you rest more and conserve your energy. Tomorrow we'll go out to gather supplies. With more supplies, we won't have to worry about not having enough to eat." After Wang Fong left, a shadow crossed his face. After leaving, he had someone deliver instant noodles to Su Yi and also keep an eye on him to prevent Su Yi from running around. Su Yi checked the time. It was only 11:32, and lunch would be served soon. Without electricity, there was no way to boil water for the instant noodles. He could only eat them dry. Su Yi had a window here, so he could see the situation outside. There were more than 30 infected individuals outside the stadium, clearly not sensing any blood, just wandering around the square. Overall, the number of infected here was still relatively low. Su Yi thought of another direction and looked at the river behind stadium. He wanted to climb over the wall to leave the school and then escape along the river. Resources in the school were quite limited. The city had more. With the population sharply reduced, the shops and supermarkets in the city had plenty of supplies. As long as one had enough courage, they could obtain a lot of resources. Without enough supplies, survival would be impossible. If the survivors in the school didn't leave soon, they would starve to death eventually. Maybe some could survive for a while by eating meat, but that would easily lead to infighting, causing people to see those around them as food, making it easier for them to break down. Su Yi definitely could not accept eating the flesh of his own kind. So he planned to leave here early tomorrow morning after completing the check-in, while everyone was still distracted. Staying with a group of demons would not allow Su Yi to eat or sleep peacefully. After finishing the 2 buckets of instant noodles, Su Yi lay down to rest. He definitely couldn't fall asleep, but he lay honestly in the corner. This place was not easy to be hit by a hidden arrow. If someone wanted to attack him, it would be easy to detect. Su Yi had no trust in Wang Fong at all, so he naturally had to be wary of Wang Fong and the others. However, the most frustrating thing was Ling Yu. She really wanted to stay with Su Yi, but Wang Fong absolutely disagreed. He was sure that Ling Yu wouldn't dare to turn against him and was testing her patience. Ling Yu indeed didn't dare to turn against him because all the boys here had been subdued by Wang Fong, and she couldn't win them over in such a short time. Additionally, she noticed that those boys looked at her directly with very strong aggression. Without Wang Fong, those boys might have already made a move on her. She deeply realized how dangerous it was for girls in the apocalypse. Not only did they have to guard against the biting infected, but they also had to guard against men who openly expressed their desires. In the meantime, she seized the opportunity to go to the bathroom and found Su Yi. Seeing that Su Yi was safe, Ling Yu finally sighed in relief. In fact, Ling Yu suspected that Wang Fong and his group were already starting to eat their own kind, just like those girls in the girls' dormitory. There was no food in the gym that could sustain over 20 people for 8 days, apart from eating their own kind. She really couldn't think of how Wang Fong and the others had survived until now. Wang Fong and his group didn't look like people who had been starving for several days. None of them appeared emaciated. In Ling Yu's view, this place was a den of devils. Unfortunately, she and Su Yi had no way to communicate. Whenever the 2 of them spoke, there would be others present. So Ling Yu planned to secretly leave early tomorrow morning as soon as it got light. If Su Yi was perceptive enough, he should escape from here as well. She had already calculated that after escaping the stadium, she would drift down the river to the city and then look for her aunt and father. She believed that her aunt and parents should be in the same place, and returning to their side would make her feel safer. Everyone else, except Su Yi, was too terrifying, all potential demons. Every minute was torment for Ling Yu. Therefore, after dinner, Ling Yu said she was tired and wanted to sleep. In the first half of the night, Ling Yu indeed fell asleep, but she woke up in the second half. Thanks to the moonlight, she could see clearly, making it quite convenient to move. Chapter 12. Shooting the Beast Wang Fong Ding. Sign in, count 1. After midnight, Su Yi heard a notification. He had slept too soundly last night to notice it. Now he realized that as long as it was past midnight, the sign-in count would be issued. Su Yi sat up and noticed someone standing motionless at the door. Clearly, the person staring at Su Yi had fallen asleep against the wall. Su Yi turned his back and took out a figurine crossbow from his storage space. With a thought, he silently commanded, "System, upgrade the crossbow." In an instant, the figurine crossbow in Su Yi's hand transformed into a full-size crossbow, and even the toothpick-sized bolts became 10 normal-sized bolts. Made of titanium alloy, this crossbow was very lightweight. It also had a standard scope, making it a very powerful weapon. At least, it could instantly kill most traditional bows. Su Yi examined the bolts. They were very sharp and should easily penetrate both human and infected bodies. Kill someone? To be honest, Su Yi wasn't mentally prepared for that yet, unless it was for self-defense. He couldn't bring himself to kill someone proactively. Cocking the crossbow was somewhat laborious, but this crossbow had a foot stirrup to assist in drawing the string. Since Su Yi's body had been enhanced with a stimulant, he naturally didn't need the stirrup. He directly pulled back the string and loaded a bolt. After finishing, Su Yi stored it back in his storage space. With just a thought, it could appear in his hand, which was very convenient. He could shoot it right away without wasting time loading. Holding a machete, Su Yi walked toward the door. He wanted to sign in at the fighting club. After signing in, he could hide on the first floor or even wait in a car outside until dawn to leave by the river. Su Yi tiptoed outside, careful not to wake the person watching him. Just as he reached the stairway, he saw a familiar figure. Su Yi quickly approached and covered Ling Yu's mouth. "You go wait for me in the lobby on the first floor. I'll be down soon," Su Yi whispered in Ling Yu's ear. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. He just came out, and she had also sneaked out. Moreover, she was carrying a bow, indicating she was prepared to flee overnight. Perhaps she had discovered something. It was likely she wanted to find him. Ling Yu's lips moved a few times, but made no sound because Su Yi was covering her mouth. The two were very close, making Ling Yu's heart race and her face flush. Su Yi felt a bit of an itch in his palm, then drew back his hand and turned to go upstairs. They were currently on the 6th floor, so once he got upstairs, he would be fine. Su Yi quickly ascended the stairs and reached the fighting club. In the corridor, he heard some sounds. Clearly, some boys were messing around with the girls in the fencing club. Many students in college were night owls. It was just past midnight, so it was normal not to be asleep. Su Yi cautiously sneaked into the fighting club and found the training room. System, sign in, Su Yi silently thought. Ding, sign in successful, gained fighting experience package. Survival points 5. After receiving the reward, Su Yi immediately left the fighting club and headed downstairs. Worried his footsteps might disturb others, he walked very lightly and slowly. Ling Yu was pacing under the window where they had entered, looking somewhat anxious. After all, she didn't know why Su Yi had gone upstairs and was worried he might be discovered by Wang Fong and his group. "Ling Yu, what are you doing here alone?" A voice suddenly rang out, causing Ling Yu's body to stiffen. "Wang Fong, do I need to report to you what I'm doing?" Ling Yu retorted directly. After all, she had already decided to leave, so there was no need to maintain a facade of politeness with Wang Fong. Just as she was about to grab the longbow on her back, Wang Fong and his two subordinates had already drawn their bows and aimed at Ling Yu. "Don't move, or I fear their arrows will pierce your body. You want to run? Why? Can't you stay with me? I can protect you." Wang Fong didn't understand why Ling Yu wanted to run. He thought he hadn't revealed any flaws that might scare her. "Protect me? You just want to have your way with me. Stop saying it so nicely." Ling Yu glared at Wang Fong, knowing she no longer had a chance to grab an arrow. "I've liked you for a long time. Everyone in school knows. Yes, I'm lusting after your body. But isn't that normal because I like you?" Wang Fong's face twisted with a sinister smile as he approached Ling Yu. "Ling Yu, the world has changed. Outside are man-eating monsters. Stay with me, and I will protect you, treat you well, give you the best things." As he spoke, Wang Fong moved closer to Ling Yu. He couldn't let her escape. He wanted to possess her. This time, he decided to use violent means. Once a woman is conquered in certain ways, it becomes easy to win her heart. If Ling Yu stayed, he would be willing to spend some time slowly winning her over. Unfortunately, he could only resort to the most direct and brutal methods now. The monsters outside eat people. Don't you eat people too? Ling Yu took 2 steps back. She was waiting for Su Yi to appear. After all, Su Yi had told her to wait for him downstairs. He should be arriving soon. These people were definitely no match for Su Yi. Wang Fong's body stiffened, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. How do you know? This was their secret, one they dared not reveal to Ling Yu. Yes, we've eaten some flesh, but we didn't kill anyone. She committed suicide. We just did it to survive. Should we all starve to death here? Wang Fong's face grew grotesque as he lunged at Ling Yu. She knew this secret. He would either force her to eat human flesh or tame her like the other girls. Wang Fong now only wanted to capture Ling Yu, tie her up, and possess her body. Crouch down. Suddenly, Su Yi's voice echoed through the hall. Ling Yu instantly reacted and crouched down. A bolt shot through Wang Fong's neck with a whoosh. Wang Fong clutched his neck, making a choking sound. His 2 underlings quickly turned around and saw someone charging at them. They immediately shot their arrows at Su Yi. But Su Yi suddenly slid to evade the arrows and knocked one person down. When the other person tried to draw their bow, Su Yi struck their stomach, causing them to scream in pain. Su Yi then punched the person in the head and seized their bow. Quick, jump out the window. The infected will soon smell the blood. Su Yi saw Ling Yu pick up his crossbow and immediately reminded her. Chapter 13. Am I not tempted? Without saying a word, Ling Yu climbed onto the concrete base, threw her bow outside, and then jumped out. After knocking down the other person, Su Yi took their quiver and bow, including Wang Fong's longbow and quiver, and stored them all in his storage space. Su Yi, hurry up, infected are coming. Ling Yu urged as she got into the car. Su Yi quickly climbed out and dove into the vehicle. As soon as he got in, Ling Yu stepped on the gas and accelerated toward the wall. They actually eat human flesh. It's terrifying. Thankfully, we escaped. Ling Yu felt a lingering fear. Just thinking about Wang Fong's horrifying face sent shivers down her spine. Su Yi, thank you. You saved me again. If it weren't for you, I would have been caught by that beast. That kind of cannibalistic pervert deserves to die. Su Yi felt that as a human being, one still needs to have a bottom line. Eating one's own kind is no different from beasts. The first time he killed someone, Su Yi was actually quite terrified. Everything fell off. His mind kept replaying the scene of the crossbow arrow piercing Wang Fong's neck, blood spraying everywhere. After Wang Fong fell, his body continued to convulse. These images kept assaulting him. Su Yi, get out of the car, hurry up. Ling Yu parked the car behind the wall and got out, only to find Su Yi still dazed inside. She called out once. Infected individuals were already approaching from this direction, and under the moonlight, she couldn't see clearly. She was worried there might be hidden infected nearby. Su Yi heard Ling Yu shout and finally reacted. After getting out of the car, Su Yi jumped onto the hood and quickly climbed up the wall. On the other side of the wall was the river. Come up. Su Yi reached out his hand to Ling Yu and pulled her up. There were some sharp stainless steel pipes sticking out on top of the wall, which could easily cause injury if one wasn't careful. With Su Yi's help, Ling Yu also climbed up onto the wall. Should we jump into the river now, or wait until dawn? Ling Yu glanced at Su Yi, seeking his opinion. She felt that her strength was much weaker compared to Su Yi's, so she naturally should follow his lead. Let's wait until dawn. The situation in the river is still quite complicated. Those timid trash in the gym definitely won't dare to come out. As long as we aren't attacked by the infected, we'll be safe. Su Yi thought it was more dangerous to jump into the river now. If they didn't choose the right spot and got hurt when jumping down, it would be troublesome. If they accidentally broke a bone, that would be life-threatening. It takes 100 days to recover from a fracture. This is the apocalypse after all. If their mobility was limited, it would be too hard to survive. Su Yi, will animals also be infected by the virus and turn into infected beings? Ling Yu turned to glance at the river behind her, asking with some concern. They probably won't, right? Su Yi said a bit uncertainly. Who knows if animals could be infected or mutated? Regardless of whether they could or not, there was no choice now. Anyway, as long as something threatens his life, Suthi would not hesitate to eliminate it. I wonder if any of us humans will mutate and gain superpowers. Movies and novels often describe the apocalypse this way. Looking at the infected slowly approaching, Ling Yu especially wished she had extraordinary powers. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Suthi couldn't help but touch his nose. Although he wasn't a mutant or anything, he had obtained a system, which was even more powerful than superpowers. Of course, I know this is actually a form of hope when humanity feels powerless in the face of the apocalypse. But right now, I really wish I could have that kind of extraordinary ability. That way, I could survive in this world. Ling Yu looked up at the moon in the sky. Experiencing what happened with Wang Feng made her realize even more that relying on oneself is the most reliable. People's hearts are hard to read, too difficult to guess. Moreover, not only is it hard to trust others, but others also can't fully trust themselves. Just like Su Yi, he has always been wary of her, right? Actually, the infected beings in their current state were not particularly scary. They were still quite easy to deal with. Su Yi looked at the infected below and felt they were no longer that terrifying. Ling Yu rolled her eyes and said, "For you, Master Fan Shui, it's easy. But for others, it's a different story. Not everyone can easily cut off an infected's neck with one strike. Even with targeted training, it's not something that can be achieved in a short time. You're getting cocky." Su Yi awkwardly touched the back of his neck. After all, he had injected a body-enhancing serum. Now, in terms of strength, speed, reaction ability, and so on, he was much stronger than an ordinary human. With such strength, the infected were indeed not that scary for him. However, it was completely different for ordinary people. Killing an infected might require several strikes to sever its neck. If they hadn't severed it yet, another infected might pounce and pierce your chest. Is that easy? That's why Ling Yu had such a complaint. She was sure that even an average SWAT officer might not be able to do what Su Yi did so easily. After a moment of silence, Su Yi took out a cigarette and lit it. After all, there was nothing to do while squatting here. The infected below hadn't left yet. Otherwise, the two of them could have returned to the car and waited until dawn to leave. Just as he lit it, Ling Yu snatched the cigarette away. She took a puff and coughed twice, causing 5 or 6 infected below to get excited and try to climb up to eat the two of them. Unfortunately, they couldn't climb walls. "If you can't do it, don't waste it. My cigarette has been ruined by those beasts." Saying this, Su Yi snatched the cigarette back and put it in his mouth. Ling Yu's face flushed, and she couldn't help but think of the moment in the gym when Su Yi covered her mouth. At that time, the two were very close, like a pair of intimate lovers. She had never had such an experience with a boy before. "Su Yi, if I keep following you, would you agree?" Ling Yu suddenly spoke up. Su Yi was taken aback for a moment and tilted his head. He noticed that Ling Yu's curves were particularly enticing as she squatted. "Aren't you going to look for your aunt and family anymore?" Su Yi blew out a smoke ring, pondering Ling Yu's suggestion. Was he attracted to this woman's body? Of course he was. Not only was she beautiful, but her skin was also exceptionally good, and her figure was top-notch. Her title as the school flower was universally recognized. Not just something a few boys had whimsically decided. There were countless boys in school who were attracted to her. Usually, when boys saw her, they couldn't help but feel a desire, and Su Yi was no exception. But being attracted was one thing. Everyone knew that Ling Yu was hard to pursue. As difficult as an ordinary person trying to court a top-tier celebrity, something that could only be realized in dreams. Now, her asking this question was almost like giving Su Yi a chance to realize that dream. So, he was really a bit moved. Chapter 14 received new information. Ling Yu sighed and twisted her perky hips. Squatting for too long made her legs numb. Of course, I have to look for them. However, I'm worried that something has happened to them. If nothing had happened, they should have sent someone to rescue me, but it's already been 8 days. This sudden upheaval came too unexpectedly, without any warning. People around her could suddenly turn into infected beings. Perhaps they have already become infected. Although Ling Yu was very reluctant to admit it, reason told her that this was very likely. After all, she was the only daughter in her family, and her father had a group of capable bodyguards around him. If nothing had happened, it would be impossible for them not to send someone to look for her, right? It had already been 8 days, all within the same city. Although the school's location was in the suburbs, it should be easy to reach her school through the river, right? Unless something went wrong. With 60 of the global population turning into infected beings, she didn't think her parents wouldn't become infected. Her aunt also didn't mention her parents in the message she sent, which likely meant something had happened to them. However, having just experienced a near-death situation made Lingyu open up a bit more about certain things. So, she wanted to hold on to Su Yi's thigh tightly. Following Su Yi made her feel secure and safe. Su Yi flicked the cigarette, but away, and brought his gaze back from a distance. He wouldn't stay in one place for too long, as signing in required going to new locations. He couldn't stay in one area for too long. Signing in at ordinary places is too wasteful. In this city, he might not even stay for a year. If he wants to get stronger, he has to run to every corner of the city, looking for suitable places to sign in. You can follow me for a while, because I want to travel to every place in the country, but I can't keep bringing you along. Travel all over the country? Are you serious? Lingyu blinked and looked at Su Yi with a puzzled expression. Seeing Su Yi nodding at her, Lingyu didn't know how to respond. Brother, it's the end of the world now. There are over 4 billion infected people scattered across the globe, and you're saying you want to travel everywhere? Are you crazy? But when she looked at Su Yi's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. He was very serious. Now that it's the end of the world, wanting to restore things to how they used to be, where you could just sit at home and see other places, is no longer possible. Anyway, since it's already the end of the world, one has to live a little more freely. God knows which will come first, accidents or tomorrow. I haven't even traveled through our country's beautiful mountains and rivers. Now I can go wherever I want without needing a ticket. Isn't that pretty good? The more Su Yi thought about it, the better he felt. He wondered if signing in at places like Wudong Mountain, Shaolin Temple, and Longhu Mountain would grant him some incredible martial arts skills. Su Yi, is my charm so small? Lingyu felt a bit displeased. Small? Su Yi turned to look at her. It's very big, not small at all. Seeing where Su Yi's gaze landed, Lingyu's face instantly turned red. Then, why did you reject me? Don't you want to? After saying that, Lingyu felt she had almost socially died. She actually said such bold and shameless words. Su Yi suddenly leaned closer to Lingyu, startling her, and she almost fell down. What are you doing? Lingyu panicked, her heart racing. Doing what? Of course. It's really tempting. Su Yi looked at Lingyu under the moonlight, her face slightly flushed, looking exceptionally alluring. He was indeed tempted, but for now, he could only think about it. There were still infected people below, wanting to eat their hearts and brains. Su Yi's teasing made Lingyu too embarrassed to speak. She now felt awkward and just wanted to hide underwater. She naturally understood Su Yi's intentions. After a while, Lingyu gradually regained her composure. Her eyes filled with more determination. It's already the end of the world. Do we still need to live like before? Just like Su Yi said, who knows which will come first, accidents or tomorrow? Live freely, leave no regrets, and maintain a bottom line. After coming to this realization, Lingyu boldly glanced at Su Yi. To be fair, Su Yi was quite handsome, though a bit delicate. However, the strength and ability he displayed had nothing to do with his delicacy, because she had developed feelings for Su Yi and felt grateful. Lingyu found him even more attractive. Additionally, he had an air of mystery about him, making him even more appealing. The more she looked, the more she felt her heart flutter. Who says only men are attracted to women? Women can also be attracted to the men who make their hearts race. At that moment, Lingyu found herself a bit tempted by Su Yi. Su Yi, they've left. Seems like they were lured away. Lingyu noticed that the infected people below seemed to have caught a scent and suddenly turned towards the gymnasium. Su Yi naturally saw it too and casually said, maybe they smelled blood. There might be infighting over there, or someone might have dealt with Wang Feng's body. In any case, it's a good thing that those infected left. They can hide back in the car and leave when it gets light. Otherwise, squatting on the wall all night wouldn't be pleasant. After about 10 minutes, Su Yi jumped onto the roof of the car and then back to the ground. You should sleep for a while. I'll keep watch. Su Yi told Lingyu, then took out his phone and started charging it. Since they were going to abandon the car anyway, it didn't matter if the battery ran out. After seeing this, Lingyu quickly took out her own phone. I actually forgot that I could charge my phone in the car. I'm really so silly. Seeing Lingyu complain about herself, Su Yi couldn't help but smile. Actually, this is quite normal. The world has changed dramatically, causing life to deviate from its original track. It's perfectly normal to not react immediately. When she saw the charging symbol light up on her phone, Ling Yu couldn't sleep anymore. Nowadays, many mobile phone base stations run on solar power and can maintain low-power operations. Making calls might not work, but it's very likely that she could receive messages. 2 minutes later, Ling Yu's phone turned on. Beep, beep, beep. I receive a message. It might be from my aunt. Ling Yu suddenly perked up. However, she didn't shout too loudly. She still had some sense of caution. He was also curious about what message Ling Yu had received. While turning on his phone, Ling Yu had already opened the text message. She quickly scanned it. There were 3 messages in total, all with the same content. So, she handed her phone to Su Yi to let him see the message. After seeing it, Su Yi's expression changed, because it revealed a new crisis. Chapter 15. Someone set a trap to catch people. Animals have mutated and are much stronger than the infected. Su Yi, can we still walk through the river? Ling Yu frowned, becoming worried. Didn't it say that only a small number of animals had mutated? Don't panic. Besides, the survivor camp is still expanding. Right at the city government. We can still go there. Maybe your aunt and family are at the survivor camp. Unlike me, my family is back in my hometown, and I can't contact them anymore. Su Yi is a traveler. How much affection can he have for the parents of this body? Moreover, they are ordinary people, and the probability of them surviving should be very low. If animals have mutated, then humans might mutate too, right? Ling Yu avoided the previous heavy topic. After all, her parents might have also turned into infected people. Discussing this topic serves no practical purpose other than to make herself sad. Mutated creatures are now the variables affecting their survival. Theoretically, yes, but who can guarantee that this mutation is a good thing? What if they become very aggressive? Just like those infected? This matter is really hard to say. After all, they haven't mutated themselves, nor have they encountered any mutated humans or animals. Don't think too much. Let's sleep. Tomorrow we still have to travel. Su Yi placed the phone in front of him and reclined the seat. If Ling Yu didn't sleep, he was ready to sleep. For now, the car was still relatively safe. If something really happened, they could start the car and escape immediately. Ling Yu bit her lip and glanced at Su Yi. Is your heart that small? Can you really sleep like this? After looking at her phone for a while, Ling Yu also lay down. There was really nothing else to do. With no network on her phone, she couldn't do anything. Unknowingly, Ling Yu also fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. However, Su Yi was not in the car. Ling Yu immediately panicked, seeing no one in the back seat. She quickly got out of the car to look for Su Yi. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Su Yi on the wall. Just now, she was really worried that Su Yi had abandoned her, leaving her to face this terrifying world alone. Let's get ready to set off and see what else can be used in your car. Saying this, Su Yi jumped down and prepared to look for some supplies. After searching around, Su Yi found 2 bottles of water and a bottle of car perfume. One could only say that Ling Yu's car was too clean. There were hardly any miscellaneous items. 2 people climbed over the wall and, after walking a short distance down, they jumped into a pool in the river. Then, they floated downstream. The river was deep enough so they could still drift along. However, the river water was heavily polluted and had a foul smell. But in order to escape, they had no choice but to endure it. With their mouths closed and heads tilted back, they tried their best to avoid getting water in their mouths. They successfully floated for more than half an hour before stopping urgently, because in front of them was a large group of infected, completely blocking the river. Su Yi, how could there be so many infected in the river? What should we do now? Ling Yu grabbed Su Yi's arm, looking around for a place to climb. Su Yi turned his head and moved upwards. There was a section with stone steps leading up to the riverbank. The riverbank here was poured with concrete, making it very difficult to climb out without a ladder or rope. Hurry up, they've already spotted us, Su Yi urged. As for why those infected appeared in the river, it was either something in the river attracted them or someone had thrown them into the river. The former was acceptable, but the latter was not good. Not many normal people would throw large groups of infected into the river. After all, everyone avoided them. So how could anyone actively provoke them and then toss them into the river? The resistance in the water affected not only Su Yi and Ling Yu, but also those infected. The 2 reached the stone steps and quickly climbed up. Just as they got up, Su Yi's expression changed. 2 people emerged from the alley, both holding modified nail guns, directly aiming at Su Yi and Ling Yu. Wow, it's amazing. There are indeed survivors coming out of the river. Hee hee, looks like they're college students. This girl is so beautiful, much prettier than the ones we've caught before. TSK, TSK, what a great figure. I really want to grab her. The two looked at Ling Yu lewdly, as her clothes were soaked and clung to her body, outlining her alluring figure completely. One of them shook his nail gun and said viciously, "Kid, raise your hands, don't move. This is a gun, a deadly one. If you don't want to die, be obedient. If you're sensible, you can join us. There's meat to eat and women to play with, you know." He really didn't expect that someone had set a trap here to catch people. He could be 100% sure that they wanted women, not men. If they really wanted to recruit him, they wouldn't say such insulting things about Ling Yu in front of him. Once they got to their camp, they would probably kill him. He and Ling Yu were together. How could he allow them to toy with Ling Yu and still join them? Anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't believe their words. Moreover, they said joining them meant having meat to eat. They probably meant eating their own kind, right? Toy with the women until they were dead and then eat them? These people were more terrifying and disgusting than the infected. How could he let these beasts threaten him? While raising his hands, he pleaded, "Big brother, I have chocolate. I can give it to you. Just let my girlfriend go. Take it out. Quickly take out the chocolate." One of them became ecstatic, reaching out his hand towards Su Yi. At the same time, he moved closer, pressing the gun against Su Yi's head. "Okay, I'm getting it," he said as he pulled chocolate from his storage space and took it out of his pocket. Seeing the chocolate, the man's eyes lit up. Just as he reached out to snatch it, Yi swung his other hand holding the machete upwards, directly chopping off the man's hand. The speed was incredibly fast. Before the other man could react, Yi had already swung the knife toward his arm. It was clean and swift. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering all over Ling Yu. One of the men let out a scream, while the other was already silent, covering his neck with one hand, trying to stop the blood from gushing out. Chapter 16. Su Yi's decisiveness. Ling Yu was completely stunned. She didn't expect Su Yi's counterattack to be so quick and so bloody. Seeing such a scene, her mind went blank. "Pick up the gun. Let's go," Yi shouted after chopping down the man who tried to escape. Only then did Ling Yu react. Her face pale as she glanced at the severed hand on the ground, suppressing the urge to vomit, and then went to pick up the two nail guns. Yi was searching their body for bullets, as having just the guns was meaningless. After searching around, he found a total of 9 bullets and dozens of nails. The bullets were too few, and Yi felt a bit disappointed. "Let us go this way." Yi took a gun from Ling Yu's hand and dashed upwards. They hadn't run for a few minutes when a group of people appeared behind them. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired from behind, but neither Yi nor Ling Yu was hit. Yi spotted an alley and decisively pulled Ling Yu into it. This area was an urban village, with densely built houses, making the terrain quite complicated. Since both of them were covered in blood, the infected caught the scent of blood. "Give me the gun. Take off your coat, hurry." Yi saw 2 infected ahead and raised his gun to shoot. Bang! 1 shot to the head. Yi had gained archery experience, so his shooting accuracy was quite high. The other infected was close, less than 5 meters away. Otherwise, with this minimally modified nail gun, it would have been impossible to achieve a headshot. After firing 1 bullet, he needed to reload, but Yi didn't reload. Instead, he took the other gun that Ling Yu passed him. Bang! Another shot, and he killed the other infected as well. Ling Yu had already taken off her blood-soaked clothes and wiped her face with it, removing some of the bloodstains. Just as she was about to throw it away, Yi grabbed it. He tossed the clothes onto the corpse of the infected and directly dashed into the alley where the infected had just appeared. "Here, the door is open. Let's go upstairs." Yi happily discovered that one of the houses had its door open. Without saying a word, he charged in. Ling Yu followed and decisively closed the door behind them, because there were still people chasing them. Just as the door closed, they heard voices outside. "Keep chasing. We must kill those too. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't help. I must kill those too. Boss, they left their clothes here. They must be trying to lure the zombies. But I don't know where they hid. Search house by house. Kill the men, leave the women to be toyed with." Hearing them leave, Yi decisively locked the door. The first floor was a hall with 3 electric bikes parked and some items piled up. Yi handed both nail guns to Ling Yu because using a gun would directly expose their location. Holding the machete, Yi headed for the second floor. This house was not large, only about 50 to 60 square meters, with 2 rooms on the first floor. There shouldn't be any infected in the house. Otherwise, they would definitely smell the blood on Su, Yi, and Lingyu. When they reached the second floor, Su Yi saw that the doors to both rooms had been forced open. Taking a look, both were bedrooms that had already been ransacked, clothes scattered everywhere, and nothing of value in sight. I'm not sure if it was the people chasing them who did this. Su Yi went up to the third floor and found the situation was the same. This building has a total of 6.5 floors, all of which have been ransacked, leaving no food behind. The half-floor balcony serves as the kitchen, which has 3 stoves and 3 refrigerators. Unfortunately, the refrigerators had already been emptied, and there were only a few scattered grains of rice left in the kitchen. Nothing else remained. Su Yi, what should we do now? Those people are still looking for us, and there's no food here, Lingyu said anxiously. After all their food had been taken by Wang Feng and his people, and they hadn't grabbed any food when they escaped. Don't worry, the houses here are very close together. We can jump from the balcony to other houses to search for food, Su Yi reassured Lingyu, and then headed downstairs. We smell of blood. Let's find some clothes first, then take a shower to wash it off. Lingyu nodded, and images of Su Yi attacking people flashed in her mind, making her stomach churn. However, she didn't vomit because she knew she had to adapt to this situation. Otherwise, it would endanger herself and others. After the two of them went downstairs, Su Yi opened one of the rooms on the 6th floor. The room had a strong two-dimensional style, filled with many figurines. This room was relatively undamaged. The door hadn't been forced open. A rack was filled with various clothes, and the walls were adorned with photos of the clothes owner. The photos were beautifully taken, with excellent editing skills. It was indeed a girl's room, and the wardrobe was filled with normal clothes. Lingyu, you can find some clothes to wear here. I'll go downstairs to look for clothes to shower in. There was a bathroom just outside the room, and each floor had one except for the first. Su Yi reached the 5th floor and found a thicker set of clothes in a large room, since it had started to cool down and New Year's was approaching. Fortunately, the building had solar water heaters, so Su Yi and Lingyu took a comfortable hot shower, washing away the smell of blood and the stench from the river. After changing clothes, Su Yi picked up one of the nail guns. There was almost no modification, so its power was actually quite average. Su Yi's mind shifted, and words appeared before him. You can use 20 survival points to upgrade it to a standard pistol. 20 points just to upgrade to a standard pistol? Su Yi frowned. This was too wasteful of survival points. After all, it required bullets. There were only 9 left, and it needed to be used with nails. Upgrading it was pointless. Even if he had 20 points, he wouldn't waste them on this, especially since he currently had 3 survival points. After loading the bullets and nails, Su Yi prepared to store them in his storage space. He hesitated over whether to take out 2 buckets of instant noodles that he hadn't eaten the night before. Taking them out would expose his storage space, which was his secret. He didn't want to reveal it to anyone. Not to mention that Lingyu wasn't even his woman yet. Even if she were, Su Yi wouldn't disclose the existence of his storage space. Human nature can't withstand temptation. And Su Yi didn't want to be set up. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard Lingyu calling him in a low voice. Come. Su Yi put down the 2 nail guns. Lingyu pushed the door open, wrapped in a bath towel. The towel had a pattern of 2 anime girls kissing. Is she trying to tempt me? Miss, there are still people looking for us outside. There's no time for romance right now. Su Yi, I found food. A lot of food. Lingyu excitedly ran to Su Yi's side, reaching out to pull him. Since Su Yi was sitting on the floor, Lingyu had to bend down to grab him. In bending down, she inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her fair skin. Very large, very pink, very tempting. Su Yi couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling a bit hot. He thought Lingyu must be doing it on purpose. Even if you're excited, isn't there enough time to put on clothes first? However, it wasn't the right time for a deeper conversation, so Su Yi pushed those thoughts aside. You should go change into some clothes. It's good that we have food. I'll look for a backpack, Su Yi said, tucking the gun into his lower back and then starting to search for a backpack. Sneaking a glance at Lingyu? That wouldn't do. Her legs were particularly long. While others could wrap a towel around their knees, hers only reached halfway up her thighs. Additionally, her skin was especially fair, with a pinkish hue. Her legs were particularly straight, the kind that would be hard to resist. Lingyu bit her lip, her face flushing red. She didn't expect Su Yi to have such self-control. However, this only strengthened her resolve to win him over. A man like him, if she didn't grab him, someone else might. She turned around and cheerfully walked upstairs. Su Yi's attitude was clear to her. As long as the timing was right, she could push him down. Thinking about pushing Su Yi down excited her, and she felt her heart racing and her body becoming warm. Back upstairs, Ling Yu glanced at the two large drawers pulled out from under the bed. They were all filled with instant noodles from around the world, different brands. Packaged, bucket, boxed. Everything was there. It was practically an instant noodle store. It could be said that the girl living here, well, she might also be a cross-dresser. In any case, she must really love instant noodles to collect various brands and flavors from around the world. She had roughly counted at least 30 different kinds. She found a new pair of stockings and some sexy lingerie. Inside should be sexy, while outside should be plain. Being beautiful and well-dressed outside could easily attract trouble. She also found a lightweight ski suit, which not only kept her warm, but was also particularly convenient. Its fabric was waterproof and windproof. She didn't even close the door, showing no concern that Su Yi might suddenly barge in. Perhaps she was even hoping he would. Unfortunately, Su Yi didn't do that. He searched several rooms and found 3 backpacks before heading back to the 6th floor. Su, what do you think of this outfit? It's a costume from Assassin's Creed, and it's made quite well. Do you want to wear it? Ling Yu excitedly showed him an outfit. Su Yi glanced at her and couldn't help but say, "Do I look like a middle schooler?" He was a traveler, not the original owner. How could he wear this outfit outside? I think it looks cool. And you're handsome too. You'll definitely look good in it. Why not try it on? Ling Yu believed Su Yi would look particularly good in it. After all, she had a bow to give him, which would make him look even cooler. Let's pack the food in the backpack. We need to be ready to move. Su Yi tossed one backpack to Ling Yu and then walked over to the instant noodles. With so many instant noodles, Su Yi felt much more at ease. He didn't want to waste the opportunity to sign in on food. It would be best to collect a batch of food and store it in his storage space. 1 cubic meter of space could hold quite a bit of food. For one person, it would easily last 10 days to half a month. Unfortunately, there was no electricity. Otherwise, they could just eat instant noodles. The kitchen upstairs has gas cylinders that could be used to boil water or directly cook instant noodles. Su Yi said as he quickly filled his backpack, unlike Ling Yu, who was still picky about flavors. There are gas cylinders? Does that mean there's gas inside? Ling Yu was suddenly surprised. After hearing this, Su Yi couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. However, after a moment's thought, he could understand. After all, the Ling family was very wealthy, and she probably had never seen a gas cylinder before. You go upstairs to check if there are people on the balconies of the other apartments. I'll finish packing this backpack and come up, Su Yi said, handing a nail gun to Ling Yu. Ling Yu nodded and didn't think much of it. Once Ling Yu went upstairs, Su Yi quickly filled another backpack with instant noodles. There was still half a pack of noodles left in the drawer, which Su Yi stored in his storage space. Then, Su Yi carried the 2 backpacks upstairs. I checked. There's no one. Maybe they went to search somewhere else. Ling Yu reported as soon as she saw Su Yi come up. That's good. You keep an eye out. And I'll cook the noodles, Su Yi replied, bringing a few extra packs of noodles with him. He hadn't eaten dinner the night before and was already hungry. Ling Yu was slightly better off. She just hadn't eaten breakfast yet. A pot of delicious noodles was ready in just over 10 minutes. It smelled so good that it was the first time Ling Yu thought instant noodles could be this fragrant. She swallowed hard. She had been craving food for a while. When a person is hungry, anything tastes delicious. Su Yi served a large bowl of noodles to Ling Yu. Although she had been eating something these past 2 days, she was still looking a bit gaunt. Half an hour later, both Su Yi and Ling Yu had devoured the entire pot of noodles. Su Yi realized his appetite had increased significantly, eating the equivalent of 2 meals in one sitting. He suspected it might be due to the body-enhancing agent he had injected. After all, with greater strength came greater consumption. With increased consumption, the energy needed for replenishment also rose. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, both of their phones rang. Text messages. Su Yi and Ling Yu promptly took out their phones to check the new messages. Attention, all survivors. Do not consume the flesh of infected individuals. Eating it will result in transformation into an infected. Shelter number 1 in Yintian City is open to all survivors. You are welcome to join us in fighting against the disaster. The address is the original city government location. Upon reading the content of the message, Sui couldn't help but frown. People actually ate the flesh of the infected? That meat was already blackened and looked severely dehydrated. How could anyone dare to eat the flesh of the infected? Didn't they fear becoming infected themselves? Chapter 18. Have you ever thought about taking underlings? With mixed emotions, Sui set his phone to vibrate and put it away. It was clear that the camp had discovered that someone was consuming the flesh of the infected and found that those who did so had transformed into infected. Perhaps many people had done this. He wondered if the flesh of mutated animals was also unsafe to eat. Sui mumbled to himself. He had originally thought that if he hunted mutated animals in the future, he would try consuming their flesh. But after receiving this text message, he no longer dared to try it easily, unless he was sure it wouldn't have side effects. Are we taking a break and leaving now? We're staying here for the night. Ling Yu also set her phone to vibrate, although the battery could only last 3 to 5 days. Did you see that signal tower over there? Sui walked to the balcony and pointed to a signal tower on a distant balcony. I see it. Are you thinking of? Ling Yu paused and then said, the solar power supply module? She recalled that Sui had brought up a toolbox earlier and guessed that he intended to dismantle something. Sui snapped his fingers and smiled. Smart. That thing will be useful for us. With it, our phones can keep charging. The distance to the camp is still far, and the journey may not be safe. We need to continuously receive information. Otherwise, we might miss some crucial intel. Ling Yu walked over to Sui's side and took a deep breath. If it's really too far, we could just find a relatively suitable place to stay. Right now, there are fewer people and more supplies, so it should be easy for us to gather enough food for a few months. Ling Yu felt that relying on each other, they should be able to survive without too much difficulty. Sui was strong, and the weaknesses of the infected were quite evident. Besides, since the infected also needed to eat, they would likely die if they went hungry, right? Maybe in a few months, many infected would starve to death. By then, they would be safe. Sui shook his head upon hearing Ling Yu's words. You're being too optimistic. You're simplifying this global disaster. From a moment Sui received the information about the mutated animals, he knew that returning to the way things were before the apocalypse was no longer possible. However, he felt it unnecessary to dampen Ling Yu's spirits, as doing so would only affect her mindset. If she were to break down mentally, it would be good for Sui either. Having gone through several life and death situations, they had gradually built some trust. Naturally, Sui hoped Ling Yu could live well. In life, one cannot go without friends. The world had collapsed, and both friendship and love needed to be rebuilt. Sui also longed for family, but his father was not in this city. He was in a small county in another province. Of course, Sui would definitely return home. If his parents were still alive, he would ensure they lived a life without worries. Let's go. Put on your backpack and be careful. I'll go first. If everything is okay, you can toss this backpack over, Sui said, putting on his backpack and handing the third one to Ling Yu. He climbed onto the railing and jumped onto the opposite balcony. The distance was only a little over a meter, so it was easy to jump over. The houses here were all like this with no obstacles. After jumping onto the opposite balcony, Sui checked the situation there. Ling Yu tossed the third backpack to Sui and then jumped over. When Sui jumped to the third house, an infected person suddenly rushed out. It seemed to have been trapped on the balcony. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stayed there for so long. Sui rushed forward and knocked it to the ground, then decapitated it. Infected individuals could only be killed by decapitation or by destroying the central nervous system of their brains. After dealing with the infected, Sui asked Ling Yu to toss the backpack over. Just like that, the two of them kept moving across the balconies until they finally reached the one with the signal tower. Once they arrived, Sui first checked the area to ensure it was safe before taking out the nail gun, bullets, and nails. He demonstrated how to load the bullets and nails, then handed them all to Ling Yu. You guard the door to prevent anyone from sneaking up on us from the stairs. Ling Yu nodded and replied seriously, rest assured, I'll block the entrance and let anyone come up. After saying that, Ling Yu took off her backpack. She still had her bow and arrows on her, which could be used to attack enemies. Normally, they shouldn't discover us unless they happen to search this building or see us from other balconies. Sui said while opening the toolbox. Another possibility is that their lair is in this building. If we're that unlucky, there's nothing more to say. The solar panel was quite large, but fortunately, it was made of flexible material and could be rolled up. Otherwise, it would be difficult to carry away. The solar panel was connected to a storage battery, which was a graphene battery. The battery looked like the outdoor 220 mobile power supplies on Earth, a black box. The battery technology in this world was more advanced, with a larger capacity and multiple output voltage modes. Before the apocalypse, stealing this kind of battery would result in a 5-year sentence. Now, no one is watching Sue-E. If he can take them, he could dismantle all 4 sets of batteries here. Soon, Sue-E had taken down 2 sets. One set was naturally stored in his storage space. Although it took up some space, Sue-E felt it was worth it. The instant noodles were not fully packed anyway, so there was just enough room for a set of batteries. Throughout this process, Ling-Yu kept an eye on the stairway, so she didn't notice Sue-E putting a set into his storage space. Sue-E walked over to Ling-Yu, put down his things, and said, "It's done. Let's find a suitable way to leave." "Are we leaving now? Other places might not be safe, either. There could be people like that who kill their own kind. It's too far from here to the city, and we are too weak." "Sue-E, haven't you thought about gathering some followers? Those trash can do it. Why can't you? If we had a team and weapons, it would be much easier to go to the city." Ling-Yu felt that leaving now was still too risky, and with just the 2 of them, they couldn't possibly confront others. If there were dozens of people, it would be completely different. Additionally, traveling together to the official shelter should be attractive to many people. Many might not even know that phones could still receive messages or that the government had already established shelters. If they knew, they would likely band together and head to the shelters. Chapter 19. Discovering a survival artifact, Sue-E admitted that Ling-Yu made a lot of sense. If they banded together to go to the government, many people would join in. The government still had a degree of credibility, and most people were willing to believe in it. Sue-E was powerful. If he showed a bit more ferocity, he could indeed intimidate others. Those who gathered followers did so by using strength, food, or women to attract them. Of course, some used faith and brainwashing. In chaotic times, various twisted ideologies easily proliferate and can easily sway people's hearts. To be honest, I'm not interested in these things. I find socializing a bit tedious, let alone managing a group of people. However, I think it will be possible to gather a group to head to the shelter. He needed to check in at different locations, and this place was clearly not suitable. At least, Sue-E did not see any valuable buildings. Ordinary residential buildings and street shops were just typical eateries and clothing stores. Checking in at these places was simply a waste of the daily check-in opportunity that only increased once a day. Currently, Sue-E still needed to wait 5 more days to complete 10 check-ins. At that time, he would be able to earn 2 check-in opportunities daily, providing more choices. "Well, if you find it troublesome, you can leave the management of the personnel to me. Just focus on me," Ling-Yu said, throwing Sue-E a flirtatious glance. She felt that having weapons and followers would make her feel more secure. The infected outside were indeed not hard to kill, as long as suitable weapons were made. They could be taken down. The infected had almost no intelligence and followed their instincts. A bit of blood could lure them into a design trap. The most terrifying thing, on the contrary, was humanity itself. Whether in the gym or here, the crises were caused by humans. It must be said, it's really ironic. First, we should deal with the leader of these people, then recruit them. Sue-E made a decision. Since the people here wanted to kill him, he must strike back. Being bullied and just retracting like a turtle was not Sue-Yi's style. Hearing Sue-Yi's decision, Ling-Yu instantly became happy and said indignantly, "Good. Those people dare to set traps to harm others. They might have already caught many girls using similar methods. So, their leaders deserve to die." Ling-Yu inherently had a sense of justice, especially against those who bullied the weak. Back in school, she loved standing up for the oppressed. Because her family was wealthy and powerful, no one dared to challenge her when she stood up for those being bullied. Previously, she relied on her parents' power to help others. Now, she could rely entirely on her own strength to help others, which made her eager to try. Sue-E turned to look at Ling-Yu and said, "You stay here and observe, be careful. I'll go downstairs to see if there's anything useful." Ling-Yu nodded and handed one of her guns to Sue-E, but he shook his head in refusal. Ling-Yu took off her hunting bow and set it aside, then walked to the edge of the window. She didn't recklessly stick her head out to look, but listened first. If there were people searching nearby, there would definitely be some noise. Seeing Ling use cautious demeanor, Su Yi was satisfied and turned to go downstairs, preparing to gather some supplies to deal with that group. As he descended the stairs, Su Yi took out his crossbow, loaded an arrow, and then proceeded downstairs. It wasn't easy to find their camp during the day, but it would be easier at night. They might not have power generation equipment, but it was unlikely they wouldn't have a fire. As long as there was light, it would be easier to spot them. After going downstairs, Su Yi heard some noise coming from a room. The door was locked from the inside, and there were bloodstains on the doorknob. Su Yi leaned against the door to listen, then heard a clattering sound. Inside was an infected person trying to get out. Su Yi twisted the doorknob and found it was not locked. So, he put down the crossbow and took out his machete. When he pushed the door, he felt resistance. With force, he pushed it open. Inside, an infected person dressed in men's clothing had already fallen to the ground. It had just turned over to get up when Su Yi's machete came down on it. Its head was severed and fell to the ground, instantly silencing the room. Then, Su Yi began to search. It was clear that this infected person had just bitten another person in the room when the disaster occurred. But the bitten person had managed to escape, locking the infected one inside. This also meant that the room had not been searched by anyone and might contain valuable items. This was a small suite, about 50 square meters. The small living room was also the dining area, and it was quite messy, with broken bowls and shattered glass on the floor, and the table had been overturned. It was evident that there had been a struggle between the infected and the survivors, causing the chaotic scene. Su Yi quickly glanced around and found 2 rooms, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage room. Su Yi walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. A foul smell hit him. Since there was no electricity, everything inside had rotted. Su Yi opened the other cabinets and found a small bag of rice and a few tubes of noodles. These were good finds, and Su Yi moved them to the living room. Then, he entered the bedroom and continued searching. Good stuff. I didn't expect to find a drone. After entering a room, Su Yi discovered an open black box containing a drone. This was the latest model from the best drone brand in this world, Fashion, worth 880,000, a quasi-military gray drone with a 30-kilogram payload and a battery life of 4 hours. In Su Yi's memory, he had seen advertisements for this drone, which was equipped with an intelligent silencing system, making it very quiet during flight. Beyond 5 meters, it would be silent. This person must have just opened the box when the disaster struck, right? Su Yi pulled it out from inside. This Jingshun is actually not that big, just slightly larger than the DJI Mavic 2002 on Earth. With 2 large batteries, it weighs only 18 pounds. This Jingshun has a dual gimbal setup and comes with a fixed lens, supporting up to 3 lenses. Its maximum transmission distance is 15 kilometers. With this device, Su Yi can monitor activities within a 15-kilometer range. This thing is definitely a survival artifact for the apocalypse. With the Jingshun, it will be much easier for Su Yi to find those who set traps. Su Yi didn't expect to be so lucky to stumble upon such a treasure. Chapter 20. Using aerial advantage to ambush opponents after taking out the Jingshun, Su Yi discovered that there were 4 black briefcases at the bottom of the large box. Upon opening them, he found that one contained 4 spare batteries, another held lenses including a thermal imaging lens, and the third was a large folding remote control with a screen much larger than the original integrated screen. The last one wasn't a box, but a charging manager for the unit, ensuring stable charging voltage. It also functions as a power bank, capable of charging 6 batteries 4 times when fully charged. With so many items, a 1 cubic meter space is needed to accommodate them. It is indeed a treasure, but very difficult to carry. The storage space is severely lacking. Su Yi couldn't help but sigh, saying that while this thing is great, it is inconvenient to carry. Even with a team of his own, this device wouldn't be easy to transport. If only he had a smaller one like the DJI Mavic, it would be manageable. Su Yi looked at the Jingshun on the bed and began searching the room. Someone who could spend 80,000 yuan on a Jingshun must be a drone enthusiast, and perhaps he had other drones as well. When he opened a cabinet, he saw a pink high-tech box. On the box, there were wings of the flying god. Wow, this is a rich person. Even the limited edition pink flying dragon is here. The flying dragon is similar to the DJI Mavic 2, but more advanced, and it's currently the flagship product of the flying god. Without hesitation, Sui pulled out the pink flying dragon box. Weighing no more than 10 pounds, it was relatively light. The box is made of pure titanium, which isn't cheap. Therefore, the official price of the limited edition pink flying dragon is 660,000 yuan. Upon opening it, he found a pink drone, 6 batteries, a remote control, a charger, and 2 sets of propellers. The pink flying dragon comes with 2 lenses, 1 fixed thermal imaging lens and 1 detachable high-definition lens. The transmission distance of the pink flying dragon is 8 kilometers, which is quite formidable. While the Jing Shun is hard to carry, the pink flying dragon poses no problem. Sui took the pink flying dragon to the hall and closed the door. He really wanted to take the Jing Shun with him because it was so impressive. Especially if he wanted to venture out on his own in the future, the Jing Shun would be extremely useful. Unfortunately, Sui's storage space was limited. Therefore, he planned to check into the storage room of the small suite at night to see if he could gain some storage space. If possible, he could take the Jing Shun with him. In another room, Sui only found some candies and cola, nothing else of value. This room belonged to a little girl. Finally, Sui entered the storage room. Using his phone for illumination, he prepared to look for anything useful. However, he was disappointed. Inside were just some wine, shoes, ladders, and toolboxes. Sui thought for a moment and cleared everything out because he wanted to check into this place after midnight. What if there was something inside that affected the rewards for checking in? What Sui needed most was storage space, whether for storing the Jing Shun drone or food. Storage space was extremely important. However, while cleaning up, he did find some useful items, power strips and light bulbs, which were still somewhat useful, and Sui collected them. Once he checked into the storage room and gained storage space, he could put them away. After doing all this, Sui took the pink flying dragon to the door and began searching downstairs. Sui found that the entire first floor had already been scavenged by others, and he didn't discover anything valuable. So, he took the pink flying dragon back upstairs. Sui, why are you carrying a pink box? What is it? Ling Yu asked, puzzled. A drone, Sui said as he set the box down and opened it. A drone? That's great. We can use it to find those scum's camps. Ling Yu immediately excitedly leaned over. Yeah, it will be a huge help for us. Sui installed the propellers and batteries. The operation was simple and straightforward. After turning it on, Sui noticed that the battery was still at 80, so it was fully usable. He then pressed the power button on the drone and turned on the remote control. Even though it was a foolproof operation with an intelligent flight system, Sui still planned to practice a bit. The sound was quite loud. Ling Yu had never played with a drone before, so when the pink flying dragon took off, she realized the noise was significant. Sui also noticed that the sound could attract those people. After practicing for a while, Sui gradually got the hang of it. It was indeed easy to operate with an intelligent flight mode. Sui then controlled it to move to another location. Bang! Gunshots rang out downstairs. Sure enough, they had discovered them. Boss, they're up there. They found a drone. Damn it, who told you to shoot? Idiot, if you hadn't shot, we could have snuck up and taken him out. Shut up, you fools. This building, go up. The rest of you rush over there. Sui activated the infrared function and quickly saw how many people were below. There were 9 people in total, and they were moving. Ling Yu crouched next to Sui, almost pressing against him as she eagerly watched the screen in his hand, exclaiming, with this drone, it's fantastic. We can see their movements. Seeing those people crashing into a distant building, Ling Yu teased, these idiots think we're in that house over there. Sui controlled the pink flying dragon to hover above that building and raise the altitude to get a better view. Let us go ambush them from that balcony. Sui handed the remote control to Ling Yu and rushed into the balcony door. After taking out his crossbow, Sui returned to the balcony. Here, use this crossbow and give me your bow. Sui handed the titanium alloy crossbow to Ling Yu. Although Sui had never seen Ling Yu shoot before, she had mentioned that she had only been to the archery club for half a month and hadn't shot much. Therefore, her archery skills were definitely not as good as his. Sui had received an archery experience gift pack and was already quite skilled in archery. Wow, how lucky are you, Sui, to find this? Thank you. Saying this, Ling Yu kissed Sui on the cheek. Hey, this is borrowed, not a gift. Chapter 21. Encountering mutated creatures. Although Sui's storage space still had 3 other bows and some arrows, it was inconvenient to take them out. So, he used Ling Yu's bow. Let's go to that balcony and take out one at a time. After strapping on the quiver, Su-yi jumped to the opposite balcony first. The place was less than 10 meters away from the balcony where the target was located. This distance was enough to shoot those people. They had also brought a nail gun, but it was weak and inaccurate. In Su-yi's view, it was far inferior to the compound bow in his hands, let alone the sniper crossbow that Ling Yu was currently holding. To be honest, Su-yi was really reluctant to give such a good crossbow to Ling Yu. After all, he had spent 30 survival points to upgrade it. The two crouched under the concrete railing of the balcony, watching the footage on the remote control. Soon, shadows appeared on the neighboring balcony. Su-yi made a shooting gesture, then knocked an arrow on the bow and drew it back fully. "I'll shoot the one in red. You pick another one," Su-yi whispered. Ling Yu nodded, biting down on a crossbow bolt in preparation for a swap. She held her crossbow, waiting for Su-yi to stand up. Su-yi quickly rose, aimed, and shot in one smooth motion, like a master archer. After shooting one arrow, Su-yi immediately drew another arrow from the quiver and aimed at another person. Ling Yu's attack was not as swift. She took some time to aim before pulling the trigger. When she hit her target in the head and saw the crossbow bolt almost penetrate through, she noticed that another person beside them had been hit in the back by an arrow. Bang! Bang! As the gunshots rang out, Ling Yu and Su-yi crouched down just in time. However, Su-yi quickly picked up the nail gun from the ground. Just moments ago, Su-yi and Ling Yu had killed two and injured one. The first arrow shot by Su-yi hit its target directly, causing him to fall off the balcony and die instantly. Although the second arrow also hit the back, it seemed not to have struck the heart, so he was still able to turn and shoot. Bang! Bang! Su-yi fired both guns, hitting the target's hearts. The two fell down, their eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. What the hell? Are these even human? In just a moment, 3 kills. Was Ning the legendary Soldier King? Unfortunately, they would never hear the answer. Their chests were instantly stained red, and they fell on the balcony. After finishing his shooting, Su-yi crouched down to reload the bullets and nails. Luckily, the close distance allowed him to kill the remaining 2 people. Ling Yu had already loaded her crossbow bolt. Her fingers were marked red from the bowstring. Through the remote screen, she saw the 2 people on the other side still convulsing and the balcony stained with blood. Ling Yu couldn't help but glance at Su-yi. He was strong. Su-yi was really too strong. Su-yi, you have powers, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for you to be this strong. You've never shot an arrow, yet every shot hits the target. You're just a college student. Even if you were a national defense student, you couldn't be this impressive. I knew it. Humans can mutate too and possess greater strength. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su-yi, as if she was about to strip him bare and ride on him right then and there. Su-yi opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. His performance was indeed impressive, impossible for an ordinary college student to achieve. Yes, I do have certain abilities. Ling Yu immediately pressed her finger against Su-yi's lips and threw him a flirty glance. You don't need to explain. I know you still don't trust me. But as long as someone has a functioning brain, they could figure it out after spending a few days with you. Plus, I don't think you need to hide it. It's the apocalypse now. Strength is everything, your greatest reliance. As long as you show it, others will only admire you and want to cling to you for protection. I know you're worried someone might want to capture you for research, but when you're strong enough, who can take you away? Now, you should showcase your superpowers and quickly gather some followers. As for those with ulterior motives, just smash them to death. Why should you do everything yourself? You can let others handle it. In this apocalypse, there are plenty of people willing to risk their lives for a meal. Ling Yu continued with a long string of words, feeling that Su-yi was too cautious. Caution is not wrong, but it also depends on the situation. Sometimes you need to be aggressive, even exaggerate your strength. Su-yi looked at Ling Yu and had to admit that she had a point. Strength cannot be hidden. After all, his power, speed, and reflexes had already far exceeded those of ordinary people. Indeed, as long as one doesn't have a brain malfunction, they might guess that Su-yi had undergone some mutation and gained extraordinary abilities. It's worth noting that there were mutated infected everywhere outside. It's quite easy to accept that humans can mutate and gain extraordinary powers. When did you start to suspect? Su-yi glanced at Ling Yu's fiery gaze. Just now. I thought you were already impressive. You don't need to doubt it. I'm interested in you because you're strong and can give me a sense of security. Ling Yu openly admitted that she was drawn to Su Yi because of his formidable strength. When you shot that arrow, I realized that you had never handled a hunting bow before, and Wang Fang's little brother also said you lacked archery talent. The only explanation is that you mutated or awakened. Su Yi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had underestimated how simple-minded others could be. However, he was not awakened or mutated. He just had a system. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry made Su Yi feel a chill run down his spine. The sound was too loud, far exceeding what a cat could make. Through the remote control footage, Su Yi saw a black cat the size of a tiger biting one of the corpses on the opposite balcony. Mutated beast. Su Yi's pupils contracted, and he covered Ling Yu's mouth. Ling Yu also saw the footage, and her eyes widened in shock. A cat the size of tiger? The two of them didn't dare to move, cold sweat forming on their backs. This thing was clearly not easy to deal with. Just then, the door of another balcony was kicked open, and several people rushed out from inside. Lao Lu, Xiao Yi, a Bing glasses, where are you? What responded to them was a huge shadow. The black cat crouched its body and leaped towards them, launching an attack at the first opportunity. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots followed, as those people decisively fought back. Chapter 22. Decapitate the mutated cat. But soon, only screams remained. Su Yi and Ling Yu witnessed the entire process, watching as the mutated black cat easily killed those 5 people. The whole process took less than a minute. The 5 were bitten in the neck and clawed open. The mutated black cat also sustained many gunshot wounds, with blood holes all over its body. One of the people possessed a homemade shotgun that sprayed many steel balls, while another had a standard pistol and fired 6 shots, all hitting the mutated black cat. Even so, they couldn't kill the mutated black cat. It was strong, extremely strong. This mutated black cat was stronger than a tiger. If a tiger had been shot with a nail gun, a homemade shotgun, and a standard pistol like that, it would have been knocked down long ago. But the mutated black cat didn't. It killed all those people. It was too brutal. Su Yi and Ling Yu did not dare to move, fearing it would attack them. Although Su Yi had considerable strength, he felt he was still lacking when facing a mutated beast. Perhaps he could luck out and kill it, but he would definitely be severely injured. Now that it was the apocalypse, there was no medical care available. Being severely injured equated to a death sentence. Ling Yu looked at Su Yi, not daring to take any other actions. After all, animals have very sharp hearing and can easily pick up sounds. Su Yi could only see Ling Yu asking him with her eyes what to do next. Su Yi opened his mouth, but didn't make a sound, mouthing the words, "Wait for it to leave. It should leave after it's full. If that doesn't work, they could use a drone to lure it away." Thinking this, Su Yi glanced at the screen. The battery was at 53. If it kept hovering, it might not last long. Su Yi planned to first control it to fly over another balcony, and if they could directly lure the mutated black cat away, that would be even better. As the drone moved, the black cat merely glanced up and then ignored it, continuing to tear at the corpse. Su Yi saw blood flowing continuously from the mutated black cat through the screen, and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. It might bleed out and collapse, right? If it died from blood loss, that would be the best outcome. Soon, under Su Yi's control, the drone hovered above another balcony's cement water tower. From this location, they could still see the mutated black cat. To save battery, Su Yi turned off the HD camera and left the infrared camera on. Using the infrared camera, they could better determine if the mutated black cat had died. As long as its temperature decreased, it would mean it was dead. To this end, Su Yi enabled the temperature measurement function. One must admit, the power of technology is formidable. Given time, perhaps in a decade or so, humans could clear out the infected and mutated beasts, restoring peace to the world. Ling Yu sat next to Su Yi, her head resting on his shoulder, her hands wrapped around his arm. The two looked like a couple. Ling Yu felt particularly safe holding on to Su Yi like this. In the past, she had also fantasized about finding a boyfriend to experience romance, to watch sunrises and sunsets together in beautiful places. However, she never expected to be snuggling with Su Yi in such a situation, with a terrifying mutated black cat behind them that could take their lives at any moment. Yet, Ling Yu wasn't afraid, because Su Yi was by her side. Suddenly, Su Yi restarted the drone. A few minutes ago, after the mutated black cat had eaten its fill, It lay down asleep. Its temperature had only dropped by 3 or 4 degrees, and Sue felt it might indeed hold on. However, unexpectedly, just moments ago, the black cat's temperature began to drop rapidly. So, Sue, you want to test it. If the black cat was really dead, they would be safe and could escape this ordeal. The strength of the mutated beast made Sue reconsider some things. Should he leave in a hurry, or stay here for a few days? He could indeed sign in and needed to sign in at some special places. However, the daily increase of only one sign-in opportunity was too little. Even if he reached some special places now, the number of sign-ins would still be severely insufficient. It would be better to stay and accumulate some sign-in opportunities and survival points. He could also recruit some people to form a small team. Lingyu was right. Others could do the desperate work. As the drone approached, the mutated black cat's temperature continued to drop. It had decreased from an initial 45 degrees to 15 degrees. Such a drastic drop led Sue to believe it was definitely dead. Lingyu had already released Sue Yi's arm, but she didn't move away, still leaning against him, staring at the screen. She also saw the originally red, mutated black cat gradually turning green, its temperature plummeting. Soon, the drone got close to the mutated black cat. When it was just over a meter away, the black cat lifted its head slightly, seemingly wanting to stand up. However, it didn't get up, it just moved a bit. It's dying. It's about to die, Sue thought with great delight. He handed the remote control to Lingyu and took out his machete. Sue, be careful, Lingyu said, holding the remote while aiming her crossbow at the mutated black cat. Sue nodded and jumped to the opposite balcony. He quickly approached the mutated black cat and struck its neck with his machete. The mutated black cat twitched a few times and then ceased all movement. Sue let out a sigh of relief and then struck again, severing the black cat's head completely. Only by completely chopping off its head could Sue feel at ease. Lingyu also came over to this side and glanced at the head of the mutated black cat. She didn't expect that after mutation, a cat could become so large, comparable to a tiger. Lingyu examined the wound and then said, Sue, this meat looks normal and fresh. It should be edible, right? Maybe eating it could enhance my strength? Lingyu wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she have the right to stay by Sue Yi's side. Beauty was the least valuable thing in the apocalypse. Ability and strength held value. Sue definitely wouldn't like a pretty face, as that girl, Lu Ran. In the girls' dormitory was a bit more beautiful than her. Lu Ran was a freshman at their school and also the new generation's campus belle. Lingyu actually knew her, but she didn't mention it at the time. After all, she was too busy taking care of herself to have the ability to save others. Sue had the ability, but he didn't have any feelings for Lu Ran. He didn't try to save her either, only giving her some chips that couldn't be taken away. This further proved that beauty meant nothing to Sue Lingyu didn't want to be abandoned by Sue so she could only become stronger. The corpse of the mutated black cat sparked some ideas in Lingyu. Chapter 23. Crazy Lingyu, that's not necessarily the case. What if eating it turns someone into an infected person or has some other side effects? Sue wouldn't take that risk. This was a mutated beast, not a normal animal. Sue jumped to another balcony and searched for their nail gun, bullets, and nails. Although he couldn't use them, they could be useful for others. Since he wanted to recruit followers, having weapons was essential. Finally, Sue arrived at the corpse with a standard pistol. He was still wearing a bulletproof vest and a blast helmet. However, Sue didn't believe this equipment was his. He guessed it must have been stolen. Without hesitation, Sue removed the bulletproof vest and blast helmet. They were covered in blood and needed to be soaked and cleaned before he could wear them outside. After searching the body, Sue didn't find any bullets. So, the police pistol was no different from scrap metal. There was also a hunting shotgun. Sue noticed the person had some gunpowder and steel balls. However, if mishandled, this stuff could explode, which was also quite dangerous. Unless Sue was willing to use survival points to upgrade. Lingyu, what are you doing? After searching, Sue returned to find Lingyu gnawing on the head of the mutated cat. He immediately drew his machete, aiming it at Lingyu. Have you gone mad? I want to see if eating this meat can make me stronger. That's what all the books say, Lingyu said, chewing the raw meat a few times before swallowing it. Eating raw meat made her want to vomit. However, she held it back, forcing herself to endure it in order to become stronger. You're crazy. Have you forgotten that text message? Do you want to become a monster like the infected? Novels are novels, and reality is reality. You've lost your mind. Ling Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a happy smile. Sui, you care about me. You're concerned about me, right? You have feelings for me, don't you? I want to become stronger. I want to live. Oi, I want to live. If I stay like this, it will be too hard to survive, and I'll only drag you down. Yes, I might become a monster, but I believe my luck isn't that bad. Maybe I can become stronger. You see this meat, it's very fresh, and there's no difference from normal animal meat. The stench is also quite strong. Sui, you should go back first. I'll stay here. If I really turn into a monster, you can kill me. Saying this, Ling Yu raised the cat's head again and then bit into a piece of raw meat. Seeing Ling Yu's manic state, Su Yi's lips moved. However, he didn't say anything. If he didn't have the system, perhaps he would also be like Ling Yu. There are some methods to deal with infected humans, but against mutated beasts, one is truly too weak. Even with a gun, it's hopeless, making one feel desperate. It goes without saying that Ling Yu is stimulated. System. Can the meat of this mutated creature be eaten? Su Yi thought to himself, hoping the system would respond. Unfortunately, half a minute passed, and the system did not respond to Su Yi. Su Yi, can you help me split this head open? I want to eat some brains. After eating some meat, Ling Yu didn't feel anything and thought maybe eating meat wasn't the solution. Su Yi took the head of the mutated cat and placed it on the ground. Anyway, Ling Yu had already eaten. If something were to happen, it was already unavoidable. It's better to let her experiment fully. Holding the knife with both hands, Su Yi swung down hard. The bones were extremely hard, and Su Yi chopped it a dozen times before finally splitting it open. The knife was already bent with several notches. Ling Yu pried open the mutated cat's head and took its brain out. Oh, this pearl. Ling Yu discovered a yellow pearl. She squeezed it. It was somewhat soft. With a glint in her eyes, Ling Yu popped the pearl into her mouth. She thought that this pearl might be something that could change her fate. Su Yi, you should leave first. You can change 2 batteries for the drone and then observe me from a distance. If I turn into a monster, you can kill me. Su Yi said nothing. Silently took the drone, jumped over several balconies, and returned to the building where he found the silent god. After replacing the batteries, Su Yi took everything back to that small suite. He used the solar charging system's mobile power to charge the battery he replaced from the flying dragon and also plugged in Silent God's battery to charge. After doing these things, Su Yi used the remote control to start the flying dragon, sending it near Ling Yu to land in a suitable spot. In the footage, Ling Yu lay beside the mutated cat's body. She made a gesture to the camera, then put on a hat, adjusted her posture, and closed her eyes. Waiting for a result. Su Yi sighed silently, then took some rice from the rice jar and used a pressure cooker to make some rice porridge. He rummaged through the fridge and found a few unopened packs of pickled vegetables. After rinsing the outer packaging, he brought them back to the living room. After a simple cleanup, Su Yi took out his phone to check, hoping to receive information about whether the meat of mutated beasts was edible. He did have a good impression of Ling Yu. Her performance had been excellent all along, and she was far from just a pretty face. A capable and very beautiful girl like her was not easy to possess in any world Su Yi found himself in. Naturally, he hoped that Ling Yu would be fine. As long as she was safe, it didn't matter if she didn't grow stronger. She lay there without any incidents occurring. After the porridge was ready, it was 5 p.m. when Su Yi finally had dinner. There was still no movement on Ling Yu's side. If he couldn't see her temperature remaining stable, he would have been worried that something had happened to her. He wasn't interested in learning about the survivors' camps either. After eating his fill, he took the remote control into the small room, crawled into bed, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. After midnight, he could get up to sign in. Ling Yu's side was very calm. Perhaps the meat of mutated animals could indeed be eaten, and there were no side effects. After all, she had been digesting it for several hours. If something really went wrong, it should have happened by now. Perhaps Su Yi would wake up after his sleep, and Ling Yu would still be as usual. If the meat of mutated animals could be eaten, it would indeed be good news. After all, meat is very important. It provides ample protein and energy. Su Yi really needed meat now, but he hadn't even found canned meat. So he hoped that the meat of these mutated creatures could be edible, so he could collect some for storage. This answer might be revealed when dawn broke. Chapter 24. Did I really gain superpowers? In the middle of the night, Su Yi was suddenly awakened by a tragic scream. Ling Yu. Su Yi sat up immediately, thinking that the one screaming might be Ling Yu. He quickly took out the remote control, only to find the screen completely black. There was no battery left. It had automatically shut down. Su Yi pulled out his phone to check. It was already 3:25 a.m. He hurriedly turned on a flashlight and rushed to another room. The propellers of the Silent God drone were already installed. Su Yi removed 2 batteries and a remote control from the charging dock, installed the batteries, and then prepared to go to the balcony with the Silent God drone to check on Ling Yu's situation using its night vision mode. The Silent God drone's built-in camera had a night vision mode, and this lens was very expensive, hence the term quasi-military drone. Before going out, Su Yi suddenly turned around and entered the storage room. System, sign in. Because the sign-in time was very quick, just a few seconds. Sign-in successful. Received 3 cubic meters of storage space. 30 survival points. 3 cubic meters of storage space? Su Yi was overjoyed. He didn't expect to receive such a large storage space. The survival points also gave him 30 points. This time, the sign-in was truly a big win, and it wasn't a waste of time cleaning out the storage room. The screams outside continued, and Su Yi rushed to the balcony. After setting up the Silent God drone, he quickly let it take off and fly towards Ling Yu's direction. It was indeed very quiet, almost no sound at all. Su Yi said with mixed feelings. After all, having such a powerful Silent God drone was a very happy thing. But Ling Yu's situation over there was worrying Su Yi. Because it was at a high altitude, Su Yi saw Ling Yu's figure before the drone reached her. She was rolling on that balcony, seemingly in great pain. Glancing at the temperature, it had already risen to an astonishing 50 degrees. The actual body temperature was probably even higher. If a human had this temperature, they would have been incapacitated long ago. Watching Ling Yu in the footage, Su Yi clenched his fists. Apart from watching, he could do nothing else. Perhaps you will soon turn into a monster? Don't worry. I will ensure you return to peace and then find a place for you to rest in peace. Saying this, Su Yi took out the chipped machete from his storage space. With a thought, words appeared on the machete. To upgrade to a 12-meter tang knife, 7 points are needed. The extra point was likely due to the notches. Upgrade. Points, 7, a prompt popped up and then disappeared. This prompt had never appeared before. The machete in his hand had changed. It had transformed into a tang knife reflecting the moonlight, looking extraordinary. Su Yi flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. Then, Su Yi glanced at the system interface. Su Yi, survival points, 31 sign-in times, 0, 610. There are still 31 points left. Should he spend 20 points to upgrade the nail gun? After thinking it over, Su Yi decided against it. Too expensive, too wasteful. Su Yi returned downstairs. And now he had 4 cubic meters of storage space, which could hold a lot of things. He packed all the accessories of the Silent Spirit drone into the box and received the storage space. Additionally, Su Yi stored the food from the 3 backpacks they had previously collected into the storage space. He also included the rice, noodles, power strips, light bulbs, and wires. The second set of solar charging system was also put away by Su Yi. The clean bulletproof vest in the bathroom was directly worn by Su Yi, and he also put on the blast helmet. After reaching the balcony, Su Yi stored away the box of the pink flying dragon, preparing to put it away after dealing with Ling Wei. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Su Yi leaned against the balcony and continued to watch Ling Wei on the screen. She was still screaming and rolling around. Although there was still some moonlight, Su Yi did not dare to act recklessly. It was best to wait until dawn before taking action. As time passed, Ling Yue's screams became quieter. Su Yi noticed that the intensity of her rolling was also decreasing. And eventually, her screams ceased and Ling Yue sat up directly. Just when Su Yi thought Ling Yue was fine, she suddenly pounced on the corpse of the mutated black cat, biting and tearing at it frantically. Additionally, Su Yi noticed that her nails seemed to have become extremely sharp, easily tearing through the skin of the mutated black cat as she began to eat its flesh. Had she completely turned into a monster? Su Yi felt a chill run down his back, hesitating whether to leave while the mutated Ling Wei had not noticed him. In the end, Su Yi remained still. After eating for about 10 minutes, perhaps satisfied, Ling Wei stopped. She looked at her nails, and after a moment, walked towards the pink flying dragon. Is there no power? Ling Yue muttered, pressed a button, and found that there was indeed no power. Then, Ling Yue took out her phone and glanced at the time. It was 5:09 a.m., nearly 2 hours until dawn. He felt ecstatic when he saw Linghua looking at her phone. If she had turned into a beast, she definitely wouldn't be checking her phone. Linghua, how are you? Are you okay? Hearing Su Yi's voice, Linghua became happy and said to the pink flying dragon, I'm fine. It seems I've gained superpowers. Isn't out of power? How can you still see? Su Yi's eyes widened upon hearing Linghua's words. Is that possible? You really gained superpowers? Really? That's great. I didn't expect you to succeed. You have a drone above you. The pink flying dragon has been out of power for a long time. Only then did Linghua look up and noticed a shadow in the sky. Is it silent? Yes, there is only a little sound that feels off my ear. Linghua realized that her ears were moving. Additionally, she noticed that her night vision ability seemed to have greatly improved. Su Yi, holding a down knife and the remote control, quickly jumped over several balconies and arrived at Linghua's side. How's it going? Do you feel anything strange? I just saw you pounce on the mutated black cat, and I thought you had turned into a monster. Linghua removed her hat, stuck out her tongue, and said somewhat shyly, Sorry, I scared you. I was too hungry at that time, feeling like I would faint if I didn't eat, so I pounced to eat the meat. Did you have any special feelings? You look like you were in a lot of pain during the process, Su Yi asked curiously, as there seemed to be no changes in Linghua's appearance. Linghua extended her finger, and her nails turned black, lengthening slightly and looking particularly sharp. I seem to have gained some abilities of a cat. My hearing and night vision have also improved. No, not just that. Su Yi muttered to himself. Chapter 25, Come on, give it your all. Because Su Yi saw that Linghua's eyes were also changing, looking particularly enchanting. Fortunately, her ears were still normal, and she hadn't grown a tail. Otherwise, she would have turned into a cat girl. Of course, if she did turn into a cat girl, Su Yi would also be very happy. Additionally, I feel that my reaction ability, strength, and speed have all improved. Linghua seemed very excited when she said this. It seems you really succeeded. Perhaps the key to making you stronger was that bead, Su Yi said while preparing to cut up the mutated black cat's corpse. It turned out that the meat of mutated creatures was likely safe. Cooking it should make it even safer. Su Yi, should we take this meat? Linghua guessed Su Yi's intentions upon seeing his actions. Yes, this meat should be safe. Right now, meat is a good and precious resource, Su Yi explained, using the down knife to cut open the fur of the mutated black cat. Indeed, it's a pity we can only take a portion. Linghua naturally knew that this meat was very precious. No, I can take it all. My abilities are related to my storage space, and I can probably store 3 to 4 cubic meters of items. Su Yi explained. His real reliance was on the system, the sign-in system. The storage space was just one aspect, and it was acceptable to expose it to Linghua. After all, she already knew that Linghua had gained superpowers. Letting her know he had storage space was also beneficial. Linghua's eyes widened in disbelief. This ability is too exaggerated. I'm envious. Storage space? I want to have that too. Su Yi gave Linghua a task. Go downstairs and see if there is an induction cooker and collect some smaller pots. He had 2 sets of solar charging devices in hand, and Su Yi also planned to dismantle the 2 sets of solar charging devices over there and throw them into the storage space. Needless to say, the storage space would still increase. To cook rice, Su Yi was worried that without 4 sets of batteries, the power might not be enough. Anyway, there was enough space now, and food didn't need too much space at this time. Because this was still the early stage of the apocalypse, resources were still abundant. The nearby area lacked resources because they had been searched. The residential building they were in should not have been looted. While Linghua went to collect supplies, Su Yi began cutting up the corpse of the mutated black cat. The skeleton took up too much space. So Su Yi chose to cut the meat instead of storing the whole body in his storage space. After half an hour, Su Yi stored all the meat in his storage space, not even missing the brain matter. Then, Su Yi replaced the battery of the pink flying dragon and returned it to the box. If he needed it next time, he could just take it out. The silent spirit drone still needed to be used, and its battery was quite durable, so it could be used for now. There were other survivors nearby, so Su Yi naturally had to be cautious. Su Yi, no one has searched downstairs, and there are quite a few items. Do you want to go down and put them in the storage space, or should I go move them up? Linghu held the crossbow with one hand, looking quite relaxed as she walked up to Su Yi. After glancing at the skeleton of the mutated black cat, its flesh all removed. She knew Su Yi had put it into his storage space. I'll go down. You go over there and take apart those two solar charging systems. As she spoke, Su Yi handed the remote control for the drone to Lingyu. After going downstairs, Su Yi saw that the door to the room was open. The battery stove, pots, bowls, and other utensils were packed in a plastic box, along with some seasonings, all neatly organized. Su Yi directly stored them in his storage space, then also put away the rice, oil, and flour next to it. Exiting the room, Su Yi turned to check other rooms. They mostly contained food and seasonings. Su Yi didn't take anything except for a kitchen knife, intending to upgrade it with survival points for Lingyu's use. By the time he reached the first floor, other than grabbing a small rice cooker, he left everything else behind. Storage space was limited, and he needed to leave some room for backup. He couldn't really fill up the 4 cubic meters of storage space. Now, he had already used more than 3 cubic meters. After putting the drone and the 2 solar charging systems away, only a little space remained. The storage space was severely insufficient. Su Yi decided to find a larger storage area to sign in, hoping to obtain more storage space. It had to be said, the ability to upgrade storage space was indeed very satisfying. When he returned to the balcony, the sky had brightened. Lingyu had also taken apart the 2 solar charging devices and brought them over. Su Yi took out the box with the kitchen utensils and the small rice cooker. After plugging in the power, Su Yi put some meat into the small pressure cooker, preparing to make a soup from the mutated cat meat and cook some rice. Lingyu watched Su Yi do these things, feeling it was quite unbelievable. After all, someone had fallen from the balcony yesterday, attracting a horde of infected below, blocking the alley completely. The upstairs and downstairs were like 2 different worlds. After Su Yi started cooking, he jumped to the opposite balcony and took off his bulletproof vest and anti-explosion helmet. He waved to Lingyu and said, "Come on, let us spar and see your strength." Lingyu immediately became interested. She also wanted to know how strong she was. So, she jumped to Su Yi's side. The balcony was quite large, about 70 to 80 square meters, enough for them to showcase their abilities. "You better be careful. I've trained in free fighting and taekwondo," Lingyu said to Su Yi, twisting her neck. "Come on, give it your all." Su Yi was even more intrigued, not expecting Lingyu had trained in free fighting. He wondered who was stronger, her or himself, after signing in for free fighting. Chapter 26. Delicious mutated beast. Lingyu took off her outer jacket, assumed an offensive stance, and took a deep breath. With a push of her legs, she leaped up, throwing a punch towards Su Yi's head. Bang! With a dull sound, Lingyu's body was sent flying. Su Yi had kicked her in the abdomen. "Too weak, try again." Su Yi beckoned Lingyu with his finger. "Huh." Lingyu quickly got up and charged at Su Yi again. Once more, she was sent flying. Reluctant, Lingyu charged at Su Yi repeatedly, but the number of times she was hit decreased. She was gradually adapting to her own strength, speed, and reflexes. However, even so, there was still a certain gap between her and Su Yi. Up until now, Su Yi hadn't been hit once by Lingyu. Moreover, Su Yi hadn't even used his fencing skills. Otherwise, Lingyu would have been defeated even worse. The two fought for an hour, both drenched in sweat. "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Yi extended his hand to the fallen Lingyu. "I'm fine, just a bit of a bruise." Lingyu grabbed Su Yi's hand and stood up. Taking advantage of the moment, Lingyu pressed her body against Su Yi's. "You seem to have grown taller." Su Yi wrapped his arms around Lingyu's waist, pulling her in tighter. Lingyu noticed and then took the initiative to kiss him. The two exchanged saliva for a while before parting. They had to separate, otherwise they would suffocate. "You seem quite skilled. Do you have a story?" Lingyu pinched her tingling lips. "Yes, I could talk for 3 days and nights without finishing. But you seem inexperienced," Su Yi said with a bit of pride. "Of course, this is my first kiss." Lingyu pouted. Although she was curious about Su Yi's past, she didn't care much. If one were to dwell on the past, there would be no way to share a future together. "Got it." Su Yi gave Lingyu's perky bottom a squeeze and then put away the bulletproof vest and helmet on the ground. "Let's go eat breakfast. After we're full, we'll take a shower and look for those survivors." Saying this, Su Yi returned to the opposite balcony. Their strengths had already become quite formidable, and they were confident in dealing with ordinary people. Especially now that Su Yi had a bulletproof vest and anti-explosion helmet. He felt even more secure. Opening the pot, a strong meat aroma wafted out, making Su, Yi, and Ling Yu involuntarily swallow. So fragrant. I've never smelled such delicious meat soup. Ling Yu sniffed hard. It really does smell good. I wonder if it's because we haven't smelled meat in a long time. Sui picked up a seasoning box and added some salt. Then, he ladled out 2 large bowls. Ling Yu had already obediently gone to serve rice, eager to drink the meat soup and eat the mutated beast meat. So delicious, incredibly tasty. Sui couldn't believe it. This meat is exceptionally good. It feels like my tongue is going to swallow it whole. Sui, we are so lucky. In a world full of monsters, they could still enjoy such delicious soup and eat meat with fragrant rice. Ling Yu suddenly became chatty, talking nonstop. Oh my God, I can eat so much now. I've eaten 3 big bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of soup. After eating her fill, Ling Yu rubbed her round belly and prepared to wash the dishes. Since Sui had cooked, she felt she should do her part too. She couldn't let Sui do everything. Our appetite has definitely increased. Perhaps it's related to our bodies becoming stronger. Moreover, they had just fought for over an hour, consuming a lot of energy. Sui felt that normally they shouldn't have such a large appetite. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to sustain themselves. After all, food was already scarce in the apocalypse, and having a particularly large appetite would truly not be a good thing. After cleaning the pots and dishes, Ling Yu organized them and watched Sui put them into the storage space. The sudden disappearance felt magical to Ling Yu. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Sui replaced 2 batteries for the drone, and the 2 of them began to control it to search for the gathering point of survivors. They found a large villa, surrounded by many obstacles, with only one way in and out. There were people on the balconies of the 2 adjacent houses keeping watch. That must be the place. Because they were flying at a high altitude, no one noticed the silent drone above them. After hovering the drone, Sui and Ling Yu moved closer along the balcony. Ling Yu held the crossbow, while Sui held the longbow. Using a nail gun would alert others, so using the hunting bow and crossbow was the best choice. The 2 quickly approached, using the real-time footage captured by the drone to avoid the few people watching from the balconies. Soon, they reached the nearby balcony. Should we kill them? Ling Yu leaned close to Sui and whispered. No need, just threaten them to surrender. You stay behind me and aim at them with your crossbow. Sui was wearing a bulletproof vest and an anti-explosion helmet. Even if they shot at him, they couldn't kill him. At most, he would get a little hurt. Ling Yu made a gesture and then pulled out a crossbow bolt, biting it with her mouth. In fact, it would be very simple to kill them. Taking advantage of their inattention, he could jump directly to the opposite balcony and break their necks. Sui could use a machete, and Ling Yu could use her own nails. Raise your hands, or I will shoot through your heads. Sui suddenly stood up and threatened. The 2 watchers immediately froze and decisively raised their hands. They didn't even have a nail gun, just 2 watermelon knives. On the opposite side, a crossbow and a longbow. Just looking at them was deadly. Many people had already died in their stronghold, all disobedient and self-righteous. The remaining ones were relatively obedient. Very good. Hands on your heads, Sui said, and Ling Yu jumped over the balcony to the opposite side. Sui followed her, and the 2 had a strong tacit understanding. How many people do you have here, and what weapons do you have? Sui put down his bow and began to interrogate the 2. There are still 29 people left, 19 women, and 10 men. Big brother, we were all coerced by a group of bandits. We are all good people, one of them said, his eyes turning red. It was unclear whether he was genuinely aggrieved or just acting. Do you know there was a group of people with nail guns? Their leader was wearing the same bulletproof vest I have on. Sui pointed to his clothes and then took out a nail gun from his back, aiming it at the other person's head. Thud! The other person immediately knelt down in front of Sui. Chapter 27. Invading the villa's stronghold, the kneeling person trembled, thinking that since this bulletproof vest was worn by Sui, it must have been killed by him. That's the boss. He forced us to stay here. Otherwise, we would have gone to the official shelter. The other person reacted quickly, kneeling and immediately shouting, Big brother, we are really coerced. That person surnamed Zhuang is not human. He uses his gun to search for survivors everywhere, even coercing a beautiful policewoman, stealing her gun, and killing many people, harming many girls. He is simply not human. Big brother, you are so strong. You must kill that person surnamed Zhuang. He even eats the flesh of his own kind. What is the difference between him and a beast? Su, he squinted his eyes. These two were quite quick to react. How many of Zhuang's lackeys are at your gathering point? Since they were going to kill, they might as well clean up and get rid of Zhuang's people. There's one left, just one. Big brother, I can help you lure him out, and then you can shoot him with an arrow, and we will be free. One of them raised his hand, eager to show off. All right, let us see how you perform. Sui agreed. Deceiving oneself? Sui wasn't worried because these people were too weak. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill them, especially since he had Ling Yu with him. Don't worry, big brother. There's only that person left with a nail gun, and the others are all coerced. They're not Zhuang's subordinates. The person smiled obsequiously at Sui, then took a few steps back and turned to go downstairs. You watch him. I'll go down and kill that person. Saying this, Sui put away his bow and drew out his tang knife. Killing that person head-on with the tang knife would be the most intimidating, so they would understand how strong he was. This way, when he received them, they wouldn't dare to plot against or deal with him. The other person didn't expect Sui to not use the bow, but to draw the tang knife and run directly down. Was he crazy? Going to send himself to death? Even if he was wearing protective gear, he would still get hurt. Zhuangge, you're back. Zhuangge is back. Hurry out. The person who went to deceive didn't know Sui had followed him. He thought Sui was aiming with a crossbow from the shadows above. With that person's shout, a small figure soon walked out of the villa. He was holding 2 nail guns, followed by 2 others. However, those 2 didn't have guns. They were each holding a steel knife. The person called Zhuangge frowned, somewhat suspiciously saying, "Are they really back? The boss has returned. They've been gone all day without sending someone back. Really? It's because they were blocked by the infected outside and are trying to figure out how to lure them away." The deceiving kid spoke convincingly. Outside, there were indeed many infected people blocked by obstacles nearby. Otherwise, they would have rushed into this safe area long ago. Zhuangge glanced at the infected people in the distance who were clawing and growling, frowning as he said, "These monsters are also crazy. I don't know where they came from. We can't get out." While saying this, he walked towards Sui's position. As the distance got closer, Sui stood in the darkness, gripping his tang knife tightly. Then, he charged at the other party. Seeing someone in a bulletproof vest and anti-explosion helmet, Zhuangge was first delighted and shouted, "Boss!" But he immediately realized something was wrong and quickly aimed the nail gun at Sui. Bang! Whoosh! With a single slash, a pillar of blood shot into the sky. Zhuangge's head was directly severed by Sui, and blood sprayed out. The infected people instantly went wild, screeching. Ah! The person who had come down to deceive Zhuangge was so scared that he wet himself, truly peeing his pants. Violent. Too violent. A single knife swing had severed a person's head. There were no such bloody scenes on TV. The 2 people with knives were also so frightened that they knelt down in front of Sui. "Be big brother, spare us. We are not bad people." Sui picked up the 2 nail guns from the ground and searched the other's body for bullets and nails. He had a whole box of bullets, 100 in total. So many bullets surprised Sui. No wonder he needed a waist bag to carry them. Sui, awesome. Ling Yu shouted at Sui. Sui's previous move was too beautiful. First, he avoided the steel nails from the nail gun, then darted to the side of that person. And with a single swing of the knife, he severed that person's head. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Sui wiped the blood off the tang knife and was very satisfied with it. It was sharp. Even after cutting off a head, there wasn't a single notch. He sheathed it on his back and picked up the 2 steel knives from the ground. These are machetes made from car steel plates, very hard. Get up. Throw the corpses to those infected. Sui thought it was better to let the infected handle the bodies rather than leave them in the courtyard. Okay. The 2 exchanged glances, stood up, and walked toward the fallen corpse. Ling Yu also came downstairs, her eyes filled with excitement. They had finally taken down a stronghold, which would allow them to move faster to the #1 shelter in the city. Regardless of whether her parents and aunt had encountered any trouble, Ling Yu still wanted to confirm herself. After gaining the ability, Ling Yu's confidence had increased significantly. Sui and Ling Yu entered the villa, with the 2 watchers walking in front. Soon, they led Sui and Ling Yu to a small room on the 3rd floor. After opening the door, they found a person tied to a chair, facing away from them. Her mouth seemed to have something stuffed in it, only making muffled sounds. Don't be afraid. We are here to save you. Rescuing the female police officer was Ling Yu's suggestion, so that the female officer would thank them and stand with them. To take over the people here, naturally, manpower is needed. Female police officers, after all, are professionally trained, and their skills and courage are unmatched by ordinary people. They are definitely considered quality subordinates. Therefore, Su-yi let the two people take him to rescue the female police officer first. Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, the other party quieted down. Su-yi stepped forward to untie the ropes, while Ling Yu moved to the front to remove the gag from the person's mouth. Aunt, how is it you? How could it be? Ling Yu was stunned, not expecting that the person bound here was actually her aunt, Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang also did not expect that the one coming to rescue her was her niece, who was like a sister to her. Chapter 28, Your Free Water. Gimme water. Ling Shuang had been starved for 3 days, only having a little water each day. That Zhuang Laodao wanted to force Ling Shuang to submit by this means, compelling her to obediently take off her clothes and plead with him. Therefore, Ling Shuang did not immediately explain to Ling Yu and only wanted to drink some water. Only then would she have the strength to explain anything to Ling Shuang. Su-yi took out a large bottle of milk and handed it to Ling Shuang. Seeing Ling Shuang with short hair, Su-yi was momentarily stunned. Isn't this your sister? Because Ling Shuang looked quite young, Su-yi found it hard to believe she was Ling Yu's aunt. My aunt is only 5 years older than me. Indeed, looks like my sister, Ling Yu explained, feeling very distressed as she watched Ling Shuang gulp down the milk. She should have come to rescue you, but was trapped by those infected in the river, which is how Zhuang Laodao caught her. Su-yi expressed his guess. Ling Shuang, who was crazily drinking the milk, brightened up, raised her hand, and gave Su-yi a thumbs up. Clearly, Su-yi's guess was correct. Aunt, my parents. It's okay, they're fine, Ling Shuang said, continuing to drink the milk. She was both hungry and thirsty. At this moment, Su-yi handed a package of steamed cakes to Ling Yu. Be careful. Don't let your aunt overeat and harm her health. I'll go out and handle things here. You stay. Saying this, Su-yi went out and closed the door behind him. The two people outside felt quite anxious. After seeing Su-yi come out, one of them asked, Boss, I know where the food is stored. It's in Zhuang Laodao's room, usually guarded by Brother Chuan. First, take me to see where the others are kept. Didn't you say there are 10 men? What about the other 5? Currently, Su-yi had only seen 5. One had been decapitated by Su-yi, and 2 had gone to dispose of corpses. They had all gone out to gather supplies and search for survivors. Either their children were controlled, or their wives were controlled, and Zhuang Laodao forced them to collect food. Brother Chuan had sent them out early this morning, and they would return by noon. Su-yi nodded. This was indeed a means of controlling others. However, he could not understand why they had to control them this way. Under the guidance of the 2 men, Su-yi kicked open a door. The lock was reinforced, but did not stop Su-yi. He severed the iron chain with his tang knife and kicked the door open. The people inside screamed, clearly frightened. Inside were women and children, some wearing clothes and some not. Su-yi also noticed that those wearing clothes were tied up, while those not wearing clothes were not. You are free now. Hurry and put on your clothes, then come out for food, Su-yi said before turning and heading toward the opposite door, breaking it open in the same way. Inside was piled high with all kinds of food, astonishingly abundant. The 2 who had gone to dispose of the corpses returned. Having heard Su-yi's commotion, come get food, Su-yi said at the door and then went to find food. He found several boxes of steamed cakes and milk and moved them to the door. There was so much food that even if Su-yi cleared his storage space to the limit, he could not fit even 1/10 of it. It could only be said that Zhuang Laodao had collected a lot of food, enough for them to survive for a long time. Perhaps this food was not the only stash. Other rooms might also be hiding food. After all, he had locked people up, so there was naturally no worry about them stealing food. Big brother, is this all for me? One of the men, who received 2 boxes of milk and a bag of steamed cake, asked somewhat incredulously. You 2 will split this. This is just lunch, and there will be dinner too. Follow me, and you won't go hungry, Su-yi explained, then took out another portion. Big brother, you're like a bodhisattva. Those beasts before didn't treat us as humans, only giving us a little food each day and making us move this and that. Exactly, big brother, compared to those people, you are a living bodhisattva. Rest assured, From now on, my life belongs to you, and I will do whatever you say, as long as I get enough to eat every day. Me too. My name is Juan Ran. If you have any tasks, just tell me. If I frown even once, I'll be bitten to death by monsters," said one of the men who moved corpses. Sui remained silent, quietly taking out a cigarette and lighting it. The four men quickly tore open the bags, divided the cake, and sat against the wall to eat. They were indeed starving daily, mainly relying on water to fill their stomachs, because Zhuang Laoda intended to wear them down completely and then subjugate them. After a while, a woman walked out from the door across the way, peeking her head out with fear in her eyes. Sui glanced at her and said, "Come get food," in pairs. She seemed surprised to hear Sui's words, freezing for a moment before reacting. "Xiao Shui, come here." After a while, she brought out a 6 or 7-year-old child to stand in front of Sui, one for each. Sui handed her a bag of steamed cake and 2 bottles of milk. The woman quickly looked at the several men sitting on the ground, who were devouring their food. She swallowed hard and took the items. "Thank you, boss." The little girl also chimed in, "Thank you, brother. All right, go eat over there. Don't eat too fast, or you'll choke," Sui said, patting the little girl's head. The woman quickly pulled the girl to the side, tore open the bag, took out a steamed cake, and handed it to the little girl, then inserted a straw into the milk. "Xiao Shui, eat. Your dad'll be back soon, and you could be together." As she spoke, she touched the girl's head, tears involuntarily falling from her eyes. "Thank you. Animo, you eat too. We have so many cakes now," the little girl said obediently. Mo Xiaohong stood up and went to the door, saying, "Sisters, come out to get food in pairs. Don't rush. Everyone get to share. After you get it, eat outside. Don't block the passage." Hearing Mo Xiaohong's words, Sui couldn't help but look at her again. This woman was somewhat extraordinary. She was so calm, and her psychological quality was quite good. After saying this, Mo Xiaohong took Xiao Shui to the outside corridor. With Mo Xiaohong's words, women began to come out one after another to get food. Many looked uneasy, even after receiving food, as they were worried about the future. Chapter 29. Why stop after a while? Ling Yu and Ling Shuang also came down. Seeing the gaunt people squatting in the corridor eating, they realized these people had been starved. Those people are truly scum. Fortunately, you two killed them. Otherwise, who knows how many more would have suffered. Ling Shuang said coldly upon seeing the scene. Ling Yu thought of the people in the school gym and couldn't help but say, "There may be many people like that." Ling Shuang agreed. Without laws, everyone loses their constraints. Things that were once unthinkable are now being carried out with even more intensity. "Sui, thank you for saving our little you. I won't say much in gratitude. From now on, I, Ling Shuang, will follow your lead." After seeing Ling Yu, Ling Shuang took the initiative to speak. "No need to be polite. We are helping each other," Sui said with a slight smile, still very happy for Ling Yu. Not only had she reunited with her aunt, but she also received news that her parents and family were safe. At the same time, Sui understood that Ling Yu was very unlikely to venture out with him. He also knew that the two of them could only have a short-term relationship before parting ways. "Sister Shuang, what's the situation at the official shelter?" Sui asked directly in front of everyone. Everyone heard Sui's words and stopped, staring at Ling Shuang. "The situation is good. There are now over 6,000 survivors at the shelter. The management is relatively stable, and the survivors are also stable. No one is going hungry. I was just about to discuss with you how to lead everyone to the shelter. I came along the river, and it was relatively smooth, except for encountering those perverts here, who led the infected into the river and blocked the waterway. So, we can still lead people to shelter number 1 via the river." Ling Shuang finished speaking in one breath and then looked at Sui, knowing that her niece Ling Yu's heart was already tied to Sui. Just a while ago, when the two of them were chatting upstairs, Ling Yu's eyes lit up at the mention of Sui. "Do you want to go to the official shelter?" Sui glanced at the few men squatting in the corner. "Big brother, whatever you decide, we support it," Lin Wenkai said flatteringly. Juan Ran nodded vigorously and added, Right, we follow Big Brother. The people at the official shelter might not be as generous as Big Brother. I want to follow Big Brother. Ling Yu, come out with me for a moment. Sister Shuang, I leave this to you." Saying this, Sui handed 2 nail guns to Ling Shuang. "For the sake of food, Some people would do anything, and Su, he had to be cautious. Just now, he picked up on something else from Ling Shuang's words. The management was relatively stable, which meant it wasn't truly stable. There must have been struggles. In this apocalyptic world, are they still fighting for power and profit? Is such a shelter really safe? Ling Shuang took the nail guns from Su Yi and said, "You all take care." Then, Su Yi directly walked downstairs. Ling Yu quickly followed, and the two reappeared on the balcony they entered from. "Have you told your aunt about our abilities?" Su Yi looked into Ling Yu's eyes. This answer would determine Su Yi's next decision. "No, this is our secret, our means of survival. I wouldn't easily tell even my parents." "Su Yi, I'm not foolish. It's already the apocalypse. Human nature has become darker. Our experiences prove this. How could I foolishly reveal everything? Including the drones. I didn't mention them. I only said you were from the Archery Club and the Free Fighting Club and have been practicing martial arts since childhood, with strong skills." Hearing Ling Yu's words, Su Yi stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. "I suspect the official shelter is not stable. There might be intense internal strife. Moreover, survival is not easy. Otherwise, why would your aunt come out alone to find you? Also, I found 2 submachine guns in the room, but they're out of bullets. They should belong to your aunt. Our secret really shouldn't be disclosed." Saying this, Su Yi took out the 2 submachine guns for Ling Yu to see. Not having bullets would be a problem for others, but it wouldn't trouble Su Yi. He believed he could use survival points to upgrade the nail gun bullets to submachine gun bullets. Both guns were equipped with silencers and had considerable value. Using guns against the infected was indeed the quickest way. As long as they were shot in the head, the infected would die. "So, do we still need to go to the shelter?" Ling Yu felt a bit disoriented. "Of course, not only do we need to go, but we also need to control the shelter ourselves." Saying this, Su Yi kissed Ling Yu. After a long while, the two finally parted. Su Yi then put away the Silent God drone. Its battery had been drained quite a bit, and there was no need to use it to check the surrounding situation at the moment. While Su Yi was retrieving Silent God, Ling Yu adjusted her clothes. "Su Yi, I thought you had no ambition. Hee, with our abilities, why can't we manage the shelter? We have the strength. So why should we depend on others and work for them? You're right. We should control the shelter ourselves. By following us, at least everyone can have enough to eat, and women won't be treated like slaves. They can at least live with some dignity." Ling Yu was not a ruthless person, nor had she changed due to the apocalypse. Perhaps it was because she was lucky and hadn't encountered any bad situations. Later, she met Su Yi, who protected her along the way, making her feel that humanity should still be preserved and that one shouldn't live like a beast. "So, you need to control the people here first. I'm not good at these things. I'll leave it to you, okay?" Saying this, Su Yi pinched Ling Yu's face. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. Why stop when one can keep getting stronger? Furthermore, only with strong abilities can one come and go freely and protect those they want to protect. Once he fully controls shelter number 1, it will be time for Su Yi to leave this city. 3 months. Su Yi would stay in this city for at most 3 months. After 3 months, his strength should be sufficient for him to return home and see if his parents in this world were still alive. "I'll give it a try. It should be similar to managing a company." After Ling Yu finished speaking, she was about to kiss Su Yi when she heard a noise. So she decisively picked up the crossbow that was resting on the railing and aimed at the distance. "Come out. I can hear you. You few better come out, or we won't be polite." Ling Yu's ears twitched, and Su Yi couldn't help but think of cat ears. Chapter 30. Join our team. Indeed, it felt very much like a cat. Moreover, Su Yi didn't hear any sounds. So, it was very likely that Ling Yu had acquired the ability of a mutated cat. Her footsteps were especially light, almost inaudible. It wasn't something she was deliberately controlling. It seemed to be an instinct. Su Yi couldn't help but wonder if he encountered a mutated beast and ate the pearl in its brain. Would he also gain such an ability? Sure enough, after a moment, a few people emerged from 3 balconies away, all raising their hands. "Who are you? How did you end up at our base? Are you new recruits? We are responsible for gathering supplies." One of the middle-aged men with a scruffy beard raised his hands and asked loudly. Su Yi lowered Ling Yu's crossbow and shouted, "We have already killed a group led by Boss Shuang. Now, we have a final say at the base. If you want to see your family, bring the supplies over." The faces of those people changed instantly. not expecting two young people to be so formidable as to kill Boss Shuang and his gang. After all, Boss Shuang not only had nail guns, but also shotguns and police handguns. They actually killed Boss Shuang. The gunshots yesterday were from the battle with Boss Shuang. 11 people. Could it really be just these two who did it? That's too terrifying. Su Yi speculated that these people definitely wouldn't have guns, any form of gun. At most only knives. Soon, they brought 5 burlap sacks to Su Yi and Ling Yu. Su Yi opened a sack to take a look. It was all food, rice flour, and some snacks. The middle-aged man bent over, trying to ingratiate himself, and said, "Big brother, this is the food we collected over the past 2 days. We've cleared out everything nearby, and if we want to collect more, we'll have to go further away." Earlier, Boss Shuang promised us that once we finish collecting these, he would let our families go. Su Yi sneered and said, "What he said has nothing to do with me." "What? Do you want to go down and have a chat with that Boss Shuang? I can make that happen for you." Saying this, Su Yi pulled out a handgun and cocked it. "It's a misunderstanding, big brother. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that." The middle-aged man immediately knelt down. Isn't that clear to you? All right, get up. Our way of doing things is different from that kind of scum." With that, Su Yi turned and walked away, not even instructing how to deal with the food. Ling Yu followed Su Yi, feeling that Su Yi's earlier claim of not being good at such things was just to reassure himself. He had clearly established his authority very well and left others unable to guess his thoughts. This way, they would be too afraid to act rashly. A gun without bullets could achieve this. How could a person like this not understand how to manage these people, how to manage subordinates? Laziness. He was definitely too lazy to manage. Leaving the 5 people looking at each other, Su Yi and Ling Yu went straight downstairs. "Old Meng, what should we do now?" A man in his 30s glanced at the middle-aged man, momentarily unsure. "What else can we do? Are you going to abandon your own family? Let's go. Move the stuff down. No matter where we go, there will always be people collecting food. The infected outside aren't that scary. They're easier to deal with." Saying this, Meng Qitong tied up the burlap sack and slung it over his shoulder. The others nodded silently, agreeing with Meng Qitong's words. The infected seemed terrifying, but they weren't hard to handle. As long as they were bold, meticulous, and worked well together, they could always manage using the terrain. But humans, that was another story. "Dad? Dad!" As Meng Qitong just reached downstairs, he heard a voice calling him. "Xiaoshu." Meng Qitong threw the sack to the ground, excitedly calling out. Then, Meng Shui ran down from upstairs. Once downstairs, she leaped into Meng Qitong's arms, overjoyed. Meng Qitong hugged his daughter tightly and looked up. Su Yi was standing on the 2nd floor, pulling out a cigarette to light, seemingly indifferent to his daughter running downstairs. "Brother." Mo Xiaohong shouted and hurried downstairs. "Husband. Uncle. Brother Hui." Several people shouted as they ran downstairs, reuniting with their families. The rest quietly moved to the corridor, watching the 10 people below embracing each other. Envy. In the apocalypse, having family is such a happy thing. Their families were already gone. Some were bitten to death by the infected, some had turned into infected themselves, and others were killed by other humans. In short, they were all alone. The women seeing this scene all began to cry. Su Yi also felt a bit touched, thinking of his parents in another world, and then of the parents in this world, and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Ling Yu noticed Su Yi's gaze and then picked up a loudspeaker. This loudspeaker was found by Ling Shuang from the room where the food was stored. The day before, she had heard Boss Shuang use the loudspeaker to make a woman moan, which was quite perverted. So, she found the loudspeaker. "I have a few things to say to everyone. We are preparing to head to the official shelter. If anyone wants to join us, you can join our team. Our team does not tolerate uselessness and cowards. Joining our team means you will have to deal with the infected, regardless of whether you are male or female. If you do not wish to join, we won't force you. Most of the food here can be left for you. Those who join our team will be treated fairly. We will definitely not let you go hungry, nor will we treat you as cannon fodder. That's it. Think it over, and give us a response by tomorrow morning." After saying this, Ling Yu put away the loudspeaker. "Boss, I want to join. I want to join." Wan Ran was the first to express his stance. If he hesitated, he would lose the opportunity to be the first lackey. So he decisively stepped forward, knowing that Su Yi and Boss Shuang were not the same kind of person. Following Su Yi, at least he wouldn't go hungry. After so many days of hunger, one Ran felt he couldn't stand it anymore. The other three also expressed their intentions, all determined to follow Sui. Just 2 people could take down 11. How strong must their strength be? Why would they not cling to such a strong person and wait here to die? There was a lot of food here, but how long could it last? It would eventually run out. After it's gone, wouldn't they still have to go out to search for food? Going to the official shelter is definitely more stable than staying here, right? The number of infected outside is increasing. If they stay any longer, perhaps one day those barriers outside will be broken through, and in the end, they would still be torn apart by the infected. Chapter 31. Nothing is more important than being alive. All right, you all come with me to the basement and clear out the storage room. Sui agreed to let them join and then gave them a task. That night, Sui also planned to sign in again, as the storage space was severely insufficient, so he wanted to sign in for more storage space. The storage room of the villa was quite large, and Sui hoped to obtain a larger space so that he could carry more supplies, equivalent to bringing a mobile warehouse. No one knew why Sui wanted to clean out the storage room, nor did anyone raise doubts. Everyone was contemplating their future. Stay, or join Sui and leave together. Staying, is it really safe? What if the food runs out? If they join, they will have to face the infected together. For them, it was truly a difficult choice. Xiaoya, come here. Ling Shuang called out and then walked towards the bedroom where the food was stored. Ling Yu followed, guessing that her little aunt, like her sister, wanted to talk to her about something. Once inside, Ling Shuang directly closed the door. Xia, have you, and that Sui already said something here. Ling Shuang's face turned red. Although she was already 25, she had never been in a relationship. She only understood the surface of male-female matters. Not yet, little aunt. Why have you become so gossipy? Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed, even though they used to talk about everything. Curious. By the way, the announcement made just now, was that the result of your discussion? This was what Ling Shuang really wanted to ask. The previous question was just to confirm the extent of Ling Yu and Sui Yi's relationship. After all, they had been together for 3 or 4 days, yes. After answering, Ling Yu immediately asked, little aunt, what do you think is the most important thing right now? Of course it's to stay alive. Nothing is more important than being alive. Ling Shuang answered without hesitation. Ling Yu nodded in satisfaction. Her little aunt was still quite clear-headed. In the apocalypse, the most basic need is to survive. What we're doing is also to survive, to ensure everyone survives. Staying here will definitely lead to death in the end. It's not being bitten to death. It's being harmed by the people around us. Little aunt, you must know that the infected are very sensitive to the smell of blood. Right. The smell of blood can stimulate them, making them excited. There are so many infected people gathering outside now. Do you know why? Ling Shuang thought for a moment, and then her expression changed. After all, she is also a woman. Because of Aunt Flo, Ling Shuang provided the answer. Ling Yu nodded, tore open a candy package, stuffed one in her mouth, and said, that's right, I've observed that there are only 2 or 3 now. Once they spend more time together, their cycles will gradually synchronize. By then, the infected will definitely rush in. So, I'm also saving their lives. This world is no longer suitable for the weak. Aunt, how many can you protect? Doesn't the shelter need survivors to go out and gather supplies? The earlier you go out, the easier it is to collect supplies. It becomes difficult later on. Even if you want to start producing again and be self-sufficient, you need to survive the first few months, right? Besides, I suspect the infected are gradually getting stronger and will become harder to deal with. Not to mention, there are also mutated beasts. And if we want to survive, relying solely on our own strength is too weak. We need our own team. This is already the dark age. Many previous ideas are outdated. We need to learn to adapt to this era to survive and let more people survive. Think about it carefully. I can probably guess what you want to say. But do you really think we can still survive as we did before? After saying this, Ling Yu left. She wanted to stay by Sui Yi's side. Even if it was just to watch him or hold his hand, she felt very happy and at ease. When she got downstairs, the 10 people in the yard were talking to Sui. They joined too. Ling Yu glanced at the little girl beside Sui and asked happily. The fact that those 5 dared to gather food outside showed they had the ability to deal with the infected. This was even stronger than her. At least, she had never killed an infected person herself. With their addition, the team now had core members. Well, they're not foolish. Staying here means certain death, Su Yi said, rubbing Meng Shue's little head. What's your name? Ling Yu squatted down and offered candy to Meng Shue. My name is Meng Shue. I'm 7 years old. Sister, you're so pretty. Are you's girlfriend? Meng Shue blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Yeah, how do you understand these things? Ling Yu didn't know how to respond. Su Yi smiled and said, kids these days are quite mature. But in a way, it's not a bad thing. It's the immature ones that are troublesome. If there were unruly kids, they might endanger a whole group. Fortunately, this Meng Shue is very well behaved. Most of the items moved out of the underground storage room were rice, millet, and potatoes, foods that can be stored for a long time. Previously, the group, led by Ba Shuang, had the people in the villa clear out the storage room and moved out the best wine specifically to store these foods. Su Yi had them pile the food in the hall upstairs and didn't make any further arrangements. Ling Yu, being very understanding, didn't ask anything. After playing with Meng Shue for a while, people began to come to Ling Yu one after another, expressing their desire to join her team. Ling Yu didn't tell them that leaving here was actually quite easy. Just leaving from the balcony could directly reach the downstream area of the river. There were hardly any infected there. They could directly follow the river downstream and reach the vicinity of shelter number 1 in 6 to 7 hours. Only by making them feel that the outside was very dangerous would they have the courage to join at this time. When faced with the infected, they would dare to pick up weapons. After all, she hadn't stated that they would leave tomorrow. She simply asked them to make a decision before tomorrow. Before leaving, she definitely had to let these people practice their courage. Outside were all infected, and they were blocked off. It was a good opportunity for practice. More and more people joined, and the storage room was quickly cleared out. By evening, only 5 people had not joined. Ling Yu felt that these 5 were very likely wanted to stay here. She respected their choice and wouldn't persuade them. After all, they were adults and should be responsible for their choices. She wasn't a savior. She couldn't save the world or everyone. Chapter 32. Regaining storage space after dinner. Su Yi had someone dismantle the door of the villa. They used a high-temperature torch found in the villa. Once dismantled, it became long rods. A pickup truck was parked in the villa with a cutting machine and a generator on it. Wan Ran said these were brought by Ba Shuang before the apocalypse. He was in the renovation business, and his subordinates were his workers. After having the cutting machine and generator moved to the storage room, Su Yi began cutting those long rods into weapons of more suitable lengths and sharpening them. At this point, everyone understood why Su Yi wanted them to clear out the storage room. To make weapons, Su Yi spent an entire night processing 30 sharp iron spears. Once finished, he had the items cleared out of the storage room again. Then, Su Yi had everyone go to sleep. Ling Yu looked at those iron spears and felt they would be very effective, so she asked Su Yi, should we let them take these iron spears to the door to kill the infected tomorrow? Su Yi nodded. He and Ling Yu were on the same page regarding this. Yes, if they don't practice, they might freeze up when facing an infected attack. If they can't even do that, there is no need to bring them along. We will leave when they are ready. Once we leave here, there might not be another chance to practice. Starting tomorrow, you'll take them to kill the infected. One thing to note, don't fully expose your strength. Ling Yu nodded. She knew Su Yi intended for her to demonstrate her strength and establish authority. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow will probably be tough. Saying this, Su Yi patted Ling Yu's head and gave her a kiss on the face. What about you? Ling, you who get oi. I'll keep watch. There are too many infected outside, and I want to feel at ease if I don't keep an eye on things. Tomorrow, when you lead the team to hunt the infected, I'll catch up on sleep, Su Yi explained. Ling Yu clung to Su Yi and whispered in his ear, don't you wanna? After saying this, Ling Yu's face turned red all the way to her neck. She felt shy yet thrilled. Her whole body seemed different. She wanted to, but it didn't feel appropriate. So, she had to restrain herself. All right, be good and go to sleep. Listen to me. As she spoke, Su Yi playfully swatted Ling Yu's cat, but feeling its bounce. Indeed, it was hard for anyone to resist. But the safety of the base was more important. He couldn't trust others to keep watch. Okay, I'll go sleep. You stay safe. Ling Yu decisively kissed Su Yi and then went upstairs. Ling Shuang was already asleep, and the other people in the base had also gone to rest. After all, they hadn't been living well before, often waking up from hunger or fright. Now that they had eaten well, they could sleep peacefully. How could they still be wandering outside? Anyway, Su, Yi, and Ling Yuhen asked them to keep watch or do anything else. The night was not quiet. Outside were the cries of the infected. Su, Yi waited for midnight to arrive, while keeping an eye on the infected outside. They were gathering more and more. It was indeed possible for them to break through. After dinner, Su, Yi also had the people in the base move some things to reinforce the barricades again. As long as they got through tonight, Ling Yu would start leading the team to clear out the infected tomorrow. Su, Yi didn't mind staying here for a few days. After all, he hadn't accumulated enough opportunities for 10 sign-ins yet. With nothing to do, he could only pass the time by smoking. Ding! Sign in, count 1. After midnight, Su, Yi heard a notification. Smiling, he turned on his phone's flashlight and walked towards the storage room. Before entering, Su, Yi took a deep breath. System sign in. He wondered if he would receive storage space. Sign in successful. Gained 6 cubic meters of storage space. Survival points 60. 6 cubic meters of storage space? Upon hearing the reward, Su, Yi couldn't help but laugh. 10 cubic meters. He actually had 10 cubic meters of storage space. How awesome. This confirmed his guess that the larger the space where he signed in, the greater the storage space he would obtain. Top, top, top. Su, Yi walked out of the storage room and returned to the hall. He wasn't in a hurry to put food into his storage space. 6 cubic meters was enough to store a lot of food. Next, he planned to use his sign-in opportunities to enhance his strength. Although having more storage space was good, improving strength was even more important. Without strength, merely having storage space was not enough. This world had not only infected individuals, but also mutated beasts. Right now, even if Su Yi used all his means when encountering them, he might not be able to retreat unscathed. Strength was everything. Time passed little by little, and the sky gradually brightened. Although he hadn't slept all night, Su Yi didn't feel tired and was still very energetic. He felt that this was probably the benefit of having his strength improved. After a while, Ling Yu and the others gradually got up. After washing up, collecting food, and finishing breakfast, it was already 7:30. Ling Yu urged Su Yi to go to sleep, and he didn't need to worry about other matters. In the base, everyone except Meng Shui received an iron spear. The last 5 people were persuaded by the others and ultimately chose to join. After all, with only 5 women, how long could they survive if they stayed? The infected weren't that scary. The 5 of them had enough qualifications to say that. Let me demonstrate for you. It's really not that difficult to stab an infected. Saying this, Ling Yu thrust the iron spear forward, directly piercing an infected person's forehead. Their muscle and bone strength were somewhat weaker than that of humans, and as long as you put in some effort, you could do it. Come on, you try. Ling Yu pointed to a girl. What are you afraid of? They're all blocked and can't hurt you at all. If you're scared to deal with the infected like this, then you won't survive for long. Stab, aim, and stab with force. If you can't even look, how could you possibly kill it? One by one, they gradually overcame their fear and began to raise the iron spear, stabbing at those infected. They found that the infected were indeed not difficult to deal with. If one stab didn't work, they just needed to stab a few more times to kill the infected. Until nightfall, everyone was continuously stabbing the infected, taking turns to attack. Overall, Ling Yu was quite satisfied with their performance. By the end of the day, they had killed over 100 infected. However, the number of infected outside did not decrease. Instead, it continued to increase, because more infected were moving toward this place. Chapter 33. Upgrades are controllable. Su Yi slept until after 2 p.m., and after waking up, he ate some bread and then went to take a shower. Thanks to the solar water heater, Su Yi enjoyed a hot shower. After finishing, he glanced at the system interface. Survival points, 91 sign-in count, 0, 710. He then took out the box of bullets. With a thought, Su Yi saw 2 lines of text. Can use 10 survival points to upgrade to 58mm bullets. Can use 20 survival points to upgrade to 58mm armor-piercing rounds. As expected, he could upgrade based on his thoughts. So, Su Yi shifted his focus. Can use 50 survival points to upgrade to ordinary grenades, X10. Can use 300 survival points to upgrade to rockets, no launcher. Can use 500, 000 survival points to upgrade to precision-guided bombs. System, you are amazing. A bullet can be upgraded to a missile. However, 500,000 survival points? Even if I save for 10 years, I might not have that many survival points. Sui quickly made a choice. 10 survival points. The 100 small bullets for the nail gun in Su Yi's hand turned into standard bullets. Whether it was the submachine gun or the pistol he found, they could all use this caliber of bullets. And it only cost 10 survival points, which was completely reasonable. Sui also found 5 boxes in Boss Shuang's room, but he didn't rush to upgrade. He would upgrade when necessary. There was plenty of time. Survival points should not be wasted. Sui felt they should only be used in critical situations, and it was best to save them for now. In case of an emergency, he could use these survival points to save his life. After taking out the gun and magazine and loading the bullets, Sui stored them all in his storage space. After sorting these things out, it was already 3 p.m. When Sui opened the door, he heard some sounds. Ling Yu was still leading people in practicing killing the infected and hadn't stopped. Sui quietly took out a cigarette, lit it, and went up to the balcony of the opposite room. There was no one on guard upstairs. So Sui planned to stroll around the nearby balconies and use the drone to check the situation in the vicinity, to understand if there were any places worth signing in or collecting supplies. Ling Yu saw him and just nodded in acknowledgement. She was considerate enough not to approach and question Sui about what he was going to do, not wanting him to feel constrained by her. Upon reaching the balcony, Sui quickly hopped over several balconies and took out the Silent Spirit drone. He wanted to find a relatively safe route so that evacuation would be much safer. On the opposite bank was a newly built community that was still under construction, with very few infected around. However, there was no bridge leading to the other side. In the alley below, there were still quite a few infected, so the safest way was still through the balconies. After clearing some obstacles, passing through the balconies was quite convenient. After an hour of exploration, Sui returned to the camp. When he came back, everyone was slumped on the ground, looking dispirited. Only Ling Yu was energetic and still hunting infected. Sui, the corpses have piled up outside, making it easier for them to climb to higher positions. I think we need to lure them out and then clear the bodies, Ling Yu said, retracting her long spear, looking valiant. Yes, indeed. We nodded it. If this continued, it was possible that infected would break into the base at night. Who has a bloody sanitary pad? Take it off and throw it far away to lure them away. Sui scanned the crowd. 2 women raised their hands with flushed faces. You 2 go and find a plastic bag to pack it up for me. The others prepare. We will go out soon to move the corpses and block some passages with them to control the number of infected. After a while, Sui took the plastic bag to the balcony. After a few minutes, the infected turned around and moved toward the distance. Ling Yu jumped out first, and the others followed suit. If these corpses weren't cleared away, the base wouldn't be safe. Moreover, after a day of training, they were no longer as fearful of the infected. Moreover, Ling Yu rushed out immediately. If they didn't take action, who knows what would happen? Back then, the group led by Boss Shuang killed 7 or 8 people and threw several out to feed the infected, all because they didn't follow orders and argued with Boss Shuang. In the apocalypse, while killing is still a crime, who is there to enforce the law? Over here, everyone speed up a bit. We need to block this passageway. Sui ran out from another building. Originally, all the exits were blocked, but now they had been broken through. So, Sui planned to pile all the obstacles in the alley where the infected had just left. Some people moved bodies, while others carried various debris. After a few minutes, they managed to build a high wall in the alley. Then, they blocked the other 2 alleys again, creating a buffer zone for their stronghold. After completing this work, it got dark. Everyone returned to the villa, collapsing on the floor, completely exhausted. Sui distributed food to everyone, besides bread and milk. Each person also received a pack of ham sausage. Not eating meat was not an option. After such a large consumption today, they definitely needed to eat meat. After distributing the food, Sui took Ling Yu to the balcony, claiming they were going to keep watch. In fact, the 2 of them went upstairs to eat together. Sui had cooked dinner earlier in the afternoon, a pot of rice and a pot of mutated beast meat. This was their secret, and Sui wasn't planning to reveal it for now. Ling Yu felt the same way. Even though Ling Shuang was her aunt, she didn't want Ling Shuang to know. Because Ling Yu knew that if Ling Shuang found out about this information, she would report it to her superiors immediately. There was no way around it. She had joined the army at 18, and her mindset was hard to change. The problem was the concept of a country no longer existed. The object of her loyalty had changed. Ling Wei would tell her parents, but wouldn't inform Ling Xuan. Oi, have you noticed that we easily get hungry when eating ordinary food, but not when eating mutated beast meat? Ling Wei asked while eating, expressing her confusion. Sui nodded and said, yeah, I've noticed that too. Maybe it's because the meat of mutated beasts contains more energy. Perhaps continuously eating mutated beast meat can make us stronger. Ling Wei took a sip of soup and burped. I wonder if there are other mutated humans at shelter number 1, and if they have abilities like yours? Ling Yue felt Sui was different because he had undergone a mutation, unlike her who had eaten mutated cat brain pearls. This was a question Sui couldn't answer. After all, he hadn't mutated or evolved. He had just gained a system. Chapter 34. Abnormalities at Shelter No. 1. Ling Wei wanted to take control of the shelter and naturally hoped that no mutated individuals would appear in the shelter, because that would create greater resistance. Moreover, if one appeared, she and Sui could suppress it together. But if there were several, it would be a different story. After the two finished eating and tidying up, they lingered on the balcony for a while. Once their jaws started to ache, Sui told Ling Wei to go to sleep. She had fought all day and really needed a rest. Although they hadn't had deep conversations, their relationship had warmed to the point where they could be candid with each other anytime. Sui returned to the villa, set a chair on the second floor, and took out his phone to pass the time. The night was peaceful, but infected individuals had breached the outer barriers and arrived at the front of the villa. Fortunately, the infected still couldn't climb. By the time Ling Wei and the others got up, had breakfast, and started dealing with the infected, Sui went to sleep. He would wake up in the afternoon around 3 or 4 and then go out to check the situation. This routine continued for 3 more days. Sui didn't want to leave early, but the people here needed more training. Their bodies also needed time to recover. Ding, sign in, count 1. Sui perked up at the sound. Today marked the 16th day since the disaster began, and Sui had been in this world for 9 days. He glanced at the light screen. Sui, survival points, 81 sign in count, 710. It should be time to leave. He had already stayed for 4 nights. He was supposed to leave yesterday, but Ling Wei got her period and felt unwell, so Sui stayed another day. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from outside. Looking at the infected, Sui furrowed his brow. One infected had climbed over the obstacle and entered the villa area. Sui kept his eyes on the outside, and soon noticed a second infected attempting to climb in. Without hesitation, Sui grabbed the loudspeaker and shouted, "Get up! Everyone get up! The infected are coming in!" The first to rush out was Ling Wei. She shared a room with Ling Xuan and, like everyone else, had not locked the door. Moreover, everyone slept in their clothes. The reason for this was to prevent unexpected situations. "Get up! Everyone get up!" Ling Wei began calling out to get everyone ready for battle. Sui drew his tang knife and charged into the villa, beheading the 3 infected that had climbed in. Everyone was woken up and, knowing the situation, didn't panic. This showed that the training over the past 4 days had helped them get used to it. "Grab your backpacks and weapons. We need to evacuate." After saying this, Sui dashed into a room in the hall on the first floor. During the past few days, Sui had collected some backpacks. They would definitely need to carry some food when leaving, so that they wouldn't go hungry in case of any emergencies. After entering the room, he began to fill his storage space with items. This room contained food such as rice, flour, rice noodles, and potatoes. After filling 5 cubic meters, Sui stopped. The people upstairs gradually came down, each carrying a backpack and holding iron spears. Meng Qitong held his daughter, his face full of worry. These infected have indeed been evolving. Now they can climb. Ling Yue saw an infected climbing in, rushed over without saying a word, and stabbed it to death. "Let's go." Through the balcony of this building, Sui pointed, guiding everyone onto the balcony. He was the last to enter and locked the iron door after going in. "Everyone squeeze in. We'll hold out for 1 night, and in the morning, we'll evacuate," Sui said, taking up a position at the door. The moonlight was already very faint at night, making it impossible to evacuate in the dark. So, they had to wait until dawn. "Xiaoye, you should rest too. I'll guard this place with Sui." Ling Xuan stood behind Sui. "Sister Xuan, you should go rest. I can handle it here. If anything happens, I will call everyone." Sui refused Ling Xuan. So, Ling Xuan was taken away by Ling Wei. During the night, although infected continued to climb into the villa. They couldn't breach the door in front of Sue-E. As soon as they got close, they would be stabbed to death by Sue-E. The next day, sunlight dispelled the darkness. After 7 o'clock, everyone gradually got up. After breakfast, they gathered on the balcony. I've already scouted the route. Everyone follow me. With that, Sue-E crossed the balcony and began to move. Everyone followed Sue-Ye's lead, moving downstream towards the river. They had long wanted to escape this place. It was like a nightmare for them. Every day, hunting the infected left them exhausted, and the smell was particularly disgusting. Because Sue-E had already found a safe route and set up some obstacles, the journey was particularly safe. Soon, they reached the riverbank from a building and quickly entered the river through a ladder. The river water was very cold, but everyone's hearts were warm. The official shelter was definitely very safe. Half walking, half drifting, they quickly moved downstream. Along the way, they encountered some infected individuals, all of whom they managed to stab to death. By 3 in the afternoon, Sue-E and the others successfully arrived at the dam that Ling Shuang mentioned. Ling Shuang, let us go up and take a look, Sue-E said as he took off his longbow from his back, preparing to climb the stone steps to check the situation. After all, it had been so many days, and they still didn't know what had happened to the shelter. The others also climbed up to the riverbank, began to take off their clothes, and wrung out the water. After Sue-E and the others climbed the stone steps, they looked at the street, which was quiet, with not a single person or infected in sight. It seemed safe. A tank? Suddenly, Ling Shuang exclaimed. Sue-E also saw it. A tank was suddenly driving towards them from a distance. How could there be a tank? Is the military here to rescue us? Ling Shuang looked in the direction the tank was coming from, which was exactly where the shelter was located. If that's the case, the shelter should have sent a text message to everyone in the city, but we haven't received a single message. Sue-E felt they shouldn't be too optimistic. The presence of a tank didn't necessarily mean the military had come. However, it was also possible that even though 40 of the population had turned into infected, the military, with their weapons, could easily control the situation. Once they controlled the situation, they would begin to rescue people. I'll go ask, after all. I'm a special police officer. Ling Shuang decided to find out more, as guessing here was of no use. Sister Shuang, don't rush. Wait for the tank to leave, then it's better for you to inquire at the shelter, Sue-E said, holding Ling Shuang back and persuading her. Chapter 35. The military in the apocalypse. Ling Shuang knew Sue-E was very cautious, so she nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them stepped back. A tank was in front, followed by 2 armored vehicles. It really looked military. However, Sue-E was still not at ease. To put it bluntly, Sue-E did not trust others. Now that it seemed there was an issue with the shelter, everyone would hide in a nearby building after going up, waiting for Ling Shuang to confirm that the shelter was safe before they would go. Is everyone okay with this? After Sue-E finished speaking, someone stepped forward to express their opinion. Big brother's wise. We'll follow your arrangements, no objections. Who knew what the situation inside the shelter was? What if the people inside were like Boss Shuang? It's better to be cautious. Being cautious is the only way to survive in this chaotic world. Although Wanran was flattering, it wasn't entirely just flattery. At least in his view, Sue-E's caution was very necessary. They had spent so many days together. Knowing Sue-E and Ling Yu's temperaments, following them meant at least having enough to eat every day, not going hungry, and not being bullied. Such a leader was extremely rare in the apocalypse. Others also nodded in agreement, feeling Wanran was very reasonable. After experiencing Boss Shuang, and then switching to Sue-E and Ling Yu, the difference felt like heaven and hell. Naturally, they trusted Sue-E and Ling Yu very much. In these days, Ling Yu had been leading them to hunt infected, making them realize that having strength was the best guarantee for survival. Okay, let us go up. Sue-E then appeared again on the street. Soon, they rushed into a shop. It was a clothing store, but all the clothes inside had been cleared out. After all, this was the closest area to the shelter, and at the beginning, all the supplies in this area had been moved into the shelter. In the nearby streets, everything had been emptied. This is a walkie-talkie I found a few days ago. I don't know if you can receive anything after you go in. And here's a handgun for you, with 7 bullets inside. Saying this, Sue-E handed the walkie-talkie and handgun to Ling Shuang. Just say you're alone. Don't disclose us. First, find out the situation, and after confirming their no problem, contact us. Su Yi cautiously instructed, as it related to their safety. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Ling Shuang felt Su Yi was too suspicious of the officials and overly cautious. But since Su Yi had saved Ling Yu in her life, she could follow Su Yi's request. After Ling Shuang left, Ling Yu came over. Do you want to use a drone? Su Yi shook his head, saying that they still didn't know the situation here. So they certainly couldn't recklessly use a drone. Let us hope everything is peaceful, Su Yi said, and then entered the shop with Ling Yu. Hiding in a corner with everyone, waiting for the outcome, Ling Shuang walked towards the shelter and noticed many people patrolling. Zhang Yang, Zhou Gai. Ling Shuang saw two familiar figures and immediately called out. Ling team. The two were instantly delighted, as Ling Shuang had been gone for many days, and they thought she had long been dead. They didn't expect her to return safely. Just as they were about to rush over, they were stopped. Stop! You are abandoning your post. A person in military uniform stopped them. The two immediately halted and saluted. Report. Outside is our captain, Ling Shuang. The military person frowned and immediately remembered, asking, is she the female special police officer who left the camp 8 days ago to look for her relatives at the school? Yes, sir, that's her. She is our captain and stronger than us, Zhang Yang explained somewhat obsequiously. Being able to stay outside for so many days indeed shows some ability. You can return to the team. Tell her about the current situation of the camp and the new rules. Thank you, sir. Zhang Yang and Zhao Kai immediately saluted and then ran towards Ling Shuang. Ling team, it's really great that you're okay. We thought you were in trouble and were worried the whole time. Zhang Yang said happily as he reached Ling Shuang. I encountered some situations outside. What is the situation at the shelter? Has the military taken over? Ling Shuang looked at those people, somewhat confused. Shouldn't Zhang Yang and the others be out collecting supplies or clearing infected? Why were they standing guard here? Yes, our shelter has been taken over. More than 500 people came, and the management of the tribe has now become the leaders of the Apocalypse Army. Zhao Kai said softly. Apocalypse Army leaders? Ling Shuang's pupils constricted, and she immediately realized something was wrong. Regular military forces have their own numbers and definitely wouldn't change them randomly. A name like Apocalypse Army could never be a legitimate military unit. They must have defected. Otherwise, how could they have such a name? Su Yi's concerns were not unfounded. The shelter had indeed undergone a huge change. Leave? It seems we can't leave now. Those soldiers over there are still watching us, along with Zhao Kai and Zhang Yang. If she dares to move recklessly, it will drag them down and their families. What about my parents and my brother and sister-in-law? Are they okay? Ling Shuang hurriedly asked, wanting to know the situation of her family. They're fine. Although the camp has been attacked by mutated beasts many times, they have all been repelled. And the people in the shelter are safe. Captain, here are the new rules. Take a good look. Just then, the officer of the Apocalypse Army said that she could return to the team. After returning to the team, she could be responsible for guarding and at least earn a ration sufficient to support one family. Saying this, Zhang Yang took out a piece of paper and handed it to Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang took a look, and her brows furrowed even tighter. She didn't pay much attention to the others, only to the word kill. Although it's not wrong to use harsh laws in chaotic times, the severity of the punishment seemed excessive. Private possession of weapons, kill. Private possession of food, kill. Forming factions in secret, kill. Disobeying orders, kill. After reading it, Ling Shuang felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Joining such a shelter meant becoming a tool for those people. So, she regretted it. However, her family was still inside, and now she had no choice but to compromise. Therefore, she took out the gun on her person and handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang silently accepted Ling Shuang's sidearm and then led her through the gate. Outside the shelter, there was already a low wall, which would get higher as resources became sufficient. In their view, although the end times army was very strict, at least their firepower was strong enough to repel powerful mutated beasts and ensure everyone's safety. Eating a little less and living a little harder was nothing. As long as they endured, they would get through it. Once the end times army cleared the infected in the city, everyone could return to a normal life. Chapter 36. Evolver Report. Commander, I only have a pistol on me. The other weapons have been lost. Ling Shuang stood before the man and saluted. Am Li Rui, the deputy commander of the End Times Army. Welcome back. Saying this, he handed her a military rifle and continued. Now, this is your weapon. You are now the captain of Security Team 3, and you can receive 4 rations a day, reporting directly to me from now on. It was clear that Li Rui wanted to recruit Ling Shuang. After all, to survive in the end times, one could not rely solely on oneself. Having many subordinates was essential to live well. Moreover, although Ling Shuang wore a bomb-proof helmet, her beautiful face could not be hidden. He had never dealt with such a beautiful woman before. Ling Shuang did not expect that the person in front of her was actually a high-ranking officer in the End Times Army. His gaze was filled with an annoying possessiveness. Were these really soldiers? Ling Shuang felt that these people were not soldiers at all. But could she question it? No, because her family was still inside the shelter. Everyone else had compromised. What could she change alone? Now she understood the deeper meaning of Su Yi's words. Not only was the world changing, but so were people's hearts. Thank you, Commander. I will definitely use the gun in my hand to protect those behind me. Ling Shuang accepted the rifle and saluted. Zhang Dafu, take Captain Ling to see her family and bring her 4 rations. After these tasks were completed, take her to Security Team 3 to familiarize her with the job process. After speaking, Li Rui turned and left. He still needed to inspect the entire camp. Yesterday, they had just repelled several mutated beasts, and there was a gap in their defenses that needed to be sealed quickly. Otherwise, his violent-leaning leader would not spare him. Ling Shuang knew that the other party wanted to separate her from her former subordinates. But at this moment, she had no other choice. Follow me. A dull voice rang out. Ling Shuang did not hesitate and directly followed the other party into the interior of the shelter. Now, she only hoped that her family would be safe. Brother, I just returned from outside and am not very familiar with the current camp. I don't know how strong our commander is, Ling Shuang inquired. After all, she had just come back from outside. Very strong. The commander is an evolver. No one can match him, Zhang Dafu said with a hint of envy and admiration. Evolver? Ling Shuang did not expect to hear such a term. That's right. After the disaster, a very small number of people underwent evolution and gained great strength. Our commander is one of those, Zhang Dafu said proudly. This was not a secret and needed to be widely promoted. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and immediately asked, how strong? Can he hunt mutated beasts? Zhang Dafu glanced at Ling Shuang, seemingly a bit displeased. The commander can repel mutated beasts with bare hands. It is difficult to kill them. They are not afraid of bullets, and even if shot, the bullets are pushed out by their muscles. Ling Shuang's pupils constricted. Then she said, when I left, the mutated beasts weren't this terrifying. Have they become stronger now? That's right. The commander also said that the strength of the mutated beasts is increasing. That's why we need to invest more combat power to eliminate them. Today, the commander went out in a tank to deal with the mutated beasts. Fortunately, the number of mutated beasts is not large. Otherwise, this camp would be overwhelmed in a few days. After hearing this, Ling Shuang's frown deepened. If the mutated beasts were not eliminated, the safety of a shelter could not be guaranteed. The strength of the mutated beasts was too strong. Bullets couldn't harm them. No wonder they needed to use tanks against the mutated beasts. Along the way, Zhang Dafu shared a lot. Now, there were already 130,000 survivors in the camp, most of whom they had brought over. Ling Shuang then understood why the management of the shelter had changed. It turned out that the End Times Army had more people and greater strength, making it normal for them to take over the shelter. After all, in a confrontation, there was no chance of winning. Ling Shuang could not believe that such a significant change had occurred in such a short time since she left. Soon, Ling Shuang was brought to a busy area. Many people were digging the ground with their hands, while many others dressed in bulletproof vests stood by with loaded guns. They are cultivating. This land is very fertile. The commander thinks it's very suitable for growing vegetables, Zhang Dafu explained, then began calling out the names of Ling Yu's parents. Ling Shuang's own parents were already 70, and such physical labor was certainly not suitable for them, so they had other jobs. Xiao Shuang. Ling Chun saw Ling Shuang, and his eyes immediately turned red. He had originally thought Ling Shuang had sacrificed herself. After all, she was the only one who left back then, without anyone else around. Big brother, Ling Shuang ran over and hugged Ling Chun. Xiaoyu is fine, but I can't say it out loud now. Ling Shuang quickly whispered. Only Ling Chun could hear her. It's good that you're fine. It's good that we're all okay. Ling Chun happily patted Ling Shuang's back, not expecting that his daughter was also safe. As for why she couldn't say it, Ling Chun guessed a few things. The current shelter was implementing a high-pressure system, and they had also lured many children to serve those people. With his daughter being so beautiful, if she entered here, how was it any different from entering a wolf's den? Yi, who was beside them, initially did not react, but from her husband's words, she caught the implication. Her daughter was safe, but she couldn't say it. So, she also stepped forward, excitedly hugging Ling Shuang, receiving the confirmed news from her. Where are Mom and Dad? Ling Shuang asked when she didn't see her parents. They're doing cleaning work. This way, they can get a bit of food, Ling Chun explained somewhat shamefully. After all, he had no ability to feed his elderly parents and felt he had no face to meet his sister. I am now the captain of Security Team 3. I get 4 rations a day, so they shouldn't need to work anymore, right, Brother Zhang? Ling Shuang turned her head and asked. Now, she had no voice in the matter. The power was in the hands of the End Times army. Zhang Dafu shook his head and said, This matter is not up to me. It needs the commander's approval. Everything in the camp is decided by the commander. Zhang Dafu thought that with Ling Shuang's beauty, entering the management's upper ranks should not be an issue. After all, she had not only beauty but also strength. Such a woman can definitely earn the admiration and special care of the military commander. Chapter 37. Inside information from the shelter, I have a bit of an upset stomach. Can I go to the restroom? Please wait for me here. I still need to see my parents. Ling Shuang rubbed her stomach, testing it out. Zhang Dafu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Considering that Ling Shuang's parents and family were here, there shouldn't be any problems. Hurry up. I have other tasks to attend to, Zhang Dafu emphasized. Thank you, I'll be back soon. With that, Ling Shuang covered her stomach and quickly walked toward the distant building. Since everyone was busy, there was no one in the restroom. Once inside, Ling Shuang decisively took out her walkie-talkie. Sui, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly, came Sui's voice through the device. This area is controlled by the Apocalypse military. They have strict control over food, and anyone caught hoarding food will be executed. The control over personnel is also very strict. Even those in their 70s or 80s have to work to support themselves. Additionally, the status of women in the shelter may be very low. Beautiful women are likely to become someone else's plaything. Also, the leader of the Apocalypse military is an evolved being. He can fight against mutated beasts and force them to retreat. Today, they went out in tanks specifically to deal with mutated beasts. Xiaoya, your parents are safe. I will take good care of them. I don't have much time left, so weigh your options. I will act as if I have never encountered you. After saying that, Ling Shuang flushed the toilet. Got it. Take care, Sui's voice came again. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and opened the door to go out. Once outside, she took off her helmet and washed her face. Then, she patted her cheeks. Ling Shuang, it's the apocalypse now. The old ways of living must be discarded. Come on, you can do it. After cheering herself on, Ling Shuang left. Did everyone hear that? Sui scanned the crowd. After all, the walkie-talkie was quite loud. Boss, no matter what decision you make, I will follow you, Wanran declared decisively. Seeing him raise his hand, the others quickly expressed their agreement. They came to the shelter seeking a stable life. However, from Ling Shuang's words, it seemed that things were not as good as they hoped. After she returned, she wouldn't be able to come out, and would have to secretly find an opportunity to send out information. If they didn't have the walkie-talkie, they might have to wait several days to hear from Ling Shuang. Hoarding food will lead to execution? That is too ruthless. Are they any different from Boss Shuang? The Apocalypse military doesn't sound like good people, right? Let us evacuate this block and find a neighborhood to hide in. They must have already searched this area. Although there may not be food, safety should be guaranteed. Ling Shuang had just entered and hadn't fully understood the situation. So let us wait a couple of days to see how things unfold. Raise your hand if you agree with my decision. If you disagree, you can go to the shelter, but the premise is that you cannot reveal our situation. Sui looked around, and then everyone raised their hands. All right, let us go now. Everyone follow me and move a bit faster. After saying that, Su-yi quickly walked to the door. He and Ling Yu didn't communicate, directly making a decision. Ling Yu also did not express her opinion throughout, even though she was only a few kilometers away from her parents. However, she knew that if she showed up, meeting her parents wouldn't necessarily be easy. The statement that beautiful women might become playthings felt like it was specifically meant for her. Additionally, Su-yi's decision was also sound. Finding a neighborhood nearby to lie low would allow them to gather more information. The food they had would last them for 3 to 4 days without any problem. That much time was enough to think clearly about whether to seek refuge in the shelter. The group circled around to the back of the block and entered a neighborhood. As Su-yi had guessed, the neighborhood had already been swept clean. Apart from the doors that were open, the rest had been smashed in. At the same time, there were no signs of infected bodies, only piles of charred bones. It was evident that they had burned the infected bodies together. Men stay in one place, women in another. Don't move around casually and don't visit each other. If I find out you're coercing them, you will be castrated, Su-yi warned, not wanting any trouble from these people at this time. Don't worry, boss. I will keep an eye on them, Fong Ran volunteered. Hongjia, take this. Su-yi took out a nail gun and handed it to Mo Xiaohong. Ling Yu had mentioned that Mo Xiaohong had been performing very well these days. She used to be a corporate executive and often worked out, making her someone Ling Yu thought was worth recruiting. Thank you for your trust, boss, Missouri Xiaohong said gratefully, not expecting Su-yi to give her a nail gun, although it only had one bullet. Its main purpose was not to deal with anyone, but was a sign of Su-yi's attitude. Su-yi didn't speak and silently walked to the third suite. That was where he and Ling Yu would stay. How is it looking? Can you see anything? Su-yi chose a higher floor so that he could see the situation in the shelter. Yes, the defenses inside are very tight. They all have guns, and with our numbers, we probably won't be able to do much. Ling Yu's eyesight was far beyond that of an ordinary person, at least twice as good, so she could clearly see what was happening inside. Su-yi walked to the window and took a look, then turned to Ling Yu. Your eyesight has improved a lot. I'm a bit envious. I even thought about hunting a mutated cat to eat its brain. It seems that my eyesight has indeed improved a lot, but unfortunately, I didn't see my parents, Ling Yu said as she hugged Su-yi. I'm all yours now. What is there to be envious of? At worst, we can hunt other mutated beasts and let you have this ability too, she said, hugging him a bit tighter. Su-yi stroked Ling Yu's soft hair and then said, earlier, Sister Shuang mentioned that the leader of the Apocalypse military is an evolved being. He should have gained his abilities from mutated beasts. Perhaps no one else has gained abilities through mutated beasts like you. Through Ling Shuang's information, Su-yi confirmed that someone had indeed evolved and gained powerful abilities, being able to fight mutated beasts and drive them back. Such strength was something he probably didn't possess yet. It seems I need to sign in at a suitable place as soon as possible. I wonder if anyone can gain power this way. Ling Yu turned around and touched Su-yi's cheek. Chapter 38. They're dealing with mutated dogs. Su-yi did not discuss this issue with Ling Yu, as it was not a matter that could be concluded through discussion. Boom! An explosion sounded from a distance. Are they dealing with mutated beasts? Ling Yu glanced at the door. Su-yi rubbed Ling Yu's head and said, I'll go check it out. You stay here. Ling Yu nodded. Be careful and come back early. Su-yi took out a submachine gun, handed it to Ling Yu, and also gave her 30 rounds of ammunition. Ling Yu didn't think much and directly accepted it. Su-yi kissed Ling Yu and quickly went downstairs, then sprinted towards the street. If those people didn't know that mutated beasts could grant abilities, Su-yi might be able to take advantage of the situation. After running a distance, Su-yi took out the silent god drone. Once it reached a certain height, Su-yi could see the situation on the nearby streets. I see it. Su-yi spotted the tank and directed the silent god drone towards it. At the same time, Su-yi quickly accelerated towards the area where the tank was located. The street was clearly cleaned up, with vehicles pushed on the sidewalk. All of this should have been done by the End Times Army, unrelated to the previous shelter number 1. After running for more than 10 minutes, Su-yi arrived near the tank. The tank was still firing, indicating that the mutated beasts had not been dealt with yet. Su-yi hid in a convenience store, which had also been looted, leaving only some shelves, counters, and a floor covered in paper money. Everything else had been taken. Su-yi sat behind the counter, controlling the drone. Fortunately, there was such a powerful gadget. Otherwise, it would have been difficult. He wondered if he could upgrade it to have an invisible function. He muttered to himself, and then zoomed in with the camera. Was that a mutated cow? No, it was an absurdly large mutated dog, the size of a cow. Seeing the mutated dog in the footage made Sue-E frown. Such a powerful mutated beast, no wonder they needed a tank to deal with it. Additionally, Sue-E noticed that its hind legs were bound with iron chains. Not far away, a person was standing with a large knife, staring at the mutated dog. Sue-E noticed that this person was very tall, likely over 2 meters, and muscular all over. This person must be the leader of the end times army? Sue-E thought, surprised by the imposing figure. Boom! The tank fired again, but the mutated beast dodged, and the shell hit a building behind the mutated dog. However, the mutated dog let out a painful howl. The shockwave. They were using the explosion shockwave. Just as Sue-E finished speaking, the leader of the end times army suddenly charged forward and swung his large knife at the mutated dog. The knife struck directly at the dog's back. The mutated dog let out consecutive howls, clearly suffering fatal damage from the blow. Hey, beast. The leader of the end times army jumped high and then swung down, decapitating the mutated dog. Strong, unmatched. After seeing the leader's strength, Sue-E immediately felt the gap between them. You damn beast. You made my 8 subordinates die. Saying this, he kicked the mutated dog's head, sending it out of the community. Meow. Suddenly, a loud cat's cry came from a distance. On the rooftop far away, 2 mutated cats appeared, slightly larger than tigers. The leader of the end times army's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Retreat, quickly retreat." Clearly, he knew he was no match for these 2 mutated cats. He decisively cut off a large piece of meat from the mutated dog, not daring to take the whole corpse. Thus, they quickly retreated from the community. Sue-E saw the 2 mutated cats leap down from the several-meter-high rooftop and pounce on the mutated dog's corpse. Their retreat was swift. The leader of the end times army jumped onto the tank, sitting on top as they retreated toward the shelter. A few minutes later, Sue-E walked out of the store and quickly ran toward the direction of the mutated dog's head. Clearly, the leader of the end times army did not know how to use brain beads to grant people abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked the mutated dog's head off to vent his anger. However, he knew that the flesh of the mutated beasts was edible. After eating the flesh of mutated beasts for such a long time, Sue-E felt that it seemed to enhance one's strength. Soon, Sue-E found the location and stored the mutated dog's head in his storage space. He couldn't handle the 2 mutated cats either. These 2 were definitely much stronger than a mutated cat he and Ling Yu had previously encountered, and their size was significantly larger. Sue-E chose not to provoke them and decisively left. Sign in. Sue-E just wanted to sign in now. Only by increasing his strength could he adequately deal with these mutated beasts. Sue-E took out his phone and opened the navigation. Since he had the city's offline map, it was still usable. The satellites overhead were still operational. Sue-E's goal was to find places like boxing gyms, fitness centers, and taekwondo studios. Sue-E directly searched for boxing gyms, and many options popped up. 5-star taekwondo, 14717, Weiye Road, High Dog Boxing Gym, Building 4778, Fortianan Road. Flying Man Muay Thai Gym, 1232, Xinshin Road, 5th floor, 3rd level, Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Building 6 Wudong Community. Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Wudong Community? Sue-E remembered seeing this name on the map just now, so he chose it. Sure enough, it was only a little over 300 meters away. Thus, Sue-E quickly followed the navigation to Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym. This gym was located on the basement floor, and Sue-E saw many photos on the wall. They were just pictures taken with celebrities, and Sue-E didn't pay much attention. Internal family boxing, 9 extreme collapse. The collapse fist seems like an arrow leaving the bow, relying entirely on the back foot's push. It gathers kidney water to nourish liver wood, loosening shoulders and lowering elbows to balance the chi. 9 extreme collapse combines the collapse fists of 9 families, using the technique of breath control to maximize the power of the collapse fist. After reading the introduction, Sue-E felt it was quite impressive. Entering the boxing gym, Sue-E saw many training equipment. Should I sign in here? What if this so-called internal family boxing 9 extreme collapse is just a scam? What Wouldn't I be at a loss? Forget it. I need to try this kind of place sooner or later. I must have confidence in the system. Saying this, Su-yi closed his eyes. System, sign in. If I really get what I want, then my choices will change in the future. If internal family boxing truly exists, its power must be incomparable to ordinary martial arts. Chapter 39. The rewards are too rich. Sign in successful. Obtained internal family boxing 9 extreme collapse experience package. Ding obtained 1 cultivation pill. Survival points 70. Hearing the system's voice, Su-yi almost jumped up in joy. 9 extreme collapse, cultivation pill, 70 survival points. Everything indicated how correct Su-yi's decision was. System, accept the 9 extreme collapse experience package. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-yi felt his brain was like watching a movie, and his body involuntarily started moving. After about 10 minutes, Su-yi's body finally stopped. Then, Su-yi took out the cultivation pill. It was a green pill, and, after taking it out, he immediately understood its function. It increases vitality and energy, enhancing strength. What a good thing. Su-yi directly put the cultivation pill in his mouth and swallowed it. This cultivation pill does not take effect immediately. It requires some time to absorb its medicinal properties. Su-yi stood in front of a sandbag and then punched it with a bang. The sandbag was directly burst open by Su-yi's punch, exploding several seams, and sand flew out from inside. So strong. Su-yi was very satisfied with the 9 extreme collapse, not expecting its power to be so fierce. Unfortunately, it was getting dark soon. He couldn't sign in too far away. He needed to sign in a couple more times nearby. Otherwise, after 12 o'clock, he would only gain 1 sign-in opportunity, which would be too much of a loss. Survival points, 151 sign-in times, 810, after glancing at the light screen. Su-yi took out his phone again. Flying Man Muay Thai Gym, over 5,000 meters, that's the one. Su-yi immediately turned on the navigation and quickly started running. My speed has increased again. This feels great. Su-yi noticed that his speed had improved again. The wind rushed past his ears as he ran, feeling particularly exhilarating. He felt that his speed was probably comparable to that of an electric bike. Therefore, in less than 10 minutes, Su-yi appeared at the entrance of the Flying Man Muay Thai Gym. Before he even entered, Su-yi saw several infected individuals inside through the glass door. After seeing themselves, they looked very excited. Su-yi took out a tang knife and then opened the glass door. Immediately, the infected rushed out, lunging at Su-yi. What awaited them was Su-yi's sharp tang knife. With clean and swift movements, several infected heads rolled off their bodies in the blink of an eye. Su-yi felt like a master from those martial arts movies on Earth, looking incredibly handsome. Holding the knife, Su-yi walked up the stairs. Soon, he arrived at the 2nd floor. There were still infected inside the door, and Su-yi easily dealt with them and walked in. Taking a glance, Su-yi found that this was a gym. System, sign in, Su-yi silently thought. Ding, sign in successful. Received a medium body enhancement potion. Survival points, 30. With a thought, a green potion appeared in his hand. This is medium, so the last time I signed in, I got a beginner one? Is it because this gym is bigger and has more facilities? Su-yi wondered, then temporarily put the potion away. It would soon be dark, and if he injected this potion, his body would expel a lot of impurities, and he wouldn't be able to go back without taking a shower. Exiting the gym, Su-yi went upstairs, because the upstairs also belonged to the Farin Thai boxing gym. The door was open, but there were no infected inside. Su-yi walked straight in and observed. He found that this place was not marked, indicating he could sign in here. If it were marked, he would see a pattern indicating that he could not sign in. This should be a place for teaching Thai boxing, in addition to 2 boxing rings. There were other facilities. Su-yi took a round, confirmed it, and silently thought. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Received a Thai boxing experience package. Ding, received strong bone pill. Survival points, 40. Su-yi smiled happily and then silently thought. System, received the Thai boxing experience package. Su-yi involuntarily closed his eyes, and his body began to practice Thai boxing. After 5 minutes, Su-yi opened his eyes. Su-yi took out a yellow pill, and a strong medicinal fragrance rushed towards him, strengthening the body and bones, a good thing, and it has unexpected effects when taken with the Pei-Yuan pill. System: you are too powerful. Su-Yi directly consumed the strong bone pill, and after swallowing it, he exited the hall. There was still another floor upstairs. He wondered what it was, planning to take a look. After all, he still had one sign-in opportunity left. Survival points, 221 sign-in times, 1. Seeing the content on the light screen, Su-Yi knew that after midnight tonight, he would have 2 sign-in opportunities. That way, Su-Yi would be more confident. For example, now, he wasn't so worried about the leader of the Apocalypse Army. As long as he gave himself a few days, Su-Yi could follow him and smash his head. This is the confidence that strength brings. Quickly going upstairs, Su-Yi saw many infected through the glass door. Instead of drawing his knife, he directly opened the door. He wanted to try to deal with these infected barehanded. Bang! With a 9 extremes burst, Su-Yi found that the infected's head exploded directly. Damn, so strong. Su-Yi couldn't help but curse, his eyes suddenly shining with excitement as he punched another infected. Slow. Su-Yi realized that the movements of these infected were very slow. Perhaps it was because his strength had increased, his speed had quickened, and his reflexes had sharpened, making the movements of these infected seem very slow. Bang! 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 Each punch exploded ahead, surprising even Su-Yi himself. He felt that these infected were simply too weak. With his current strength, he felt there was no danger in moving outside at night. With such strength, could the leader of the Apocalypse Army be that strong? Looking at the more than 10 infected with their heads smashed on the ground, Su-Yi couldn't help but want to challenge the leader of the Apocalypse Army. If he could defeat the leader, it would be very likely that he could take down that shelter. Once he dealt with the shelter, he could sign in freely around the city. Su-Yi wanted to leave the city. Going outside might lead to more mutated beasts. After all, there were relatively few animals in the city. The outside was the domain of animals. Without sufficient strength, one couldn't go out. Moreover, the animals outside would eventually invade the city. Therefore, taking down the shelter was very necessary. With his thoughts collected, Su-Yi glanced around the hall. Understanding what this place was for, a comprehensive combat center, it turned out to be mixed martial arts. Su-Yi knew that mixed martial arts competitions allowed participants to use boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Thai boxing, wrestling, taekwondo, karate, judo, sanda, and jeet kune do, and were known as the decathlon of combat sports. What would he gain from signing in at such a venue? Chapter 40. Dozens of mutant rats attack the shelter. System: sign in. Ding. Received a mixed martial arts experience package. Ding. Received the dragon step. Survival points, 100. There are actually 100 survival points? The more survival points, the more valuable the items Su-Yi received from signing in, which is more beneficial for survival. After thinking for a moment, Su-Yi decided to receive the dragon step first. The mixed martial arts experience package would likely take a lot of time, and by the time he finished, it would be completely dark. System: received dragon step. As soon as he finished speaking, images appeared in his mind, and then Su-Yi's body began to move. He darted left and right, up and down. His body was incredibly agile, flashing around the hall like a swimming dragon. What excellent footwork! With this footwork, even if he faced mutated beasts, it wouldn't be so easy for them to hurt him. After leaving the hall, Su-Yi quickly went downstairs. After going downstairs, Su-Yi found a bicycle at the door. Grabbing the chain, he pulled hard, snapping the lock. Then, Su-Yi recalled the quiet spirit drone and rode the bicycle towards the shelter. Su-Yi rode the bicycle very quickly, and in less than 20 minutes, he entered the community where Ling Yu and the others were. Ling had been worried about Su-Yi as it was getting darker. If it got dark, Su-Yi might not come back. Now their phones couldn't even send messages, so there was no way to contact him. Therefore, Ling Yu was very concerned about Su-Yi getting into trouble. She didn't stay in the house, but waited at the bottom of the building for him. When she saw Su-Yi riding the bicycle, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as Su-Yi got off the bike, he heard a gunshot, the sound of a machine gun. Quick, let's go upstairs and take a look. Su-Yi knew that something must have happened at the shelter for someone to start shooting. Moreover, the gunfire was becoming increasingly rapid, and more people were firing. It must be the mutated beasts attacking the shelter again. The two quickly went upstairs and rushed into the room. The gunfire continued, almost forming a line of fire. Were those There were other people in the room. They were startled when they saw the creatures attacking the shelter. Because they were not infected. They were mutated rats. Those were mutated rats. Lingyu became a bit excited, her pupils changing slightly. She didn't know if it was because she had gained some abilities from the mutated cat, but she had a strange reaction to the mutated rats. Her nails involuntarily grew longer. It was only after Su-Yi held her hand that she calmed down. There were at least a dozen mutated rats. He wondered if they could hold them off. Su-Yi roughly counted and frowned. How come there are so many? Didn't they say that mutated creatures are rare? Lingyue's face was filled with worry. After all, her parents were inside the shelter, and she was afraid that these mutated mice would attack and harm her loved ones. The information we received was initially released by the shelter. Maybe their data isn't very comprehensive. Don't worry, their firepower is strong enough to hold them off. From the looks of it, this isn't the first time they've encountered this. Su-Yi tried to reassure her while closely monitoring the situation below. Then, lights came on below. It was already dark and without illumination. It was hard to see the situation outside. Why is the gunfire becoming sparse? Lingyue noticed that the gunfire was not as dense as before, and her brows furrowed. Su-Yi patted her shoulder and comforted her, saying, "Don't rush, don't panic. Let's go downstairs first and check the situation nearby." Su-Yi still wanted to take control of the shelter. If these mutated mice broke in, many people inside would likely die. This situation was not something Su-Yi wanted to see. Additionally, the meat of mutated creatures was edible and greatly beneficial to humans. So Su-Yi needed this mutated meat to enhance his own strength. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Lingyue immediately felt happy. With Su-Yi acting alongside her, there might be a chance to rescue her parents from inside. After all, Ling Xuan was still inside. You all stay here, don't act rashly. The strength of the mutated beasts is very strong. After leaving the sentence, Su-Yi and Lingyue directly went out and downstairs. Once they arrived at the location, they quickly approached the shelter. Bullets, I need bullets. I'm out of bullets. Me too. Hurry and give me some bullets. Boom. A grenade exploded, sending a mutated mouse flying. However, the mutated mouse did not die. It stood up with a scream and charged towards the shelter. I'm about to be breached here, requesting support. Grenade. Throw a grenade. I'm going to fight you beasts. Lingyue's face turned pale as she looked at the mutated mice being suppressed by the firepower, shocked as she said, "Why aren't they afraid of bullet fire? That mutated cat could be killed. Why can't these? We're out of bullets. Soon we won't be able to hold them off. If they break in, my parents will be in danger. It could be a matter of different mutations or even evolution. After all, the infected could evolve." Su-Yi drew out his tang knife and handed a walkie-talkie to Lingyue. "It's so unfair. Why can't we humans evolve?" Lingyue complained, then pressed the talk button. "Hello. Can you hear me?" Lingyue took the initiative to contact Ling Xuan, hoping to know the situation inside the shelter. Just then, Su-Yi saw a figure rushing out from inside. It was the leader. Perhaps they could hold him off. The leader, wielding a giant sword, charged directly into the crowd of mutated mice and swung his sword. However, he did not hit any mutated mice. The mutated mice seemed even more excited, charging towards the 2-meter-tall man. "Come on, beasts, let Grandpa kill you." His voice was booming like thunder as he swung his fists, continuously sending the charging mutated mice flying. However, there were too many mutated mice, over a dozen. He alone had no way to deal with so many at once. "Brothers, their armor is about to break. Go in for the kill." A group of people rushed out from inside, wanting to help their leader. Ling Xuan did not respond. "Do we need to go help?" Lingyue looked at the battlefield in the distance, watching people being knocked down or pounced on by those mutated mice, her eyes turning a bit red. Her nails were continuously growing longer. However, she did not act rashly. She was waiting for Su-Yi's decision. If Su-Yi did not speak, she would not rush out. That would be equivalent to forcing Su-Yi to make a decision. Chapter 41. The interior is breach charge. Su-Yi saw the leader being knocked down by 7 or 8 mutated mice and decisively made a choice. If he didn't act now, the shelter would fall, and these people would likely die. At that point, Su-Yi would only be able to escape with the others. But if he left here, would he not encounter other mutated beasts? Charging in, he would know his own strength. Charging in would give him a chance to save these people. Su-Yi rushed towards the leader of the Apocalypse army, moving at high speed, and in just a few seconds, he reached the scene. He swung his tang knife towards the neck of a mutated mouse. Su-Yi saw the head of the mutated mouse fall under his strike, and a smile appeared on his face. It turns out I'm stronger. The blade flashed, and wherever it went, there were the corpses of mutated mice. After killing 4 in succession, Su-Yi realized that his tang knife was starting to get damaged. It could only be said that the bones of the mutated mice were just too hard. Even so, Su-Yi still used his immense strength to strike down the head of another mutated mouse. The knife was completely ruined. Su-Yi discarded the knife and punched the mutated mouse that had bitten the neck of the Apocalypse Army's leader. With a crack, the mutated mouse's cervical vertebra was directly shattered, and its body collapsed onto the leader. "How are you? Are you okay?" Su-Yi directly pried open the mutated mouse's mouth and reached out his hand towards the leader. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. My life, Qin is yours." Saying this, he pressed down on the wound on his neck while grabbing Su-Yi's hand and stood up. On the other side, Ling Wei was riding on a mutated mouse, thrusting her hands into its chest and pulling out its heart. She then lunged at another mutated mouse. It turns out it's not that I'm strong, but these mutated mice are too weak. However, why are they not afraid of bullets? They shouldn't be this weak if they aren't afraid of bullets. It didn't seem difficult for Ling Wei to hunt them down. Su-Yi didn't have time to think much. Several mutated mice charged at him. Su-Yi decisively acted and used the 9 Extremes burst. The charging mutated mice were all blown away by Su-Yi, collapsing on the ground and continuously screaming. 2 minutes later, all the mutated mice were lying on the ground. Some were dead, and some were still alive, but had no combat capability left. It turns out there are indeed evolved beings stronger than me. Qin looked at Su-Yi with red eyes. Although the hard armor of the mutated mice had disappeared, their attack and defense were still incredibly abnormal. Yet Su-Yi single-handedly killed over 10 mutated mice. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have that kind of strength. He felt that if Su-Yi wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. His dodging ability was scarier than that of the mutated cat in a fight. He might not even be able to touch Su-Yi. We won. These damned mutated mice have finally been wiped out. Some members of the Apocalypse Army cheered. They had been fighting these mutated mice for 4 days. They had originally thought they would all perish here today, but 2 powerful evolved beings came to their rescue. It could be said that Su-Yi and Ling Wei were the saviors of the entire Apocalypse Army. Savior, you are the savior of our Apocalypse Army. From now on, our Apocalypse Army will follow your orders. Saying this, Qin looked at Su-Yi with admiration and gratitude. First, handle your wounds. Those who are uninjured, clean up the battlefield and bring the corpses of these mutated mice inside. Saying this, Su-Yi picked up Qin Li's giant sword and began to chop off the heads of the mutated mice. He needed to collect these heads. After all, there might be brain beads inside these heads that could grant abilities. Xiaoya. In the crowd, Ling Shuang's voice suddenly rang out, and she ran up to Ling Yu, hugging her tightly. "Aunt, where are my parents? Are they okay?" Ling Yu asked anxiously. Ling Shuang nodded quickly and replied, "They're fine. They're all okay. There haven't been any mutant beast attacks in other areas. The camp is very safe. The Rat King is not here." "Damn it, it escaped again." Qin suddenly shouted angrily. Su-Yi frowned and asked, "What Rat King?" "I can assure you that all the mutant rats attacking you are here." Just then, a commotion erupted from inside the camp. Help! Someone quick! Help! Rats, really big rats. I'll help." The crowd's expressions changed. They hadn't expected mutant rats to breach the shelter's interior. "You stay here, Ling, you go." Saying this, Su-Yi directly stored the head of a mutant rat in his storage space, shouldering Qin Li's large sword, and rushed towards the shelter's interior. Ling Yu said nothing and opened up her speed. She realized that Su-Yi had surpassed her original speed advantage. "You continue to clean up the battlefield. Be on the lookout for new mutant rats." Qin dropped this sentence, not bothering with his injuries, which were only half bandaged, and decisively chased after Su-Yi. It was clear that Su-Yi was unaware of the Rat King's existence. As long as the Rat King was around, it would regroup the mutant rats and attack the shelter again. When Su-Yi charged in, the crowd was in a state of panic. Many people were trampled, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Su-Yi directly used jumps to approach the center position. Each jump was about 2 meters high. When Ling Yu ran in, she also saw Su Yi's method of advancing. She wanted to learn it, but found she could only jump just over a meter high, making it difficult to leap over others' heads. Ling Chun, Yizi, where are you? Ling Yu shouted her parents' names, rushing in, only wanting to save and protect them. She couldn't care about anything else. Xiao Yu at Xiao Yu's voice. Honey, where are you? Ling Chun realized that his wife had been swept away by the crowd. Ling Yu's hearing was extraordinary, and she naturally heard her father's voice. She jumped up, stepping onto a person's shoulder, and leaped towards her father's direction. She realized she could flexibly step on other shoulders to move forward like a nimble cat. Yiji, where are you? Ling Chun jumped up and shouted loudly, trying to find his wife. Suddenly, Ling Yu heard a faint voice. She quickly ran towards the source of the sound and saw a person curled up on the ground, holding their head with both hands. She jumped beside them, quickly pushing everyone around away. Mom. After clearing the crowd, Ling Yu directly picked up her mother. At that moment, Qin Li also rushed to the scene. Seeing the panicked crowd, his brow furrowed. Chapter 42. The abilities of the mutant rats. Everyone stop. No one is allowed to run. Whoever dares to run, I'll smash their head in with one punch. Stop, everyone stop, don't move. He had quite a deterrent effect in the shelter, and his loud voice instantly silenced everyone. Help the fallen up. Someone is already dealing with the mutant rats, so why are you running? Whoever dares to move again, I will smash them. Saying this, Qin Li suddenly ran up, grabbed a person, and smashed them to the ground. Indeed, he smashed them to death. The others were immediately terrified, not daring to move. Good, everyone stand still. You over here, make way. Whoever moves recklessly, I will kick you out of the shelter to feed the infected. So, you'd better keep a close eye on each other. When he first arrived at the shelter, Qin Li had killed a few people unwilling to cooperate in front of everyone, so everyone knew how brutal he was. Moreover, he followed through on his threats. When he said he would crush someone, he wouldn't use a gun to do it. Mom, are you okay? Ling Yu held her mother and stopped in an open area. You where? I'm fine, Mom's fine. Yiji embraced Ling Yu, her emotions running high. She hadn't expected her daughter to miraculously appear and save her. Mom. Ling Yu also hugged her mother tightly, and they embraced for a moment. Nothing was more exciting and joyful than being reunited. In this apocalypse, having one's family alive was a profoundly happy thing. Ling Yu felt she was truly lucky. After a while, they released each other. Ling Yu naturally heard Qin Li's words. Mom, stay here, don't move. I'm going to help Su Yi. I'm worried he might be in danger alone. Without waiting for her mother's agreement, Ling Yu dashed out. In the crowd, everyone was monitoring each other, preventing anyone from moving recklessly. Because Qin Li was a man of his word. If someone moved and caused everyone to be expelled from the shelter, they would all die. No one wanted to be kicked out, nor did anyone want to die. Moreover, there was no danger now, as no mutant rats were charging in. When Qin Li arrived at the scene, he found a pile of human corpses stacked together. There were also 7 or 8 mutant rats attacking Su Yi, with several already lying on the ground. Su Yi was continuously throwing punches, sending the mutant rats flying. However, they didn't collapse like the mutant rats outside that were smashed and broken by Su Yi. Their bodies were covered in something resembling scales, seemingly able to absorb most of the force. Now, Su Yi understood why so many firearms were ineffective against these mutant rats. Because these scales had incredible defensive capabilities. Bullets couldn't harm them at all. However, the power of a 9 extreme burst was still quite strong. As long as a mutant rat was caught by Su Yi, after delivering a dozen punches, it would still be killed by him. The few that had fallen outside were killed in this manner. Later, these mutant rats adopted a hit-and-run tactic. Unfortunately, Su Yi possessed the dragon step, so they couldn't bite him and would be caught off guard by Su Yi, allowing him to grab one and pummel it to death. Ling Yu also arrived and, without saying a word, pounced on one of the mutant rats. Her sharp claws dug into the mutant rat's body, creating sparks. Then, she changed her strategy, constantly attacking. Qin Li did not join the battle, but stood by, looking for the Rat King's figure. Su Yi could actually handle these mutant rats on his own. He realized that Su Yi had a special ability. Therefore, finding the Rat King was the key to solving the problem. At the same time, he noticed that Ling Yu's combat ability was not inferior to his, and that her agility was far superior. Qin Li's evolution focused on strength, and in terms of reaction speed and agility, he was about the same as an ordinary person. However, because of his large frame, he seemed less agile than an ordinary person. Thus, he envied Su Yi's abilities. The military called him a versatile evolver. A versatile evolver was the king among evolvers. However, he found it hard to understand Ling Yu's abilities. She seemed like a cat. Could there be cat-type evolvers? Although he felt his strength surpassed Ling Yu's. In a real fight, she could wear him down. Qin Li noticed the pile of corpses moving slightly and immediately rushed over to it. He flipped all the bodies aside. "Boss, here. The Rat King is in the burrow. We have to kill it. Otherwise, it will return again." Qin Li shouted loudly and charged toward Su Yi, intending to hold off the mutated rats attacking Su Yi and give him a chance. At that moment, Su Yi noticed that the mutated rats attacking him began to flee, quickly burrowing into the ground and escaping. What did the Rat King look like? The mutated rats could dig tunnels and had organized some of their kind to draw fire, indicating that it was highly intelligent and capable of using strategies. If such a creature wasn't killed, Su Yi wouldn't feel at ease. It was covered in scales, and its eyes were particularly large, seemingly glowing, Qin Li described. "I'm going to chase it. You all take care of this." After Su Yi dropped that line, he jumped into the hole. The hole was large enough to drag away the bodies, so it was quite spacious. "Su Yi, be careful," Ling Yu shouted, then picked up a large sword from the ground, preparing to behead the mutated rats. She felt Su Yi had left her behind to collect the heads of these mutated rats. If there were brain pearls inside, it could grant people abilities. The strength, speed, and reflexes of these mutated rats were very strong. If humans could gain these powers, they could also become powerful. After beheading the rats, Ling Yu suddenly envied Su Yi's storage space. Having the ability to store items made collecting these things too convenient. The heads of the 11 mutated rats were about the same size as human heads, and one person definitely couldn't carry them all. Just then, Ling Shuang appeared in time, anxiously asking, "Xiao Yu, are you all right? Did you kill all the mutated rats?" "It's fine now. Su Yi has gone to chase the Rat King. These mutated rats are no match for him." Ling Yu entrusted the heads to Ling Shuang and went to find her parents. After all, her mother had been trampled, and she wasn't sure if she was truly uninjured. Chapter 43. Fierce battle with the mutated Rat King. Su Yi bent down and walked forward in the tunnel, which was only a little over a meter high, making it impossible to stand up. He quickly discovered that these tunnels were connected to the sewage system. Fortunately, he hadn't lost track of them. After more than half an hour, Su Yi arrived at an underground space. This should be an ancient tomb? Su Yi used the flashlight on his phone to illuminate the area, almost certain it was a tomb passage. Squeak, squeak. The sound of rats reached Su Yi's ears. They had evidently discovered him and charged toward him. Su Yi took out a steel knife and confronted them directly. Passing through the tomb passage, Su Yi entered the tomb chamber. Inside the chamber were some eternal lamps. After the mutated rats had dug through and allowed air in, the white phosphorus reignited the lamps. With these lamps, Su Yi could clearly see his surroundings. Over 20 mutated rats with glowing eyes did not advance, seemingly very restrained. Suddenly, a sharp squeak pierced Su Yi's ears, causing his brain to throb painfully. The Rat King. Su Yi saw a larger mutated rat, about the size of a tiger. "Roar!" Su Yi shouted, swinging his knife toward the Rat King. He had to interrupt this sonic attack. Otherwise, he might not make it out alive. Damn! Su Yi saw his knife veering off course just before it reached the Rat King. However, it did interrupt the Rat King's sonic attack. A submachine gun appeared in Su Yi's hand, directly locking onto the Rat King. What kind of ability is this? Magneto? Su Yi found that the bullets were stuck and couldn't hit the Rat King. To be honest, he envied such an ability. Squeak, squeak. Hearing this sound, all the mutated rats stopped holding back and lunged at Su Yi. He punched one mutated rat away and took out another steel knife. System, upgrade to Tang Dao. Survival points, 15. The knife in his hand instantly changed shape as Su Yi slashed at a mutated rat charging at him. It was still in midair, but its head was chopped off by Su Yi. After slashing and killing 6 mutated rats, the Tang Dao in his hand broke again. So, Su Yi took out another knife, which upgraded directly to a Tang Dao. With the Tang Dao, Su Yi killed all the remaining mutated rats. He had taken some injuries, with several bites on him, but fortunately, none of his flesh was bitten off. Now, only the mutated Rat King was left in the tomb chamber. After discarding the second broken Tang Dao, Su Yi took out his last steel knife. With a thought, new text appeared on the interface. Use 15 survival points to upgrade to a fine steel Tang Dao. Use 100 survival points to upgrade to a super alloy Tang Dao. Upgrade to super alloy Tang Dao. Su Yi made his choice directly, regretting not even looking at the previous option and wasting 30 points on the ordinary Tang Dao. He noticed that the Tang Dao in his hand was black and thicker and wider than before. Come on, let us try my new knife. Su Yi beckoned to the mutated Rat King. Throughout the entire time, it had been watching. Su Yi felt its gaze was somewhat disdainful, as if it looked down on him. Hee-hee. Huh. A mutated rat actually made a hee-hee sound? Su Yi's pupils constricted, and he charged forward. It was too bizarre. Su Yi felt as if it were a person, not an animal. After charging in, Su Yi felt as if he was blocked by an invisible wall. Is this your reliance? Is that why you look down on me? Su Yi felt himself blocked by an invisible wall. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't get any closer. I don't believe it. My knife can't break your defense. Su Yi stubbornly swung the alloy Tang Dao, slashing repeatedly. With each strike, he put all his strength into it. Su Yi didn't know how many times he had swung the knife. He was drenched in sweat, with not a single dry spot on him. The mutated Rat King sat in a bronze chair like a person, remaining in that position without moving at all. However, its gaze had lost its disdain and had taken on a serious expression. Su Yi knew this was absurd, but he saw its eyes were indeed very human-like, almost indistinguishable from a human's. Strength? Su Yi had little strength left, feeling as if all his energy had been drained. If it weren't for the warm flow in his stomach, he wouldn't have been able to persist. He felt that his body was rapidly absorbing the effects of the medicine. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yi took out the intermediate body enhancement potion and injected it directly into his chest. Strength returned instantly. What you shouted, jumping up and slashing down at the mutated Rat King. Squeak! The mutated Rat King let out a cry of pain as Su Yi's knife struck it, leaving a wound. However, Su Yi was also knocked back by an invisible force. Su Yi stood up, wiping the sweat from his face. I thought your defense was unbreakable. Haha. You got hurt, right? Don't worry, you will die soon. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, he shot toward the mutated Rat King like a cannonball. With a slash, Su Yi's Tang Dao wildly struck at the mutated Rat King. Although it was still blocked, the distance to the Rat King had shrunk to less than 5 centimeters. The intermediate body enhancement potion had given Su Yi a surge of power again. At the same time, the warm flow in his stomach became increasingly intense. He knew his body was crazily absorbing the effects of the medicine, nourishing and strengthening his body and bones. The mutated Mouse King had another wound added to its body, causing it to squeal in pain and begin to flee. Su Yi would not give it a chance to escape, blocking its path and continuously hacking at it. Gradually, it accumulated more and more wounds. The man and the mouse darted back and forth, fighting in the tomb for an unknown amount of time. Oyi sudendi erupted, then swung his knife toward the mutated Mouse King's head. This strike met no resistance and directly cleaved the mutated Mouse King's head in two. The mutated Mouse King was dead. Su Yi felt completely drained and collapsed to the ground. Hungry, extremely hungry, Su Yi dragged his body over to the mutated mouse's side. Prizing open its head, Su Yi dug out its brain matter. A purple bead was extracted, which Su Yi immediately popped into his mouth. The mutated Mouse King's extraordinary power was likely directly related to this purple brain bead. Ling Yu had eaten the brain bead of the mutated cat and gained abilities similar to it. He should also be able to obtain the abilities of the mutated Mouse King through this brain bead, right? Chapter 44 Sign-in times. 2 After swallowing the bead, Su Yi took out a set of cooking utensils and cut some meat from the mutated Mouse King. After rinsing it with mineral water, he directly stewed a large pot and cooked some rice as well. He hadn't eaten dinner and had fought for several hours. Then, Su Yi took out milk and bread and sat against the corpse of the mutated Mouse King to eat. After filling up, Su Yi felt engulfed by drowsiness and fell asleep immediately. Xiaoyu, have you found Su Yi? Crunch, crunch. No, he is not in this passage. He has gone somewhere else. Ling Yu's eyes turned red as she tried to hold back her tears. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Su Yi is so strong. He can easily kill mutated mice, so he won't be in trouble. Ling Shuang's voice came through the intercom, offering comfort. However, this did not ease Ling Yu's worries. Su Yi was indeed very strong, but the mutated Mouse King had not shown itself, and she did not know how powerful it was. How could Ling Yu feel at ease under such circumstances? The only way to make Ling Yu feel secure was to find Su Yi. Suddenly, Ling Yu caught a whiff of a fragrance. Meat aroma? Ling Yu had a keen sense of smell and immediately identified the scent as that of a meat stew. The smell of mutated beast meat. It must be Su Yi cooking the meat of the mutated beast. He hadn't even had dinner, and after fighting with the mutated mouse for so long, he must be starving to cook something underground. Ling Yu instantly felt overjoyed and pressed the talk button, saying, I might have found Su Yi. Xiao Gu, you should return to the shelter to take care of Grandpa, Grandma, and my parents. I might be back a bit later. Are you sure? Ling Shuang's voice came through the intercom, filled with doubt. I'm sure. I smell Su Yi cooking something. Yes, it's definitely the smell of cooking. He must have killed the mutated Mouse King and is cooking it. Ling Shuang looked at a tomb passage that was quite spacious and felt that Su Yi should be in this place. In addition, the meat aroma was becoming more intense. Sizzle, sizzle. Once Ling Yu entered the tomb passage, she could no longer receive radio signals. It was likely because she was too far away. After all, the communication distance was limited. Ling Yu used the headlamp she had taken from the shelter to illuminate her surroundings and felt that this place resembled an ancient tomb. Following the passage, she entered the interior of the ancient tomb through an opening. Then, she saw the ground covered in corpses. Oi! Ling Yu called out, but only the sound of a pressure cooker releasing steam answered her. There were no other sounds. This indicated that Su Yi must be here. Ling Yu did not hear Su Yi's response and searched around inside. Oi! Ling Yu spotted Su Yi leaning against the corpse of the mutated mouse and rushed over. Oi! Just as she thought something had happened to Su, she heard snoring. Is he asleep? Ling Yu was overjoyed. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Su Yi's chest rising and falling. This indicated that he was indeed sound asleep. The ground was scattered with plastic wrappers and 3 milk cartons, confirming that Su Yi had fallen asleep. So, Ling Yu turned around and went back outside. Xiao Gu, can you hear me? Yes, what is going on? How is Su Yi? Ling Shuang asked anxiously. It's okay. He is not injured. The mutated Mouse King has already been killed by Su Yi. However, he is too exhausted and ate some food before falling asleep. Xiao Gu, please let them know. I'll stay here to take care of Su Yi. Once he wakes up, we'll return. All right, take care of yourselves. I'll head back first so that Qin Li and the others don't worry. Ling Shuang let out a sigh of relief. After all, Su Yi was the benefactor of this shelter, especially to the military group during the apocalypse, who were extremely grateful to him. Therefore, Ling Shuang wanted to bring this good news back as soon as possible. After ending the call, Ling Yu returned to the tomb chamber. It smells so good. I'll eat a little first. Ling Yu opened the rice cooker and scooped out a bowl of rice. It was already past 9 at night, and she had only eaten a little before coming to find Su Yi. Now, the tomb chamber was filled with the enticing aroma of meat. And how could Ling Yu resist? She picked up some water on the ground and poured it over the pressure cooker for a while to lower its temperature. After opening it, the aroma became even more intense. She placed the headlamp on the ground, and the light illuminated the tomb ceiling, making the chamber much brighter. After adding some salt, she ladled out a large bowl of soup. After blowing on it to cool it down, Ling Yu took a sip. Delicious. It was even better than the soup made from the mutated cat's meat. Ling Yu's south eyes turned into crescent moons, and she instantly felt happy. Cooking and eating in an ancient tomb. Maybe it's just you? Saying this, Ling Yu glanced at Su Yi, who was sleeping soundly. He was sleeping so well that he occasionally let out a snore, so Ling Yu couldn't bear to wake him up. After finishing a large bowl of rice and a large bowl of mutated beast meat soup, Ling Yu felt her body warm up. Indeed, the mutated Mouse King's meat has more energy than the mutated cat's. Touching her belly, Ling Yu rested her hands on her knees. propping her chin up and staring at Su Yi. Emptying her mind, Ling Yu thought of nothing but gazing at Su Yi. Her heart was filled with sweet feelings. In the past, she had heard people talk about the feeling of liking someone and thought it was ridiculous. How could simply looking at someone make you feel happy? It's just a man, no matter how good-looking. Could he really evoke feelings of happiness? Now she understood. It turned out that it really could make one feel very happy and sweet. Though it seemed absurd, it was indeed her own personal experience. Ding! Sign-in times. 2. A voice echoed in Su Yi's mind, startling him awake. He opened his eyes and sat up. Su Yi, you're awake. Ling Yu blinked her big eyes. Su Yi glanced at Ling Yu, then stood up and said, How did you find this place? Are your parents okay? Yeah, they're fine. Only my mom has a slight ankle sprain. Dad and Grandpa and Grandma are all good. Now, Xiaogu is taking care of them. You must be hungry. I'll get you some rice and soup. It's all warmed up. Saying this, Ling Yu got up to serve Su Yi rice and soup. Su Yi picked up the alloy tang knife from the ground, and when Ling Yu finished serving, he handed the knife to her. I ate the mutated mouse King S brain bead. You should split open the remaining mutated mouse S head to see if there is a brain bead inside. After saying this, Su Yi began to eat. In fact, he had also been woken up by hunger. The bread and milk were not enough for their consumption. They would soon feel hungry again. Only the meat of mutated beasts can sustain for a long time. Chapter 45. The amazing reward of 10,000 survival points. Su Yi, why can't I find a brain pearl? After Ling Yu split open the head of a mutated rat, she found no brain pearl inside. Let's cut open the others, Su Yi said, then picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Ling Yu then split open the head of the second mutated rat and pulled out a milky white brain pearl. This one has it, but it's milky white and a bit smaller than the one I ate last time, she said, showing it off. Maybe the brain pearls of different mutated beasts are different. The one I ate was light purple and about the size of an egg. These brain pearls probably aren't present in every mutated beast. Only some have them. Hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu nodded in agreement and continued to split open the remaining mutated rat heads. Only 3 pearls, that's too few. After finishing, Ling Yu had found only 3 brain pearls. Su Yi directly took out the heads of the 13 mutated rats from his storage space and let Ling Yu continue cutting them open. Then, Ling Yu found 2 more brain pearls. This is the head of a mutated dog. You should cut it open and see, Su Yi said, taking out the head of the mutated dog. Although Ling Yu was curious, she didn't ask further and directly split open its head. Nothing. After finishing the last sip of soup, Su Yi said, It seems that not all mutated animals have brain pearls. Only some do. I wonder what the formation mechanism is. It would be great if I could grasp some patterns. Ling Yu handed all 5 brain pearls to Su Yi and began to clean up the pots and bowls. Let me check this tomb chamber, Su Yi said, picking up the headlamp on the ground, preparing to look around. This place doesn't seem to be the main tomb chamber. There should be side chambers as well. I wonder what kind of things I would get from signing in here. Previously, he had never thought about signing in at a tomb chamber. Now that he was here, Su Yi certainly couldn't miss the opportunity. Now, he could sign in twice a day. Even if the rewards were lackluster, Su Yi could accept it. After all, trying different places would lead to more options in the future. Soon, Su Yi arrived at the main tomb chamber. Upon entering the main tomb chamber, Su Yi was attracted by a long spear. In the center of the main tomb stood a long spear, illuminated by the light, shimmering with a ghostly glow. Uncontrollably, Su Yi walked up to the spear and pulled it out. So heavy, Su Yi discovered that the spear was very heavy. The Overlord spear? Su Yi saw inscriptions on the spear's body, clearly the word Overlord. He wondered what material it was made of. It definitely wasn't iron, as iron's density wasn't this great. It couldn't be this heavy. After all, this wasn't Earth. It was another world. This should be the tomb of an ancient military general, right? Otherwise, how could there be an Overlord spear? System, sign in. You want to know what he would receive from signing in here. Ding, sign in successful. Receive spear technique, 7 kills. Survival points 10,000. Su Yi's eyes widened. 10,000 survival points. So many? Su Yi was directly stunned. 2,000 points. How powerful must this spear technique be? Could it be that the system made a mistake? Previously, when Su Yi received the Inner Family Fist 9 Extremes burst, it only added 70 points. This 7 kills had 10,000 points. Because it was so much, Su Yi doubted if the system had made an error. System, accept spear technique 7 kills. In Su Yi's mind, a fierce-looking military general appeared. Then, the general in his mind spoke. Greedy Wolf kill. Giant Gate kill. Lucy Yuan kill. Literary Star kill. Honest Virtue kill. Martial Star kill. Breaking Army kill. Host mental power is limited. Please choose one of the techniques to fuse first. Wow, what you claim it? This 7 kills was actually named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the 7 Star Lords. Was this 7 kills spear technique truly in the realm of martial arts? 1,000 points indicated the extraordinary nature of this spear technique. I choose Greedy Wolf kill. Su Yi directly followed the order since Greedy Wolf was the first star. Fusion begins. As soon as the general's voice fell, Su Yi felt all the muscles in his body tense up. Then, his body began to move. In the tomb chamber, the spear shot out like a dragon. Its momentum like a rainbow. 10 minutes later, Su Yi returned to normal. He only felt that his muscles were sore, as if he had been tortured for several hours. And he could barely stand. Looking at the marks left on the walls and the dust in the tomb chamber, Su Yi knew how powerful the Greedy Wolf kill was. Su Yi's stamina was not yet sufficient to support him using the Greedy Wolf kill. Although it was powerful, it wasn't suitable for him to use in combat right now. Once used, he would become weak. Additionally, this 7 kills spear technique was truly beyond the realm of martial arts. It required the integration of killing intent to train, needing Su Yi to condense killing intent for battles. In the recent fusion, Su Yi not only gained Greedy Wolf kill, but also obtained the killing intent technique, a special method used to cultivate killing intent. In Su Yi's view, this killing intent technique was an alternative form of Qigong. Su Yi, how are you? Ling Yu saw Su Yi leaning against the long spear, looking as if he would fall at any moment, and hurried over to support him. Just now, when Su Yi was performing Greedy Wolf kill, the commotion was huge, like demolishing a house. Ling Yu couldn't have not heard it. When she came over, she saw Su Yi wielding the long spear, its power frightening. She didn't dare to approach, fearing she might be accidentally killed if she got too close. I'm fine. Just a bit drained. I just need to rest, Su Yi explained, then sat down heavily. Fortunately, he had also taken vitality pills and strong bone pills. Otherwise, he would have probably broken several bones by now. This 7 kill spear technique is too strong, too domineering. Su Yi suspected that the one who created the spear technique was not human at all. At the very least, they weren't an ordinary human. He felt that even an evolved individual like Qin Li might not be able to execute this 7 kills. Additionally, if one Greedy Wolf kill was so powerful, how strong would he be if he mastered all 7 kills? No wonder the system would give out 10,000 survival points. Go open that ancient tomb and see if there are any weapons or the like inside. This is the tomb of a top-tier military general. There might be other divine weapons. Saying this, Su Yi grasped the long spear and slowly stood up. To possess the 7 kills spear technique, the owner of the tomb must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, it seemed that there were no historical figures in this world that could correspond to this military general. After all, Su Yi inherited all memories and was quite knowledgeable about this world's history. Chapter 46. Ingeniously Crafted Armor. Ling Yu nodded, supporting Su Yi to the edge of the stone coffin. Then, Ling Yu directly pushed open the coffin lid. Shining the headlamp inside, she saw a desiccated corpse lying there, adorned in a set of exquisite armor. Take off this armor. It should have pretty good defensive capabilities, Su Yi directly instructed Ling Yu. Sorry, General, Ling Yu said, flipping over into the coffin. After a bit of effort, Ling Yu managed to remove the armor. This armor is so light and also very soft. I wonder what material it's made from. The style was completely different from ancient armor, consisting of a top and pants, with the pants resembling modern ones quite a bit. Hey, Su, it looks like there's another set in this bag, Ling Yu said, picking up a cloth bag and taking out a red set from inside. It's also very light. It should be made of the same material. This set should be women's clothing, perhaps prepared by him for the woman he loves. Unfortunately, it seems he didn't. Otherwise, it wouldn't be placed in his own coffin. Ling Yue searched around the stone coffin again, but didn't find anything else. After coming out of the coffin, Ling Yue covered it back up. After all, having taken someone else's belongings, she couldn't just leave the lid unattended. Here, try on this set and see if it fits. Wearing this, I think the mutated beasts won't be able to break through the defense of this armor. Ling Yue was not shy and directly began putting it on herself. The design of this armor was very clever, similar to chainmail, and was a single piece. Soon, Ling Yue had it on her body. It seemed a bit too big. It would be better if it could be tightened a bit. Ling Yue felt it was too loose. Su Yi stepped forward and touched Ling Yue's soft armor. The phoenix here could rotate, and maybe after Su Yi turned the phoenix on her shoulder, he found that it could indeed tighten the clothing. Ingenious. How could the ancients be so amazing? Even giving a waist adjustment, Ling Yue exclaimed in delight. She then rotated the other phoenix, and indeed, the other side tightened as well. This is incredible. I love this armor so much. Ling Yue was as happy as a child. Besides the armor being particularly powerful, it was mainly because it matched Su Yi's armor. Couple's armor. That general was indeed a bit too romantic. Unfortunately, there were no matching weapons. However, she still quite liked Su Yi's tang knife. The weight was just right and exceptionally sharp. She wondered if Su Yi would give her the tang knife after he got a spear. Come on, let me help you put it on. Ling Yue picked up the black soft armor from the ground and helped Su Yi wear it. In fact, Su Yi had just wanted to upgrade Ling Yue's soft armor. However, the prompt required 5,000 points, and he gave up immediately. Although he had just obtained 10,000 points, he was still reluctant to spend 5,000 points to upgrade a piece of soft armor. Fortunately, this soft armor had a tightening function. This design was indeed very clever. Saying it was ingeniously made was not an exaggeration. With Ling Yue's help, Su Yi also put on the soft armor. After slightly adjusting the twin dragons on his shoulders, the soft armor fit snugly. This soft armor was incredibly strong, very close-fitting, yet it did not hinder movement and was particularly light. Moreover, it had a hood that could protect his head when pulled on, feeling more convenient than a helmet. After Ling Yue put on the hood attached to the clothing and moved around a bit, she found it indeed very effective. She didn't expect that killing the Rat King would give them 2 sets of precious armor. She wondered how many more ancient tombs like this one there were. Unfortunately, they had not obtained any information about this general. Su Yi was quite interested in knowing more about this general, especially since they had gained so many benefits. I'll go look for more. Hopefully, there will be some rewards. You rest here, Ling Yue said to Su Yi, taking the headlamp and tang knife to start searching. Su Yi looked at the spear in his hand, feeling it might also have a very intricate design. Sure enough, Su Yi discovered a mechanism. It was retractable, capable of shortening its length by nearly a meter. It could also be disassembled into 2 sections. He really liked this spear. However, his body couldn't support the spear techniques yet, so using this overlord spear was inconvenient. After putting it into his storage space, its heavy weight felt effortless. Oi! Come quick, there are many weapons and a lot of gold over here, Ling Yue shouted excitedly upon discovering something. Following her voice and the light, Su Yi arrived at another chamber. Here, he saw a red mark indicating he could not sign in at this location. Once inside, Su Yi saw many boxes filled with gold bars. He took one. It had no markings on it. There was a rack holding several beautifully crafted swords and knives. At least the sheaths looked exquisite. Ling Yue picked up a weapon that resembled the tang knife, but leaned more towards the miao knife. Its sheath was red, matching her soft armor very well. Su Yi also picked one up, drew it out, and found it was not rusty. Here, try with my tang knife. Su Yi wanted to see which one was stronger, the sword in his hand or the super alloy tang knife enhanced by the system. Ling Yue put down the red knife, gripped the tang knife with both hands, and slashed down at the sword Su Yi held. The long sword in Su Yi's hand was instantly cut in half, while the tang knife in Ling Yue's hand remained intact, proving its worth after spending 100 points on an upgrade. Looks good, but not powerful. I thought it was strong. Ling Yue couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Su Yi smiled slightly, collected the 2 knives from the rack and the one Ling Yue had dropped. He planned to upgrade the red one and then give it to Ling Yue. Let's go. We need to have someone take the bodies out. Back in the ear chamber, Su Yi stored the Rat King's body in his storage space. Space was limited, so it was impossible to bring all the bodies back. Naturally, they needed to have someone come here to move the mutated rat bodies back to the shelter. Okay, let's head up first. Saying this, Linghua prepared to leave with Su-yi. Just then, Su-yi suddenly screamed in agony. The brain pearl has cracked. Su-yi pushed Linghua away. You go outside first. Don't let me hurt you by mistake. Su-yi felt like his stomach was burning, and the sensation spread to other parts of his body. Linghua immediately understood and ran toward the tomb passage. She had experienced it before. The pain felt like her body was being torn apart. Chapter 47. The ability of the mutated Rat King. I wonder how powerful Su-yi will become after gaining the ability of the mutated Rat King. Linghua was curious about how strong Su-yi would be. After all, Su-yi was already much stronger than her. And now he had absorbed the brain pearl of the mutated Rat King. Su-yi's heart-wrenching screams lasted for more than 3 hours, much longer than Linghua's. When Su-yi finally calmed down, Linghua returned to the tomb chamber. Su-yi was eating mutated beast meat, just like she had at that time. However, Su-yi cut a piece from the body of the mutated rat with a knife. After Su-yi finished eating, Linghua walked over to him. How do you feel? Linghua was curious about what kind of ability Su-yi had gained. Su-yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "It's very strange. It seems I now possess the ability to control air. Like the Rat King's ability, I can condense some air near my body to form an air shield, like a barrier to block external attacks. Additionally, my strength and speed should have improved as well." Overall, Su-yi was very satisfied. It seemed that everyone could use a brain pearl. She wondered if a person could use 2 different mutated creatures' brain pearls and gain completely different abilities. Also, if one were to bite it open directly, would they not have to wait as long to gain the ability? I feel like once the shell is digested, it will start, Linghua said, looking at Su-yi and throwing out some questions. Do you want to try? Su-yi glanced at Linghua and then took out a pale white brain pearl. It's important to know that this kind of attempt is very dangerous. If it fails, the result might be unbearable. Linghua nodded, took the brain pearl from Su-yi, and asked Su-yi, "Don't you feel an urge to eat it when you see this?" After all, Linghua felt that urge. Su-yi nodded, frowning as he said, "I wouldn't have before. But after absorbing the energy of the brain pearl and gaining the ability to manipulate air, I do now." Linghua nodded and said, "Maybe it's because we need the energy inside." After saying that, Linghua directly put the brain bead in her mouth and bit it open. A rush of heat surged into her stomach and then began to spread throughout her body. She let out an incredibly comfortable moan because she felt every cell in her body experiencing a pleasurable sensation, causing her to involuntarily make such sounds. Su-yi energy. Our bodies need that kind of energy. I feel like my strength has increased again. As she spoke, Linghua licked her tongue, seemingly still a bit unsatisfied. It's very comfortable. You'll know once you try one. It really can make us stronger. Linghua's voice was full of temptation. Su-yi hesitated for a moment and took out one. There were simply too few of these things. Using one meant one less. He put it in his mouth and bit it open, immediately experiencing Linghua's sensation. It felt as if every cell was being massaged. It was indeed wonderful. Moreover, it could indeed enhance his strength. Su-yi had to admit that the feeling of eating this for the second time was quite extraordinary. However, he felt that the increase in strength was almost negligible. He thought that eating the second brain bead was similar to injecting a body enhancer. Perhaps it was because his body had been injected with enhancers, making this brain bead less effective for him. Unlike Linghua and the others, they had never injected enhancers. They relied on the brain beads to gain abilities and strength, so the effects would be more pronounced. Additionally, Su-yi felt that the effects would weaken over time. He had no plans to reveal this, as it was just his guess and might not be the truth. After thinking for a moment, Su-yi spoke, "So, it seems that only by consuming the first one can we acquire the abilities contained in the brain bead. The second one can only absorb its energy." Linghua nodded in agreement with this conclusion, saying, "It should be like that. At least that's the case for the 2 of us. Next, we'll know once others consume one." Su-yi snapped his fingers, already having someone in mind. Ling Shuang, her strength is quite good. Her conviction should have been shaken yesterday. she should stand firmly by Ling Yue's side from now on. They are family and can unite completely. Additionally, Ling Yue's father could also consume one. In this dangerous world, no one would refuse to become stronger. Even Ling Yue's mother could consume one. As long as they dared to hunt infected creatures and deal with mutated beasts, they would qualify to become stronger. Now, he still had 3 left. He wondered how many brain beads were left in the heads of those mutated rats in the shelter. These things are more valuable than the meat of mutated beasts. In the past, He would actively avoid mutated beasts, but now he wanted to actively seek them out, hunt them down, and then obtain their brain beads. Furthermore, perhaps no one else knew the wonderful uses of brain beads yet, so there was no competition with them. Once everyone knows, the competition will become fierce. Let's go. We should head up. The sky is about to brighten, and your family must be worried. After Yi finished speaking, he crawled out of the ancient tomb. Soon, the two of them passed through the tomb path and the rat tunnel and returned to the surface from the sewer exit. This place was still quite far from the shelter. Ling Yue took out a signal gun and fired a flare into the sky. This was agreed upon with Ling Shuang. Upon seeing the flare, they would rush over immediately. The sky was already slightly brightening. Yi and the others had delayed quite a bit of time in the ancient tomb. After more than 10 minutes, 3 military vehicles appeared. Xiao Yue, Oyi. Ling Shuang exclaimed happily upon seeing the two. With manpower and vehicles, Yi quickly led them to move all the bodies of the mutated rats back to the shelter. Upon returning to the shelter, Yi was warmly welcomed by everyone, because it was Yi who, relying solely on his own strength, had hunted down all the mutated rats and pursued the remaining mutated rats and the Rat King. The biggest crisis in the shelter had been resolved by Yi. Everyone hoped that such a powerful person would stay. If he stayed, the safety of the shelter would be guaranteed. They had already realized that infected creatures were not terrifying. What was terrifying were the powerful mutated beasts that could appear and disappear at will. Previously, they thought that the giant Qin Li could protect them. But last night, Qin Li almost died. Yi's strength far exceeded that of Qin Li. The shelter needed such a strong person to be stationed there. Boss, did you kill the mutated Rat King? Qin Li hurriedly asked as soon as he saw Yi get out of the car. His biggest worry was still the Rat King. As long as the Rat King was alive, he wouldn't feel at ease. It's dead. I chopped its head off. Yi squinted at Qin Li. What would his attitude be? Boss, please take over our Apocalypse Army. Take over our shelter. From now on, the Apocalypse Army will be yours. Saying this, Qin Li directly knelt on one knee to pledge loyalty to Yi. Some people in the Apocalypse Army knelt like Qin Li, while others saluted Yi. It was clear that those kneeling were Qin Li's loyal followers, sharing the same heart. Chapter 48. She is my woman. I don't like the name Apocalypse Army. From now on, let's call it the 7-Kill Army. Yi accepted Qin Li's loyalty, regardless of whether it was sincere or just to keep himself safe. The signing of the ancient tomb made Yi see more possibilities. Therefore, he might not stay for even 3 months before leaving directly. The mutated beasts in the city are rare. The number of mutated beasts in the wild is much larger. To become stronger, besides signing in various places, Yi also needed to hunt mutated beasts and collect brain beads. As long as he helped Ling Yue's family control the shelter, Yi could leave. Did you hear that? From now on, we are the 7-Kill Army. Come meet the commander. Qin Li Shouta. No, the commander is her, Ling Yue. Saying this, Yi pointed to Ling Yue, who was in red armor. Salute to Commander Ling Yue. Saying this, Qin Li saluted Ling Yue with a very standard motion. The entire 7-Kill Army salute. Seeing this scene, Ling Yue couldn't help but feel a surge of blood, as if something was sprouting in her heart. At ease, dismissed. Ling Yue's loud voice echoed in the camp. Boss, what about you? Qin Li looked at Yi eagerly, curious about what decision Yi would make. She is my woman. Yi didn't explain anything, just said this one sentence. Where are the bodies of the mutated rats? Yi wanted to know where the heads of those mutated rats had been stored. In the freezer. We put them all in the freezer. Don't worry, boss. Except for you and the commander, no one else is qualified to touch the meat of the mutated beasts. Qin Li said this, clearly including himself, indicating he also had no right to touch it. Yi was quite satisfied with this statement. Absolute strength can suppress everything. You are an evolver. Ordinary food can no longer support your consumption. We are still quite generous to our own people. Su Yi expressed his stance, and then asked Qin Li to lead the way, while also storing the remaining bodies of the mutated rats. In the shelter, all the balconies were equipped with photovoltaic power generation systems, so electricity could be self-sufficient. The freezer was also self-contained. The freezer was located in the underground first basement, covering 500 square meters, which was quite large. Besides the bodies of the mutated rats, there were also various other frozen products inside. Most of these were collected by Qin Li and the others, as well as the previous people in the shelter. Qin Li, do you have some information that we don't know about? Su Yi was very curious if there were any exclusive news regarding the apocalypse that only Qin Li and his group were aware of. Yes, the military has conveyed some messages to me, urging us to be independent in various regions, govern ourselves, rescue more civilians whenever possible, establish shelters, and create a new order. Outside the city, there are more mutated beasts. In the future, our main enemies may be these mutated beasts. Fighter jets can't even take off. Many avian mutated beasts are even stronger than fighter jets. Additionally, we already know that the meat of mutated beasts is edible and can enhance human strength. Moreover, the infected may continue to evolve. By the way, satellite communication equipment is still operational, and we have contact with independent military forces in various locations. The military has designated the day of a disaster as the year one of the new era. Every 3 days, independent military forces must report their status to the military. Currently, this is all the information we have. Su Yi didn't expect that Qin Li had so much information. Are there many independent military forces? And how many are there in total? Su Yi was eager to know if there were still independent military forces where his parents were in Nanmen. Not many. Currently, there are only 27 independent military forces. The disaster was too terrifying. Many people died before they even had time to react, and some directly turned into infected. Some independent forces have fewer than 30 members. Our 7-kill army still has a relatively large force. The largest has fewer than 5,000 members. Is there an independent military force in Nanmen? Su Yi asked again. Qin Li shook his head, probably guessing that Su Yi's family might be in Nanmen. Here is the map, which shows the locations of all the independent military forces. Saying this, Qin Li took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi glanced at it, his brow furrowed. There are only 2 large cities left. The others have all been wiped out. The independent military forces are mainly in small cities and even some county towns. Their Yuntian city is a quasi-first-tier city, and there are no other independent military forces around. This is what it means to fight alone. The military, apart from letting them be independent, has no other solutions. After all, we still need to save our compatriots. Only by being independent can we have more autonomy. Moreover, for development, the independent military forces also need more population. It must be said that the military's decision is quite wise. Yuntian City's total population is 36 million. The surviving population should be more than this. Currently, they have only searched a few nearby neighborhoods. Other places are too infested with infected individuals to get through. There is no way but to block the streets and ensure the safety of this area. Once they have trained more soldiers, they will expand outward to search for other survivors. However, the attacks from mutated rats and other mutated beasts have left Qin Li and his group overwhelmed, leaving them no time to train new recruits. The situation can only get worse. Su Yi pondered for a long time and then said to Qin Li, "Go tell the military immediately that some mutated beasts have pearls in their heads, and consuming these brain pearls can grant powers possessed by the mutated beasts." Qin Li's body trembled with excitement. "Boss, is this true? That's great. Humanity has hope now. This way, not only do we have evolved beings, but we can also cultivate a batch of super soldiers using brain pearls." Wait, don't rush to report it. Go get Ling Shuang and Ling Yu's parents. Su Yi felt it was necessary to be more cautious. After dismissing Qin Li, Su Yi glanced at Ling Yu. "You won't blame me for revealing this secret, will you? After all, it was Ling Yu who first discovered it, making a secret they share." "Of course not. This is something everyone should know. If there are only a few of us left, then complete extinction is not far off. So, I fully support your decision. Yi, you did the right thing. I didn't like the wrong person because we are still human, still have humanity, and still worry about our kind. Saying this, Ling Yu walked up to Su Yi and kissed him directly. Soon, they both parted. After all, Su Yi needed to cook some mutated beast meat. Gaining the power from the brain pearls should mean they wouldn't have to eat raw meat, right? Su Yi wanted to know this, which is why he asked Qin Li to call Ling Yu's family over, taking the opportunity to cook some meat. Chapter 49. Upgrading to Vibranium War Blade. Su Yi. Thank you for saving my daughter. Ling Chun just arrived, and upon seeing Su Yi, stepped forward to shake his hand. He had already heard from Ling Shuang that it was Su Yi who rescued Ling Yu from school and escorted her here. To Ling Chun, even a small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude, let alone a life-saving act. You not only saved Xiao Yu, but also saved all of us. I'm truly grateful. If you ever need Ling Chun, just say the word. I will not hesitate to face any danger. Uncle, you overstated. Ling Yu and I support each other. It's not about who saved whom, Su Yi explained. I asked you all here because I want to know if you want to gain power and if you dare to go out and confront the infected or even the mutated beasts. After saying this, Su Yi looked at the three of them. Of course we want to. Ling Shuang was the first to express her desire, her eyes filled with eagerness. Both Su Yi and Ling Yu demonstrated extraordinary strength, capable of fighting against mutated beasts. Listening to Su Yi, it was clear that there was a way for her to gain such power. How could she not be excited? She felt too weak now, unable to deal with the mutated beasts at all. This made Ling Shuang feel very frustrated and pained. Rather than live a constrained life in a shelter, it would be better to go out and eliminate those beasts. Ling Chun also expressed his stance seriously. If I have the ability to go out, I would not want to stay in a shelter, living in hiding. Yi Ji glanced at her daughter. She remembered the scene when her daughter fell from the sky, pushing away those crowded around her. She also wanted to gain strength to protect her daughter. Very well, I can feel the sincerity in your words. Here, I have 3 brain pearls taken from the brains of mutated rats, which can grant humans power and even some abilities of the mutated beasts. Of course, the process will be quite painful and can last for several hours. Think it over. Once you've decided, come up to take one and eat it directly. Saying this, Su Yi opened his palm, revealing 3 brain pearls. Ling Shuang was the first to step forward, took 1 brain pearl, and put it directly in her mouth. She completely trusted Su Yi's words. After biting it open, Ling Shuang felt a surge of heat flowing into her stomach, then spreading throughout her body. Qin Li recorded the whole process, preparing to send it back to the military. Ling Chun and Yi Ji also came up, each taking 1. Like Ling Shuang, they bit it open immediately. Just after biting, Ling Shuang's scream echoed in their ears. Keep an eye on them to prevent them from biting their tongues, Su Yi instructed, turning around and entering the ice storage. There was still a batch of mutated rat heads inside, and perhaps he could find a few more brain pearls. Once inside the ice storage, Su Yi took out the red knife. After drawing it, Su Yi began to chop open the heads of the mutated rats. He found that the knife was quite sharp. However, its strength was somewhat lacking. After chopping through the heads of 11 mutated rats, the tip of the knife had already developed a small notch. This was quite strong for ancient times, considering that the skulls of mutated rats are very hard. A person without enhancements couldn't even chop through a mutated rat's head in 1 strike. Surprisingly, there were 4 pearls, not a bad haul. Su Yi was very satisfied as he put away the 4 brain beads and then checked the knife in his hand. You can use 50 survival points to upgrade to a super alloy knife. Upgrade. Survival points, 50. After seeing that the blade had turned black and its shape hadn't changed, Su Yi happily tapped the blade. Then, he took out the remaining 2 knives as well, upgrading them to super alloy material. These 2 were slightly weaker, each costing 80 survival points. Afterwards, Su Yi glanced at the light screen in the upper right corner to check his survival point status. Survival points, 9,991 sign-in times, 1, with 9,000 survival points. Su Yi felt very satisfied. With so many survival points, he could upgrade quite a few things. After thinking for a moment, Su Yi picked up the red knife again. You can use 1,600 survival points to upgrade to a vibranium knife. Upon seeing this option, Su Yi couldn't help but twitch his nose. Vibranium? Isn't that a fictional metal from Marvel Comics on Earth? Also known as Nirvana steel or sound-absorbing steel. It is one of the hardest materials in the Marvel Universe. Upgrade. Survival points, 1600. Su-Yi noticed that the color of the blade had changed to red. It was blood red all over and looked very magnificent. A good knife. Su-Yi couldn't help but swing it a bit, finding it still quite heavy. However, for Lingyue, it shouldn't be a problem. So, Su-Yi went outside. He would also upgrade a knife for himself. Once outside, Lingyue was still watching her parents and aunt while keeping an eye on the meat soup in the pressure cooker and rice cooker. To avoid it being knocked over by them, they would need to eat it later to replenish energy. Here, see if you like it. Su-Yi tossed the knife to Lingyue. Lingyue caught the knife and drew it out. Seeing the red blade, her eyes lit up. She loved it, absolutely loved it. Lingyue happily put away the battle knife and then pounced on Su-Yi, hugging him. Su-Yi wouldn't give her a knife unless it was a good one. Although she didn't know how Su-Yi got so many precious knives, Lingyue wouldn't ask. Asking would only put Su-Yi in a difficult position. If he could tell her, she knew he would voluntarily share it without her needing to ask. Moreover, such matters shouldn't be known by others. The sword in the ancient tomb wasn't that effective, but the knives were good. The two here would be for your parents, and the previous Tang knife would be for your aunt. Su-Yi arranged for them to all have weapons. The super alloy material was already enough to deal with mutated beasts. As for the infected, that was even easier. A single slash could send their heads flying. Their suffering lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Afterward, Su-Yi and Lingyue took the cooked meat. After using the brain beads, they needed energy replenishment, and they could eat the meat of the mutated beasts or a new brain bead. Since he had mentioned the function of the brain beads, he simply shared everything he knew. Even if he didn't say it, others would experiment. Humanity's current power was too weak to protect themselves. Su-Yi shared the function of the brain beads to help more people survive. Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, Qinli finally couldn't hold back anymore. He had a question he wanted to ask for a long time. Chapter 50, remembered by all survivors. Boss, can evolvers gain power through brain beads? Su-Yi smiled slightly and tossed a brain bead to Qinli. You can try it yourself and see. Su-Yi himself was not an evolver, so he naturally couldn't answer his question. Letting him try was the best way. Qinli took a deep breath, handed his phone to Su-Yi for safekeeping, and then bit down on the brain bead. A wave of heat instantly surged through his entire body. He felt his cells tearing apart and then multiplying and strengthening. He didn't collapse or roll on the ground, but stood there silently, enduring the pain in his body. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang and the others had finished eating and regained their strength. It's such a magical feeling. I feel full of power. It's incredible. Yiji looked at her fists, feeling like she could kill a cow right now. Not only that, I also have armor. Ling Shuang used some strength, and a layer of black scales covered her body. This is the ability of the mutated rat. You should have it too. Saying this, Lingyue glanced at her older brother and sister-in-law. Sure enough, black scales also appeared on Ling Chun, and then on Yi Ji as well. Although this appearance was very ugly, Ling Shuang felt very secure. The ability of this mutated rat, these scales could block bullets, which shows how strong the defense is. She didn't know how long it would last, as the duration of the mutated rat's ability wasn't long. Ling Shuang touched the scales on her body, still envious of the armor that Su-Yi and Lingyue wore. It looked particularly beautiful, unlike her own, which looked very ugly. I've already timed it for you. Saying this, Su-Yi picked up the Tang knife he had used before and handed it to Ling Shuang. The other 2 knives were given to Ling Chun and Yi Ji. Now all 3 had weapons, and combined with their own abilities, they were already top combat power in the shelter. They started practicing with the super alloy knives on the side. None of them had learned any knife techniques, so their movements were naturally quite stiff. Lingyue was actually the same. They couldn't gain various martial arts through sign-ins like Su-Yi. Currently, Su-Yi hadn't mastered any knife techniques. The closest thing was fencing, but fencing and knife techniques were entirely different, so teaching them would be of no use. Unless Su-Yi could find a place to learn knife techniques and then sign in to obtain them, and then teach them. All right, time's up. Your scales can last for 12 minutes, which is quite good. Now, how do you feel? Su-Yi glanced at the 3 of them. I just feel a bit hungry. This ability consumes quite a bit of energy. Ling Shuang was the first to share her feelings. Your ability is much better than mine. I ate the brain bead of a mutated cat, which only increased my speed, strength, and agility. Lingyue was a bit envious. Having scales was a good thing. No wonder you fight as agile as a cat. And you have beautiful armor. It feels like its defensive capabilities aren't weak either. Ling Shuang walked over to Lingyue and touched the armor on her. If she could exchange, she would rather gain Lingyue's abilities and armor. She felt that Lingyue was definitely saying this to comfort her. You two should go rest for a while. You probably didn't get much rest last night. Qin Li spoke up. After all, Su Yi had been fighting all night, and there might have been a lot of things happening. It's fine. We're not tired. We're in great condition. Su Yi rejected Ling Shuang's suggestion. After more than half an hour, Qin Li stood up. It's amazing. I feel like my strength has increased a lot, and I really did gain the ability of scales. Qin Li said excitedly. As he was an evolver, and didn't he expect to also gain the abilities of mutated beasts? He just didn't know if he could only gain the ability of one type of mutated beast. Knowing how magical this brain bead was, if he had the chance, he would definitely try other mutated beast brain beads to see if he could gain other abilities. In this world where monsters roamed, no one would complain about having too many abilities. Naturally, the more, the better. Your physique has shrunk a bit more, and you look even more toned. Perhaps the reaction and speed have both improved, enhancing your overall combat abilities. Su Yi glanced at Qin Li and noticed the gap between them had noticeably narrowed compared to before. I'll give it a try in a bit. Qin Li smiled happily, then took the pressure cooker handed to him by Su Yi and grabbed a piece of meat to eat. After a while, they went up. Su Yi tidied up the things and then followed them back to the ground. Qin Li led Su Yi and Lingyu to the communication vehicle, which was the only one they had at the moment. Contact the military headquarters. The communications officer inside immediately dialed a satellite video phone, and a high-ranking military officer appeared on screen. Report, General Liu. Our Apocalypse Army has important intelligence to report. Qin Li saluta. Recording. After the officer returned the salute, he instructed someone to prepare to record. Our Apocalypse Army has been renamed the 7-Kill Army. This is our new commander, Lingyu, and this is Su Yi, also our commander. Our two commanders have discovered that the brains of mutated beasts contain a pearl, which, when consumed, grants the ability of the mutated beast, turning the consumer into an ability user. Currently, we have a limited number of brain pearls and have only found that one person can obtain the ability of one type of mutated beast. Additionally, evolutionaries can also use brain pearls to gain abilities. I have recorded the process. After using a brain pearl, one will be extremely weak and needs to consume mutated beast meat or new brain pearls to replenish energy. Now I will send over the video. Vice Commander Qin Li of the 7-Kill Army. Report complete. After listening to Qin Li, the officer on the other end was shocked. Good. Thank you, Commander Ling, for providing this significant intelligence. This information holds immense value for all humanity. On behalf of the military and all survivors in the capital, I express our gratitude. Your names will be remembered by all survivors. Saying this, the officer saluted Su Yi and Lingyu. I will now announce this important news. I may contact you again shortly. After saying that, the officer hurriedly disconnected. Because this news was too important, it might change the fate of humanity. So he felt that not a moment could be delayed. A minute later, Su Yi and Lingyu's phones vibrated. The military headquarters, in addition to contacting independent armies in other locations, also used the communication system to broadcast the message provided by Su Yi and Lingyu to all mobile phones. It also stated that the information was provided by Su Yi and Lingyu of the 7-Kill Army, and they are heroes of all humanity. Chapter 51. It's getting harder and harder after leaving the communication vehicle. Qin Li gathered the mid-level personnel of the former Apocalypse Army for a meeting. The meeting was chaired by Lingyu and Su Yi, along with 3 new members, Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Ji. Everyone, you've received the information, right? The brain pearls of the mutated beasts can grant ordinary humans the abilities of the mutated beasts. These 3 are new commanders of the 7-Kill Army. They have all used the brain crystal of the mutated rat and gained the ability of the mutated rat, allowing them to have an astonishing defensive scale armor covering their bodies, while also significantly improving their speed, strength, and other aspects. Qin Li first introduced Ling Shuang and the other situations, as they would be the rulers of the 7-Kill Army, starting today. Ling Shuang and the others demonstrated their scale armor, but they couldn't control it very well yet, and their faces were still covered. In comparison, Qinli performed much better. He could control the scale armor to stay below his neck. This ability to control was what Qinli was most satisfied with. Otherwise, being covered in fine scales like a monster would be frightening. Now, let us have our commander Ling Yu speak. Saying this, Qinli took the lead in applauding. First of all, I want to say that regardless of who the commander is, the goal is to help the people in the shelter survive in this increasingly difficult world. I can't guarantee much else, but I can guarantee one thing. When there is danger, I will be the first to charge forward. I understand that our base is lacking in cement and ammunition. Tomorrow, we will lead a team to the nearest cement factory, needing 20 people to accompany us. After we return, 3 people will be able to obtain brain pearls. Going out may result in death, so I hope everyone spreads this message. All right, meeting adjourned. Ling Yu didn't want to say much else, as she had just become their leader and was very familiar with the situation of the entire shelter. Commander Ling Yu, can we participate too? Someone quickly asked, as he also wanted to have abilities. With abilities, one could survive. Ordinary people couldn't even withstand the impact of mutated beasts, let alone attack them. Originally, there were 500 people, but now only 369 remained. The sacrifices were all due to attacks from mutated rats. Of course, anyone from the 7-kill army can participate. However, we only have 20 spots, and the place we're going to is an uncleaned area. You should know how dangerous it is, and encountering mutated beasts is also very normal. Only those who perform outstandingly will have the chance to obtain brain pearls. After speaking, Ling Yu scanned the crowd. Going out means facing death. Outside, there are not only massive numbers of infected, but also mutated beasts and even possible attacks from other humans. After the meeting ended, Su Yi and the others drove away from the camp. They needed to take Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Ji out to hunt infected. Although they had gained power, they lacked experience in dealing with the infected. This was also why Ling Yu wanted to take people out to collect cement tomorrow. They needed to first take them out to grasp some combat skills and familiarize themselves with their own strength and abilities. At the same time, Su Yi also wanted to look for mutated beasts. In the armored vehicle, Ling Chun and Yi Ji held long knives and were a bit nervous. After all, they had never dealt with the infected before. Ling Shuang was much calmer. Although she had previously used firearms, she had now switched to a tang knife. Tot tot tot. Suddenly, the machine gun on the top of the vehicle started firing. What's going on? Why are they shooting? Qinli jumped down from another military vehicle and rushed to the front armored vehicle, questioning one of his subordinates. Infected have appeared on the street, the soldier explained. Impossible, we've cleared this street. How could there still be infected? Qinli personally led the clearing, and they had checked every area. Because the infected are also evolving, they can now climb. So it's likely that the infected you sealed off earlier have crossed over and entered here. That's why they appeared. Notify the camp and have them be on guard. There may be more than just these. Currently, the camp still has some ammunition. It won't work against mutated beasts, but it can still be used against the infected. Hearing Su Yi's words, Qinli couldn't help but frown. Damn it, this is too unfair. Even the infected can evolve. Why can't we humans? Qinli cursed angrily. After all, venting was the only way he had left. This disaster seems to be specifically targeting humanity. 60 of the population has turned into infected, not to mention nearly 20 have been bitten to death by the infected. The remaining 20 still have to face the crises of food shortages, weapon scarcity, mutated beast attacks, and infected assaults. Surviving is getting harder and harder. Originally, they thought that with the appearance of brain pearls, humanity could counterattack, but now the infected have started to grow stronger. Drive at full speed to the nearest interception point. Su Yi said to the driver next to him. All the way, gunfire rang out continuously, because infected figures appeared one after another. Fortunately, the infected speed hasn't improved significantly. It's still quite easy to shoot them in the head. Soon, the vehicle stopped in front of an interception point. Several infected were climbing in from the outside. Get off the car and get ready to fight. After Su Yi got out of the car, he patted the car body and let the Ling family members get out. Su Yi immediately jumped onto the roof of the car, blocking the road, and ran forward. Li followed him with his big knife, as the outside was filled with infected. Boss, should we use grenades to blow a hole? Looking at the densely packed infected below, the entire street was crowded with what seemed like tens of thousands of them. No need, they're too weak for us. He sneered and jumped straight into the midst of the infected. Damn, boss, awesome. Li didn't expect He to be so fierce, jumping into the infected barehanded. Even with his big knife, he didn't dare to be too aggressive. Oi! Ling just brought her parents up and saw He jumping into the infected, immediately exclaiming. Ye's fists danced in the air. Wherever his fists landed, an infected's head would explode. Boss, amazing! Li now understood why He dared to jump down empty-handed. Ye's fists were harder than steel. So violent, so cool. Fist shadows filled the sky, and corpses fell everywhere. Kill! Boss, I'm coming too. Li felt his blood boiling and jumped to Ye's side. Chapter 52. Upgrade to Vibranium Dual Knives. Ling Yu also leaped to Ye's side, slashing with a red knife. Then she saw 3 heads fly up. With one slash, she decapitated 3 infected. Let's go. Ling Shuang also jumped down. Then Ling Chun and Yi Ji followed closely behind, as they noticed the infected seemed very weak. However, once they were truly down there, they realized it wasn't that the infected were weak. It was that Yi and Ling Yu were too strong, especially Yi, who was powerful like a god of death. If he had 2 knives. When they looked back at Yi, he was wielding 2 cleavers and chopping wildly. Wherever he went, corpses were everywhere. Every minute, a dozen infected heads were sent flying by him. For him, the infected were indeed very weak and pathetic. The 2 cleavers in his hands were made of super alloy, extremely sharp. Ordinary kitchen knives would dull after a while. The infected were completely unaware of fear. They wouldn't turn to flee even when their companions fell, but instead rushed at you desperately, wanting to dig out your heart and smash your head open. This was their terrifying aspect because of their overwhelming numbers. After half an hour, He felt his combat power had noticeably decreased. However, the impact on him wasn't significant. But for the others, it was a completely different matter. They had no techniques, relying solely on brute force. Their moves and agility were all about conserving energy, using the least amount of effort to exert the greatest power. Thus, their consumption was much greater than Yi's. Once their stamina dropped, their strength, speed, and reaction ability would all decline. Mom, be careful. Ling Yu noticed this situation and decisively rushed to Yi Ji's side, decapitating 2 infected. Yi realized that aside from himself, Ling Yu, and Qin Li, the Ling family's 3 members were struggling. Yi quickly cleared a wave of infected around a nearby hamburger restaurant, pushed open the glass door, and shouted, "Everyone, get inside and rest for a bit." Everyone quickly gathered and entered the shop. 40 minutes. It seems your current limit is 40 minutes. Not bad. Better than I expected. Yi closed the door and wedged a chair against it. The others quickly moved a pile of things to block the wall. Only then could they hold out, as the number of infected outside was too great. Without doing this, they could easily be pushed inside. I never expected I could kill so many monsters. Yi Ji looked at the infected outside and sighed. Yeah, it's incredible. After gaining the ability of mutated beasts, we're this powerful. If we had hundreds of ability users, we could quickly take back our city, right? Ling Chun swept away his previous despair and was now filled with hope for the future. This is what strength brings. Hundreds? That's unrealistic. Only 2 or 3 brain beads come from a dozen mutated rats. Plus, hunting mutated beasts is not easy. Ling Yu directly splashed cold water on her father's hopes. Reality is cruel. Without Yi, they would never have become ability users. Moreover, the infected were gradually becoming stronger. Perhaps the mutated beasts were also gradually getting stronger. The future would only get harder, not better. While they were talking, Yi ran upstairs and took a look around. There were no infected and no food found. Looking at the cleavers in his hands, Yi felt they were still not very useful. Thus, he thought of the 2 blades used by Deadpool. The Tang knife is a straight knife, but it doesn't feel satisfying enough for chopping. Ling Yu's red knife resembled the shape of a blade, but the blade was wider. With a thought, words appeared. Can use 1620 survival points to upgrade to vibranium blades. Upgrade. Yi upgraded both cleavers to vibranium blades. The blades were black, not red. Then, He took out an arrow bag. With another thought, words appeared again. Can use 10 survival points to upgrade to dual knife back pouch. Perfect. He strapped it onto his back and inserted the 2 vibranium blades into the pouch. Walking to the restroom, he looked at his appearance and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With such a handsome face and such a cool look, it would definitely make women scream, right? After posing a few times, he took out a cigarette and lit it. He glanced at the screen to check the situation. Survival points, 5,741 sign-in times, 1. Retracting his gaze, he went to the restroom. After coming out, he returned downstairs. What luck! I found 2 good blades upstairs. He casually made an excuse. So cool. Your look is too cool. Is this the kind of ninja gear? I want to get a strap to carry my sword on my back. Ling Yu knew he must have taken it from his storage space. Seeing his daughter rush to Su Yi's side, Ling Chun showed a satisfied smile. He no longer needed to worry about his daughter's future. He had been thinking about whether to match Su Yi and Ling Yu together. Now it seemed they were already in a romantic relationship. That's easy when we get back. I'll find materials to make one for you, Su Yi said with a smile. Strap on the back is definitely more convenient. Do you guys drink cola or other drinks? There are a lot of drink powders here. Ling Shuang found some drink powders and asked. She also thought it was cool and charming. Unfortunately, this man already belonged to Ling Yu. Give me a cup of cola. Su Yi walked to the bar and smiled. This was a hamburger shop, but now only the instant drink had some value. The others also asked for a cup. Before the apocalypse, they never drank such things. Now, it was a luxury. During their time in the shelter, whether before or during the military takeover in the apocalypse, they hadn't lived well, and the food they could obtain was quite limited. Drinks like this were even more unimaginable. Want one? Su Yi took out a cigarette and offered it to Qin Li, then handed one to Ling Chun. It's hard to imagine. We are separated from the infected by a sheet of glass, sitting here smoking and drinking Coke. Ling Chun blew a smoke ring, looking at the infected outside, feeling it was quite magical. This is the confidence that comes from strength. Qin Li glanced at Su, curious about what he had experienced to become so powerful. He already knew that Su Yi was still a university student who hadn't graduated. Of course, this was Su Yi's own secret, and he wouldn't foolishly ask. Without ice, the taste is really much worse. You all take a break, I'll go clean up a bit, or the glass will crack from their pressure. Saying this, Su Yi turned and went upstairs. He opened the window on the 2nd floor and jumped directly into the midst of the infected. Chapter 53. The cries for help from the community. Su Yi found that it had become easier to slash the infected. Hacking at those infected felt like chopping vegetables. The vibranium machete was on a completely different level than the previous super alloy tang knife. No wonder Ling Wei seemed to be in better condition than him. It turned out that the divine weapon helped her save a lot of energy. With 1620 points, although expensive, it was truly worth it. Su Yi's knife swung wildly, slashing down one infected after another. He charged through the street, cutting a path. Unbelievable. The boss's combat power is too ridiculous. This combat power is super godly. The boss should be the most formidable existence in the world. Qin Li's eyes turned red with envy. If he had such power, where couldn't he go in this world? Such ability could easily hunt mutated beasts and obtain brain beads from them. Stronger always gets stronger. It's that simple and brutal. After several rounds of charging, Su Yi reached the end of the street. On another street, there were also dense crowds of infected. There were thousands upon thousands of them. It was truly endless. Clearing a street was really difficult. This was just the infected. If they were all mutated beasts, Su Yi would be swallowed whole. Su Yi charged back, and wherever he went, infected fell. He felt he had killed at least 400 or 500 infected. However, the street was still crowded with a large number of infected. Unfortunately, Qin Li and the others had very limited grenades. When they escaped from the military camp, their ammunition was limited. After all, the military's base was mainly in the suburbs, where mutated beasts were most numerous. At that time, the greatest threat to them was the mutated dogs. Many people were killed by them. For him to lead over 500 people out was already quite impressive. However, he felt there should be other forces in the city. They occasionally heard explosions, which should be the sound of bombs. But due to communication being cut off and without drones, they had no way to contact others. In such a large city, there were still many survivors. Help! Great God, save us! Suddenly, cries for help came from a distance. Sui looked up and saw a dozen people waving their hands from a balcony, shouting for help. The community on the side of the street was a few hundred meters away. Sui's dual knives danced, cutting down the infected that lunged at him. These infected kept surging like water. Sui felt that even if his strength wasn't weak, if this continued for too long, he would still be overwhelmed by the infected. Because there were simply too many of them, it felt utterly impossible to kill them all. The best way to deal with them was still with firearms. With tens of thousands of bullets pouring out, they could at least kill nearly 10,000 infected and clear a street. If there were grenades, the killing power would be even stronger. With the density of the infected, a single grenade could shatter 40 or 50 of them. Sui now just wanted to find a weapons cache, then bring back bullets, grenades, explosives, and rockets, and organize the 7-kill army to clear these infected. Clear one street, then seal it off, and finally clean out all the infected in the city. Ling Yue and the others also heard the cries for help and leaned their heads out from the second floor. Boss, are we going to save them? Qin Li jumped down directly, smashing several infected with his sword. Save? How we save them? Sui glanced at Qin Li, feeling that he was being a bit naive. If the infected on this street weren't cleared, the people inside couldn't be rescued at all. You know, there are people outside who survive by eating their own kind. Are you going to rescue such people? Sui asked 2 questions in a row. Qin Li was taken aback and then awkwardly said, I was too excited, sorry boss. I know there are indeed such people outside, and I definitely wouldn't save them. We have encountered them before, and we just shot them directly. Those who eat their own kind have no bottom line. Once they enter the shelter, who knows what even more bottomless things they will do. Sui said to Qin Li, ask them if they have food left and how many more days they can hold on. After saying that, Sui rushed toward the hamburger shop. Since Lingwei didn't jump down, but instead moved her parents and little aunt to clear the tables and chairs blocking the shop's entrance, she opened the door and came out. Sui had already been fighting outside for half an hour. They had recovered most of their strength and could come out to fight alongside him. Dealing with the infected from all directions alone was quite strenuous. If it weren't for the armor Sui wore, he didn't know how many wounds he would have. A person's strength is truly limited. Even someone as strong as Sui would find it very difficult to retreat unscathed in a place filled with infected. With the addition of Ling Yue's family, Sui and Qin Li's pressure was significantly reduced. Qin Li seized the opportunity and quickly asked loudly, do you have any food left? There are too many infected here. You need to hold on for a few more days. Not much. Our food is almost gone. Great gods. If you could throw some food into our community, we can hold on as long as you are willing to save us. Hearing the survivors' words, Sui felt that these people were relatively restrained and didn't just demand them to save them. Every community has walls. As long as the survivors inside are bold enough and united enough to clear out the infected in their community, then collect supplies from each household and gather survivors, it wouldn't be a problem to hold on for a while. I promise you, there is a convenience store ahead with enough food for you to hold on for a while. Sui said, then rushed forward. The 4 members of the Ling family immediately followed. Soon, they reached the convenience store. Sui and Ling Yue, along with Qin Li, guarded the entrance while Ling Shuang led Ling Chun and Yi Ji into the convenience store. Instant noodles, look for instant noodles, Ling Shuang said, then began searching. Over here, there are more than a dozen boxes of instant noodles, Ling Chun shouted happily. Then, the 3 of them carried out all the instant noodles. This should be enough for them to eat for a while. Let's go, Ling Shuang said happily. You 3 stay in the middle. We will protect you as you go, Sui said, quickly taking his position. Ling Yue and Qin Li immediately followed, forming a triangular formation to escort Ling Yue and the others closer to the community. Chapter 54. Hope for the best. As they approached the community, Ling Yue and the others threw the boxes into the community. Just then, someone jumped over the wall from inside. What's going on? Why did you come out? Hurry back. Qin Li Castunat. They eat people. They are devils. They cannot be saved. They kill. They have killed many people. The girl exclaimed, please save my brother. He has no strength left. He can't climb up. The girl knelt down in front of Sui and the others, repeatedly bowing her head. Qin Li, break through the wall. Those inside, please step back. Qin Li glanced at Sui then took a deep breath. Scales appeared on his body, and then he stepped back a few paces and charged directly at the wall. Wow, I really can. Watching the wall being smashed open, Qinli laughed happily. Hurry up and get out. Qinli saw a boy and immediately picked him up, squeezing out of the community. Big guy, how did you tear down the community wall? A group of people on the balcony rushed downstairs, ready to get the food that Ling Yu and the others had thrown into the community. As a result, they saw a big hole in the community wall. Ling family, you take the people back to the armored vehicle. Qinli, get on the wall and wait for further instructions. After Su Yi issued an order, he crawled through the hole. The 4 members of the Ling family protected 2 survivors in the middle and quickly approached the interception point. Big guy, let's block the wall quickly, otherwise those monsters will come in. Big guy, what are you doing? Seeing the knife in front of him, that person immediately trembled. You eat people? Su Yi looked coldly at the other side. Eating people had crossed a line. Su Yi would not save such people because they would break the moral bottom line for survival. They were afraid to take risks but dared to eat their own kind. Such people were unacceptable to Su Yi. We didn't want to, but we had no choice. They were already hanging when we ate. He confessed part of it, after all. Killing and eating people is not accepted by society, and he didn't dare to say more. Well then, may you seek your own blessings. Su Yi moved the knife to his arm and directly sliced off a large piece of flesh. Blood gushed out instantly. That person screamed. He didn't expect Su Yi to strike so directly. The infected outside smelled the blood and immediately went crazy. They charged into the community, following the scent. The person's face changed, and he turned to run. He no longer had time to blame Su Yi. Escaping was the most important thing. A few people had already grabbed instant noodles. Seeing the infected rushing in, they decisively ran deeper into the community. Upstairs, as long as we get upstairs and hide, we can still survive. They didn't know why the accident happened, but it was no longer the time to pursue these matters. Surviving was the most important thing. Qinli, on the wall, finally understood what Su Yi intended to do. Luring the infected into the community was indeed a good method. The people in this community were no longer worth saving. Eating people had crossed the line. Not killing them was already quite merciful in Qinli's view. The infected, drawn by the smell of blood, kept pouring in, and soon there were significantly fewer infected on the street. Obviously, it was difficult to attract all the infected. Su Yi ran to one end of the community and climbed up the wall. The walls of this community were brick-built, and the top was flat, so one could walk on it. On the other side was another street, also filled with infected. Perhaps they smelled the blood, and they all surged towards the wall. Su Yi ran quickly on the wall. In the past, he definitely couldn't run in such a place. However, now his agility and reaction ability had improved, so he could easily run in such a place. Soon, Su Yi reached the opposite side of Qinli. Sounds of cursing came from the community. They cursed Su Yi and Qinli to death, hurling all sorts of insults. Su Yi sneered, raised his rifle, and fired. Bang! At a distance of 400 meters, Su Yi accurately shot the head. The cursing stopped abruptly, and the person who was shot fell from the building. Just what I needed, thanks. Su Yi put the gun back on his back and glanced at the situation outside the street. As the body fell, a pool of blood flowed out, attracting more infected to surge into the community. Have you tried using fire? Su Yi thought using fire would be a good method since the infected were densely packed together. Furthermore, they had no sense of pain, so even if burned, they wouldn't escape and would likely catch fire in large numbers. Boss, we tried. These active infected can't be burned at all. Only the completely dead ones can be burned. Qinli complained. The best method is to use machine guns. That's how we cleared several streets. Unfortunately, our bullets are limited. Su Yi opened a waste bag, took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and tossed it to Qinli. Where can we find ammunition in the city? Su Yi asked directly, as relying solely on their blades was really too slow. Heavy firepower like machine guns was much more efficient. As far as I know, there isn't any. To get bullets, we can only go to the outskirts where the troops are stationed or to a few other military bases. But there are too many mutated beasts outside. It's very difficult for us to rush there. After saying this, Qinli took a deep puff of smoke. He had thought about going to get ammunition supplies, but his strength didn't allow it. Although they had plenty of food now, it wouldn't last long. as it would be nearly impossible to find cement tomorrow. Su Yi looked at Qin Li, feeling that tomorrow's operation would likely be postponed. There were too many infected outside, and it was too difficult to clear a path. Without cement, the walls of the shelter couldn't be built, and safety couldn't be guaranteed for everyone. Qin Li also knew it wasn't easy, but he had no other choices. Only by building the shelter strong enough could the people inside feel secure. This won't do. We can't always think about protecting them. The only ones who can protect them are themselves. Picking up weapons to fight is the way to survive. Su Yi directly denied Qin Li's assertion. Chapter 55. Evolver Liu ran. I know, but we don't have that many firearms, nor that many bullets. A well-armed populace is indeed the best way. Qin Li did not deny Su Yi's point. He also agreed that only they could protect themselves. Without firearms, cold weapons could be used. Now, it was the era of cold weapons. This time, steel was the most abundant material. Kitchen utensils, cars, doors and windows, etc. were all made of steel. As long as you found a way, they could all be processed into weapons. Guns without bullets are just scrap metal. Qin Li was a soldier and had a special connection with firearms. In their minds, guns were their second life. Naturally, they recognized modern weapons more. Moreover, modern weapons had strong lethality and very obvious effects. It was normal for him to think this way. Only when they truly ran out of bullets would he consider cold weapons. Su Yi was different. He only pursued practicality. He had no special feelings for firearms. When we get back, we should immediately start recruiting soldiers to use swords and bows to deal with the infected. While the infected haven't become too strong yet, we can still eliminate them. Maybe in a few months, they will be stronger than us humans. Su Yi felt that following Qin Li's advice in the morning was a completely wrong decision. Just like before at their villa stronghold, hunting infected individuals with people was the best way out. They couldn't handle the powerful mutated beasts, but if they were afraid to face the infected, then they didn't deserve to live. Naturally, they also didn't deserve to have food. A group of able-bodied people relying on others for protection and for gathering food had no right to exist, unless they were elderly and unable to wield weapons. That could be understood. However, most people in the shelter were young and middle-aged. They certainly had the strength to pick up weapons and fight the infected. To clear out more neighborhoods, they needed more manpower. Otherwise, with just Su Yi and his group, it would be impossible to eliminate the millions of infected in the city within a year. Only if everyone participated in the fight could they possibly clear the urban area and gain more living space. They couldn't venture into the outskirts to survive. They had to produce and cultivate within the city. Without land, nothing could be accomplished. Additionally, there might be survivors in every community, and the population should increase in the future. Qin Li didn't question Su Yi's words because he knew Su Yi was right. Relying solely on them as soldiers wasn't enough. In such a short time, they had already lost around 200 people. If this continued, would there be any combat personnel left? Recruiting warriors to eliminate the infected was imperative. Only after clearing could they transport materials like cement and sand to the shelter to build high walls. All right, let's block the gap, Su Yi said, seeing only a few scattered infected on the street, and instructed Qin Li to seal the gap immediately. Qin Li jumped down from a wall and ran towards the hamburger shop they had previously used. The tables and chairs inside were quite suitable for blocking that gap. Ling Yu also returned to the street with her family and worked with Qin Li to quickly seal the gap. Su Yi chopped off the heads of the remaining infected on the street and piled them together, preparing to burn them later. Thousands of corpses stacked together looked like a small hill. Let's block the road at the end of the street, then come back and burn these bodies. Su Yi led the group towards the end of the street. Along the way, they searched for suitable things to block the street. Shelves, tables, cash registers, and vehicles were suitable. They pushed a car to the intersection of the street and quickly blocked that section. After finishing, they returned to ignite the corpses and decisively withdrew from the neighborhood. Two siblings who had run out of the community were eating something. Get in the car, retreat, Su Yi said, jumping onto the roof of the car. This height was nothing for him. The others also climbed into the car, including the siblings who had just come out of the community. When the vehicle returned to the shelter, a crowd of people was outside, seemingly wanting to enter. It wasn't easy to enter the shelter, They needed to answer many questions and cooperate with checks. Su noticed nearly 100 people, mostly girls, looking very young. Oi! Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted his name. Ding Yan? Su didn't expect to meet his classmate. He jumped down from the car and went to Ding Yan's side. Without saying a word, Ding Yan rushed into Su Yi's arms and hugged him tightly. For her, Su Yi was the person she was most familiar with. Su Yi's body stiffened. He hadn't expected Ding Yan to be so emotional and directly embrace him. Their relationship hadn't reached that level. It's so good that you're alive, Su Yi. We're the only two left from our class. Woo woo woo, she said, bursting into tears. At this moment, someone stepped out from the crowd and waved at Su Yi. Benefactor, we meet again. Do you remember me? Su Yi looked at the person and shook his head. He didn't remember saving such a beautiful girl, even more attractive than Ling Yu. Lu Ran, it's me, Lu Ran. You gave me a lot of chips, so I didn't starve to death and discovered I was an evolver. Saying this, Lu Ran walked up to Su Yi and carefully examined him. Compared to before, Su Yi had changed quite a bit. Because Ding Yan called out Su Yi's name, Lu Ran dared to confirm that Su Yi was the one who had given her chips that day. You were an evolver? Su Yi was a bit surprised, not expecting Lu Ran to be an evolver. That's right, my speed is very fast. Saying this, her body swayed and she appeared hundreds of meters away. Su Yi opened his mouth. He didn't expect Lu Ran's speed to be that fast. No wonder she could bring so many people to the shelter. She relied on her ability. They were all wet, clearly having come down the river. All right, it's fine now. You are safe once you reach the shelter. Su Yi glanced at Lu Ran, who had reappeared in front of him, then patted Ding Yan to comfort her. Let them in. No need for checks. Since they were his schoolmates, Su Yi granted them a privilege. Chapter 56. A more suitable living place with Su Yi's words. The inspectors immediately saluted him and moved the concrete blocks, allowing them to enter. Xiao Yu, you need to step up. Don't let Su Yi let others take you away, Ling Shuang whispered to Ling Yu, in front of her brother and sister-in-law. She was embarrassed to say it too loudly. They all heard Su Yi's conversation with Lu Ran. An evolver would definitely become an elite in the shelter. Moreover, her speed was indeed astonishing, which would benefit the team greatly, and Su Yi would surely value her. Although Ling Yu was nominally the leader of the 7-kill army, everyone knew that the actual person in control was Su Yi. If Su Yi and Ling Yu issued different commands simultaneously, the members of the 7-kill army would definitely follow Su Yi's orders. Additionally, Lu Ran was even more beautiful than Ling Yu and appeared more delicate and charming. Such a woman easily evokes a protective instinct in men. Ling Yu bit her lip and said nothing. She hadn't expected Lu Ran to bring over 100 people here. She must have gone through a lot. Furthermore, she noticed several girls carrying bows and arrows. These bows and arrows might have come from the boys in the gym. This indicated that Lu Ran was not simple. Qinli, have someone settle them down. The 7-kill army will hold a meeting in half an hour. Bring Lu Ran along. An evolver is already qualified to attend a meeting. After all, so far he had only encountered 2 evolvers. One was Qinli and the other was Lu Ran. Such a rare talent was naturally needed by the 7-kill army. Additionally, Su Yi was preparing to reform the 7-kill army. He planned to establish 7 regiments: Tanlang, Jumin, Lu Xiyuan, Wenchu, Lianjun, Wuchu, and Pajun Ling Yu, Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Qinli would each lead 1 regiment, while the remaining 3 would be selected from others. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Ran might also become one of the regiment leaders. The other 2 would likely be chosen from the other leaders of the 7-kill army. Of course, not now. He still had 3 brain beads in hand, ready to reward 3 people in a different way. After receiving Su Yi's orders, Qinli immediately went to execute them. Ordinary people slept in the hall, but the members of the 7-kill army did not. They all had their own rooms. Of course, it was all modified from the office, and then we moved some mattresses back from the nearby community. These people know Su Yi, and they're all girls, so Qinli knows how to arrange things. The girls in the shelter need special care. Otherwise, they can easily be bullied. Survivors even spread rumors that they control the girls and force them to become playthings. If they don't let the girls stay alone in one area to do things, they will really become playthings for everyone. Su Yi, why do we have to hold a meeting again tonight? And what are we preparing to discuss? Ling Yu ran to Su Yi's side and linked her arm with his. You saw today's situation. It's no longer suitable to go out looking for cement. We simply can't go out. Therefore, we must get more people to stand up, just like we did at the villa stronghold, to let more people clear infected individuals. Staying in the shelter is meaningless. Only by getting them to stand up do they have a chance to survive. The infected will only grow stronger, and the mutated beasts will also become more powerful. If humanity is cowardly, the only outcome is death. Ling Yu nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Su Yi's viewpoint. The infected are so weak that they can't even lift weapons. They truly don't deserve food, nor do they deserve to live. They have the ability, but why should we support those cowards? Su Yi lit a cigarette and continued. After the meeting, we will officially recruit personnel to join the Qisha army. Those who do nothing will only receive 1 meal a day, while those who join the Qisha army can receive 4 meals a day and other supplies. Additionally, those responsible for planting or weapon making will need to be provided with 3 meals a day. Finally, we may have to abandon this place and choose another location to establish a new shelter. Although this place has an independent power system and a dedicated communication system, it is not suitable for long-term development. It can only serve as a stronghold. In the upcoming meeting, the main topic of discussion will be this matter. You should prepare. After all, you are the commander. After saying this, Su Yi stopped speaking. Ling Yu pondered for a moment and then nodded. She felt that Su Yi's words made a lot of sense. This place is indeed not suitable as a shelter. Moreover, she sensed Su Yi's intention. He did not want to stay. He still wanted to travel across the country and check in everywhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't let her handle all these matters. However, she was not anxious. She felt that she had ways to keep Su Yi. Tonight, she would let him know how happy it could be to stay. Let's go get a map and see where is suitable to establish a shelter. After Ling Yu figured it out, she linked her arm with Su Yi and walked towards the Qisha army's camp. There were maps and sand tables over there, which they had seen in the morning. Once they entered the battle analysis room, everyone stood up and saluted Su Yi and Ling Yu. Is there a detailed map of the entire city? Su Yi walked to the sand table and took a quick look. This sand table is a 3D projection, not manually constructed. Yes, switch to the urban map. One of the responsible persons immediately spoke up. It's a satellite map, very detailed. Looking at the map, Su Yi asked directly, Great. Do we have any smelting or steel factories in the city? Report, there are 24 smelting-related factories and companies in the city, 18 of which are located in the 11 industrial parks in Yushan District. The responsible person reported the data directly. Mark the locations. Su Yi immediately became interested. There is no better place than smelting and steel factories for mass-producing tools and armor. On the map, red dots immediately appeared and began a flash. Moreover, routes and distances from here to those locations were provided. Su Yi took a look and then picked up a stick to measure. Ling Yu, we can reach here from this river, then switch to this river, and after reaching the upper reaches of this area, we can pass through on the right and arrive at this area. Su Yi outlined a route. Right now, the only route we can take is the river. Zoom in on the 11 Industrial Park. Su Yi had never been to this area, but he had visited Yushan Lake Park, which is relatively close, twice. There are quite a few green areas over there, indicating that the greening is well done. After zooming in, Su Yi saw many factories and vacant lots. Not bad. It really is a good place. There should be a large amount of steel plates there. We can completely use them to build walls to prevent the infected from entering. All right, it's decided. This place will be our shelter. After taking a look, Su Yi chose this location. It has no shortage of water, land, and more importantly, a large amount of steel. He felt there was no more suitable place. Chapter 57, Is This Classmate Normal? Commander, there are mutated beasts active in this area. A few days ago, we received a satellite map. Saying this, the person pointed to the wall, and immediately some photos appeared. In the photos, Su Yi saw several huge figures. Although mutated beasts are difficult to deal with, they are not impossible to handle. As long as there aren't too many, I believe it will be fine. There is a park nearby where some animals live, which is not surprising. As long as there aren't hundreds or thousands of them, Su Yi felt it was still worth a shot, because they definitely need steel to make weapons. Without weapons in this place, they would eventually starve to death. Rather than that, it is better to take a chance outside. Ling Yu looked at the map stroked her chin, and then said, "We can block the river. That way, we can use boats. With steel, we can build our own boats for transporting personnel and supplies." Su-e, you are right. This place is more suitable for long-term development. These areas can be enclosed and planted with grains and vegetables to ensure long-term survival. We definitely need to clear the mutated beasts for the brain beads. We need to take the initiative, not to mention clearing the mutated beasts within a 10-kilometer radius of the shelter. Tonight, let's hold the meeting here. After saying this, Lingyu glanced at Sui. This place is quite large and can accommodate 300 to 500 people without any problems. All right, it's decided. Sui agreed directly. Let's go back, rest for a bit, and then cook some meat to eat. After continuous fighting for so long, I'm a bit hungry. Saying this, Sui left the battle analysis room. After coming out, Sui saw thick smoke in the distance. That's where they burn the bodies of the infected. I wonder how many people are still alive in this city and how many have fallen into darkness. Sui looked at the smoke and couldn't help but sigh. Lingyu said nothing but silently tightened her grip on Suyi's hand. The two returned to the place Qin Li had arranged for them. This was an internal lounge prepared for leaders, like a hotel. Other places only had some emergency lights, but this area could use electrical appliances, and there was a refrigerator and a small kitchen. Sui took out the meat of the mutated rat king from his storage space, preparing to cook dinner. Because there were cooking utensils here, Sui didn't need to use his own. He just needed to take them out and wash them. Sui, there's still vegetables, eggs, tomatoes, and potatoes in this refrigerator. This is great. I'll go call my mom to cook. Her cooking skills are quite good. Lingyu's own cooking skills weren't great, so she didn't want to embarrass herself. However, she had already made up her mind to learn cooking from her mother and then cook for Sui. Want to keep a man, good food is also a way. All right, it's rare to have so many ingredients, so let's not waste them. Sui agreed directly. After eating a meal when he arrived, he hadn't had anything comparable to before the disaster since. Due to limited ingredients, even if Suyi's skills were exceptional, he couldn't create anything extravagant. Lingyu wrapped her arms around Suyi's neck, and after they kissed for a moment, she went to call her mother and Ling Xuan. After a while, Qin Li also arrived, but he brought along Lu Ran and Ding Yan. He settled them in as well since there were some empty rooms. However, Lu Ran and Ding Yan did not disturb Sui. When they saw Sui, they just nodded in acknowledgement and followed Qin Li to her room. This room had 2 beds, and I would have someone bring food over soon. After dinner, someone will take you to a meeting. After saying this, Qin Li left directly. Thank you, Lu Ran said gratefully before entering the room. Once inside, they locked the door. Ding Yan dashed on the bed and hugged the soft quilt, excitedly saying, "Great. We finally made it to the shelter. We won't have to live in fear anymore." Moreover, I didn't expect Sui to become the leader of this shelter. His strength is impressive. He must be the strongest of all among them. It's a pity I met him too late. Lu Ran tossed her hair and began to take off her clothes. After several days without a shower, she wanted to wash up and relax. I envy you guys. I wish I weren't evolved too. Saying this, Ding Yan looked at Lu Ran with a jealous gaze. No need to envy. You also have the chance to become a supernatural being. Didn't you see the news from the military? This information was provided by Sui and our campus beauty, Ling. Who knows, he might still have brain beads left. Why not ask him? Lu Ran said, winking her beautiful eyes. Ding Yan pouted and said unhappily, "What? Are you jealous because I hugged Sui just now?" Seeing Lu Ran roll her eyes in disdain, Ding Yan continued, "You promised me you'd get me a brain bead. My relationship with Sui is actually quite ordinary. We've known each other for 3 years, and we've spoken less than 100 sentences in total. Why would he give me a brain bead? If it were you, he might be more willing. After all, I look too average, and he has no interest." Hearing Ding Yan's words, Lu Ran burst out laughing. "My dear Yinjia, it seems you really don't understand your classmate. Back in the dormitory, I told him he could come sleep with me anytime, but he didn't seem to have that intention at all. As for the brain bead, I will do my best. After all, you saved me once, and I will repay you. Moreover, once we enter the shelter, we must follow the rules. After dinner, you should let them know. If something happens, we can't guarantee their safety." Saying this, Lu Ran tied up her hair and headed towards the bathroom. Hearing Lu Ran's words, Ding Yan's eyes widened. She couldn't believe Su Yi actually rejected Lu Ran's beauty. Is this Su classmate normal? How could he refuse someone as beautiful as Lu Ran? It seems that my average looks have no chance at all. After a while, Ding Yin, lying on the bed, took a deep breath, then quietly sat up and took off her clothes. Her body was covered in bruises. There wasn't a single good spot. Fortunately, she remained unyielding and preserved her purity until Lu Ran appeared. Otherwise, she might not have had the courage to follow Lu Ran out of the school and escape here. Relying on Su Yi? Forget it. If I can't even rely on my cousin, how can I depend on a classmate I've had little interaction with for 3 years? She gritted her teeth, seemingly recalling some painful memories. Then, she rubbed her face. Ding Yin becomes strong. Only by becoming strong can you survive and have the right to control your own life. After motivating herself for a while, Ding Yin walked into the bathroom. Chapter 58. You can start after having dinner with the Ling family. Su Yi and the others went downstairs. On the way down, Su Yi also called for Lu Ran. From the dormitory to the battle analysis room, Lu Ran didn't say anything except for greeting them. When they arrived at the battle analysis room, the members of the 7-kill army were already present. Let's begin. Su Yi glanced at Ling Yu and directly prompted her. Ling Yu stood up and looked around at everyone. This was her first time hosting such a meeting. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Can anyone tell me how much ammunition we have left? As soon as Ling Yu's voice fell, someone stood up. Report, we still have 754 rounds of bullets, 76 grenades, and 16 rockets. Ling Yu didn't expect someone would actually provide her with an answer. This meant that we would soon run out of ammunition. Today we went out, and the streets outside the interception point are crowded with infected. Among them, some have already gained climbing abilities and have crossed the interception points you set up. If nothing unexpected happens, more infected will soon cross the interception point and approach the shelter. What should we do next? Everyone fell silent. They didn't expect the infected could now climb over the interception points they had worked hard to establish. It wouldn't be long before the safe area they had cleared with a large amount of ammunition would be reclaimed by the infected. Their shelter would eventually fall due to running out of supplies. Report, we can use our bayonets and daggers to deal with those infected. They're not difficult to handle. A young soldier stood up. Ling Yu stared at the soldier and questioned, with so few of us, how many can we kill? To survive, everyone in the shelter must take up arms and fight against the infected with us. Therefore, starting tomorrow, the 7-kill army will begin recruiting soldiers. Additionally, this place is short on supplies and lacks arable land. We have selected the 11 industrial parks in Yushan District as our new shelter. There are 18 smelting and steel factories there, with a large amount of steel plates and materials. We can use the steel plates to build sturdy walls and use the materials to make swords. This is not a discussion with you. It is a notification. Su Yi and I will lead a team to deal with the mutated beasts there, aiming to relocate everyone within 10 days. As Ling Yu spoke, a map was projected, showing the situation in that area. Additionally, the 7-kill army will establish 7 regiments: Tamlang, Jumin, Lu Siyuan, Wenshu, Lianjun, Wuchu, and Pajun. I am the commander of Pajun. This is my father, Ling Chun, the commander of Tamlang. This is Vice Commander Qin Li, the commander of Jumin. And Ling Shuang is the commander of Lu Siyuan. Wenshu, Lianjun, and Wuchu will have 2 leaders selected from among you. Here are 2 brain beads from mutated rats. Whoever can withstand 3 moves under my command will qualify to win one of them. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount, and those who obtain brain beads can become one of the remaining 3 commanders. Now, do you have any questions? After saying this, Ling Yu scanned the crowd. Then she saw Su Yi giving her a thumbs up. Clearly, Su Yi was very pleased with her performance. All right, anyone who thinks they are strong enough to take 3 moves from me can step forward. Saying this, Ling Yu walked out, drew her combat knife, and easily drew a circle on the concrete floor. Anyone who can stay inside the circle for 3 moves will pass. After saying this, Ling Yu threw the knife to Su Yi. Su Yi suddenly remembered that he promised to make a few straps for the combat knives. I'll do it. An impatient person was the first to step forward, cupping their fist towards Ling Yu and saying, "Commander, excuse me." After saying this, their fist flew toward Ling Yu. Bang! Ling Wei kicked the opponent out with 1 foot, but did not injure them. Continue. Linghua looked around. I'll go. Someone rushed up again. Soon, countless people were eliminated. After over 100 were eliminated, finally one person managed to avoid Linghua's 2 attacks, blocking one, and remained standing in the circle. Very good, what is your name? Linghua handed over a brain bead, smiling as she asked. Report, Commander. My name is Chu Jun. Chu Jun saluted. Congratulations. You can choose a regiment and become its commander. Linghua said with a smile. Wuqiu, I choose Wuqiu. Chu Jun decisively made his choice. Then, Qinli called Chu Jun aside to have him take the brain bead. Continue the competition. After a while, everyone else was eliminated. In the 7 Kills army, there was surprisingly no one else who could last 3 moves under Linghua's hands. Ran, do you want to become one of the commanders? Su Yi suddenly asked. Yes. Ran answered without hesitation. All right, defeat Qinli. If you win, you'll be one of the commanders. Su Yi smiled at Ran, wanting to see if Ran truly had that strength. Boss, isn't this a bit too much? My strength has improved quite a bit now. What if I accidentally injure them? Qinli scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He could accept fighting Su Yi, but he really didn't dare with a delicate girl like Ran. Moreover, it was clear that Ran had some connection with his boss. If I can use weapons, I should be able to easily kill him. If it's just a fight, I'll give it a try, Ran replied. Hearing this, Qinli shivered. Wow, this person is tough. Easily kill me? Is that boasting so confidently? All right, you can start now. Su Yi gestured for them to begin and then entered spectator mode. He opened his backpack and took out a bag of peanuts. This afternoon, while blocking the streets, he had picked up some snacks at a convenience store. Do you think Ran can win? Linghua leaned over, curiously asking. Because she didn't have the confidence to defeat Qinli. There's a chance. Her speed is too fast, and Qinli will be very passive. Su Yi handed a bag of sunflower seeds to Linghua and pulled a stool over to sit down. Linghua directly sat on Su Yi's lap, which was quite bold. Su Yi hadn't expected Linghua to sit on his lap. He guessed it had something to do with Ran. While they were talking, the battle had already begun. Ran attacked very directly, showing no mercy. Chapter 59. Are they all this fierce? Bang! Qinli took a hit from behind. The sound was loud, but he didn't move an inch. Where is he? How come I can't even see him? Is he invisible? What kind of ability is this? It's too strong. Qinli has already taken several hits. It seemed like he just saw a shadow flicker. Qinli was dumbfounded. He found that he couldn't even touch Ran, getting hit every time. He kept swinging his fists, but Ran always managed to hit his back. Now, he finally understood why Ran said it would be easy to kill him if she had a weapon. Really, if she wielded a knife, even with his armored body, he would still be covered in wounds. Boss, I concede. There's no way to fight back. I fully support Ran becoming the commander. Qinli straightforwardly admitted defeat since he had no way to retaliate. What about you guys? Su Yi glanced at the other members of the 7 Kills army. We agree. We agree. With such strong abilities, who has the right to oppose? They had once admired Qinli, who was now helpless, let alone them. All right, it's settled then. Ran, you choose one. Saying this, Su Yi looked at Ran who appeared before him. Winsu. Ran made her choice. Who just took 2 moves from Linghua? Su Yi took out a brain bead. Report, it's me, Su Rue. A soldier stepped forward. Then you will be in charge of the military intelligence department. Saying this, Su Yi tossed the brain bead to him. This person was the head of the military intelligence analysis room. Yes, Commander. Su Rue excitedly saluted after catching the brain bead. For the last one, tomorrow you will select someone from the civilians who can take 3 moves from you. Now, strength is paramount. For every infected person you kill, you will earn a merit point, which can be exchanged for brain beads later. Of course, there are many things that merit points can be exchanged for, not just brain beads. If you want to become stronger and gain a better life, then go hunt infected beings or even mutated beasts. After speaking, Su Yi glanced at Linghua. Stand at attention, rest. Each regiment needs a deputy commander, battalion commander, company commander, and squad leader. For now, each regiment needs 40 people. Except for those related to reconnaissance, information, and military analysis, you can now make your choices. Soon, everyone made their choices. The 7 Kills army would be managed militarily. Because in the apocalypse, military management is simpler. It turned out these people could serve as a foundation and then train new members for the 7 Kills army. 280 people became various levels of commanders in the 7 Kills army, Besides the original few commanders becoming deputy commanders, everyone else was promoted. There were 89 people left, with 68 assigned to the Military Intelligence Department by Su-yi. Most of these had reconnaissance experience, and some were related to communications. The remaining 21 became part of the Logistics Department. The Military Intelligence Department would be headed by Ling Yue, and the Logistics Department by Yi Ji. However, Su-yi planned to have Mo Xiaohong, who was stationed at the Villa base, assist Yi Ji. This way, Ling Yue's family could steadily control the 7 Kills army. After the restructuring was completed, everyone got familiar with each other and then dispersed. However, those above the battalion commander level needed to stay for a continued meeting. The meeting discussed the future system to be implemented, which was related to the future development of the 7 Kills army. After discussion, in addition to merit points, soldiers could also receive salaries, which could be used to purchase supplies. Ordinary people could also earn salaries through work to buy supplies. All supplies collected by the military organization would belong to the Logistics Department. Privately collected supplies could be kept or sold at fair prices to the Logistics Department. The specifics of salaries for each position had not yet been determined, as this was not a simple discussion. It required careful calculations to provide suitable data. These matters were too complex, so Su-yi decided not to worry about them. After the meeting, Su-yi went back to rest. Continuous fighting was indeed exhausting. Ling Yue had many things to do, especially regarding logistics and intelligence. She still needed to understand a lot. After Su-yi returned to the dormitory, someone from the logistics department delivered new clothes. After taking a shower, Su-yi went to the balcony to light a cigarette before going to sleep. At night, there were often mutant beasts attacking, so he needed to be ready for battle at any time and had to seize the opportunity to rest. As soon as he reached the balcony, Su-yi saw El-Ran on the neighboring balcony. El-Ran was wrapped in a bath towel, drying her underwear in the sun. Upon seeing this, Su-yi calmly lit his cigarette. Su-yi, my promise still stands. When will you come to fulfill it? El-Ran said playfully, winking. Cough, cough, cough. Su-yi was directly choked by the smoke and started coughing violently. Are today's girls all this fierce? No wonder they say boys should protect themselves when going out. I'm serious, not joking. But it seems like you, like me, have no experience. So, I don't mind if you practice with Sister Yu first before coming to me for redemption. Well, there are no limits. It's valid for this lifetime. After saying this, Lu Ran winked at Su-yi. Su-yi stared at Lu Ran for a few seconds. Then he shifted his gaze away. This woman wasn't joking. She was serious. Just as Su-yi was about to jump over, Ding Yan's voice came through. Ran, what are you and Su-yi talking about? Why are you having a meeting so late at night? I already took a nap. Saying this, Ding Yan walked over to the balcony. Su-yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't jumped over. Otherwise, how awkward that would have been. It's nothing, just a casual chat. I should go rest now, you guys continue. With that, Su-yi flicked the cigarette but then turned back inside. That night, Ling Yu didn't come to bother Su-yi. Or rather, she was busy until very late. It was only the next morning that Su-yi learned that a dozen infected had appeared outside the shelter and were killed by the night guards with bayonets. If a dozen infected appeared outside the shelter, then clearly there were more that broke through the interception point. Some must still be on the streets or on the way to the shelter. Therefore, after learning this news, Su-yi immediately ordered people to bring these infected into the shelter and hang them up for display. These people had become accustomed to being protected in the shelter. Without some stimulation, it would be hard for them to pick up weapons to fight for survival. In this society, the refined egoism was too prevalent. Many people were unwilling to take risks themselves, thinking others would fight and sacrifice for them. Therefore, Su-yi had told Ling Yu that they might have to abandon many people. Chapter 60. I don't want a manure machine, because many people might be unwilling to pick up weapons and demand to maintain the previous food supply. Those who are unwilling no longer have value to be protected. Why should the people of the 7 Kills army risk their lives to collect resources for a bunch of manure machines? Those older and unable to wield a knife. That's understandable. Such people also need to do what they can. After Su-yi and the others had breakfast, they came to the open space in front of the shelter. Then, they turned on a loudspeaker to notify everyone to come out for a meeting. It took nearly half an hour for everyone to gather together. After all, there were nearly 130 people. It was indeed a bit cramped for so many to squeeze into this place. Everyone, you have seen that infected have reappeared outside the shelter. Because they are evolving, some of them have already developed climbing abilities. As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, the crowd erupted. They were worried that the infected would rush into the shelter. Moreover, our ammunition is running low. We can no longer guarantee the safety of the shelter. If you want to survive, you need to join our 7 Kills Army and pick up weapons. Those who want to join our 7 Kills Army, please step forward to register. After saying this, Ling Yu put down the microphone and looked at the crowd. Wan Ran, join the 7 Kills Army. I want to pick up weapons. Wan Ran from the villa stronghold shouted out immediately, showing great enthusiasm. Me too, I want to join. Mo Xiaohong also raised her hand in time. They wouldn't miss this opportunity to show their willingness. Having spent so many days with Su Yi, they knew he was very reliable. Moreover, they felt they could handle the infected. So, everyone from the villa stronghold stood up. All these people were assigned to the Broken Army. Ling Yu told the crowd that these people from the villa stronghold were trained by her and could be trusted. Gradually, more people joined in. However, the total number of people was still less than 200. Sisters, if you want to avoid being bullied and toyed with, join me in the 7 Kills Army. The infected are not scary. Even someone like me can kill them. Ding Yin suddenly shouted from the crowd. Soon, the girls who had appeared from the school also voiced their support. Before long, some women were persuaded and joined them, stepping forward to prepare to enlist. Sui glanced around and estimated there were about 300 to 400 people. Most of these people would become part of the Wenxu group. Ling Yu silently watched from below, hoping more people would step forward to join the 7 Kills Army. However, after several minutes, only a few more people came forward. Excuse me, Commander, I want to ask, what will happen to us ordinary people if we don't join the 7 Kills Army? A man stepped forward and asked sincerely. Finally unable to hold back, Ling Yu picked up the microphone again and said, Nothing will happen. This camp belongs to you. Our 7 Kills Army will soon withdraw. As soon as Ling Yu's words came out, the crowd erupted. How can you withdraw? You are soldiers. You should protect us. We're just unarmed, ordinary citizens. And we've been helping to reinforce the shelter during this time. How can you abandon us and run away, you cowards? No, you can't leave. You must stay and protect us. On what grounds can you do this? You have no right. You must protect us. You cannot be so selfish. Everyone, don't be fooled. They just want to force us to be cannon fodder. Joining the 7 Kills Army is nonsense. This is to trick us into facing those man-eating monsters. Yes. We can't join the 7 Kills Army. They definitely have bad intentions. We need to unite. Looking at the crowd, Ling Yu suddenly didn't know how to respond. These people were so ordinary, yet why were they so confident? However, after they said a few words, they lost their voice. Because Lu Ran had pulled some of them out. Throw them out of the camp. Anyone who dares to intrude will be shot on sight. Su Yi looked coldly at the men and women thrown to the front. The 7 Kills Army members immediately stepped forward, grabbed these people, and prepared to drag them out. You are committing murder. Do you have no law? Let go of me. Let go of me, you brutes. Do you know I am bang, bang, bang? Su Yi fired several shots, turning the other party into a sieve. That's right, I am committing murder. But what can you do about it? I give you 3 choices. 1 is to join the 7 Kills Army and pick up weapons to deal with the infected. 1 is to become labor. And the last is to die. Choose for yourselves. Don't talk to me about morality or law. The words of the 7 Kills Army are the law. If you disagree, you can come up and die. All right, start making your choices. To the right, become labor. To the left, join the 7 Kills Army. Regardless of age or gender. Make your choice within 3 minutes. Those who stay in place as manure machines will be shot on sight. Everyone dared not voice their anger and quickly made their choices. Enlisting is impossible. Only a little over 2,000 people chose to join the 7 Kills Army, while the rest, over 10,000, chose to become laborers. Seeing this result, Ling Yu didn't know what to say. Out of 130,000 people, those who joined the 7 Kills Army were not even 3,000. However, they had made their choice, and Ling Yu respected their decision. At this point, still holding on to fantasies about life, in fact, they could completely force these people to join the 7 Kills Army. But Su Yi disagreed. He wanted to select a group of volunteers to join the 7 Kills Army. Regardless, with so many people joining, The total number of the 7 Kills army had exceeded 3,000. Compared to the previous 500, the number had increased significantly. Additionally, there were 300 security personnel in the camp, mainly former special police, police officers, and grassroots government staff. 123 grassroots government personnel were removed, and the remaining 177 police and special police all joined the 7 Kills army, becoming Ling Shuang's subordinates. The security personnel will remain, and they can recruit new staff later, but not now. Once the registration for the 7 Kills army is completed, they will be assigned to 7 different regiments. Each regiment will have 400 new recruits, all female in the 1-2 regiment, while other regiments will also have some female soldiers. After registration, they will undergo military training. Su Yi did not manage these matters. By the time registration started, he had already left the shelter with Qin Li, LV Ran, and Ling Xuan. They headed downstream along the river towards the 11th Industrial Park, preparing to hunt the mutated beasts in the industrial park to clear the area and establish a new shelter. Chapter 61. Hunting mutated fish. The river water has become increasingly clearer. Qin Li noticed that the water was much clearer than when the disaster began. Due to the lack of human activity, the damage humans had done to the natural environment was truly significant. Ling Shuang also expressed her feelings about it. Qin Li looked at the river and said seriously, "The river channel here is still quite wide. Once we reach the confluence, we can block it off and use boats." The 4 of them began to move downstream along the river. Su Yi carried a rifle on his back. In the morning, he spent 40 survival points to upgrade 4 straps and gave them to Ling Yu and the others to carry their combat knives. Qin Li's sword was too large to carry. In fact, Qin Li wasn't very fond of the giant sword he had picked up. It was heavy and not sharp enough, making it inconvenient to use. This thing was created by a few anime enthusiasts, not forged by himself. He envied Su Yi and Ling Yu's weapons, which are not only cool, but also particularly sharp. Unfortunately, Su Yi had no plans to upgrade Qin Li's weapon for the time being. Firstly, their friendship had not reached that level, and secondly, survival points were quite precious. Su Yi had already considered Ling Yu as his woman, so he was willing to spend some survival points for her family. Ling Shuang, LV Ran, and Qin Li also carried rifles. LV Ran had 2 bayonets, which Su Yi specifically asked Qin Li to find for her. She previously only had a dagger. The dagger was fine for dealing with infected people, but it was useless against mutated beasts. She had straps on her thighs to hold the bayonets. LV Ran's legs were particularly long, and with the 2 bayonets, it not only looked cool, but also had a unique beauty. So, Su Yi couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. LV Ran seemed to notice Su Yi's gaze and walked over. "Su Yi, where did you get that armor? Is it a pair with sister Yu's?" she asked, as Su Yi's armor looked really cool, making her a bit envious. "I got it from an ancient tomb. It is indeed a pair," Su Yi replied straightforwardly. Anyone with good eyesight could see that their armors matched. "An ancient tomb? Your sword is also from an ancient tomb. Your luck is too good," LV Ran said with a hint of envy, noting that this armor seemed to have strong defensive capabilities. The 2 chatted easily, as if the apocalypse had not happened, and the occasional infected people in the river did not exist. "Wait, don't move." Suddenly, Su Yi's expression became serious, and he signaled everyone to stop. At the same time, he drew a combat knife, looking vigilant. Suddenly, a shadow lunged out of the water, attacking Ling Shuang. However, it was not as fast as Su Yi. He dodged and positioned himself in front of Ling Shuang, slashing with his combat knife. A mutated fish? Everyone was startled, not expecting such a creature to exist in the river. The fish looked severely deformed, strange, and frightening. After falling into the water, it suddenly shot numerous water balls at the group. What ability is this? Qin Li was shocked, not expecting the mutated fish could shoot water balls at them, which hurt quite a bit. At this moment, LV Ran took action, pursuing the mutated fish. The 2 bayonets stabbed continuously, attacking the mutated fish. Soon, the water was stained red. Utilizing her speed advantage, LV Ran quickly killed the mutated fish. Su Yi pulled the mutated fish out of the water. It was quite large, about the size of a small pig, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Its fins had become extremely sharp, like knives, and its body was covered in wounds. likely numbering in the hundreds. It must be said that LV Ran's abilities were indeed strong. Su-yi cut off the mutated fish's head and took out a transparent brain bead, handing it to LV Ran. According to the rules of the 7 Kills Army, whoever hunted the mutated beast owns the brain bead, so it belonged to LV Ran. This is the brain bead? LV Ran curiously accepted the bead, gently squeezing it and finding it somewhat soft, with a layer of soft gel on the outside. Su-yi handed the corpse to Qin Li and said, "Yes. The mutated fish's ability is likely to attack targets with water balls. This ability should be quite rare. You're an evolver, so you should be able to obtain this ability." Water control ability? It really sounds like the superpowers in movies. LV Ran's big eyes widened, seeming somewhat incredulous. Her abilities were actually quite weak. Her body strength was insufficient, and if she were hit by someone, she could easily be seriously injured. Additionally, her speed could only last for about 10 minutes, and after that, she would need 2 hours to recover. This was her secret. No one knew except herself. After all, she couldn't tell others about her weaknesses. She was aware that evolvers could obtain the abilities of mutated beasts, but she didn't expect to receive a brain bead so soon after joining the 7 Kills Army. Carefully putting the brain bead from the mutated fish in her shirt pocket, LV Ran planned to consume it that night. Having an additional ability would provide her with more means of survival. There shouldn't be many mutated fish, right? Ling Shuang glanced at the mutated fish corpse on Qin Li's shoulder, finding it quite disgusting. However, the meat of mutated beasts was indeed very delicious. Not only tasty, but also particularly good to eat. Su-yi sheathed his combat knife and said, "It's hard to say. If there are more, we can obtain more brain beads and mutated fish meat, which wouldn't harm us. After all, its strength isn't that great. It's much weaker than mutated rats." Qin Li also strongly agreed with Su-yi's viewpoint. Although the water ball attack was painful, it was not fatal. At this moment, some noise came from both sides of the riverbank. Su-yi saw infected people suddenly appear on both sides of the riverbank and said, "The effect of this blood is too good. It attracted so many infected people. Fortunately, the railings on the riverbank are quite high." "Su-yi, how did you notice the mutated fish just now?" "We didn't notice anything at all." LV Ran was more curious about how Su-yi had detected the mutated fish. They had been chatting happily, and she hadn't sensed anything unusual. "It's an instinct, a feeling of danger. Perhaps it's the ability of the mutated rat king. Rats are always very alert," Su-yi explained. Su-yi had not yet fully studied the abilities of the mutated rat. He felt it was more than just a simple control technique. Perhaps there were other abilities as well. So he planned to thoroughly study the abilities he had acquired after establishing the new shelter. Chapter 62. A cargo ship full of rice. The blood of the mutated fish flowed downstream with the river water, continuously attracting infected people to the riverbank. Fortunately, the railings were sturdy enough. Otherwise, those infected would have already surged into the river, blocking the waterway. As the dilution continued, the impact became less and less significant. The 4 of them moved downstream, sometimes walking, sometimes drifting, and they were moving quite fast. After 2 hours, they arrived at the confluence of 2 small rivers. "Let's check downstream and see where it's suitable to block off. Preferably do it as soon as possible." The downstream river was much larger. There used to be some fishing boats catching fish in it. Further down, it became even busier as another river merged in, heading straight for the sea. There would be more fish downstream, and possibly more mutated fish as well. After all, the river they were currently in had very few live fish due to pollution, so it was normal for there to be fewer mutated fish. However, it was hard to say what it would be like further down. Perhaps there were a lot of mutated fish. After walking for a while, they made a discovery: a yacht, a grounded yacht. Lu Ran shouted with excitement. "Let's get ashore. Walk along the riverbank. The water is getting deeper here," Su-yi said as he walked towards the riverbank. Although there were some infected individuals near the riverbank, they posed negligible threats to Su-yi and the others. Once ashore, Lu Ran dashed out. Moments later, infected individuals began to fall one by one. In less than a minute, the infected near the riverbank were cleared out by Lu Ran. Moreover, Lu Ran returned to Su-yi's side. "Captain Lu's ability is too strong. Luckily, we are not enemies, or it would be terrifying." Qin Li looked at Lu Ran, his eyes filled with wariness. If Lu Ran were to gain another ability, it would be even harder to deal with. After acquiring the mutated rat's armor ability, his strength had significantly increased. But Lu Ran had not. She was still a pure evolver. As long as she consumed the brain pearl of a mutated fish, her strength would surely improve. Lu Ran just smiled slightly and did not explain. However, Su-Yi felt that Lu Ran could not use her ability without limits. Just like Qin Li and Ling Shuang's armor ability, there were time constraints. However, as their strength increased, they would be able to extend the duration of the armor. In Su-Yi's view, the strength of a supernatural ability depended more on the person who possessed it than the ability itself. For example, if Ling Shuang's armor could defend against all attacks, she would be invincible, able to outlast her opponents. The four of them quickly approached the yacht. There were still some trapped infected on board, and Ling Shuang went up directly, using her tang knife to behead the 3 infected above. Who can operate this thing? Su-Yi asked. After all, he could not, unless he was willing to use a checkpoint opportunity to see if he could gain driving skills. I can. I learned it in the army. Qin Li, a special forces soldier, had no problem in any environment. During the disaster, he was serving as an instructor for the troops. His confidants in the 7 Kills Army were his group of students. After Qin, Li placed the bodies of the mutated fish on the yacht. He pushed the yacht back into the river. Once on the yacht, he checked it, and then successfully started the small sightseeing yacht. Nice with this yacht. As long as we block the river smoothly, we can use this yacht to travel back and forth. The river below was getting wider and was no longer suitable, so it would be better to block it about 50 to 60 meters downstream from the confluence point. Qin Li nodded, agreeing that Su-Yi's suggested location was appropriate. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Boss, should we go downstream to see if there are any other boats?" "All right, let's check downstream and teach me how to drive." Su-Yi thought it would be good to learn a bit about yacht handling. The basic operations were actually quite easy, especially in areas with stable water flow. It was just like driving a car. Saying this, Qin Li began to teach Su-Yi, starting from the ignition and covering all operations. If they really found other boats, they would definitely need to drive them away. He couldn't drive 2 boats at once. After driving downstream for more than 10 minutes, they discovered another boat. This was a small cargo ship, still loaded with goods, and also grounded on the shore. So, Qin Li maneuvered the yacht closer and then jumped onto the other ship. "Boss, we've struck it rich. It's rice." Qin Li shouted excitedly after checking. In the apocalypse, food was the most valuable thing. Everything else was secondary. With hunger, what qualifications did they have to pursue other things? Upon hearing Qin Li's words, Su-Yi also revealed a happy smile. "Ling Shuang, go over and join Qin Li. I'll see if I can get the yacht moving." When Ling Shuang jumped onto the cargo ship, Su-Yi began to attempt reversing. After successfully reversing, Su-Yi turned the steering wheel and adjusted the direction. The process went smoothly, so Su-Yi then had the yacht move forward. After Qin Li and Ling Shuang dealt with the infected in the cabin, they checked the cargo ship's power situation. Confirming there were no issues, Qin Li and Ling Shuang pushed the cargo ship back into the river. If they didn't possess great strength, the 2 of them wouldn't have been able to do this. After pushing it back into the river, the 2 decisively jumped back onto their ship to catch up with Su-Yi's yacht. Lu Ran saw this and immediately reminded Su-Yi, "Su-Yi, they're catching up." Su-Yi then accelerated. Once both boats entered the shallow water area upstream, they ran aground. They jumped into the water and began searching for large stones nearby, directly blocking the narrow part of the river. They were all quite strong, and they threw nearby concrete piers and large stones into the riverbed, effectively blocking the river. This type of blockage wouldn't raise the water level, as the water could still flow through the gaps downstream, but it would prevent the 2 boats from drifting downstream. Their original goal was not to completely block the river in less than an hour with just the 4 of them. They didn't expect to raise the water level significantly. After completing the blockage, Su-Yi and the others began to move upstream towards another river. If all went well, it would only take them half an hour to reach the nearest steel plant. 10 minutes later, they heard sounds similar to a rifle firing. This indicated that there were survivors nearby, and the other party likely had firearms, possibly military or police personnel. So, the 4 of them quickly went ashore and approached the location of the gunfire. Chapter 63. Worthy of rescue, they rushed to the entrance of the factory, with her densely packed infected outside. More than 20 people stood on the surrounding wall, firing wildly. It was evident that they were suffering from hunger, each one looking emaciated. They were all dressed in military uniforms, clearly soldiers. These individuals had certainly not resorted to cannibalism. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so thin. Moreover, their fighting spirit was still strong. Such people would be of great benefit to the 7 Kills army. Therefore, Su-Yi decided to rescue them. You all go look for food nearby. I'll rush in. Su-Yi said, then charged towards the infected. Su-Yi, be careful. Lu Ran shouted, then followed Qin-Li. Once Su-Yi arrived, those people stopped shooting. Because Su-Yi was too fierce, with his dual knives dancing, the infected fell in droves. Squad leader, am I seeing things? How did an ancient warrior charge into the infected, chopping them down like vegetables? A soldier turned to his squad leader beside him, speaking in disbelief. The company commander moved his dry lips and said excitedly, No, there really are people who have broken in. Brothers, hold on, someone's coming to rescue us. Hold on. He turned back and shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. After so many days of holding on, there was finally hope. Such fierce people should have some food on them, right? They had survived on the water from the factory for so many days, and they really couldn't hold on much longer. Su-Yi charged through, directly killing his way to the bottom of the factory wall, then climbed up onto the wall. Inside, there were hundreds of emaciated people lying down. Clearly, they were all starved and exhausted. Without saying a word, Su-Yi took out food and milk from his storage space. Even if it exposed his storage space, he didn't care. Quick, go distribute the food. Each person gets a box of milk and a bag of bread, Su-Yi shouted. At this moment, the people on the wall came to their senses. Quick help! The company commander called urgently before jumping down. Those who can move, come and get food. 1 box of milk and 1 bag of bread per person. No taking more, no eating more, it could burst your stomach. Su-Yi shouted as he quickly opened the milk cartons. The people lying there heard Su-Yi's words and all opened their eyes. Food? Am I dreaming? Someone is going to give us milk and bread? They thought, whatever, even if it's a dream, I want to eat my fill. Being a starving ghost is too miserable. Discipline, what are you doing? Don't grab, don't forget your discipline. Line up for me. Even if you're dead, don't forget your identity. Most people crawled over to Su-Yi. Su-Yi picked up a box of milk and a box of bread, then delivered them to those who couldn't move. A few minutes later, all he could hear was the sound of swallowing and chewing. Su-Yi was filled with admiration for these people. They had survived on water for so many days, yet they could still fight and maintain discipline. Although everyone ate quickly, they didn't take extra food. Their current situation wasn't suitable for overeating, as too much food would burst their stomachs. In just a few minutes, they finished the milk and bread. This hero, thank you for saving all of us soldiers, said Lu Tao. Great kindness does not require thanks. From now on, our lives are yours. Lu Tao knelt down on one knee before Su-Yi. They knew very well that if Su-Yi hadn't appeared, they would have starved to death. Because they had already drunk all the water in the factory, and there had been no rain during this time. Eating the flesh of their comrades was something they couldn't do. They would rather shoot themselves than eat their comrades' flesh. You all rest for now. There's no rush for these matters, Su-Yi said, taking out more food to pile together. Then, Su-Yi took out the walkie-talkie and began to call Qin-Li. Since his storage space had been exposed, Su-Yi simply let them gather first, and also check the situation of the factory. Ling Yu already knew about the storage space, so it didn't matter if a few more people knew. His strength was enough to protect himself now, unlike when he was initially weak and needed to be wary of others. Upon receiving Su-Yi's instructions, Qin-Li and the others immediately abandoned their search and quickly made their way to the mechanical parts factory, climbing over the wall to meet Su-Yi. Major Qin? As soon as the company commander saw Qin-Li, he immediately called out tentatively. You are Lu Tao? Qin-Li recognized the other party right away. Qin-Li, tell them the situation. We'll check the factory and see what resources we can use, Su-Yi said as he led Ling Shuang, and Lu ran away. Su-Yi, where did you find so much food? Lu Ran asked curiously. If there was food nearby, those people wouldn't be so starved that they couldn't stand up, right? One of my abilities is having a few cubic meters of storage space. Those came from my storage space, Su-Yi explained. Wow, spatial ability, that's amazing. Lu Ran's eyes widened. So that's how it is, Ling Shuang thought, realizing now why Su Yi could seemingly produce things at will. Isn't your speed impressive too? Su Yi glanced at Lu Ran, his eyes involuntarily sliding down to her long legs. He was curious whether her long legs were a result of awakening her speed ability or if her speed ability had resulted in her legs being particularly long. It seemed that the abilities of evolvers were all different. He had speed, Qinli had strength, and she had space. Lu Ran looked at Su Yi. Believing Ling, you must have known about Su Yi's ability long ago. In her view, having a storage space in the apocalypse was like possessing a divine artifact. If it were someone else, they would not have been able to save those soldiers and earn their gratitude or even loyalty. But Su Yi could. He had food in his storage space that he could take out at any time, while others feared being trapped in one place. He didn't need to worry at all, because he had food he could take out whenever he wanted. Moreover, he could also store powerful explosives in his storage space, making surprise attacks without anyone suspecting him. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that having a storage space was an incredibly powerful ability, allowing him to do many things that ordinary people couldn't. Thus, Lu Ran's gaze towards Su Yi became even more fervent. Chapter 64. Approaching the steel factory. These mechanical parts must be steel. They could be reused and refined into steel bars to make tools, Ling Shuang said happily as she looked at the various sized steel blocks in the factory. Su Yi nodded, agreeing that these materials could indeed be remelted and used to make weapons. After all, they couldn't obtain other raw materials at this point. Once the supplies from these dozen steel factories were used up, there would be none left. Building a steel wall required a lot of materials, so naturally, the more steel they could find, the better. They walked around, but didn't find anything particularly special. This area was just a production workshop, with only production equipment and materials inside. Aside from that, there were warehouses and offices. There wasn't anything valuable in those two places either, so Su Yi and the others circled back near the main gate. Most people were lying on the ground because they hadn't regained their strength. When Qinli saw Su Yi return, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Boss, it's been settled. They are willing to join our 7-kill army. However, they only want to join the break army." Su Yi knew that these people were grateful for him providing food to save their lives. However, Su Yi had not taken the position of commander in the 7-kill army. The commander of the break army was Su Yi's woman. Since the other people didn't have a direct relationship with Su Yi, they chose to join the break army. Su Yi took out a cigarette, lit one up, and then glanced at Lu Tao, saying, "All right, then they can join the break army. I have no objections. What is your situation? When did you get here? And how much ammunition do you have left?" If their ammunition was sufficient, they could clear out the nearby infected. "I estimate we have just over 1,000 rounds left." "Not much," Lu Tao replied. "We are from the Army Aviation. We received orders to come here to deal with a monster at the start of the disaster. But we haven't encountered any monsters and instead got trapped in this factory by the infected, losing over a dozen comrades in the process. There should be other survivors nearby. We can occasionally hear explosions, which should be from ordinary people, as we haven't heard any gunfire." After hearing Lu Tao's report, Su Yi's gaze fell on the excavated grass, speculating that they had initially survived by eating grass. "You should keep these bullets for self-defense. Once you regain your strength, move to the office building over there. Qinli should have told you that our 7-kill army is preparing to move over here. So for the next few days, you all should rest well here. You have walkie-talkies, right? Leave one behind. We'll take the others with us for now." After saying this, Su Yi took out boxes of instant noodles and a dozen boxes of milk. These supplies would be enough for them to eat for 2 or 3 days. With over 100 people, the consumption is quite significant. The conditions here are not great either, as there is no water and no kitchen. Otherwise, Su Yi could have brought out some rice for the new members of the 7-kill army. After sorting these things out, Su Yi left this place with Lu Ran and the others. They needed to find the largest steel company, Yuntian Steel Plant, where living tens of thousands of people would not be a problem. They needed to investigate the situation inside Yuntian Steel Plant, kill the infected, and then burn the bodies. If there were mutated beasts, they also needed to take action against them. "Thank you, boss. With so much food, we should be able to recover our combat effectiveness in 3 to 5 days, right, brothers?" Lu Tao said, looking back at his comrades. Originally, they were all prepared to die, but they did not expect Su Yi to descend from the sky and save them. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Looking at these iron-like men, Su Yi was moved. Rest well. I'll come back in a couple of days to bring you food. After saying that, Su Yi jumped directly over the wall and disappeared from their sight. They struggled to stand up and saluted towards the outside of the wall, holding it for a long time before putting their arms down. After breaking out, they quickly jumped into the river. They still needed to travel a distance further upstream. The land was full of infected, numbering in the tens of thousands. Charging forward was not impossible, but they would exhaust themselves. If they encountered a mutated beast midway, it would be disastrous. After more than 20 minutes, Su Yi and the others stopped. Boss, we have reached the designated location. We are only 3 kilometers away from Yuntian steel plant, Qin Li reported after checking the military navigation on his arm. Su Yi took out a pink box, opened it, and revealed the figure of a pink drone. A drone, boss? You actually have a drone. That's great. We were in such a rush when we came out that we didn't bring one. Otherwise, it would have been much more convenient. Qin Li was a bit excited because the drone was very useful for scouting. Su Yi smiled slightly, activated the pink drone, and let it ascend. Ling Shuang looked at the ascending drone and said with some regret, "That noise is quite loud. It will easily attract others' attention." I remember they have a silent version coming out this year. Our military also has a batch of newly deployed silent ones, but unfortunately, the base has already been occupied by mutated beasts. Otherwise, Qin Li would be feeling quite regretful. With their current strength, they couldn't go back to the base to collect supplies. Whether it was mutated rats or mutated fish, they were relatively weak mutated beasts. One reason was that they originally had smaller body sizes, and another was that they were not inherently aggressive. In contrast, mutated carnivorous animals were much scarier. The last time Qin Li dealt with a mutated dog, if it hadn't been injured and with the help of a tank, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to confront it. So when a mutated cat appeared, Qin Li decisively chose to retreat because he knew he couldn't win. Moreover, the mutated beasts in the suburbs and wilderness were even more powerful. He had seen a mutated wild boar that was larger than an elephant, easily demolishing houses. Animals in the city were already quite limited. Even in parks, there were at most some rats, squirrels, and weasels, and it was impossible for there to be any fierce beasts. Besides rats, the most common animals in the city were pets, mainly cats and dogs, along with some snakes, turtles, and lizards. Furthermore, not every animal would become a mutated beast. If they all did, humanity would have been extinct long ago. Just the vast numbers of mutated rats could wipe out humanity. The steel plant indeed had survivors, and quite a few of them. They had reinforced the walls, indicating they had found the right place. Su Yi saw the situation inside the steel plant on the remote screen. They have already noticed our drone. Su Yi noticed someone looking up, so he pushed the drone further in to see the internal situation of the steel plant. Chapter 65. Someone controls the mutated dog. Su Yi noticed someone inside waving their hands, so he zoomed in to see their condition. He found that although they were thin, they did not seem too severe. They should have food, but it was limited. Suddenly, the image shook. Someone must have attacked the pink drone. But the pink drone had an emergency evasion function and avoided the attack. Then Su Yi saw someone shooting at the pink drone. Upon zooming in, he discovered they were using slingshots. A group of people was attacking with slingshots. Su Yi controlled the pink drone to retreat to avoid being hit. Suddenly, he saw a mutated dog the size of a cow, lying on the ground. 2 people were sitting on it. Is someone controlling the mutated dog? Qin Li's eyes widened upon seeing this. A mutated dog can actually be controlled by humans? That person must be an evolved being who can control mutated beasts. If that's the case, their ability is incredibly strong. Qin Li was shocked, as the power of mutated beasts was very formidable. He thought Su Yi's strength was impressive, but he might not be able to single-handedly kill a mutated dog. Su Yi zoomed in and took a look. He discovered a man and a woman were engaging in intercourse on the mutated dog. The man was very into it, while the woman looked quite pained. Shameless, Ling Shuang exclaimed, her face flushing as she scolded. Su Yi decisively shifted the camera away and began to look at other areas. Then he saw a group of people beating those who were previously waving their hands, forcing them to continue working. Are they digging a tunnel? Qin Li noticed they were moving dirt and there were many dirt piles nearby. Su-yi zoomed in and said, "That's right. They must be digging a tunnel to reach another place and look for food. That's not a bad idea. There should be many people passing dirt in the tunnel. Perhaps this isn't their first tunnel. There are quite a few dirt piles inside." As Su-yi was preparing to check other factory areas nearby, he suddenly saw people carrying someone out from the tunnel. They brought this person directly in front of the mutated dog, and then the mutated dog bit down on him. He is not dead yet. How could they be so inhumane? Ling Shuang's sense of justice exploded, and she couldn't help but kick the ground, splashing water everywhere. It seemed that those inside were not good people either. Perhaps they had also eaten their own kind. Su-yi moved the drone away from above and began to head towards other positions. Yintian Steel Plant covers an area of 90,000 square meters, about 135 acres. It is not just a steel company, but a semi-closed, small society. More than 20,000 people once lived here, with dormitories, schools, hospitals, supermarkets, and various shops. In the apocalypse, such a place is a natural refuge because it has walls separating it from the outside world. Su-yi estimated that there should be several thousand survivors inside now, with the leader being the one who can control the mutated dog. The distance was too far. There was no way to fly over. Su-yi reluctantly prepared to retrieve the pink drone, as he had no intention of using his trump card just yet. One always needs to keep some cards close to the chest. Let's find a place to rest, cook some lunch, and then directly storm the steel plant in the afternoon. Su-yi glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock, and they had yet to eat lunch. The community is only 300 meters away from us. Although there are some infected individuals inside, they are negligible. Su-yi quickly found the target, an old community very close to them. The community is small, with only 5 buildings, all of which are 7 or 8-story walk-ups. From the looks of it, there don't seem to be any survivors inside. So, they started to move closer to that community. Along the way, there were some infected, but they posed no problem for them. Wherever they went, clusters of infected individuals fell down. Although the infected are stronger now than before for them, of course, supernatural beings, 1,000 of them pose no threat at all. A few minutes later, Su-yi and the others entered the community and arrived at one of the houses. It seems that this place hasn't been scavenged yet, as the door wasn't even pried open. "Let me open the door. This kind of lock is quite easy to pick," Qin said happily, noting the house might still have supplies. Qin had been specially trained and had tools on him. In just a few seconds, he pulled the door open. Inside, 2 infected individuals lunged at them but fell down before they could get close. Lu Ran made her move, not giving the infected a chance to approach. Then, Qin dragged the 2 infected bodies outside and threw them away. After Su-yi went in, he headed straight to the kitchen, which was well equipped. He turned on the gas stove, and it still worked. So, Su-yi took out the meat of the mutated rat king, preparing to cook. "Let me do it. I can cook. If you don't mind, you can help out," Lu Ran proactively offered, seeing this as a good opportunity to increase her favorability. "I'll do it. You two can just rest," Ling Shuang interjected, wanting to keep an eye on Su-yi since Ling was not around. After all, her relationship with Su-yi wasn't solid enough yet, and she didn't want Lu Ran to steal a march on her. Lu Ran was not only beautiful, but also very strong, not inferior to Ling Yu, and possibly even surpassing her. Giving her a chance to be alone with Su-yi could lead to unexpected situations. Su-yi paid no mind and walked directly into the living room. Qin searched the house and found a few packs of cigarettes and some alcohol. "Boss, should we bring troops to attack them? Just the 4 of us?" Qin asked while lighting a cigarette. After all, there were many survivors in the steel factory, and he didn't know how many evolvers and supernatural beings were inside. In an unclear situation, Qin felt they needed more manpower. Ordinary people might not be useful, but they had 6 other supernatural beings. Their chances would be greater with them acting together. Su-yi flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "No rush. Let's test the enemy's strength first. This afternoon, I'll test it out. You guys stay outside to back me up. Normally, as long as we take down that mutated dog, the problems inside will be resolved." Su-yi was somewhat confident in his strength. Even if he couldn't take down the mutated dog, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 66. Scary upgrade costs. After Su-yi made his decision, Qin no longer spoke. All he could do was follow orders. This made it easier for him, as he didn't have to think too much. After a while, the aroma from the kitchen wafted out. Su-yi couldn't help but run to the kitchen to take a look. Although it was only the meat of the mutated rat, Lu Ran had made into a dish. She not only made some soup, but also stir-fried meat slices with some pickled vegetables she found in the fridge. Not only were there meat slices, but Lu Ran also made a braised dish with the mutated rat meat. Dinner is ready. Lu Ran and Ling Shuang brought the food out from the kitchen. It smells so good. Captain Lu is not only beautiful, but also such a great cook. It's truly surprising. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win Captain Lu's affection, Qinli said while glancing at Su-yi. However, considering that Ling Yu was still around and Ling Shuang was standing next to him, he didn't say it outright. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was clear. Su-yi didn't say anything and directly picked up his chopsticks to start eating. This is so delicious. The cooking skills are incredible. Even better than our army's cooks. The meat from a mutated rat king was much more substantial than that of the mutated rats. And as soon as it entered his stomach, he felt the difference. As soon as Qinli took a bite of meat, he couldn't help but praise it. After finishing all the mutated meat and rice, they still felt unsatisfied. An increase in strength also led to an increase in appetite, which they currently had no way to solve. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness would be insufficient. This was also why Su-yi hadn't gone directly to the steel factory. Only when they were full could their combat effectiveness be maintained at peak levels. After eating, Su-yi had Qinli pick locks as they swept through the community. Rice and flour were the main items Su-yi wanted to collect. Additionally, they found 2 samurai swords, which were collected by a household and looked quite sharp. Unless Su-yi used survival points to upgrade them into super alloys, they would soon wear out. Su-yi stored them in his storage space because Qinli thought the 2 swords were too light and not practical. Qinli actually wanted weapons like axes or hammers, which were more powerful. Once they secured the steel factory, he could start having people forge such weapons. Of course, for convenience, swords and knives were easier to carry. At least they had less impact on mobility when slung over the back. You 2 stay here on the balcony and keep an eye out. I'll go test the waters. Su-yi felt this position was good, as he could use binoculars to see the periphery of the steel factory. Su-yi's decision made Lu Ran frown, and she worriedly said, Su-yi, do you really not need us to go with you? If we go, at least we can help clear a path for you and save you some energy. Ling Shuang also said with a serious expression, yes, if we go together, we can at least provide support from outside. If we stay here, we can only watch from afar and can't help at all. Qinli glanced at the infected outside and regretfully said, it would be great if we had individual flying equipment. It's a shame we didn't bring any. Otherwise, we could fly directly from here to the steel factory and avoid those infected down below. Since Su-yi had made his decision, there was no need for him to persuade them. Moreover, with 2 beautiful women already trying to persuade him, did he, a rough man, still need to convince them? Individual flying equipment? Su-yi's eyes lit up, and the Iron Man armor flashed in his mind. With a thought, a line of text appeared before him. You can use 1 million survival points to upgrade the armor to Iron Man's suit. Damn. 1 million, system. You're too ruthless. Where am I supposed to get 1 million? Su-yi mentally complained and prepared to lower his requirements to see the situation. You can use 100,000 survival points to upgrade the armor with basic flying capabilities. Damn, this requires 100,000? I give up. Su-yi completely gave up. The upgrade costs were too outrageous for him to handle. Right now, he didn't have many points. He glanced at his status. Su-yi survival points, 5,701 sign-in times. 5,000 points seemed like a lot, but to upgrade to something with high technological content, the cost was quite daunting. Su-yi discovered that the survival points spent on upgrade materials were still acceptable, but the price for upgrading items with a technological direction was outrageous. Does this mean knowledge is wealth? Bah. System, are you looking down on me, a poor student? Qinli and the other 2 arrived at the balcony, took out their binoculars, and began to observe the situation at the steel factory. Su-yi, wielding dual knives, dashed out of the community and headed toward an alley. He needed to conserve his stamina to maintain his peak combat power. The number of infected in the alley was relatively low, so if he had to engage, it would be less strenuous. Moreover, Su-yi was now running directly over the heads of the infected, like an ancient master using lightness skill. His strength Jumping ability, speed, reflexes, and sense of balance were all strong, allowing him to easily step on the heads or shoulders of the infected as he moved forward. This was something he learned from Lingyu. He initially thought it would be difficult, but after jumping over the infected, he found it quite easy. He felt that as long as someone was an evolved or superpowered individual, they could do this at this stage. What comes after that is hard to say. The current infected were still very weak, with poor reflexes and slow movements. To they were like wooden stakes, just with varying heights. The people at the steel factory quickly noticed and began to attack him with slingshots. Put on the hood of his armor and charged forward. Too lazy to dodge. His armor seemed to absorb some of the impact, and he didn't feel any pain from the steel balls hitting him. Of course, if necessary, could also use his air manipulation ability to create a wall of air around him to block the steel balls. However, he hadn't fully mastered this ability yet and didn't have time to practice it. Currently, those attacking him in the steel factory were all using slingshots. These slingshots had decent power. He saw some steel balls directly shooting into the foreheads of the infected. They didn't kill the infected, likely due to insufficient power. He quickly reached the steel factory's wall, leaped over it, and entered the factory. He had superpowers too. Go tell the leader. Someone shouted loudly, and they realized was a superpowered individual with extraordinary strength. Chapter 67. One-on-one with the mutated dog without needing the other party to report. He charged directly towards the mutated dog. The mutated dog seemed to sense Yi's presence and became agitated. Donglu, what are you doing? Stop it. If you keep messing around, Daddy won't be happy. The man on the mutated dog's back held its neck tightly and patted it a few times. Leader. A person with superpowers has barged in. Someone with a walkie-talkie shouted immediately. Apparently, someone had broken in. Why panic? It's just a weakling with a bit of superpower. My Donglu baby has eaten plenty of those kinds of people before. Saying this, he patted the mutated dog's head. Good Donglu, bite that ignorant weakling to death. Then your power will be even stronger. After saying that, he slid off the mutated dog. After all, he was just an ordinary person. When a mutated dog fought, he couldn't get close and had to hide. His mutated dog was very strong in combat. You all keep an eye on it. When the fight is over, notify me. Saying this, he embraced two naked women and directly entered the factory to hide. The mutated dog, freed from restraint, immediately became happy and jumped a couple of times before charging towards Sui. Mutated beasts like to eat other mutated beasts and evolve humans because it makes them stronger. At this moment, on the closest balcony to the steel factory, the three people all had binoculars. The mutated dog moved, probably having spotted Sui, and headed in his direction. This mutated dog looks fierce. Can Sui handle it? Ling Shuang was very worried. Although she had gained the ability of the mutated rat, she estimated that she wouldn't be able to kill a mutated rat in a one-on-one fight, because mutated beasts had very strong combat power. Even if she had a super alloy tang knife in hand, she might not be able to gain the upper hand against the mutated rat. This kind of mutated dog was much stronger than the mutated rat. Just before getting close, an alarm sounded in the camp. Those on the walls all left and hid. Soon, there was no one on the ground. Seeing this, Qinli couldn't help but frown. This was definitely not a good sign. It indicated that the mutated dog might have some kind of super ability that could carry out large-scale attacks. He had dealt with a mutated dog before. Although its combat power was terrifying, it could still be worn down over time. Let's go support the boss. The situation with that mutated dog might be different. Qinli decisively made a choice and directly went downstairs. Lu Ran and Ling Shuang didn't hesitate and followed Qinli. They were both worried about Sui and wanted to help. We should also try to run over the heads of the infected. This way, we won't have to fight our way through. After reaching the ground floor, Lu Ran said this and then jumped onto the heads of the infected. At this height, it wasn't too difficult for them. After jumping up, Lu Ran found that it was easier than she had imagined. She was a bit unsteady at first, but soon mastered the technique. The more difficult one was Qinli. His agility was a bit lower. Additionally, he probably weighed over 300 pounds, so the infected couldn't bear his weight. When Qinli exerted force with his legs, the infected would fall directly. However, he could also use this method to move on the heads of the infected. As long as the distance wasn't too far, he could move smoothly. As they approached the steel factory, he had already encountered the mutated dog. He also noticed that everyone in the steel factory was hiding, but he didn't care. A sound like that of a Tibetan Mastiff came from the throat of the mutated dog. It lunged directly at Yi, trying to bite him to death. However, what awaited it was Yi's dual knives. Such strong defense, such solid muscles. Yi initially thought that with the vibranium warblade, he could easily sever the mutated dog's forelimbs. But he realized he was mistaken. His warblade only left 2 wounds on the mutated dog's leg and did not successfully sever it. The injury made the mutated dog yelp twice, and then it began to bite frantically. Its biting speed was incredibly fast. If he didn't have the dragon step, he would definitely have been bitten. If bitten, his bones would be shattered. Such a large body could still be so agile. This was too absurd. Yi quickly dodged while continuously swinging his dual knives, leaving cuts all over the mutated dog's body. Its defensive power was indeed very strong. Even with Yi wielding a divine weapon, he didn't gain much advantage. Of course, if he had been using an ordinary warblade, it might have been very difficult to leave a wound at all. Woof! Suddenly, the mutated dog barked. Yi felt like he was hit by a cannonball and was sent flying. Soundwave attack? Yi rubbed his ears, feeling his head buzzing. Woof! The mutated dog launched another soundwave attack. Yi was sent flying again, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Without saying a word, Yi retreated. This soundwave attack was too intense, and he currently had no way to resist it. Oi! Ling Shuang saw Yi rushing out and immediately shouted, "Let's go!" Yi said, but before he could finish his sentence, they heard the mutated dog barking again from behind them. The sound was enormous, carrying a terrifying sonic wave that rushed towards Yi and the others. Ling Shuang and the others were blown away, unable to resist at all. "Let's split up." Yi pulled Ling Shuang along. Lu Ran was fast. She would definitely be able to escape. Qin Li not only possessed supernatural abilities, but was also an evolved individual, much stronger than Ling Shuang. Therefore, Ling Shuang was the one who needed Yi's rescue the most. The mutated dog had no intention of letting them go and continued to pounce towards them. However, Yi and the others did not want to engage with it, as they currently had no means to defend against the mutated dog's sonic attacks. Now, Yi understood why the people in the steel factory had chosen to hide. If they didn't, they would be attacked. Clearly, the mutated dog had set its sights on Yi. It did not chase after Qin Li or Lu Ran, but focused on Yi and Ling Shuang. However, soon, Lu Ran turned back to attack the mutated dog. She believed her speed was sufficient to strike at its throat before it could unleash its sonic attack. But she underestimated the terror of the mutated dog. Before she could get close, the mutated dog had already noticed her and let out a roar. This roar was relatively smaller and less powerful, but still sent Lu Ran flying. Chapter 68. Repelling the mutated dog. Lu Ran stood on top of the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The previous attack had injured her lungs. The infected outside instantly became agitated. The blood of evolved individuals and supernatural beings stimulated them even more, or rather, contained more energy that could make them stronger. She turned her head and saw that the mutated dog and Yi had disappeared at the end of the street, not knowing where they had gone. After hesitating for a moment, she decisively followed. This way, the boss and the others ran this way. Qin Li had been paying attention to Yi's movements. He knew that Yi intended to draw the mutated dog away to prevent them from being affected. One good turn deserves another. This was Qin Li's life motto. They could not let Yi take all the risks alone. The two of them quickly chased in that direction, fearing they would be too late to catch up with Yi and Ling Shuang. You could put me down? I'm fine, Ling Shuang said, blushing as she looked at Yi, who was carrying her, feeling an indescribable sensation. Being carried by a man was something she only remembered from when her father and brother held her as a child. A mix of safety and other complex emotions made Ling Shuang somewhat enchanted. However, her rationality reminded her that this man belonged to her little niece, and she couldn't let Yi carry her like this. Hold on tight. I'm going up, Yi said as he spotted a building. Okay. Ling Shuang tightened her grip on Yi, pressing herself against him. Su-yi jumped up to the second floor of the building and kicked the door open, charging inside. The mutated dog jumped up as well, but its large size got it stuck. The mutated dog stopped at a building, probably because the boss and the others had entered that building. Qin saw the mutated dog on the second floor of a building and immediately stopped. Over there. Let's go to that building, Lu Ran pointed in the distance and said. Qin nodded and quickly stepped on the shoulders of the infected. Moving towards the building Lu Ran indicated. Su-yi took out a crossbow arrow that hadn't been used for a long time and shot directly. Ling Shuang was also put down by Su-yi. She raised her gun and fired. They then discovered that the crossbow arrow had directly embedded itself into the mutated dog's body, but the bullets only created a blood hole on the surface. Bang! The mutated dog crashed half of its body into the building, trying to pounce on Su-yi. However, waiting for it was Su-yi's sharp combat knife. After quickly shooting 2 arrows, Su-yi pulled out his knife and stabbed at the mutated dog's head. Taking advantage of the fact that it had not unleashed a sonic attack, Su-yi unleashed a flurry of strikes. The swordsmanship skill was finally put to use. In just 1 minute, Su-yi had stabbed nearly 100 times. The flesh on the mutated dog's face was almost completely sliced off. It was frightened. The mutated dog quickly shrank back its head and jumped back to the street, crashing through countless infected as it ran towards the steel factory. Su-yi did not pursue, as he had been injured by the mutated dog's sonic attack. If he chased again now, he would be at a disadvantage. This is easy, boss. How are you over there? Are you okay? Qin Li's anxious voice came through the intercom. I'm fine. The mutated dog has been repelled. I sustained a minor injury. Nothing serious. How about you? Su-yi said, turning to look at Ling Shuang, who had a flushed face. We're fine too. We'll be right over. Lu Ran's voice came through. That's good. Be careful. Su-yi said, putting away the intercom. He walked up to Ling Shuang and, while placing his hand on her forehead, asked, Where are you hurt? Is it the capillaries in your face that burst from the shock? No. Ling Shuang was startled and quickly shrank back. At that moment, Su-yi realized why Ling Shuang was blushing. It turned out she was embarrassed. Wasn't she a steel-hearted woman? How could she be shy? Su-yi rubbed his chest, feeling that his lungs had been injured by the sonic wave. This sonic attack was indeed powerful. If this ability could be mastered, it would be formidable. Su-yi spat out a mouthful of blood foam and then looked at Lu Ran and Qin Li, who were coming from a distance. Ling Shuang had not been seriously injured due to the distance. Initially, they were just blown away and landed on their backs. Although hurt quite a bit. Ling Shuang felt embarrassed to rub it. She sighed. It's a pity that we can only gain one ability. If we could acquire multiple ones, humanity wouldn't be in a disadvantaged position. Su-yi nodded. Ling Shuang was right. If a person could master multiple abilities, humanity could indeed turn the tide and overpower the infected and mutated beasts. Unfortunately, at present, it seemed they could only master one ability. However, this might not be the whole truth. After all, they had just started using the brain beads of the mutated beasts, and perhaps they had not fully grasped the intricacies of the brain beads. If there were enough brain beads, Su-yi could begin to experiment with whether he could gain multiple abilities. Additionally, whether that mutated dog had a brain bead in its head was another matter. Lu Ran, how are you? Are you hurt? Su-yi asked as Lu Ran entered, immediately concerned. He had seen her trying to attack the mutated dog and noticed she'd been blown away by its sonic wave. Lu Ran gave Su-yi a sweet smile and said, I'm fine, just a minor shock injury. It doesn't affect me. Su-yi breathed a sigh of relief and noticed the motorcycle helmet Lu Ran was holding, his eyes lighting up. The most uncomfortable part of the sonic attack was the head. Eyes and ears could bleed. If it happened a few more times, one could easily go deaf or blind. Wearing a helmet would likely help mitigate some of the sonic damage. The mutated dog's sonic attacks should also have time or frequency limits, just like your armor. While its strength is decent, I can handle it. The troublesome part is its sonic attack. With this helmet, it should help me. Saying this, Su-yi took the helmet into his hands. He certainly wouldn't let Lu Ran take risks, as her strength was not as good as his. Everyone has sustained minor injuries. Let's just rest for now. You should have noticed that our self-repair abilities are quite strong now. Saying this, Su-yi took the helmet and prepared to go upstairs to find a room to rest, while also searching the house to see if there were any supplies. Or perhaps, to see if he could check in. After all, he still had 3 check-in opportunities left. If he could find a suitable place, his strength could be enhanced again. It would give him more confidence in dealing with that mutated dog tomorrow. Chapter 69. Lu Ran's new ability in this building. Su Yi and the others did not find anything valuable, only some loose rice. Choosing a room, Su Yi directly lay down on the bed. Resting was when his self-healing ability was the strongest. Ling Shuang was in the room opposite him, and he didn't know if it was intentional. Lu Ran and Su Yi had taken some mutated meat, preparing to use the mutated fish's brain pearl soon. She felt that her strength was too weak to help Su Yi at all. In fact, she didn't even have the opportunity to fight alongside him. Lu Ran couldn't tolerate this situation. In the apocalypse, strength was paramount. Without strength, one would eventually be at the mercy of others. Only by gaining powerful strength could one do what they wanted. She wanted to take her fate into her own hands. With greater strength, she could find her parents and her family. Even if they were no longer around, she still wanted to go back. Otherwise, her heart would always be restless. After cooking some mutated beast meat in a pressure cooker, Lu Ran took out the mutated fish's brain pearl. Putting it in her mouth, she bit down. A warm current surged into her stomach, then spread throughout her body. It was indeed painful, feeling as if her bones and flesh were being torn apart. This process lasted nearly an hour, and by the time it ended, the meat in the pressure cooker was also ready. Lu Ran quickly started eating, and after filling her stomach, she regained some strength. Her body was covered with a layer of dark substance, like sludge. This situation, however, she hadn't heard Su Yi mention. After finding a few clean clothes in the room's wardrobe, Lu Ran went into the bathroom. After washing for half an hour, Lu Ran stood in front of the bathroom mirror. She found that her skin had become more delicate, and she couldn't help but want to touch and kiss it a few times. She looked more charming and aesthetically pleasing. She hadn't expected to develop a second time. This brain pearl was truly amazing. Lu Ran was particularly satisfied with her changes. With a thought, the water in the basin turned into a small ball and began to fly slowly, then started to rotate around her. She could create more and wrap it around a target, which could suffocate them. Although it was still weak for attacking now, it didn't mean that this ability was ineffective. As long as it was utilized well, it could have astonishing effects. Lu Ran was very satisfied with her ability. The water control technique could continuously develop new attack methods. Putting on her clothes, Lu Ran was still a bit unaccustomed to her new larger size. However, she felt that Su Yi would definitely like this change. Men often prefer things that are bigger. Lu Ran quickly went downstairs to see if Su Yi had woken up. As soon as she reached the bottom, she saw Su Yi standing on the balcony smoking. So, she walked in and came to Su Yi's side. "How is it? Have you mastered any abilities?" Su Yi guessed it was Lu Ran as soon as he heard the footsteps. Water control ability. Lu Ran leaned against the balcony and tilted her head to glance at Su Yi. Su Yi's pupils contracted when he saw Lu Ran, because her changes were significant. The brain pearl could make someone more beautiful and bigger. The changes in Lu Ran's figure were too obvious for Su Yi not to notice. But why didn't Ling Yu have any such changes? And Ling Shuang was the same. Could it be that only evolved beings had such changes? Yes, just like Qin Li, his body has shrunk significantly and looks much more normal than before. Envious. Su Yi indeed felt a bit envious of evolved beings. They had greater advantages. If Su Yi didn't have the system, he wouldn't be able to compare with evolved beings at all. Unfortunately, the number of evolved beings was too small. Can you create water out of nothing? Su Yi was curious if Lu Ran could conjure water from thin air. Not exactly out of nothing. There's moisture in the air, and I can condense that moisture. It's just very difficult. Saying this, Lu Ran stretched out her hand and moved her fingers slightly. After a few minutes, a small water droplet appeared. "This is my limit," Lu Ran said a bit laboriously. It really consumed a lot of energy. "That's a great ability. I think our abilities can be strengthened through continuous practice." Su Yi comforted her. Then he asked, "Do you feel that every time you use this ability, you become particularly weak? Not physically weak, but mentally weak?" Lu Ran nodded quickly. She just felt that way. Su Yi shifted his gaze from a certain part of Lu Ran's body and continued to analyze. This ability should be related to our energy or mental strength. We can call it mental strength or psychic power. It should be trainable, By constantly using this ability, we can enhance the duration and power of our abilities. Lu Ran deeply agreed, blushing as she said, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I think the concept of psychic power is good. The stronger the psychic power, the stronger our abilities. So, in the future, we can continuously use our abilities to enhance our psychic power. All right, let's share this information the next time we contact the military. I wonder if any of them have obtained special abilities. Su-yi flicked the cigarette, and greedily inhaled the air. He felt a faint fragrance in the air. This fragrance came from Lu Ran's body. Perhaps it was a change after she absorbed the mutated fish's brain pearl, and maybe she hadn't even noticed it herself. The two chatted on the balcony for a while, and soon Ling Shuang joined them. Downstairs, the infected were huddled together, looking up with a hungry expression. Upstairs, the three were often laughing. The two situations formed a strong contrast. All right, it's getting late. We should cook dinner. Ling Shuang ended the pleasant chat, and then pulled Lu Ran to the kitchen. Lu Ran's cooking skills were indeed excellent, and Ling Shuang wanted to learn a bit. Su-yi looked outside. There was still some time before dark. So he planned to go outside for a walk to see if he could find a suitable place to check in. There's a community hospital over there. I'll go check it out and be back soon. Ling Shuang's head popped out from the kitchen, asking, Don't you need to bring Qinli? No need. They're only infected outside. They can't hurt me. Su-yi said confidently. He was still wearing armor, so even if he fell into a pile of infected, he wouldn't be harmed. Then be careful and come back quickly, Ling Shuang reminded him, feeling a little strange afterward. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was strange. Chapter 70. Checking in at the community hospital without mutated beasts, the infected posed little threat to Su-yi. By the time they reacted, Su-yi had already reached his destination. The infected here seemed very excited. Su-yi noticed that the infected in the community hospital were very agitated. This usually indicated that there were survivors in the hospital. Su-yi jumped down directly, drawing his dual blades. He slashed and struck, the blade light flashing, sending countless heads flying. Su-yi's knife skills have become increasingly fierce. This is thanks to the 7-kill spear technique, from which Su-yi has gained numerous techniques that he has applied to his knife skills. Su-yi feels that what the system provides is merely the basics. To truly become stronger, he needs to continually learn and practice. Only then can he constantly improve and possess greater strength. After cutting down the infected individuals at the entrance of the hospital, Su-yi rushed into the hospital and then closed the glass door. This electric automatic door cannot open or close without power. After pushing the door shut, he isolated the infected outside. Then, he picked up his gun and began shooting. There are no other people here, so Su-yi could use his firearm with peace of mind. Every shot hit the head, taking down an infected with one bullet. Hunting infected with a gun is indeed satisfying. He could kill 100 infected in just a few minutes. Su-yi marveled while reloading his bullets. The magazine in his hand was limited, holding only 100 rounds. He didn't take too many, mainly because the ammunition for the 7-kill army was limited, and he didn't want to expose that he could upgrade the nail gun bullets to rifle bullets using survival points. With 10 survival points, he could upgrade 100 nail gun bullets to rifle bullets. Thus, Su-yi decisively spent 100 survival points to directly upgrade to 1,000 rounds. He alternated between two guns to ensure the barrels could withstand such high-speed firing. Soon, the 500 to 600 infected in the lobby were cleared out by Su-yi. Hey, are there any survivors inside? I've cleaned out the infected outside. Su-yi knocked on the door, as the infected in this area were particularly excited. This place had a rescue room. Yes. Thank goodness, someone is here to save us. It must be the army. An excited voice came from inside, suggesting the speaker was quite old. Then, the sound of things being moved could be heard from within. Taking this opportunity, Su-yi circled around the lobby and walked to the pharmacy. This place is where nurses prepare injections and medications, also considered storage room. System, sign in. Su-yi's purpose for coming to the hospital was to sign in. He felt that this place was worth trying. Ding, you have obtained a body rapid recovery potion. Survival points, 100. Upon hearing the prompt, Su-yi's eyes brightened. The body rapid recovery potion allows for quick healing of injuries, even severe ones. That's amazing. Such a good item. With this, Su-yi felt like he had an extra life. No wonder it grants 100 survival points. When Su-yi came out of the pharmacy, The door to the rescue room across also opened. Wow, so many infected. The whole lobby is filled. How terrifying. A nurse peered out, looking terrified. Then, several other nurses also poked their heads out. Suki did not expect there to be more than 1 or 2 survivors inside. Did they eat human flesh? Yes, yes. You saved us. Killed so many infected? Just by yourself? A man in his 40s, wearing a white coat, seemed incredulous that Sue-E had killed so many infected alone. Yes, how many survivors are there? What have you been relying on during this time? Sue-E noticed they didn't look very thin, raising his suspicions. 7. We have 7 people, 2 doctors and 5 nurses. A woman in her 30s, also a doctor, quickly replied. We have been surviving on glucose and other nutritional injections. Do you have any food? We haven't eaten for a long time. A nurse looked at Sue-E eagerly. If Sue-E hadn't shown up, their energy-supplying injections would have run out soon. There's a box of snacks here. I'll get it for you. Saying this, Sue-E turned back to the pharmacy and took out a box of snacks from his storage space to give to the survivors. Doctors and nurses are both very important. A shelter cannot do without these 2 professions. When hunting infected, someone in the 7-kill army would always get injured. At that time, doctors and nurses would be needed. Sue-E walked in and checked around. He found no corpses or remains, indicating they indeed had not resorted to cannibalism for survival. Such people still have a bottom line and are worth saving. You all eat something first. I'll go check other places for any other survivors. Sue-E dropped this line and headed towards the pharmacy. In the lobby, there were 2 pharmacies, a Chinese herbal pharmacy and a Western medicine pharmacy, separated and considered 2 distinct places. Both doors were open, and many medicines were scattered across the floor. Sue-E entered the Western medicine pharmacy. Preparing to sign in here first. System, sign in. After silently reciting this in his heart, Sue-E awaited the result. Ding, sign in successful, obtained a primary body strengthening agent. Survival points, 30. Huh, a primary body strengthening agent? I can actually get this from the pharmacy? Sue-E initially thought he would receive the body rapid recovery potion, but was surprised to find it was the primary body strengthening agent. This was of little use to Sue-E since he had already used a medium strength agent. Of course, if he wanted, he could give this primary body strengthening agent to someone else. This was likely only useful for ordinary people. As for evolved individuals like El Ran and Qin Li, it probably would work. Ling Yu and the others are not evolved. They only gained abilities from the brain beads, so it might still have some effect. After all, the main function of the brain beads is to grant them abilities, and bodily strengthening is a side benefit. The body strengthening agents rewarded by the system are different. When Sue-E used this strengthening agent, his strength was even greater than that of Ling Yu, who had gained abilities. Thus, Sue-E felt this primary body strengthening agent could be given to Ling Yu. Furthermore, at this moment, he could only afford to give it to her. He couldn't trust the others, and he didn't want to part with it. Ling Yu was different. She was already considered Sue-Yi's woman. Sue-E was relatively generous towards his woman. After that, Sue-E exited the Western medicine pharmacy and entered the Chinese herbal pharmacy. There were no markings, indicating Sue-E could sign in here. He was curious about what kind of reward he could obtain. System, sign in. After silently reciting this in his heart, Sue-E awaited the result. Ding, obtained 1 Peiyuan pill. Survival points, 80. Peiyuan pill? Sue-Yi's pupils contracted. He didn't expect it to be this. He had eaten Peiyuan pills before, and after absorption, his strength increased significantly. This item is even more powerful than the primary body strengthening agent. Moreover, it would still be effective if he took it now. Additionally, the last time he signed in and received a Peiyuan pill reward, it was 70 survival points, and now it had increased by 10 points. The same was true for the primary body strengthening agent. The survival points gained had also increased. Does this mean that the stronger his strength, the higher the value of the items he receives? After thinking for a moment, Sue-E directly took out the Peiyuan pill and swallowed it whole. With this Peiyuan pill, Sue-Yi's strength would surely increase once again. After swallowing it, Sue-E felt a warm current surging in his lower abdomen, particularly comfortable. He glanced at the light screen to check his data. Survival points, 5,771 sign-in times. 0 The sign-in times have reset again, but Sue-E had only explored the first floor of this hospital. After leaving the Chinese herbal pharmacy, Su Yi returned to the rescue room. The people in the rescue room had not eaten anything. They were quietly discussing something. When Su Yi appeared, they immediately fell silent. "Why aren't you eating? Are you worried about the food?" Su Yi asked directly. The female doctor adjusted her glasses and quickly explained, "No, it's not that. We've been using medications to suppress stomach acid, so we can't eat a lot at once." Su Yi nodded and said, as expected of a doctor, very professional, "You stay here, and I'll go upstairs to see if there are any other survivors. Let's go together. We can help a bit," said the male doctor as he picked up a steel pipe made from a handheld 4-pole. Su Yi smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, "Good, with this attitude, you can survive in the apocalypse. My name is Luo Ding. May I ask your name?" Luo Ding tightened his grip on the steel pipe and stepped out of the emergency room. The others also grabbed similar weapons and followed him out. "Su Yi," he replied, "I'm Zhang Yuan, and these are Li Xiaoxia, Zhao Wan, Yi Ping, Yi Lulu, and Sun Xuanan." Zhang Yuan introduced the nurses, who varied in age. Su Yi glanced over. The oldest appeared to be in her 40s, while the youngest was likely a new intern, indicated by her badge. "Don't make any noise, regardless of what happens. Infected individuals are quite sensitive to sound. Also, when attacking, aim for the infected's head. That's the only way to kill them." After a moment, Su Yi added, "The bones of the infected have become brittle, so you can pierce their heads with the steel pipe if you apply enough force." With that, Su Yi drew his combat knife and headed for the stairs. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, you two open the door. The stairwell door was shut tight, with a wooden stick propped against it. There were sounds coming from behind the door, clearly indicating the presence of infected individuals. Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan exchanged a glance and moved forward together to open the door. As soon as they opened it, the infected inside hadn't reacted yet, and Su Yi rushed in with his knife, swiftly decapitating them one by one. In just 1 minute, dozens of infected at the staircase were all beheaded, lying on the ground. "Su Yi, is it just you? Don't you have any companions?" Zhang Yuan, sensing the hint, quickly moved closer to Su Yi and whispered, "Yes, but our personnel are at the city government. You need to hold out in this hospital for a while. My people will gradually establish a new shelter at the steel factory," Su Yi explained as he continued up the stairs, cutting down any infected that try to bite him along the way. "Aren't there any survivors over at Yungang?" Zhang Yuan asked, shocked. Her husband was from Yungang, and she had been wanting to inquire about it, but held back, worried about Su Yi's temperament. However, after testing the waters, she found that Su Yi was willing to communicate, so she quickly asked, "Yes, there are probably a few thousand people. However, they're all under control. I can't take that place for now. Even if we deal with the people inside Yungang, they might not have the courage to come out and clear the infected from the streets. If you want to leave here, you'll have to wait until the main force of the 7-kill army moves here. At that time, we will clear the nearby neighborhoods." After finishing, Su Yi charged to the 2nd floor. The fire door on the 2nd floor was closed, and infected individuals were swaying inside the corridor. The door was locked from the inside, but it didn't pose a challenge for Su Yi. With a kick, he smashed the door open. Seeing Su Yi's actions, Luo Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Su Yi, how can you be so strong?" Su Yi explained while cutting. "You all don't know about evolved humans, right? Evolved individuals gain tremendous strength. Additionally, some animals evolve into mutated beasts. Some mutated beasts develop brain pearls that can grant humans special abilities, turning them into ability users." Su Yi's words lit up the eyes of the medical staff present. Outside, there were flesh-eating infected individuals, but in front of Su Yi, these infected posed no threat. Naturally, they wished to possess such power. With it, they would have the qualifications to survive. Su Yi continued cutting through, discovering that the entire outpatient department had fallen, with no survivors. However, a few people had starved to death in the examination rooms. Their bodies were different from those of the infected. The bodies of the infected resembled mummies and were difficult to decay. Most of those that decayed were human corpses. Then, Su Yi led them to the 3rd floor. The 3rd and 4th floors belonged to the laboratory department, where there were fewer infected. The 5th floor was pediatrics, and Su Yi and the others saw many infected children. After clearing the area, there were still no survivors. The 6th floor was obstetrics, which also led to another building that housed inpatients. However, The door to the passage was already closed, meaning there were no infected individuals left in the building they were in. They had all been cleared by Sue-E. The sky was getting dark, and Sue-E naturally needed to leave. Do you have a blood bank here? Before leaving, Sue-E inquired. Blood could be used to attract infected individuals, which could be utilized to lure them into a factory, quickly clearing the streets. If there were large machinery, deep pits could even be dug to attract the infected into them and bury them. Plasma would be very suitable as bait. No, we're just a community hospital. We don't have a blood bank, only a small amount of emergency plasma stored in a blood storage room on the basement level. It has its own power supply system, and the plasma should still be usable. Hearing Luo Ding's information, Sue-E nodded in satisfaction. Good, you stay here. Tomorrow, I will bring some supplies for you. Also, I will come to collect the plasma. If all goes well, I will try to use the plasma to lure away the nearby infected. With that, Sue-E headed downstairs. Luo Ding and the others were quite restrained and did not attempt to keep Sue-E from leaving. They returned to the hall, locked the emergency room door, and stayed there. Having been there for so long, they knew the door could withstand the test. Sue-E left the hospital, cutting down a group of infected on his way out, and closed the hospital's glass doors behind him. One must say, the quality of the glass made in this country was still quite good, not inferior to that of China on Earth. Then, Sue-E leaped onto the heads of the infected and quickly ran towards the building where Qin Li and the others were. After a while, Sue-E successfully entered the house. Boss, how did it go? Are there any survivors in that hospital? Qin Li asked with concern, as the 7-kill army only had 5 military doctors, and he hoped some doctors would survive and join them. As Sue-E entered the house, he replied, 2 doctors and 5 nurses survived. They've sustained themselves with various nutritional fluids and are in good condition. Additionally, their mindset is also good, suitable for joining the 7-kill army. I haven't checked the inpatient department yet. There may still be survivors. After we secure the steel factory, we can search the inpatient department. At this moment, Ling Shuang came out with dinner. Sue-E, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. After the 4 had dinner, they chatted in the living room for a while and arranged tasks for the next day. Sue-E would continue to attack mutated dogs, while Qin Li and Ling Shuang would look for materials suitable for blocking the river nearby. With the speed ability, LV Ran was responsible for providing agile support. Whether Sue-E or Qin Li needed assistance, LV Ran would quickly rush over to help. Then they each went to rest. At night, there was no need for a night watch. They were all very alert. If someone really came to kill them, they would quickly react. Additionally, Sue-E did not think anyone would have the courage to do so. While Sue-E and the others were resting, a factory building in the steel mill was brightly lit. Due to the transformation to clean energy, many factory buildings had their own photovoltaic power generation systems to ensure daily electricity needs. Naturally, Yin Steel also had its own photovoltaic power generation system, and the power output was considerable. The mutated dog had stitches all over its face. If it weren't stitched up, all the skin would have fallen off. Now, the entire head of the mutated dog was swollen, and it looked very different. It kept making whimpering sounds, appearing very aggrieved. Next to it stood a man who continuously stroked the mutated dog's neck, comforting it. Master, those people seem to be all evolved beings with powerful abilities. What should we do now? Yes, they actually escaped successfully and even injured our dog god. What if they attack us tomorrow? With the dog god here, what are you afraid of? Do we, the followers of the dog god, still need to worry about those evolved beings? The dog god can defeat them once, and it can defeat them a second time. If other evolved beings want to seize this place, won't they just be eaten by our dog god? That's right. Our dog god is invincible. The man referred to as the master pressed his hand down, and the nearly 100 people in the factory immediately fell silent. He impatiently asked, "How was the tunnel digging going? Have we reached the riverbank?" Immediately, someone replied, "Almost there. It should be done in 2 days at most." 2 days? That's too long. We must reach the riverbank by tomorrow. Give the order for them to dig without rest. As long as we break through, everyone can escape to Jiangxin Park, where will be our domain. There are plenty of fish in the river, so we won't have to worry about food. During this time, he would take his mutated dog to fish in the river. Otherwise, the people in the steel mill would have run out of food long ago. Going to other places to gather supplies was too dangerous for him. The river was relatively safe. Although there were mutated fish in the river, they were no match for the mutated dog and would not actively provoke it. During this time, he had blocked the bridge leading to Jiangxin Park and had planted rice there. As long as he broke through the tunnel, he could transfer the people and steel from the steel mill to Jiangxin Island. Although Jiangxin Park was not large, it could comfortably accommodate thousands of people. Don't just stand around. All of you go dig the tunnel. Anyone who dares to slack off will be fed to the dog god. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shuddered. This mutated dog needed to eat one person a day. Thus, they all left the factory to prepare to dig the tunnel. Seeing everyone leave, the master pulled two women and began to engage with them again. His name was Jia Xinping. He was originally just an idle, ordinary person in the steel mill, living off his parents' retirement pension. Besides being lazy and gluttonous, he was also quite ugly. So at 40 years old, he had never even had a wife. Who would have thought that when the global disaster struck, the dog he raised would turn into a mutated dog, remaining as loyal to him as before? Now, Jia Xinping had completely turned his life around. With the mutated dog, he gathered a large number of workers and established the dog god sect. Every day, he needed to play with several women, always different ones. Some of these women were willing, while others were forced by their families. Those who were unwilling had to work and dig tunnels, as digging tunnels could still earn them a meal. They might not be full, but they wouldn't starve to death. Although the world had collapsed, some people still had their own bottom lines and were unwilling to trample on their dignity for mere survival. Of course, many had also become Jia Xinping's vicious dogs, bullying their former coworkers and humiliating their wives and daughters. Those who entered the underground tunnel would naturally not actually work. They merely pretended to please Jia Xinping, dragging some of the women he had toyed with into the tunnel for fun. In reality, they looked down on Jia Xinping. However, more than that, they envied him. They also wanted to have a powerful mutated dog. That way they could do as they pleased. At night, while the world seemed calm, countless dirty things were happening. Chapter 73. The Mad Mutated Dog. Happy New Year. The next morning, when Su-Yi woke up, he found that Elran had already prepared breakfast. Elran not only cooked porridge with mutated rat meat, but also made some fried meat strips. This kind of breakfast was something Su-Yi had not experienced since the apocalypse. Not only did he enjoy it, but Qin Li and Ling Shuang also praised it after eating. After breakfast, Su-Yi and the others rested for a while. Then Ling Shuang and Qin Li began to take action. Su-Yi observed for a while on the balcony, wanting to see the situation inside the steel mill. He noticed that the people in the steel mill were still digging the tunnel and transporting dirt. They were continuously using wheelbarrows to carry the dirt out of the tunnel. He had no idea where their tunnel led, and today there was not even anyone on the wall. Elran stood behind Su-Yi, curiously saying, "We'll know soon. I'm going to deal with that mutated dog." With that, Su-Yi put on his helmet and went downstairs directly. After going downstairs, Su-Yi rushed towards the steel mill. Soon, he entered the steel mill. As soon as he entered, he heard the barking of the mutated dog. It was anxious, very anxious. Su-Yi sneered and did not rush to act. The mutated dog was clearly frightened by him. After smelling his scent, it panicked. The louder the barking dog, the more timid it often was. Many animals like to bluff. Su-Yi ran towards the tunnel exit and saw someone coming out, immediately putting his knife to the person's neck. "Where is your tunnel leading?" "To the river. The new tunnel is being dug toward the river." A worker answered honestly. The news of Su-Yi's attack on the steel mill had already spread among them. "The river?" Su-Yi asked, slightly puzzled. "Why are you digging toward the river?" "Jiangxin Park. Our master wants to take us to Jiangxin Park. The master said it's very safe there." Oyi instantly understood. He remembered that Jiangxin Park was a place he had visited with his classmates during his freshman year. Jiangxin Park covers more than a dozen acres, and it could comfortably sustain thousands of people. Beyond that, it would be hard to be self-sufficient. However, Su-Yi felt that Jiangxin Park was not safe. If mutated beasts continued to grow stronger, the mutated fish would soon attack Jiangxin Park. "Are there other routes?" Su-Yi casually asked. "Yes. There is one leading to a nearby community called Yintian Yueguang." Su-Yi sheathed his knife and let the person go. This was just an ordinary person being bullied. Su-Yi saw no need to harm him. The mutated dog was still barking over there, and Su-Yi was unsure if it was using sonic attacks. After all, The distance was a bit far. He had already decided not to wait any longer. The medicinal pill in his abdomen needed to be accelerated through combat. Besides, as long as he could protect his head, he wasn't worried about his body's injuries. He still had a fast-acting recovery potion that could heal his wounds immediately after use. So, as long as he could withstand the time of the mutated dog's sonic attack, that would be the mutated dog's death knell. Ninlu, what are you doing? Acting crazy for no reason? Jia Shumping slapped Ninlu. He had just been dreaming of becoming the king of the world, surrounded by 3,000 beautiful women, when he was abruptly awakened. So, he was very angry and, as usual, hit Ninlu. As a result, the mutated dog suddenly turned around and bit Jia Shumping fiercely. Jia Shumping's arm was bitten off by the mutated dog. He was stunned at first. "You are my dog. How could you bite me? I am your master." In the next moment, Jia Shumping looked at the blood gushing from his arm, and then the intense pain engulfed him. A few women screamed when they saw Jia Shumping had his arm bitten off by the mutated dog. It hurts so much. You dead dog. How dare you bite me? Damn it, how dare you bite me? I will. The mutated dog simply swished its tail, sending Jia Shumping flying. Then it dashed out. It felt that Su-Yi was too dangerous. Originally, it wanted to scare Su-Yi away with its barking, but it didn't expect Su-Yi to enter the steel factory again after moving away. So it panicked. Jia Shumping had just hit it once, which made it furious, and its beastly nature erupted. "Stop! You are mine! You can't run!" Jia Shumping shouted because he knew that without the mutated dog, he was nothing. He wanted to chase, but the mutated dog had already rushed out of the factory. When Su-Yi saw the mutated dog rush out, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on his combat knife, preparing to charge at it for a fight. However, what Su-Yi didn't expect was that the mutated dog didn't pounce on him, but ran in another direction. Su-Yi was stunned for a moment, then immediately chased after it. The mutated dog was the biggest threat in this steel factory. As long as he dealt with it, the others would not be a problem. LV ran, go directly into the steel factory. The mutated dog has run away. You call Qinli to take control of the steel factory, and I'll chase the mutated dog. After all, the mutated dog had been injured yesterday, and seeing him today made it run. This indicated that it knew it couldn't defeat him. It was very likely that its sonic attack hadn't recovered yet. He couldn't miss this opportunity. It was very possible that it had a brain pearl. The sonic attack was a very strong ability, and Su-Yi felt he couldn't let it go. If he missed it, he might never encounter it again. The mutated dog was very fast. After it dashed out of the steel factory, it headed toward the park. Su-Yi's speed was not slow either. While chasing, he shot at it. As long as he could affect the mutated dog's speed, Su-Yi felt that wasting bullets was worth it. Boom! The mutated dog's body was suddenly tripped and crashed into a shop on the street, with half of its body embedded inside. Su-Yi seized the opportunity and sprinted with all his might. Finally, just as the mutated dog was about to escape, Su-Yi rushed to its side. He leapt high and slashed down at one of its hind legs. The sharp combat knife sliced directly into the mutated dog's leg bone. It let out a miserable howl and turned its head to bite Su-Yi. Su-Yi dodged and leaped up, kicking the mutated dog on the head, while his combat knife was ready to stab down at its head. The mutated dog jumped up and collided with Su-Yi. In midair, Su-Yi couldn't evade in time and was directly knocked away by the mutated dog, but he wasn't injured. As the mutated dog landed, it pounced at Su-Yi again. Su-Yi crossed his blades in front of him, stepped forward, and killed toward the mutated dog. Su-Yi aimed for the mutated dog's neck. As long as he could injure its neck, the threat from the mutated dog would decrease significantly. Suddenly, the mutated dog barked and launched a sonic attack at Su-Yi. Su-Yi's body was hit as if struck by a cannonball, flying backward and crashing into a shop through a glass door, landing inside. Fortunately, he was wearing a helmet. Damn! Su-Yi realized that the helmet provided some protection, but he was still a bit dazed, and as he rushed out, his ears were still ringing. One of the mutated dog's hind legs was already injured, so its speed had decreased significantly. Su-Yi quickly caught up to the mutated dog, and his speed was unaffected. Su-Yi once again focused on the leg that he had previously cut and swung with all his strength. This strike severed the mutated dog's leg completely. The mutated dog howled in agony and turned to bite Su-Yi. However, Waiting for it was Su Yi's incredibly hard vibranium combat knife. Its eyes were pierced by Su Yi's right knife, while the left knife chopped off the mutated dog's nose. The mutated dog howled continuously, trying to bite. Its hindquarters were pressed against the ground, its front legs supporting its body, glaring viciously at Su Yi while continuously attempting to bite. But all it bit was air. Once its leg was severed, its fate was already sealed. Su Yi kept circling behind the mutated dog, attacking its body. More and more infected people gathered nearby, quickly squeezing Su Yi into a position where he had insufficient space. He tried to store the mutated dog in his storage space, but living beings couldn't be stored. Moreover, Su Yi discovered that these infected people actually started eating the mutated dog's flesh. Their claws were incredibly sharp, and they would tear off pieces of meat from the mutated dog and shove them into their mouths. Su Yi and the mutated dog gradually shifted their focus to attacking the infected people. Su Yi wanted to use the infected people to wear down the mutated dog, and once it was dead, he would store its corpse in his storage space. The nurturing pill in his abdomen continuously generated warmth, providing Su Yi with endless strength. At the same time, he noticed his power was slowly increasing. Soon, Su Yi cleared a large area. The mutated dog was already on the brink of death, completely overwhelmed by the infected people, continuously howling in agony. Su Yi charged over, cutting down some infected people, then jumped onto the mutated dog's back and struck down with all his might. The mutated dog's head was directly severed by Su Yi, and he stored it in his storage space. Along with its corpse, it was also stored in his storage space. Su Yi noticed that these infected people had become more agile, and one even dodged his attack and turned to run away. Could it be that after eating the mutated beast's flesh, they could quickly evolve? This was not good news. Su Yi swung his dual knives and charged at the infected people. If the infected people became stronger after eating the mutated beast's flesh, then they couldn't be left alive. Leaving them would pose a threat. While slaying these infected people, Su Yi found that they were indeed different from other infected people. Their movements were no longer so stiff, and their attacks had become much stronger. However, they were still not very strong. So Su Yi spent about 10 minutes killing all those infected people. Only the one that had escaped was not killed by Su Yi, as he could no longer find it. Unless Su Yi killed all the infected people in the entire block, but it was too difficult for him to kill thousands of infected people alone. So, he left the street. Even if it grew to be as strong as the mutated dog, Su Yi was confident he could kill it. However, this incident made Su Yi realize that survival in the future would become increasingly difficult. Humanity must become stronger quickly. Otherwise, they would face too many crises in the future, making survival even harder. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yi returned to the interior of the steel factory. At this time, a large number of workers had gathered in the steel factory. Some were still coming out of the tunnel. Su Yi, holding the mutated dog's head, walked up to the crowd. Because the corpse of the mutated dog was too large, weighing as much as a cow, several thousand pounds. Although Su Yi's strength was great, it was still difficult to lift something that heavy. He also didn't want to expose his storage space in front of ordinary people. So taking out just a head was the most appropriate. He tossed the head of the mutated dog to the ground and removed his helmet. "Boss, you're too fierce. You actually slayed such a strong mutated dog directly." Qin Li knew Su Yi could definitely kill the mutated dog, but he didn't expect Su Yi to resolve it so quickly. It hadn't even been an hour, right? Is this person's arm bitten by the mutated dog? Su Yi glanced at Jia Xinping on the ground, noticing he was already on the verge of death. Yes, he was the former owner of the mutated dog. This man had done many bad things, abused many women, and even used workers to feed the mutated dog. "Let us kill him," Ling Shuang said through gritted teeth. Su Yi glanced at her and said indifferently, "Do it." Without hesitation, Ling Shuang drew her knife and stabbed it into Jia Xinping's chest. "I'll give you a chance. Anyone among you who has followed this scum and abused workers, step forward. If you've abused women, step forward as well. Those who step forward will have a chance to survive. Those I expose will only be left with a corpse." As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, several people in the crowd collapsed to the ground. Then, a few people silently walked out. They had already opposed ordinary workers, and if they didn't step forward, they would definitely be exposed. At that time, there would be no room for retreat, and they could only be killed. These 4 people didn't look like good people. Being able to kill the mutated dog, their strength was much greater than that of the mutated dog. If they couldn't even deal with the mutated dog, there was no way they could handle stronger, evolved beings. Stepping out gave them a glimmer of hope to survive. 10 seconds countdown. Su Yi started the countdown, clearly dissatisfied with their speed. As soon as Su Yi's voice fell, many people in the crowd rushed out. These 4 individuals were not soft-hearted. Killing a person was no different from killing a chicken. They wouldn't even frown. Very good. Su Yi smiled slightly, then looked at the crowd and continued. You can start reporting now. Who among you has done things to abuse you after the apocalypse started? Remember, it's after the apocalypse began. Anything before doesn't count. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, several people in the crowd fell down. It was obvious these were the ones holding on to a fluke. Chapter 75. Decisive killings. When it came to killing, there was no hesitation at all. Qin Li went in and dragged people out, then personally dealt with them. There was no way they would let Su Yi do it himself. If they let Su Yi take action, wouldn't that be dereliction of duty? Spare me. Spare me. I was wrong. Give me a chance. There were still some people in the crowd, hoping for mercy. Lu ran directly, pulled someone out, and slit their throat. And him. He bullied my 7-year-old daughter. Someone in the crowd pointed out. I didn't After the apocalypse, I really didn't I've been digging every day. How could that be possible? That person quickly defended himself. You should get over here. Scum should be with scum. Su Yi restrained his impulse to kill the person and ordered him to go to the other side. Killing those scum was simple, but leaving the dirty work for others was better. It was best if they worked to death. Now, with everything needing to be rebuilt, a large workforce was required. There were many forklifts and loaders in the steel mill, but they were already used to transport steel to reinforce the walls and had run out of gasoline and diesel. To get them moving again, they needed to collect gasoline and diesel. You continue digging the tunnel. Anyone who dares to slack off will be killed. Su Yi directly sent these people to dig the tunnel. Digging to the water's edge was indeed a good idea. This way, they wouldn't have to rush to clear the infected from the streets, allowing the 7-kill army to directly enter the steel mill from the riverbank. After seeing those scum enter the tunnel, Su Yi chose a dozen people who clearly had grievances against those scum to supervise. With these people supervising, those scum wouldn't be able to slack off. Okay, this problem is solved. Now, moving on to the next issue. Saying this, Su Yi looked around. Excluding the 264 scum just now, there were still more than 3,000 survivors remaining. They all looked emaciated, and it seemed they hadn't been doing well during this time. Food must have been very limited. What food have you been eating during this time? Su Yi had already sent Lu Ran and Qin Li to check nearby to see if there were signs of them eating their companions. Boss, during this time, we've been eating fish and rice porridge once a day. A middle-aged man stepped forward, although he looked a bit nervous. He was trying hard to control himself. Where did the fish come from? Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Catching fish at this time wasn't easy. It's from the dog god. No, the monster dog takes its owner to fish at the river island, catching hundreds of pounds at a time. There are a few large freezers in the employee cafeteria filled with fish caught from the river. Besides that, there are some large bags of rice that were originally stored in our factory, and other supplies, all hidden by those scum. They should know. Su Yi turned to Ling Shuang and said, "Go check it out." Ling Shuang immediately took action. She didn't want these people to survive by eating their own kind. If that were the case, then they shouldn't be kept alive. With over 3,000 people, if it really came to killing, she felt she couldn't do it. After Ling Shuang left, Su Yi continued to ask, "What is your name, and what did you do before the apocalypse?" Su Yi felt this person should be a manager. "Boss, my name is Zhong Picheng, and I was the scheduling director at the factory." Zhong Picheng answered truthfully. Su Yi nodded and continued. "It seems you had quite a reputation in the factory, so I'll give you a task. I need weapons, knives, bows and arrows, long guns, and other cold weapons. This should be no problem for you, right? Don't worry. As long as the workers are willing to work, we'll provide 3 meals a day and additional pay." Zhong Picheng nodded vigorously, a bit excited as he said, "You can count on us. We can definitely make weapons. We just need a few days to modify some equipment, and then we can start production." This was an opportunity to show himself, and Zhong Picheng didn't want to miss it. His family was alive, and he wanted to make their lives a bit better, allowing his children to live as normally as they did before the apocalypse. This opportunity had fallen into his lap, so he wanted to grasp it well. Very good. I'm satisfied with your answer. I hope I didn't trust the wrong person. Also, our 7-Kill Army is preparing to recruit soldiers. Those who become part of the 7-Kill Army will receive better treatment. Of course, this also means you'll have to take up swords and go out to deal with the infected. Soon, my people will arrive here. By then, you can sign up for military service. After speaking, Su-Yi scanned the weak survivors. Everyone silently lowered their heads. Since they could choose to continue working in the steel mill, why would they want to risk going outside? Most of their co-workers have been bitten to death by the infected. Now, asking them to pick up swords to deal with monsters? Impossible. They would rather starve than face monsters. Being bitten by monsters was too painful. Even digging tunnels didn't mean they would confront monsters. Seeing their actions, Su-Yi understood they had no courage to face the monsters. This couldn't be blamed on them. After all, they were originally ordinary people. Moreover, they still have at least one meal a day to fill their stomachs and have not experienced despair. These workers are still relatively valuable, as they possess certain skills. As long as they secure the steel and other factories around it, they will have a solid shelter. There must be other survivors in this city, and perhaps some of them have larger populations than Su-Yi and his group. After all, this city is large and densely populated. Su-Yi has been to many places where there are survivors. Once their Chisha army's shelter stabilizes, they will begin searching for other survivors. Those that do not accept may still be welcomed by other shelters. Some madmen might even enjoy eating their own kind. In the apocalypse, Su-Yi would not be surprised by anything that happens. He didn't try to test these ordinary people. If they had food, they would definitely not hide it. Qin Li and the others could easily find out. A few minutes later, Ling Shuang returned to Su-Yi's side. They were right. There were indeed many frozen fish and some rice and flour. Currently, no suspicious items were found. After receiving Ling Shuang's report, he nodded. When Qin Li and the others returned, if there were no issues, they would settle these people down. As long as the tunnel is opened, they can bring the air cavalry team over to guard them. Just the 4 of them would find it difficult to keep an eye on these thousands of people. So they needed to call in some from the air cavalry team. The air cavalry team is not far from here, and if the tunnel to the riverside is opened, they can enter the steel factory through it. With the air cavalry team and themselves, even if other mutated beasts attacked, Su-Yi would be able to handle it. At that time, Qin Li and the others could return to the municipal government to move the Chisha army and ordinary people. Chapter 76. Community Hospital Situation, Boss. No problem. I've checked around and found no abnormalities. Additionally, I found their stash of supplies. There's plenty, enough for the people here to live for 2 to 3 months. So, they don't need to resort to cannibalism. I didn't find anything suspicious unless they are hiding it very well. But I think that's unlikely, as the supplies are not insignificant. Lu Ran also returned to Su-Yi's side. She was acting separately from Qin Li. Su-Yi nodded. As long as they are not eating their own kind, it doesn't touch their bottom line. Zhong Qingping, where's everyone living during this time? Su-Yi asked directly. This place now belongs to the Chisha army. The previous staff dormitory is now owned by the Chisha army, and Su-Yi plans to use it to accommodate the Chisha army. For ordinary people, the vacant factory buildings can be modified for living. The factory buildings over there are spacious enough to accommodate so many of us. Zhong Qingping knew he shouldn't trouble Su-Yi during this time, so he didn't plan to improve the living conditions for his co-workers. To improve, they just needed to work hard. Su-Yi looked at Zhong Qingping with satisfaction and continued, Among you, who can cook? Bring 30 people. For miscellaneous work, bring 20. Well, for miscellaneous work, mainly women. My wife can cook, she can do it, and my son can do miscellaneous work. Zhong Qingping immediately sought to secure an opportunity for himself, while also wanting to gauge Su-Yi's attitude towards this matter. All right, you pick the people. Those who are slacking off, just throw them out to feed the infected. Su-Yi directly gave the power to Zhong Qingping, sending a signal that those who flatter him and do work for him could gain some power and benefits. Soon, 50 people were chosen, mainly women, with only a few men. Su-Yi guessed these men were indeed all cooks. He handed these people over to Qin Li. The kitchen still needed someone from their side to keep an eye on it. Today, Su Yi planned to let everyone eat their fill first. Starting tomorrow, if they want to eat well, they will have to work. Although Su Yi and his team found a small cargo ship filled with rice, that rice was not enough for over 3,000 people to eat for 3 days. Feeding these people was not an easy task. Collecting food and supplies would be the focus of their work moving forward. Without food, there is no future. Only with a stable food source can they talk about development. After everyone left, Su Yi split open the head of the mutated dog. Sure enough, there was a brain bead. The effort was not wasted. Su Yi took out a yellowish brain bead from the mutated dog's head and stored it in his storage space. He didn't let the head of the mutated dog go to waste either. He planned to cook it for the soldiers of the air cavalry team as a great supplement. Let's go for a stroll, then grab some cooking utensils from the kitchen and see those air cavalry team people. We'll make them a pot of dog head soup. Su Yi said to Ling Shuang and set off. The steel factory has iron smelting plants, steel mills, rolling mills, raw material factories, fuel factories, various warehouses, and research centers. Besides that, there are living areas including various dormitories, activity centers, supermarkets, etc. This place is really nice, much better than the municipal center. It's like a small society with everything. Living and entertainment facilities are available. In such a place, one can feel that civilization has not been destroyed by the catastrophe. Ling Shuang walked on the quiet streets and sincerely sighed. In this place, she felt grounded. Su Yi also agreed with Ling Shuang's words. This place indeed does not feel significantly damaged. However, there were no people on the streets and the shops were empty, compared to the world outside filled with infected. This place was indeed very quiet. Moreover, there was none of the foul smell from outside. The corpses had been burned, and the interior of the steel factory was relatively clean. Su Yi and Ling Shuang rode, shared bicycles, and quickly made a round. Then, they went to the cafeteria to take a look. Qinli was watching over the busy cooks and miscellaneous workers who were preparing lunch. Su Yi and Ling Shuang took some large cooking pots and left the steel factory. After exiting the steel factory, Su Yi stored the items in his storage space, and he and Ling Shuang quickly rushed to the processing factory where the air cavalry team was located. Upon arrival, Su Yi set up a large pot, processed the head of the mutated dog, and made a large pot of soup. It wasn't that Su Yi was reluctant to cook the meat of the mutated dog. It was because they hadn't eaten anything for so long and couldn't recklessly eat greasy food. Additionally, the soup made from the head of the mutated dog contained slightly less energy, which was better for them. They were in a state where excessive nourishment would harm them. Everyone only received a small bowl, but each person was very happy to eat. They hadn't smelled meat in so long, so naturally, they were very tempted. In chatting, they learned that Su Yi and his group had resolved the situation at the steel factory, and they were very happy. Once the tunnel was opened, they could be transferred to the steel factory. After Su Yi had lunch with them, he left with Ling Shuang because they still needed to go to nearby supermarkets to collect some food to send to the few survivors in the hospital. The steel factory actually had quite a bit of supplies, but they were gathered by Jia Shunping and his team, and ordinary workers were not allowed to touch them. The air cavalry team supplies were also sufficient for a few days, so there was no need to worry for now. On the contrary, the community hospital needed some supplies. Yesterday, Su Yi only gave him a box of food, which wouldn't last 2 days. Given the current situation, it was difficult for Su Yi to mobilize manpower to clean up the infected on the streets. He had observed in the morning that the streets were filled with infected people, estimating there were over 100,000. With so many, it couldn't be cleared all at once. I'm looking for a large enough place to contain these infected individuals, and the current steel mills are insufficient. Hundreds of thousands of them. If it gets too crowded, no wall can withstand their push, unless we can dig a sufficiently deep pit. Burying hundreds of thousands of infected is no small task. It can't be done in the short term. So for now, we can only send them some food to hold them over for a while. Su Yi and Ling Shuang quickly found a small supermarket on the street, collected some instant noodles and the like, and then rushed to the hospital. With ample time, Su Yi planned to clear out the inpatient department with Ling Shuang to see if there were any survivors. Doctors are even more scarce in the apocalypse than usual, so having one more is a good thing. When Su Yi and Ling Shuang arrived at the community hospital, they found a corpse in the lobby, and the floor was covered in blood. The blood hadn't dried yet, indicating the person had died not long ago. Chapter 77. The one who sends you to hell is Su Yi. This person wasn't wearing a white coat, and although the head was gone, the body looked relatively young. So it shouldn't be Luo Ding among them. However, the operating room door was open, and the survivor who should have been hiding inside was nowhere to be found. The head of the corpse looked as if it had been torn off by someone. Tearing off a person's head requires considerable strength. An ordinary person definitely couldn't do it. Su Yi felt that the one who killed this person was likely an evolved being or a supernatural being. A mutated beast? The likelihood of that was low. Mutated beasts typically bite directly and wouldn't tear a person's head off. Go upstairs, search. Su Yi wasn't reassured and said, stay close to me. The other party may be an evolved being. They went straight to the top floor, possibly where the survivors from the inpatient department had come. Su Yi thought of a possibility and decided to head to the top floor first. The two moved quickly, reaching the top floor in just a few breaths. Su Yi noticed that the corridor door was open. Sure enough, Su Yi drew his combat knife, took a deep breath, and walked towards the end of the corridor. Ling Shuang trusted her firearms more. She raised her rifle and followed Su Yi. Eat, give me food, this is all meat, tender meat. Eat it all. Don't waste a single bit. If you don't eat, I'll feed your remains to the dogs. Damn it, you filthy bitch, what kind of expression is that? Do you want to die? Slap. Before Su Yi and Ling Shuang could get close, they heard the voice. So, they quickened their pace. Bursting through the door at the end of the corridor, Su Yi saw a group of people. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, and several others were tied up. Their hands bound behind their backs and their legs taped together, unable to move. A short person, resembling a gorilla, was sitting on top of a boy, shoving a bloody piece of meat into Zhang Yuan's mouth. No need to guess. This meat must have been cut from a person lying on the ground. Su Yi glanced over and saw not only Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan, but also about 10 others. However, the other 10 had been tortured by this group, especially the women. All their breasts had been cut off. Stop! Let them go or I'll shoot. Ling Shuang aimed her gun at the person and shouted loudly. Hearing Ling Shuang, the people turned their heads. Their faces were filled with disdain. There were 6 people, no, 7, and they all looked quite young. Hey, I really like your knife and your clothes. Hand them over, and I'll spare your life. The gorilla-like person looked at Su Yi with excitement in her eyes. Her nails were extremely long, and her hands were covered with some scales. Additionally, her eyes looked like those of Snake, giving people a chilling feeling when stared at. A bunch of beasts, go die, Su Yi said in disgust. Ling Shuang hesitated for a moment and then directly opened fire. Indeed, they were a bunch of beasts, not worthy of being called human. Humans would never bully their own kind like this. These beasts no longer deserve to live. Hot, 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 hot. The rifle spat fire, shooting at those few people. Ling Shuang's marksmanship was incredibly sharp, capable of hitting the head with every shot. However, it did not get shot. All the bullets were caught by that gorilla-like person. Then, with a flick of her hand, all the bullets shot back toward Ling Shuang. Su Yi slipped and stood in front of Ling Shuang. Puis manipulation technique. A shield made of air appeared in front of Su Yi, blocking the bullets. At the same time, Su Yi's expression turned serious, because all 6 of the opponents had scales glinting on their bodies. This indicated that they were either supernatural beings or evolved beings, or possibly both. Retreat, Su Yi said, but he didn't turn away quickly. Engaging in combat here would inevitably affect Luo Ding and the others. Want to run? It's too late. If you dare to shoot at us, you're dead. Go kill them. Cut off the women's tops and the men's bottoms, and drag them back to feed the big snake. Their flesh can help the big snake grow a few brain crystals. From their words, Su Yi gained intelligence. Their supernatural ability should be derived from consuming the brain pearl of a mutated snake. Su Yi was shocked to find that the brain pearl of that mutated snake could continue to grow. This could be used to form a powerful army of supernatural beings. It seemed necessary to leave one alive. Go to the balcony, Su Yi said to Ling Shuang. Then they ran towards the balcony. Of the 7 beasts, only one could be left alive. Ling Shuang also drew her combat knife and accelerated towards the balcony with Su Yi. After a few seconds, they appeared on the hospital balcony. Once there, Su Yi noticed there were more than 10 corpses. The flesh of these corpses seemed to have been cut, and many knife marks were visible. These little beasts, damn it! Ling Shuang couldn't hold back, her eyes turning red. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She had never imagined that those beasts could be so cruel. Kill, kill, kill. Now, only this word remained in her heart. Look how confident they are. TSK, TSK, they probably think we're weak, right? In the past, no one cared about us in this world. Not anymore. No one looks down on us now. Those who look down on us will be killed. So what if they have supernatural abilities? Don't we have them? Sue, he suddenly put away one knife and took out a cigarette to light it. Little bastards. Haven't you heard that the villain dies because of too much talk? Saying this, Sue dug in his ear, pointing his combat knife at the opponent. Go. Let them see the power bestowed upon us by the snake god. The gorilla woman roared in fury, and the 5 people behind her screamed and lunged at Sue, and Ling Xuan. Remember, the one who sends you to hell is called Sue. In your next life, don't be reborn. Every beast like you I see, I will kill. Saying this, Sue swung his combat knife and charged forward. With a swing of the blade, one beast was cut in half at the waist by Sue. Trash! Sue cigarette emitted a spark, then turned into a streak of light, rushing towards another monster. They were not supernatural beings. They could only be considered a sort of monster, their heads having turned snake-like when they exerted their abilities. This situation was completely different from Ling Xuan and the others obtaining the ability of mutated rat armor. Sue killed one with a single slash, causing the gorilla woman's expression to change drastically. She had encountered evolved beings before, but they were not on the same level as Sue. How can this person be so strong? She licked her tongue, which was like a snake's. Her eyes filled with desire. Eating such a strong opponent would definitely enhance her abilities significantly. She and her companions had already consumed 2 evolvers and gained considerable benefits. Chapter 78. Supergiant Python compared to Sue. Ling Xuan found it more challenging. Continuous slashes forced the 2 beasts attacking her to hesitate. However, she wasn't able to kill them. Not being injured by these monstrous beasts was already her limit. Weak. She felt her own weakness. Ling Xuan shouted, her strength in her hands increasing a bit more. She realized she couldn't always wait for Sue to save her. He could rescue her once or twice. But what about later? What if Sue wasn't by her side anymore? What if no one came to save her? Killed by monsters, tortured by them, and then eaten? She couldn't remain so weak. She had to become stronger. She must become stronger. Kill. The knife in Ling Xuan's hand became sharper, forcing the 2 beasts attacking her to retreat continuously. On the other side, Sue, with a cigarette in his mouth, charged towards one of the monsters. Poochie. Suyi's battle knife pierced through a monster's belly. Then he forcefully pushed to the right, splitting the monster's body apart. Another monster jumped directly onto Sue, its claws frantically scratching at his head. If Sue hadn't used chi manipulation technique to form a protective shield around himself, he would have been injured. Sue reached back and yanked the monster off him, smashing it to the ground. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, Sue directly stomped the monster's body into the balcony, burying it completely. Simple and brutal. These young monsters had no fighting skills whatsoever. This was not a battle of the same level. It was a one-sided suppression. When Sue stomped the monster into the balcony, the battle knife in his hand was also busy, directly cleaving the monster's head. Then Sue leaped forward, heading towards the gorilla woman. The gorilla woman and her companion beneath her had already sensed something was wrong and turned to flee. Sue was simply too strong, far stronger than them. However, they're already too slow. A long spear appeared in Suyi's hand, which he hurled. The spear directly pierced through the monster beneath the gorilla woman, nailing it to the balcony. The immense inertia sent the gorilla woman flying out. Sue did not pause, but quickly ran towards the gorilla woman. How could he let such a heartless beast escape? She was even more deserving of death than the infected. The infected had lost any semblance of human consciousness, reduced to instincts of killing and feeding, devolving into a kind of beast, even losing their ability to speak. This little beast was different. She could still talk. Yet, she was doing the devil's work. No, don't. I was wrong, brother. I was wrong. Don't kill me. The gorilla woman began to plead as Sue closed in. However, Sue ignored her. She had to die. She was undoubtedly the most brutal among these beings, responsible for many evils. The opponent was very fast, and it wasn't easy for Sue to catch up. Soon, She jumped directly from one balcony to another. Su-yi did not hesitate and jumped to the opposite balcony. In midair, Su-yi glanced back. Ling Shuang had killed one of the monsters, so the remaining one no longer posed a threat to her. This made Su-yi feel more at ease. Su-yi knew that the gorilla woman was likely trying to lead him to the giant snake she mentioned. He was curious about the relationship between the gorilla woman and the giant snake. The mutated dog, Su-yi had slain earlier, had remained loyal to its former master, which had given Jia Shanping the chance to bully his co-workers. The two chased across countless balconies for over 10 minutes, with some balconies more than 5 meters apart. Yet none could hinder Su-yi's steps. He was determined to send her to hell. After reaching a balcony, Su-yi saw the gorilla woman dash into the stairwell. Finally reached it? Su-yi sneered. He knew she was trying to lead him to the giant snake's lair. However, Su-yi didn't care. No one could protect the gorilla woman. She had to die. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Su-yi heard the sound of a snake, and it was quite loud. No doubt, the giant snake was massive. Su-yi quickly rushed downstairs and arrived in a courtyard. In the courtyard lay a gigantic python. The giant python was enormous, like a car. Hee, come on, kill me. The gorilla woman stood beside the giant snake, smugly beckoning Su-yi. Hee. Su-yi looked at her, unafraid. He still had the last rocket in his storage space from the 7-kill army, which could be enhanced with survival points. However, this was his most powerful attack method, and he wouldn't use it lightly. With a stomp, Su-yi charged towards the gorilla woman. His abdomen was not yet fully absorbed by the Peiyuan Dan. Therefore, he could use his strongest 7-kill gun and the greedy wolf kill he had mastered. The long spear he used earlier on the balcony was taken from the Iron Gate by Su-yi and Ling Yu at the villa stronghold. The Overlord gun was still in his storage space, but Su-yi had no plans to use it yet. His body shot towards the gorilla woman like an arrow. The gorilla woman screeched and tried to flee. She never expected Su-yi to be so fierce, completely ignoring the giant python. The giant python looked terrifying, instilling fear in anyone who saw it. Hiss! The giant python reared up, roaring. A foul wind rushed towards Su-yi, making him feel nauseous. Beast! You must have eaten many humans. Today I will end you. Su-yi charged towards the giant python, stabbing with his dual knives. He discovered that his knives were blocked by the python's skin and did not pierce it. Its defense was as strong as Su-yi had expected. Having failed to land a blow, Su-yi circled around to the back of the giant python, pursuing the gorilla woman. The python could wait for later. The gorilla woman had to be killed first. The gorilla woman did not expect Su-yi to appear in front of her again, and she quickly swung her sharp claws to counter him. Her claws were very hard, like metal. However, they were still much weaker in front of vibranium. Therefore, her nails were soon reduced by more than half by Su-yi's attacks. Seeing this, the gorilla woman panicked, fighting while retreating. The giant python also turned its head to bite at Su-yi, attempting to catch him. Unfortunately, Su-yi was agile due to his dragon step technique, dodging the giant python's repeated attacks. Under Su-yi's assault, the gorilla woman suffered numerous wounds. Chapter 79. Using the giant python's blood to sacrifice the Overlord gun. Bite him. You useless creature. Bite him to death. The gorilla woman shouted while dodging. She knew Su-yi was stronger than her and that she was about to be killed. The only chance to change this outcome lay with the giant python. If the python could bite Su-yi, he would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, the giant python was too heavy, and its movements were becoming slower. Its strength couldn't keep up with its size, so it could only stay in place, waiting for the gorilla woman to feed it. Otherwise, with its size, dominating the city at this stage would be effortless. Come on, grow that snake brain crystal faster. The female gorilla alternated between crying and laughing. Like a madwoman, her body was increasingly covered in wounds, and blood was flowing more and more. Suddenly, she lunged at the giant python's head. On its head, a crystal the size of a quail egg had grown. Then, the female gorilla stuffed that crystal into her mouth and ran towards the exit. Su-yi decisively chased after her, determined not to let her escape. After the female gorilla burst out, she leaped towards the building across from her. Through the air conditioning units, she quickly climbed up to the balcony. Su-yi followed closely behind. Just as he reached the balcony, the female gorilla suddenly attacked him. If it weren't for Su-yi's agile movements using his dragon step, he could have been injured. Sue-E noticed that her momentum had strengthened, and her attacks had become sharper. Moreover, the claws that Sue-E had previously severed had grown back. It was clear that this was due to that red crystal. Sue-E felt the pressure. The female gorilla's attacks were fierce and frenzied. She fought recklessly. Every strike was deadly. Sue-Yi's chi manipulation technique was still lacking, so his defense was weakening. After half an hour of frenzied combat, Sue-E had more than a dozen claw marks on his body. If he hadn't cut off the female gorilla's claws again, his injuries would have been even worse. At the same time, Sue-E had been knocked away countless times. Of course, the female gorilla was worse off. One of her wrists had been severed by Sue-E, and she had numerous cuts on her body. Now, she was barely holding on, because every time she thought of retreating, Sue-E would attack her madly. Her wrist was severed under such circumstances. "You will die soon," Sue-E said mockingly. He wanted to provoke her, hoping to throw her off balance. There was still a giant python to deal with, and Sue-E wouldn't let that python live. Perhaps these people were so mad, so devoid of humanity, because of the crystal that grew from the giant python's head. Sue-E certainly wouldn't risk letting anyone try that crystal. If it had an effect, it would be equivalent to harming others. "I want to tear you apart." The female gorilla angrily charged at Sue-E. Sue-E performed a backflip, leaping over her head. At the same time, his battle knife slashed across the back of the female gorilla. She let out a scream and fell to the ground. Sue-E seized the opportunity to attack, delivering a lethal strike. The female gorilla's jaw was directly severed by Sue-E, blood gushing forth, leaving her unable to scream. Sue-E continued to strike, severing her other arm as well. She shook her head repeatedly, seemingly wanting to beg for mercy. Sue-E moved forward and cut off her legs. The female gorilla gradually died in pain, and Sue-E felt a sense of relief. "Take your time to experience the taste of death. Enjoy this despair," he said, then leapt agilely onto an air conditioning unit. Soon, Sue-E stopped on the second floor. He needed to rest for a while. Otherwise, if he stayed on the balcony, Sue-E feared he would hack the female gorilla into pieces. The warm flow in his abdomen was diminishing, indicating that the nourishing pill had been mostly absorbed. Sue-E took out a piece of marinated meat made by Lu Ran. This was made from the flesh of a mutated rat king, specifically prepared for him, and no one else had it. After fighting for so long, Sue-Yi's stamina had been greatly depleted. To deal with that colossal python, he needed to recover his strength. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. "Sue-E, are you receiving?" came Ling Shuang's voice from the intercom. "Received. I'm fine. No need to worry," Sue-E replied. "That's good. Have you handled your side?" "I've taken care of things here. Those doctors are in the operating room, helping those people. I hope they can be saved," Ling Shuang said emotionally. It was clear that she couldn't bear to see those people being bullied and harmed. Sue-E thought this was normal. After all, she used to be a police officer, and having a sense of justice was only natural. Without a sense of justice, it would be a bit scary. Such a person would be a treasure for the shelter. Humanity still needed to continue civilization, and people like Ling Shuang, who had a strong sense of justice, were essential. With such a person in the management of a shelter, Sue-E felt a sense of security. "I still need to deal with a mutated giant python. It will probably take some time. You stay at the hospital. If you need support, I will call you." Sue-E had no intention of bringing Ling Shuang along. After all, her abilities were rather average, and she wouldn't be of much help. There was silence on the intercom. Sue-E guessed that Ling Shuang might want to come find him, but worried that it might affect him, so she didn't ask about his location. After finishing the marinated meat in his hand, Sue-E took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. Although it couldn't relieve stress, Sue-E felt that smoking one would psychologically help him feel less pressured. This was actually a form of mental suggestion. Sue-E knew that well. After finishing the cigarette, Sue-E took out the Overlord gun from his storage space. "Buddy, this is your first appearance after being silent for thousands of years. Using its blood to awaken, you should be enough, right?" he said, stroking the gun's body before leaping down to the ground. Once his body landed, Sue-E reversed his grip on the long gun, like an ancient general, and charged inside. The giant python seemed to sense the crisis. After Sue-E rushed in, its gaze became sharp. Greedy wolf kill. Almost no gun shadow was visible, and the movements seemed slow. However, every shot pierced through, accompanied by a roaring sound, like a wolf howling. Moreover, The gun's momentum was astonishing. The giant python did not dodge and attempted to bite Su Yi. However, the overlord gun pierced its body, leaving behind blood holes. It wanted to attack Su Yi but had no chance. Su Yi's long gun directly blocked its attacks, continuously leaving wounds and blood holes on its body. Chapter 80. Pale pink brain Pearl. The giant python continuously screamed in agony, retreating. It was simply no match for Su Yi, as his greedy wolf kill was too powerful. With over 30 blood holes, the giant python gradually lost its strength. Su Yi held the gun, feeling a sense of exhaustion. The gun technique was simple and unadorned, but it had drained all of Su Yi's strength. At this moment, he still couldn't freely use the 7-kill gun. This gun technique was truly too strong. It was also because there were no other dangers nearby that Su Yi dared to use the 7-kill gun. The nourishing pill in his abdomen had been completely absorbed and could no longer provide energy. "Oi!" Ling Shuang shouted from the balcony. She had come over after hearing the commotion. Su Yi raised his hand to signal her, as he simply didn't have the strength to lift his head. Ling Shuang was amused by Su Yi, but there were clearly tears in her eyes. A giant python the size of a small car was terrifying. Su Yi had actually killed such a fearsome giant python. He was too strong and too dangerous. Ling Shuang quickly came down the stairs and reached Su Yi's side. "Help me. Sit down. My muscles are stiff." Su Yi was not trying to show off. His muscles had genuinely stiffened. The after effects of the 7-kill gun were too strong. If one didn't have enough strength, forcing its use was indeed harmful. Ling Shuang hurriedly helped Su Yi sit down at the side, then wiped away her tears, afraid that Su Yi would see. "Help me light a cigarette." Slowly, Su Yi said after sitting down. Ling Shuang said nothing, silently took out Su Yi's cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and held it to Su Yi's mouth. "Handle the bodies. The meat should still be edible." The meat of the mutant beasts is all good stuff, and Su Yi thought it could still be taken back. However, the giant python was too big, and even if his storage space was emptied, it couldn't fit. When he came here, he contacted Qin Li, who should be at the hospital by now, and he asked him to come over and move some of it. Ling Shuang knew that Su Yi had storage space, but she thought it must be limited. "All right," Su Yi agreed directly. "The storage space is still too small. It seems that I need to get more storage space. I can't say more, but getting a 100 cubic meter one is definitely necessary." Although 100 cubic meters isn't that much, Ling Shuang had already marked the way on the way here. So after she contacted Qin Li via walkie-talkie, he followed the marks left by Su Yi and Ling Shuang to reach them. Su Yi's condition had only slightly improved. He still couldn't move freely. When Qin Li saw the corpse of the giant python, he was also taken aback. "Boss, you're too fierce. You actually killed such an exaggerated python." Admiration filled Qin Li's eyes. Such a giant python, if he encountered it, would only be able to detour. He simply didn't have the strength to deal with it. Although Su Yi looked weak, there were no signs of injury. It was just luck. Its size is too big, so it's very clumsy. If it were a bit more agile, I wouldn't dare to provoke it, Su Yi said honestly. Ling Shuang found it somewhat difficult to cut with her battle knife and needed Su Yi's battle knife to easily dismember the giant python's corpse. There was a brain pearl, but it was larger than other brain pearls, and he didn't know what kind of ability it possessed. Ling Shuang quickly chopped off the mutant giant python's head and took out its brain pearl. Su Yi discovered that this brain pearl was light pink. He then stored it in his storage space. Now, he already had a brain pearl from a mutant dog and the brain pearl from the mutant giant python. Outside the iron gate, excited infected individuals crowded, continuously reaching out, seemingly eager to eat the meat of the mutant python. After cutting it up, Qin Li carried a few hundred pounds of giant python meat back first. This meat needed to be transported to the hospital and stored in the hospital's cold storage. Since there was no way to go through the balcony from the community hospital to the steel factory, they could only go on the ground. On the ground, they could carry dozens of pounds, but over 100 pounds would be too much to handle. Ling Shuang stayed by Su Yi's side, worried that he might encounter danger. Qin Li made about 7 or 8 trips before Su Yi regained his ability to move. However, he noticed that he didn't experience any muscle soreness, which was a good thing. After regaining his ability to move, Su Yi stored the remaining giant python meat in his storage space and returned to the community hospital with Ling Shuang. When Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan saw Su Yi, They were very excited and repeatedly thanked him. If Su-yi hadn't shown up in time, they would have definitely been killed by those beasts. Su-yi learned that among the survivors, there were 5 doctors, 9 nurses, 3 patients, and 9 family members of patients. These people were originally in the inpatient area, mainly relying on nutritional fluids, some snacks, and fruits to survive. After all, many people often brought fruits when visiting patients, providing them with food. Compared to Luo Ding and the others, the survivors in the inpatient area were much better off. Their misfortune was that they encountered a group of inhumane beasts today, but they managed to survive, which could be considered a stroke of luck. Su-yi left enough food and then used his storage to take the meat of the mutant giant python. This meat definitely couldn't be left here. So Su-yi made several trips, transporting all the mutant giant python meat back to the steel factory. Additionally, Su-yi took away 40 blood bags from the hospital. When leaving, Su-yi instructed Luo Ding and the others to collect the infusion tools from the hospital. Once everyone was transferred to the steel factory, Su-yi would have everyone donate blood. The blood bags were quite useful, and Su-yi thought it would be good to stock some on himself. Luo Ding and the others wanted to leave with him, but they didn't have enough strength, so they could only stay in the hospital obediently. Outside the hospital, Su-yi and Qin Li reinforced the hospital's gate by pushing many cars against it. After completing that, they returned to the steel factory. As soon as they arrived at the steel factory, Su-yi and the others received good news. The tunnel had been opened and directly reached the riverside. Since it was getting dark, Su-yi didn't rush to have the airlift team transfer overnight. He just relayed the news through the walkie-talkie to Lu Tao, asking him to prepare for the transfer the next morning. Su-yi, when the airlift team transfers to the steel factory tomorrow, can we return to the shelter? Ling Shuang was still very worried about Ling Yu and the others after being out for 2 days. Although there were many people at the camp, it was very dangerous without a strong person like Su-yi present to deal with mutant beast attacks. Although the shelter could notify Su-yi through one-way text messages, there was also a possibility that there wouldn't even be a chance to send information out. Chapter 81. Signing in at the warehouse is really refreshing, yeah? Tomorrow I will return to the municipal building with Lu Ran, and you and Qin Li will stay here. There are many mutant beasts around, so we need someone to guard this place. Su-yi said while smoking, looking at the starry sky. It was just dark, and the stars were already visible. He didn't know if it was because there was no light pollution or any industrial pollution, but the night sky was much brighter. Ling Shuang nodded, having no objections to Su-yi's arrangements. This place was something Su-yi had risked to take, and he had also been injured. If they lost the steel factory due to an attack from other mutant beasts, all their hard work would be for nothing. Just then, Zhong Picheng ran over to Su-yi. Report, Commander, we have already cleared out 2 warehouses. All right, got it. Regarding the weapons, hurry up. Also, find a way to improve the strength of the weapons. Su-yi had Zhong Picheng take people to clear the warehouse for the purpose of signing in. A warehouse is definitely better than a storage room. I wonder how much storage space I can gain by signing in at the warehouse. By 12 o'clock, Su-yi would know the result. After dinner, Su-yi and Lu Ran went to rest. The night watch was temporarily handed over to Qin Li and Ling Shuang, with one taking the first half of the night and the other taking the second half. If anything happened, Su-yi and the others would naturally respond. At midnight, Su-yi was awakened by the system's notification sound. He looked up at the light screen and got out of bed. Su-yi survival points, 5,771 sign-in times. He had people clear out 2 warehouses because Su-yi wanted to sign in twice in a row. Su-yi's place was on the 2nd floor, so he was too lazy to walk down the stairs and jumped directly from the balcony to the ground. Since the streetlights were solar-powered, the lighting at night was still normal. Boss, is something wrong? Qin Li, who was on a rooftop, saw Su-yi and quickly ran to his side. No, I just woke up, so I came out for a walk. How's it going? Is it relatively peaceful at night? Su-yi asked with concern. Qin Li said with some worry, not very peaceful. There are some noises outside, probably from the mutant beasts. Perhaps there are too many infected people around, so they can't break in for a while. Su-yi listened closely and indeed heard some sounds. This was very normal, as this area was near a park. In fact, there had always been a considerable number of mutant beasts. It was just that they encountered fewer of them. Su-yi thought that the reason they encountered fewer was that their activity range was limited, so the probability of running into them was naturally lower. You should go rest. I'll take care of things here. Ling Shuang will wake up soon, so you can sleep peacefully. Su Yi sent Qin Li to rest, and then he walked toward the warehouse. The warehouse was tidied up very cleanly, with not a single piece of clutter. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Obtain 100 cubic meters of storage space. Ding, survival points 200. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Yi's eyes lit up. Obtaining 100 cubic meters at once was amazing. Previously, Su Yi had signed in so many times for only 10 cubic meters, but now he received 100 cubic meters in one go. Such a huge difference was enough to surprise Su Yi. He quickly rushed out of the warehouse and headed towards the second warehouse. The more storage space, the better. Su Yi wished he could carry a world with him. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Obtained 100 cubic meters of storage space. Ding, survival points 200. Unexpectedly, the warehouse was twice as large, yet the rewards were the same. Was it because the maximum amount obtained at once was 100? Or was it that the more times you signed in at similar places, the lower the rewards? He knew asking the system was pointless and could only gradually figure it out himself. Now, he had 210 cubic meters of storage space, which was 200 cubic meters more than before, allowing him to carry a lot more supplies. Now, he could carry the equivalent of a large truck's worth of supplies. If it were all food, it would be enough for him to eat and drink for half a year. After checking the light screen, Su Yi confirmed his survival points. Su's survival points, 6,171 sign-in times, 0. Then, Su Yi took a tour around the steel factory. Ling Shuang had already taken over her post when Qin Li went to rest, so after a quick round, Su Yi returned to rest. The next morning, it was still Lu Ran who came and knocked on the door to wake Su Yi. After breakfast, the four of them entered the river channel through the tunnel and headed toward the factory where the Ground Air Regiment was located. The four of them fought their way through, clearing a small passage for the Ground Air Regiment to enter the river channel smoothly. The Ground Air Regiment also had combat capability, so they faced no danger along the way and successfully entered the river channel, thanks to our country's excellent infrastructure. Otherwise, these infected would have rushed into the river channel, Lu Ran remarked as she looked at the infected by the riverbank. The others nodded in agreement. If the railings by the riverbank weren't very high and sturdy, those infected would indeed have easily surged into the river channel. All right, you all return to the steel factory, and Lu Ran and I will return to the municipal center. Su Yi felt there was no need for him and Lu Ran to return to the steel factory. After parting ways, Su Yi and Lu Ran quickly arrived at the confluence of the river channel. The two checked, and the two boats were still there, with the supplies on board intact. However, Su Yi still took the mutated fish stored in the yacht's refrigerator into his storage space. Storing it in the storage space would preserve it just as well, if not better than a refrigerator. Then, Su Yi and Lu Ran moved upstream. Although the water level had risen somewhat, it was still far from navigable. They hadn't found suitable materials yet. Otherwise, they could have completely blocked the river channel and raised the water level to a navigable height. Going upstream took time, and there were also some scattered infected along the way. As they were nearing the municipal center, Lu Ran curiously asked Su Yi, "Are we going to move everyone to the steel factory this time?" She had seen the stored supplies, and since each person could carry only 100 pounds, it was impossible to move all the supplies at once. "Let's try our best, but our current situation isn't suitable for managing two shelters that are too far apart. Plus, the steel factory has better conditions and requires a lot of manpower for construction and planting. For now, I plan to temporarily abandon the municipal center." Their current strength was limited, and the distance between the two places was too far to manage both realistically. The municipal center was only suitable as a small stronghold, and the focus should still be on the steel factory. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of artillery. Boom! Su Yi and Lu Ran's expressions changed. "You go back quickly and provide support," Su Yi said to Lu Ran, and they both quickly started running. Chapter 82. The unyielding 7-kill army. Lu Ran ran at her fastest speed, and in less than 3 minutes, she reached the municipal center. The outer wall had already been destroyed. A mutated giant python was attacking the camp. The 7-kill army was shooting frantically. Thanks to a cannon and a tank, they were able to fend off the mutated snake's attack. However, the new recruits in the 7-kill army were already in disarray. They had just trained for a short time, and most of them were wielding kitchen knives with no other weapons. They were just ordinary people without any abilities. It was normal to be scared. It was already brave of them not to turn and flee. In front of them were Ling Yu, Ling Chun, Yi Ji, Su Rui, Chu Jun, and Meng Qitong. Meng Qitong had received the last mutated rat's brain pearl after taking 2 strikes from Ling Yu, becoming an ability user. If it weren't for the 6 of them standing in front and repelling a wave of mutated python attacks, the new recruits of the 7-kill army would have already fled in panic. Commander, what should we do? This mutated snake is too strong. We might not be able to hold it off, Chu Jun asked worriedly, looking at the notch on the big knife in his hand. Although they had blocked a wave of attacks, each of them had sustained some injuries. The mutated snake's tail was too powerful, acting like a whip to strike targets. Each of them had been hit. To be honest, if they hadn't had armor, they would have probably lost their combat ability by now. Fight, Ling Yu said with a single word, fight. Because if they retreated, the 7-kill army would suffer, and many would die. So, there was no other choice but to fight. All right, then let's fight to the death. Ling Chun stood beside her daughter, the first to support her. Fight to the death. No retreat. Chu Jun and the others still had fighting spirit, shouting loudly as they charged out. Since the tank and cannon had run out of shells, they could only engage in hand-to-hand combat now. Fight to the death, no retreat. Everyone shouted in unison, raising their weapons and charging towards the giant python. The giant python screamed as it was attacked, swinging its body and knocking a few people away. However, they did not back down. Those who were knocked away immediately got back up and charged towards the mutated giant python again, attacking it. They knew that each attack would inflict damage on the mutated giant python and give others a better chance of victory. Hold on, Su, you will arrive soon. Lu Ran's voice exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone's spirits lifted. Don't force it, just entangle it. Lu Ran spoke again, then gripped her dagger and charged towards the mutated giant python. But then she found that her dagger seemed to stick to a wall and couldn't pierce the mutated giant python's body at all. However, she clearly saw that the weapons of the Ling family members could break through the mutated python's skin. Their weapons were all provided by Su Yi. Lu Ran suddenly realized this and felt that Su Yi definitely had more secrets. Su Yi's weapon was similarly powerful. If she could get Su Yi to find her weapon, her strength would surely increase. After realizing that her attacks were ineffective, Lu Ran began to try new ways to attack. She wanted to control the mutated giant python's blood. She thought that since blood was also a liquid, she should be able to use water control techniques to manipulate it. If one can control another's blood, then it would be easy to take their life. Therefore, this water control technique can also become a very powerful super ability. Because blood is too dangerous, she doesn't dare to experiment with her own blood. So, this is just a theory. When El Rant's military dagger struck the body of the mutated giant python, she began to attempt to control its blood. As a result, she found that she couldn't perceive anything. After a brief contact with the mutated giant python, El Ran quickly retreated to a distance. Otherwise, she would have been hit by the mutated giant python. Then, she attacked again, this time targeting the python's wound. Water control technique. El Ran wanted to control the blood of the mutated giant python. If she couldn't control the blood inside its body, then surely she could control the liquid flowing out of its wound, right? It turned out that El Rant's idea was correct. She could indeed control the blood. However, it was much more exhausting than controlling water. Thus, she couldn't inflict any substantial damage on the giant python. After a brief contact, El Ran quickly retreated. Then, she saw Ling Yu being thrown away by the mutated giant python. So, El Ran rushed over and hugged Ling Yu to relieve her of the force. Thank you, Ling Yu said gratefully. If El Ran hadn't saved her in time, she would have been seriously injured. Once seriously injured, it would affect many things, even their close relationship with Su Yi. After all, the two had not taken the final step yet. Don't underestimate this step. It has a very big impact on their relationship. Don't force it. Su Yi will be here soon. He just hunted a mutated snake the size of a small car yesterday. This one will definitely be easily killed by Su Yi. El Ran explained, and then continued to attack the mutated giant python. Her goal was to entangle the mutated giant python and prevent it from rushing into the camp and hurting those ordinary soldiers. Ling Yu glanced in the direction of the river. If Su Yi was coming back, he would definitely appear from that direction. While Ling Yu was looking towards the river, everyone else was continuously attacking, with no one stopping. If they stopped, the giant python would target one person to attack. Only by continuously attacking could it not focus on a single target. Here he comes. Su Yi is coming. Ling Yu saw a familiar figure, and her eyes instantly lit up. Su Yi saw the mutated giant python and immediately took out his long gun. To be honest, Su Yi was very afraid of snakes. He had always been particularly scared of and disliked snakes. When he encountered them, he would get goosebumps. Accelerate, accelerate. Su Yi gripped the long gun and rushed towards the giant python. Just as he was about to get close, Su Yi jumped into the air and brought his long gun down fiercely at the python's vital spot. Boom! That shot hit the giant python's vital spot solidly. Snake blood splattered everywhere, and dust flew up. The giant snake let out a wail, its head and body twisting continuously. Su Yi's long gun directly severed the flesh and bones of the giant python. Everyone was stunned. They had been attacking for so long without harming the giant python. But Su Yi only needed one shot to incapacitate it. The gap was simply too large. Everyone looked at the nearly severed head of the giant python, filled with shock. Chapter 83. Consuming the brain pearl of the mutated snake, be careful. Ling Yu saw the giant python's head lunging towards Su Yi and immediately rushed over, stabbing its head into the ground with a knife. Su Yi, are you okay? Ling Yu jumped down from the giant python's head and ran to Su Yi's side, helping him up. I'm fine. My muscles just cramped up. A few hours of rest will be enough. Su Yi smiled and said. That one strike had almost drained all of his strength. It was similar to the situation yesterday, but this time it was even more severe. Today, just one move from the greedy wolf kill had drained all of his strength. This situation should be a side effect left over from yesterday. It could only be said that this side effect was much more serious than Su Yi had anticipated. Don't worry, this isn't an injury. It's a side effect of my ability. Su Yi knew that Ling Yu was very concerned about him, so he continued to comfort her. Hearing Su Yi say this, Ling Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and then directly picked Su Yi up. Fortunately, Su Yi had a thick skin. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Soon, Ling Yu brought Su Yi back to the war room, where there was a very nice massage chair. Then, Ling Yu went to handle the aftermath. After all, the camp had been damaged by the mutated giant python, and some people were injured. These all needed Ling Yu to deal with and comfort. Half an hour later, Ling Yu brought everyone to see Su Yi. Su Yi, that mutated giant python has a brain pearl, a light green one. As she spoke, Ling Yu took out a light green brain pearl and handed it to Su Yi. Here, this is for you. In the end, you killed it, and I still have 2 brain pearls that I haven't used. Su Yi felt that Ling Yu needed the brain pearl more to enhance her strength. Even if she couldn't gain superpowers, it could still improve her abilities. After all, she was the leader of the 7-kill army. Her strength could not be weak. Ling Yu did not hesitate and accepted it directly. If she had refused, it would mean she was distancing herself from Su Yi. This could just be considered as Su Yi giving it to her. She didn't want to push Su Yi towards Elran. After a few days without seeing her, Elran was even more beautiful than before. If she pushed Su Yi away now, it would be equivalent to handing him over to Elran. Su Yi, the steel factory has already been taken care of by you. When will we start moving? Ling Yu walked around to Su Yi's back, placing her hands on his shoulders and began to massage him. We will organize everyone to move immediately. Everyone must be relocated to the steel factory within today. We can carry some supplies, and the rest will be transported by boat. Su Yi said while enjoying Ling Yu's massage. The purpose of their return today was to relocate all members of the 7-kill army. Elran clearly hadn't informed Ling Yu of this decision. She had only told her that Su Yi had successfully taken the steel factory. Although she was just a college student, she already knew how to take care of the feelings of those in higher positions, which surprised Su Yi. Hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu suddenly became energized. This place was becoming increasingly unsuitable as a shelter. Not only were there more and more infected individuals appearing, but the attacks from mutated beasts were also coming in waves. The mutated rats had just been dealt with, and now the mutated giant python had arrived. If they delayed any longer, Who knew what new mutated beast would appear? I'll arrange it right away and aim to set off within 2 hours. Saying this, Ling Yu directly went out to make arrangements. Because of the appearance of the mutated giant python, the people in the camp had long been scared. If they knew there was a safer shelter, they would definitely want to leave immediately. Elran also went to help because relocating more than 10,000 people was not something that could be accomplished with just a few words. It required careful coordination. After all, everyone needed to carry supplies when they left. Everyone started to take action. No one was idle. Even the injured began to prepare. The only one who was idle was Su Yi. After straining to light a cigarette, he began to try to mobilize his mental power to hone his abilities. His muscles were merely cramped, and his strength had been drained, but it did not affect his mental power. Additionally, it was precisely because of the severe side effects of the 7-kill gun that Su Yi paid more attention to his superpowers. Su Yi began to try whether he could use the chi manipulation technique to attack targets. If he could only defend, it would be somewhat useless. Su Yi believed in a saying, "Offense is the best defense." So, Su Yi began to use chi manipulation to turn the air around him into a sword. Then, he controlled the air sword with his mind and started to slash. Why was it working? Su Yi found that when the air sword struck something, it only made the target move slightly, but the air sword dissipated immediately and couldn't inflict any substantial damage. After countless attempts, Su Yi still couldn't achieve his goal. Moreover, he realized that his chi manipulation had a very limited range, only half a meter. Beyond that distance, he would lose control over the air. Half an hour later, Su Yi was drenched in sweat, feeling completely drained. However, his muscles had recovered quite a bit. After some thought, Su Yi took out the brain bead of the mutated giant python from his storage space. The brain bead of the mutated dog might grant a person sonic attack abilities, but Su Yi felt that using it himself would waste this rare ability. He hadn't sensed any special ability from a mutated giant python. Taking the pink brain bead of the mutated giant python, he bit it open directly. A fragrant liquid flowed into his stomach, warming him all over. Every cell felt as if it had been massaged. The aftereffects of the greedy wolf kill were instantly resolved. This discovery surprised Su Yi. The brain bead could actually alleviate the aftereffects of the greedy wolf kill. At the same time, Su Yi felt his mental power instantly replenished. Just a few minutes of comfort, he suddenly felt his body being torn apart. This familiar sensation. Could it be that he was about to gain a new ability again? Although it was excruciatingly painful, Su Yi was very happy. This life-threatening pain was only experienced the first time he consumed a brain bead to gain an ability. Therefore, Su Yi suspected that he might be able to gain an ability once more. Commander, what's wrong? A soldier from the 7 Kills army rushed in, asking in a panic. I'm fine, I consumed a brain bead. Su Yi struggled to control himself, trying to manage this pain. But he failed. The sensation of being torn apart all over was beyond what a human could bear. Soon, Lu Ran rushed into the command room, followed by Ling Yu and other captains from the 7 Kills army. Upon learning that Su Yi had consumed a brain bead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all had experienced this before. At the same time, everyone was filled with anticipation. Would Su Yi gain an ability again? Chapter 84. Neopation's new ability after learning that Su Yi had consumed the brain bead. Ling Yu had someone prepare a large pot of mutated snake meat and then took everyone away. To move over 10,000 people, the higher-ups of the 7 Kills army had to be present to arrange everything. More than an hour later, Lu Ran led his 1Su team to escort a batch of ordinary people. Each person carried a not very heavy bag of supplies to ensure they could carry them to the steel factory. After all, walking in the water was quite exhausting, especially for those who barely had enough to eat. The ordinary people were protected by the 7 regiments of the 7 Kills army, making the journey quite safe. By the time Su Yi returned to normal and the pain subsided, only Ling Yu and a few ordinary soldiers from the 7 Kills army remained in the camp. The others had already set off towards the steel factory. Those at the front were close to reaching the steel factory. After Su Yi recovered, he immediately grabbed the mutated snake meat and started eating voraciously. Ling Yu quietly stood by, not interrupting him. After Su Yi was full, he contentedly wiped his greasy hands. Everyone has moved? He felt the camp was unusually quiet and guessed that everyone had indeed moved. Ling Yu nodded, took a tissue to wipe the corner of Su Yi's mouth, and said, "Yes, everyone has moved. Now, only we and some supplies are left in the camp." Su Yi satisfiedly squeezed Ling Yu's hand and said, "It seems you've adapted well to your position. You're doing great." Ling Yu forced a bitter smile. She was also thrust into this role. After all, she had only been in this position for a few days. "Su, what about the military supplies? Especially that satellite communication vehicle? We can't dismantle everything yet. If we lose this communication vehicle, we'll lose contact with the military headquarters. The people left here are mainly responsible for the communication vehicle, as well as tank drivers and artillerymen. These are hard to move from the river. Let me try to see if I can put in the storage space," Su Yi said as he walked towards the communication vehicle. After all, Su Yi's storage space was already 200 cubic meters, and the size of the communication vehicle was not even close to that. Since there was no one in the vehicle, Su Yi approached the satellite communication vehicle and placed his hand on it. Then, the satellite communication vehicle vanished. Ling Yu was stunned. She had not expected Su Yi's storage space to be this large. "Don't waste space. Go move some things into the vehicle and fill it up." Su Yi took the communication vehicle out of the storage space again. It occupied over 100 cubic meters, and there was still some space left in his storage. "Go. You all go to the cold storage and bring some mutated beast meat up." Ling Yu immediately made arrangements. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. The ability to have a storage space was too shocking and revolutionary for them. Carrying the supplies of a communication vehicle made survival far too easy. "Oi, has your storage space grown this large?" Ling Yu linked her arm with Su Yi's shoulder, leaning into his embrace. "Yes, as my strength increases, so does my storage space." "Oi, playing it. By the way, Su, what new ability did you just gain?" Ling Yu was very curious about what kind of ability Su Yi had obtained. Could it really be a second ability that would make him stronger? Ling Yu felt that she was becoming too weak, and the gap between them was widening. If she could gain a second ability, then she would have a chance to catch up with Su Yi. For her, being by Su Yi's side was far happier than being the commander of the 7 Kills army. But without strength, she felt unworthy to be by Su Yi's side. Following that, she would only become a burden. In this world, no one likes a burden. It's a very strange ability. I can condense a kind of crystal. Ordinary people who consume this crystal can gain some of my abilities. Hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu's eyes widened instantly. This ability is too strong, right? Ling Yu was completely awed by Su Yi's new ability. One person could create an army? Su Yi was suddenly amused by Ling Yu, playfully pinching her nose. Then, Su Yi laughed and said, "It's not that good. I need to consume a large amount of mutated beast meat to condense a small amount of that crystal. Moreover, the effect of this crystal is much weaker compared to the brain bead, and it's not permanent. It doesn't last long. How long it lasts specifically, I still don't know." Su Yi felt as if he had become a pill furnace, producing a batch of pills that could make people stronger. However, this ability was indeed quite abnormal. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Su Yi was a human pill furnace. After all, this ability did not harm Su Yi himself. It only required him to eat a bit more and use the excess energy to condense that crystal. That was already quite incredible and impressive. Ling Yu still looked at him with admiration. To her, Su Yi was the most amazing. "Su Yi, if someone eats the ability crystal you condense, can they gain your storage space ability? If that is possible, then it would be amazing." Ling Yu couldn't help but fantasize. Because Su Yi's ability seemed incredibly strong to her, likely unique in this world. Su Yi shook his head. After all, the storage space was not his ability, but a gift from a system. His ability was actually just chi manipulation. His own chi manipulation had little combat power. So even if he let others use his ability crystal, they would only gain a weakened version of chi manipulation at most. The main function of the ability crystal was to enhance a person's strength, speed, reaction ability, and so on. Su Yi took out a crystal. The first ability crystal he condensed after consuming several pounds of mutated snake meat. The specific effects needed to be tested. Those little beasts had gained strength by using the ability crystal from that giant python. However, unlike the mutated giant python, Su Yi did not possess brutal and bloodthirsty emotions. so he would not bring negative effects to the user. The ability crystals he condensed would not have side effects. Furthermore, as Su Yi's strength increased, the effects of the newly condensed ability crystals would also improve. From this perspective, this ability was indeed very domineering and powerful. Therefore, Su Yi was quite satisfied with his new ability. Additionally, this also directly proved that a person could possess multiple abilities, not just one. However, obtaining 2 or more was not so easy. Su Yi felt that it might be related to the strength of the mutated beasts, and perhaps also to the strength of the abilities. These could only be verified one by one. Guessing was useless. Chapter 85. Ling Yu's super strong new ability. Is this the ability crystal? It's so beautiful. Ling Yu took a crystal that looked like a ruby, her face filled with disbelief. It was truly stunning and dazzling. When we get to the steel factory, you should try that mutated snake's brain pearl and see if you can gain a new ability. Su Yi wrapped his arms around Ling Yu's slim waist, pulling her closer. After they were affectionate for a while, the others had already filled the communication vehicle with mutated beast meat. Su Yi put the communication vehicle into his storage space and instructed them to move the tank and artillery into the hall to hide. There is still a lot of supplies left here that would definitely need to be transported back. Additionally, although the tank and artillery were out of ammunition, they might still be useful in the future. Moreover, all other vehicles were also hidden away. This place was not completely abandoned. It might still be used in the future. After taking care of these matters, Su Yi and the others set off towards the steel factory. By the time they departed, Lu Ran had already led people into the steel factory's tunnel. At the tunnel entrance, there were people from the Airborne Corps guarding it. Members of the 7-Kill Army entered the steel factory one after another, successfully reaching their destination. When Su Yi and Ling Yu entered the steel factory, it was already afternoon. They had eaten some dry rations on the way as a meal. The steel factory gave everyone a sense of security because of its high walls, which looked particularly sturdy. Therefore, the ordinary people felt particularly at ease. Su Yi and Ling Yu did not worry about settling these people, as they had important matters to attend to. They stayed in a separate courtyard, which used to be a row villa for the leaders of the steel factory. This is a brain pearl from a mutated dog. Its ability is sonic attack, which is very strong. I don't know what ability your own brain pearl has, but it has color, so it should have an ability. You can choose one and test the effect. You can start taking it. I will go to the kitchen to cook some mutated snake meat for you. Su Yi thought the mutated snake meat tasted quite good. The meat was particularly fragrant and tender, and the soup was sweet. So he planned to cook some more for himself as well. After all, no matter how much he ate, he wouldn't gain weight because he could condense ability crystals and convert excess energy. Thank you for your hard work. Saying this, Ling Yu kissed Su Yi on the cheek and then took out the brain pearl from the mutated giant python. It was a light green brain pearl, looking larger than a mutated rat brain pearl she had taken before. The other one, a colored brain pearl, was given to her by Su Yi, and its ability was sonic attack. Ling Yu considered for a moment, and then put the brain pearl from the mutated giant python into her mouth. She suspected that the mutated snake's ability was rapid healing, because at that time, Su Yi had almost smashed the mutated giant python's head, and it shouldn't have had the ability to pounce at Su Yi again. However, it unexpectedly turned around and lunged at him. At the same time, she had inflicted quite a bit of damage on the mutated giant python, yet it seemed unaffected. Rapid healing. This ability was very powerful. Additionally, the one Su Yi had given her at the beginning, the mutated dog, was the one he had just taken out. This one was also effective for Su Yi. He might need it even more. After biting it open, a warm current surged throughout her body. Since Su Yi was the only one there, she boldly let out a comfortable sound. Of course, doing so might not be without the intention of tempting Su Yi. After all, she had always wanted to give herself to Su Yi to completely become his woman. Hearing Ling Yu's voice, Su Yi felt a bit restless. After a while, Ling Yu began to scream in pain. Su Yi returned to the living room and looked at Ling Yu. Although gaining power felt great, the process was very painful. After more than 2 hours of suffering, it finally calmed down. Then, the two of them ate a large pot of mutated giant python meat. After finishing, Su Yi looked at Ling Yu curiously. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but her aura had changed a bit, becoming stronger. I think I have gained the ability of rapid healing. Saying this, Ling Yu pulled out a dagger from her leg and sliced her finger. And I think I can control it. Look. Saying this, Ling Yu wiped the blood from her finger with a piece of paper. Then, Su-Yi saw the wound on her finger healing rapidly. This ability is truly abnormal. Su-Yi held Ling Yu's hand, feeling no regret about giving that brain pearl to her. If it weren't for Ling Yu at that time, he would have definitely been bitten by that giant python. That mutated giant python likely had venom, and if bitten, he could have been in serious trouble. Ling Yu was his woman, and having this rapid healing ability was a good thing. The stronger she was, the less Su-Yi would have to worry about her. Do you want to use that mutated dog's ability? Sonic Attack is also very strong. Ling Yu was very satisfied with her ability. She wouldn't have to worry about injuries in the future, especially for minor injuries. She could recover quickly. Additionally, she not only gained this super strong healing ability, but her overall strength had also increased. Moreover, she felt that she might have also gained resistance to toxins. When everyone gained abilities, there was a vague awareness that would let you know what kind of ability you had obtained. Su-Yi shook his head and said, "There's no rush. We haven't fully grasped our abilities yet. Also, a person's mental power is limited, and having more types of abilities isn't necessarily better." Ling Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. After gaining the second ability, I also felt this. I only now realize what my first ability is." Saying this, Ling Yu blinked. Su-Yi immediately felt that Ling Yu had become even more enchanting. Even the flutter of her eyelashes was filled with allure. Then, Su-Yi realized something was off, and he shivered, coming back to his senses. Is it related to mental power? Su-Yi speculated. Ling Yu nodded happily and explained, "Yes, it's in this aspect. My mental strength is quite strong, and I can amplify others' emotions. It's a very mysterious feeling. I'm still not very familiar with this ability, and there might be more ways to apply it. Superpowers are more complex than we imagine. We currently understand too little." Su-Yi also agreed with Ling Yu's statement. This realization came to him only after he acquired his second superpower. Or rather, it was only after their mental strength reached a certain level that they could perceive situations they had not sensed before. After chatting for a while, the two embraced each other. Now, no one was there to disturb them. They could do whatever they wanted without worry. Chapter 86. The Real Purpose of the Iron Hand Gang. Su-Yi. Ling Yu, have you rested? Hearing the familiar voice outside, Ling Yu's skin was tinged with a mesmerizing pink. Coming, Annie. Ling Yu hurriedly picked up her underwear from the floor and put it on in a fluster. Ling Shuang, what's the matter? Su-Yi said with a sullen face, somewhat angry. They were so close to uniting, and now they were interrupted. How could Su-Yi not be angry? Outside, Ling Shuang sensed Su-Yi's anger, and her ears instantly turned red. Then she hurriedly explained, "Another shelter wants to negotiate a deal with our 7-kill army. This matter can only be decided by you two." "Got it, we'll be right there." Su-Yi glanced at Ling Yu, who was dressed now, and his anger subsided. Another shelter had actually come to negotiate a deal. What kind of deal could it be? What strength did they have, and what resources could they offer for trade? It was only the 20th day of the global disaster, and the 13th day since Su-Yi arrived in this world. Other shelters were already coming to them for trade. That strength seemed a bit too strong. However, Su-Yi knew there were indeed stronger individuals. The evolved beings that appeared at the beginning surely had very powerful existences. Perhaps they had discovered the brain beads even earlier. After all, Su-Yi only arrived on the 7th day of the disaster. Many strong individuals could have emerged in the previous 7 days. It should be noted that in these 13 days, the people around Su-Yi had also become much stronger. Theoretically speaking, as long as one continuously consumed brain beads, they could keep getting stronger. After all, it has been proven that humans can possess multiple superpowers, not just one. After tidying up, Su-Yi and Ling Yu opened the door. Outside, Ling Shuang was leaning against the wall, her face flushed. Although she had never been in a relationship, she wasn't completely clueless. Just now, she had guessed what Su-Yi and Ling Yu might be doing inside. How many people are there, and what is their strength? Su-Yi pretended as if nothing happened and asked seriously. After all, as long as you're not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls on others. Ling Yu's hand was held by Su-Yi, and she felt his calmness. So, she took a deep breath to adjust her emotions. There are 10 people, all claiming to be evolved beings, and their aura is very strong. They are in the square, and our people are keeping an eye on them, Ling Shuang quickly explained. 10 of them are all evolved beings? Su Yi frowned. That strength was a bit strong. It should be known that there were only 2 evolved beings on their side, and the rest of the superpower individuals were only 10. Let's go meet them. Su Yi and Ling Yu exchanged glances and then walked outside. This was a test for the 7-kill army. Fortunately, Su Yi had used the brain beads today, completely eliminating the aftereffects left by the greedy wolf kill. Moreover, his combat power had also increased significantly. Although he wouldn't say he could take on many, he could easily take on 3 evolved beings like Qinli. Before long, Su Yi and the others arrived at the square. The superpowered individuals of the 7-kill army were already there, and in addition, a large number of ordinary soldiers were armed and on guard nearby. The atmosphere was tense. Su Yi felt it even before getting close. When they appeared, those people fixed their gazes on Su Yi and Ling Yu. When going out, Ling Yu wore a mask. She knew her looks were not ordinary and could cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Ran also wore a pink mask when returning to the city center today and reminded her. Very strong aura, as expected of the leader of the 7-kill army. Hello, my name is Lin Xiaoyi. Nice to meet you. Lin Xiaoyi extended her hand to Su Yi, wearing a faint smile. Su Yi shook her hand and felt the powerful aura emanating from Lin Xiaoyi, much stronger than anyone around him, giving him a sense of danger. In fact, it was even stronger than the aura of mutated beasts. The other 9 people did not seem weak either. They were significantly stronger than the people of the 7-kill army. Qinli and Lu Ran were somewhat inferior to them. Ling Yu only gave her name and did not shake Lin Xiaoyi's hand because she felt only Su Yi should touch her. Now you can tell us your purpose, right? Our commander is here, Qinli asked, somewhat displeased. Since these people barged in and had injured a few patrolling soldiers, Qinli was very unhappy. Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. He was pushed back after just a few exchanges. We need women, gasoline, batteries, whatever you have, we want it. We can exchange food, and you can also state your needs. As long as we, the Iron Hand Gang, have it, we can trade with you. Lin Xiaoyi stared at Ling Shuang since she was the only one present whose face was exposed. Lu Ran had directly worn a mask and wrapped herself tightly, making it impossible to see her appearance. The prettier the woman, the more valuable she is. If she is an evolved being, she is worth 100 ordinary women. Hearing Lin Xiaoyi's words, Ling Shuang's expression changed. It was evident that her words were directed at her. Su Yi stepped in front of Lin Xiaoyi to block her view. Sorry, we don't have what you're asking for, and we don't need to acquire anything through trade. If we need something, we can collect it ourselves. Because the opponent's strength was very strong, Su Yi did not want to engage in a reckless fight. He still did not know the strength of the Iron Hand Gang. Dealing with these 10 evolved beings was already not easy. Not to mention, they might not be all the evolved beings of the Iron Hand Gang. Weak, he was still too weak. Su Yi originally thought the 7-kill army was quite strong and should be the strongest shelter among all survivors in Yintian City. Now he realized he had been too naive. There were definitely powers like the Iron Hand Gang in this city, and perhaps not just a few. After all, he missed the first 7 days of the disaster. 7 days could change many things. In the 7-kill army, only Qinli had awakened on the first day. Lu Ran awakened on the 5th day and only realized she was an evolved being after several days, missing a lot of time as well. Hearing Su Yi's words, Lin Xiaoyi suddenly laughed. Sorry, but this area is all the territory of our Iron Hand Gang, and all resources belong to us. If you want to collect, you can, but you'll have to pay taxes. We don't ask for much, just a 60 tax, and you can keep 40. What the hell? Is that what you call not asking for much? Hearing Lin Xiaoyi's words, Qinli directly exploded, his muscles bulging, ready to fight. Chapter 87. Repelling the Iron Hand Gang, why should we? Just because you look ugly, do you think you could get what you want? Su Yi sneered, and the Overlord gun appeared in his hand. Then, he launched an attack directly. When one is weak, they will be bullied. This world has always been like this, whether before or after the disaster. Now, as long as you are not strong enough, the other party dares to shit directly on your head. Or, they might just kill you. The people from the Iron Hand Gang are not here to do business at all. Talking business is just an excuse. What they want is to squeeze the 7-kill army dry, making it a subsidiary of their Iron Fist gang. Paying 60 of the resources, how much can they keep? Moreover, the other party doesn't need to give anything in return. They just open their mouths and get 60 of the resources for free. If they agree now, 1T they have to agree to 90 later. Therefore, this matter cannot be agreed to. Demonstrating strength is the best way. When Su Yi launched the attack, Lin Xiaoye was not surprised. They were confident that Su Yi and his group were not strong enough. This was not the first time the Iron Hand Gang had done such a thing. No gathering point was willing to pay taxes. They were all subdued by force. Moreover, as long as they could rally one group and suppress another, they could firmly control a gathering point. As long as there is strength to suppress the opponent, you can do whatever you want. Disagree? D. Those willing to die have already mostly died during this time. The ones still alive are those who do not want to die. Compared to dying, being a little hungry and lacking women is acceptable. The reason Lin Xiaoye wanted to meet the leader of the 7-kill army was mainly to confirm their strength. If Su Yi's strength was indeed very strong, then they would cooperate with him, and it would truly be business. It was obvious that, in Lin Xiaoye's view, Su Yi and Ling Yu, along with the others, posed no threat to their 10 men at all. However, after Su Yi fired, he regretted it. He felt the breath of death. So, he retreated as quickly as possible. But he was a step too late. He could only slightly dodge, avoiding the fatal position. Su Yi's spear pierced directly into his shoulder. Just a little bit, and his heart would have been pierced by Su Yi's spear. Seeking death, the other 9 people rushed towards Su Yi, wanting to rescue Lin Xiaoye. But soon they regretted it, because Su Yi's spear was too strange, its speed too astonishing. Su Yi fought against 9, directly forcing them back, and leaving wounds on several of them. Retreat. Lin Xiaoye, pressing on his shoulder wound, decisively made the choice in order to retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would end up dead here. Su Yi was too strong, much stronger than their gang leader. The 9 reacted very quickly catching up to Lin Xiaoye, and escaped the steel factory in no time. From the moment Su Yi attacked to their escape from the steel factory, it took less than a minute. Don't chase. Su Yi saw Qin Li and the others wanting to pursue and shouted to stop them. They were truly not a match for those people. You must know, Su Yi had used the greedy wolf kill, only injuring a few, and they weren't even heavy injuries. Moreover, Su Yi's after effects had already appeared. If they chased after them, Su Yi would be unable to help, unless Su Yi was willing to use the body's rapid recovery medicine to restore himself. This rapid recovery medicine was meant to save lives. Su Yi was reluctant to use it in such a situation. Even if they caught up, they wouldn't be able to do much. Boss, are they very strong? Qin Li reacted and thought of the after effects that appeared when Su Yi hunted the mutated snake. Su Yi's refusal to let them chase likely meant that those after effects had appeared, worrying that they wouldn't be able to deal with those 10 evolvers. Very strong. In a one-on-one fight, any one of them is stronger than you and Lu Ran. Our strength is too weak. We must quickly improve our strength. They probably still don't know the value of the brain beads. This is our opportunity, a chance to surpass them. Tomorrow morning, we will start clearing the nearby mutated beasts, striving to obtain more brain beads to strengthen our own strength. Hearing Su Yi's words, everyone straightened their chests. Without strength, others will bully you. There will definitely not be just one batch of such people. Qin Li thought for a moment and then said, "We don't even know where this Iron Hand Gang is. We can apply to see if the military can deploy military satellites to help us sweep the area and eliminate them. This Iron Hand Gang is very dangerous. Their existence will definitely threaten our survival. As long as we have enough strength, we must eradicate them or swallow them." Su Yi nodded and put away his spear. Although his muscles were a bit stiff, he could still move. He walked towards the satellite communication vehicle while saying, "Let us contact the military now. We still have some information to share with them and hope to get more news from them." Too strong. That leader of the 7-kill army is too strong. His aura is clearly not as strong as ours. In a room, a bald man let another person stitch up the wound on his abdomen while saying, Lin Xiaoye pressed on the blood hole on his shoulder, stuffing it with hemostatic cotton. His face was pale. The wound caused him great pain and reduced his combat power by more than half. It would take at least 1 to 2 weeks to recover. This is still because he is an evolver. Otherwise, it would take several months to heal. There is no absolute connection between aura and strength. Although the stronger the aura, the stronger the strength, it does not necessarily apply to everyone. Today we were careless and almost got wiped out. That Su-E has combat power more terrifying than the gang leader. Even if the duration is very short, he could definitely kill half of us. After Lin Xiaoya finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. They had attacked together with 9, but not only failed to injure Su-E, but were instead injured by him. If they continued to fight, someone would definitely die at Su-Yi's hands. After all, there were other people on Su-Yi's side. No matter how weak their strength was, when combined, they could still cause harm to them. If they teamed up with Su-E, killing half of them would not be difficult. Perhaps in the end, the Iron Hand Gang might still win. However, to lose half or even more people, they were unwilling to do so. Because no one wants to die. The stronger the strength, the less willing they are to die. If they fought desperately, it could be themselves who died. Therefore, during the retreat, none of them hesitated. Deputy Gang Leader, what should we do now? Give up, or go back to gather our forces and take this place directly? Another person, holding a stitched-up wound on his abdomen, frowned and asked. This was also a common question among the others. Chapter 88. New intelligence from the military. Lin Xiaoya took out a half-smoked cigar, and someone lit it for him. How many people can we shake? The gang has already lost 7 or 8. Now we've lost a few more, and they haven't lost a single one. Moreover, they have firearms and even stronger weapons. These people obviously have military backgrounds. They're not the same group that was here before. After finishing, Lin Xiaoya took a hard puff of the cigar. This cigar had additives that had pain-relieving effects. He usually wouldn't indulge in it. Is that it? A man wearing glasses adjusted his glasses, speaking somewhat unwillingly. There was a red mark and bloodstain on his neck. He had nearly been pierced through by Su-E. Therefore, he hated Su-E, wishing he could kill him immediately. Lin Xiaoya glanced at him, making him lower his head. Then, Lin Xiaoya said with satisfaction, "No, it's impossible to let it go. Our Iron Hand Gang has never suffered such a loss since its establishment." He continued to glance around at everyone and said, "The strength of the 7-kill army should be just like this. They don't even have the courage to chase us out. We suffered a loss because we were careless. Leave 2 people to keep an eye on them, and the rest go back to heal. Once everyone in our gang has recovered, that will be the time for the 7-kill army to be destroyed. This position is too good. It should belong to our Iron Hand Gang." Finally, Lin Xiaoya selected 2 uninjured individuals and instructed them to closely monitor the movements of the 7-kill army. While Lin Xiaoya and the others were discussing matters, Su-E and his team also got in touch with the military. "Su-E, Ling Yu, we meet again. The intelligence you provided is very useful. There are now over 30 ability warriors in the military. Thank you for making a significant contribution to the survival of our Huaxia clan." Su-E looked at the excited General Liu on the screen and said softly, "This is a survival battle for humanity. I believe this kind of news shouldn't be kept to ourselves. Therefore, we have a few pieces of information to share." "Please, we are recording," General Liu said, even more excited, knowing that the information Su-E was about to share would surely benefit humanity. "First, Ling Yu and I have already acquired a second ability. The brain bead should allow us to gain more abilities. However, after acquiring a second one, the first ability will be weakened. Second, it's about mental strength or thought power. The strength of our abilities is actually directly related to thought power. The stronger the thought power, the stronger the abilities. By continuously using our abilities, we can hone our thought power. Perhaps the military can try to cultivate thought power using our ancient martial arts from Huaxia to see if we can find a method for it." Su-E felt that the military must possess data that they did not have, and perhaps they could really find a cultivation method to enhance thought power. After all, the stronger the thought power, the stronger the abilities. In short, this is also a path worth trying. Okay, we will start researching immediately, and we'll also use supercomputers for simulations. Su-E, Ling Yu, we have some bad news to inform you. We are losing control of the satellites, and we haven't yet analyzed the specific reasons. Communication may be interrupted in the near future. If it is interrupted, I hope you and the 7-kill army can unite with other shelters to help more humans survive. Our military will find a way to reclaim the cities and gradually recover the entire country. You can also continue to expand and reclaim surrounding cities. You have the power of self-governance. If we have conflicts in the future, we will rely on top combat power to determine the ruling rights. Upon hearing General Lu's words, Su-yi couldn't help but frown. General, does the military have a conclusion regarding the cause of the global catastrophe? Su-yi had always been curious about what caused the global catastrophe that allowed such a strange virus to sweep the world, because it had never been disclosed before. Our investigation indicates that it is a strange virus. However, this virus is too complex. Its structure is unlike anything we've ever seen, and it contains some strange substances. Therefore, we haven't found a solution yet. We can only say that this virus may not necessarily be from within our planet. It could also come from beyond. General Lu's answer made Su-yi take a deep breath. So, our satellites losing control may mean that humanity still faces external enemies? As soon as Su-yi's words fell, the people in the communication vehicle held their breath. Ling Yu tightly grasped Su-yi's hand. Humanity had already been devastated by this virus. Struggling for survival against infected individuals and mutated beasts, it was already incredibly difficult. If there were also powerful external enemies, what chance did humanity have to survive? General Lu was silent for a moment before saying, "We have no concrete evidence to support this. The people on the space station have not observed any external enemies. However, we cannot rule it out." Su-yi could feel the atmosphere on the military side suddenly become tense. After all, humanity's survival was already extremely difficult. Every day, people were killed by infected individuals or mutated beasts. Just when they had seen a glimmer of hope for survival and strength, they were told that there might be even more powerful external enemies. Perhaps the virus was just affecting communication devices. If there were indeed external enemies, they should have appeared long ago, and the space station should have observed them. Su-yi did not want to amplify the oppressive atmosphere and also expressed his speculation. Humanity's current technology had no way to deal with this virus, so they naturally did not know whether it would affect human technological products. You're right. That is indeed very possible. Our experts have similar opinions. We have been researching this virus, and once we decipher it, we will announce it immediately. Su-yi then chatted with General Lu for a while longer before terminating the communication. The intelligence Su-yi provided also needed to be disseminated so that others would know. All right, everyone, stop looking so glum. That so-called external enemy may not even exist. Even if it does, we are no longer ordinary humans. Perhaps we can deal with it with our own strength. Right now, our most important task is to improve ourselves and become stronger. Tomorrow, all ability warriors will take action to hunt mutated beasts. Let's strive for everyone to possess 2 abilities, and then let the 7-kill army have more ability warriors. Su-yi felt that the term ability warriors used by the military was quite good. Each of them was indeed a warrior, needing to fight against infected individuals and mutated beasts. Chapter 89. The Power of Sonic Wave Attack. Lu Tao, stay behind. Su-yi took out the brain bead from the mutated dog and handed it to Lu Tao. Lu Tao took the brain bead and immediately became excited. Is this the brain bead? Although he had heard about it, it was his first time seeing a mutated beast brain bead. Yes, just put it in your mouth and bite it open. I'll have someone cook some mutated beast meat for you to eat. Since Su-yi now had 2 abilities, acquiring a third one might not necessarily strengthen his abilities and could even weaken them, biting off more than you can chew. It's better to master the ability you have first than to gain another one. Additionally, the strength of the 7-kill army was severely lacking. The Iron Hand Gang had 10 evolved individuals, which was enough to worry Su-yi. Moreover, it was likely that these 10 individuals did not represent all of the Iron Hand Gang's combat power. Therefore, the number of ability warriors in the 7-kill army must increase. More people mean greater strength. This is not just a saying. If the 7-kill army had 30 ability warriors, then even the 10 evolved individuals of the Iron Hand Gang would not dare to engage in battle with the 7-kill army. Because of this, Su-yi took out the brain bead from the mutated dog, not for himself, but for Lu Tao. If Lu Tao honors his promise, he would be loyal to him. Su-yi believed that Lu Tao was a person of loyalty and bravery, so he took this gamble. Lu Tao stuffed the brain bead from the mutated dog into his mouth and bit it open. After a while, he began to scream in pain. Su-yi instructed Qin Li to keep an eye on him and had Yi Ji prepare a large amount of mutated dog meat for Lu Tao to eat. Now, Aside from the ability warriors, ordinary members of the 7-kill army could also consume small amounts of mutated beast meat. Eating the meat of mutated beasts could enhance the physical condition of ordinary people, gradually giving them stronger strength, speed, etc. Suki also planned to eat a lot of meat at night to condense some ability crystals and have people test the effects of the ability crystals. The emergence of the Iron Hand Gang put unprecedented pressure on Su-yi. Previously, he could easily handle mutated beasts, even when facing a swarm of mutated rats. He could remain calm. However, the people from the Iron Hand Gang made him feel overwhelmed. So, he thought about quickly enhancing the strength of the 7-kill army. This way, he could leave for other places with peace of mind in the future. Su-yi, is the Iron Hand Gang going to attack us? Should we strengthen our defenses tonight? Ling Yu asked with some concern. After all, the Iron Hand Gang had so many evolvers, and they had too few ability warriors on their side. If the opponent launched a surprise attack, the 7-kill army would be in danger. Su-yi pulled out a cigarette and said, "Yes, we definitely need to strengthen our defenses and send more soldiers. For now, evolvers still can't ignore the damage from firearms, so we should solve whatever we can with guns." Qin immediately stood up and said, "Boss, leave it to me to arrange." Su-yi nodded, indicating for Qin Li to go ahead with the arrangements. After all, Qin Li was more familiar with this kind of thing and would do a better job than Ling Yu. "I'll go learn a bit," Ling Yu volunteered. Since she accepted the position of commander, she needed to take responsibility. She should understand what she needed to know, so she wouldn't be easily fooled in the future. Sui felt quite gratified to see Ling Yu being so sensible. He was too lazy to learn these things. What he needed to do was to improve his own combat power. So, he began practicing his chi manipulation technique. The others also practiced their abilities while keeping an eye on LV Tao. After more than an hour, Yi Ji came with some people, bringing the cooked meat of the mutated dogs. Everyone stopped and ate some of the meat. For them, eating the flesh of mutated beasts could enhance their strength. So, they naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Once Su-yi started eating, he couldn't stop, and his astonishing appetite shocked everyone. It was only after Ling Yu explained that they understood Su-yi had the ability to condense ability crystals. Su-yi calculated that for every 10 pounds of mutated beast meat he ate, he could condense 1 ability crystal. In one meal, he could consume 30 pounds, which meant 3 ability crystals. They were all very surprised to see the ability crystals Su-yi condensed. Su-yi's stomach showed no obvious change, as if he had not eaten 30 pounds of meat at all. After condensing 3 ability crystals, Su-yi could no longer eat any more meat. "Su-yi, don't you feel sick from eating so much meat?" Although LV Ran was shocked by Su-yi's ability, she felt no envy at all. As a girl who often managed her figure, she had no desire to be a big eater and was even less willing to eat meat every day. Su-yi lit a post-meal cigarette, smiled slightly, and said, "Not only do I not feel sick, but I also find it very enjoyable. This should be due to my ability." LV Ran took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and said, "That's nice. If I ate like this for a few days, I'm sure I wouldn't want to eat meat for years." Su-yi smiled silently and didn't respond, but looked at LV Tao, who had stopped eating. "How's it feel?" Su-yi asked curiously. After all, the ability of the mutated dog was sound wave attack, and he was curious if LV Tao had successfully acquired this ability. LV Tao first saluted and then said, "It feels very mysterious. It seems like as soon as I open my mouth, I can hurt others." Su-yi flicked the ash from his cigarette and then took out a noise-canceling helmet he had obtained from a tank, putting it on his head. "Everyone, spread out. Let me try LV Tao's sound wave attack." Hearing Su-yi's words, the others quickly dispersed. "Come on." Su-yi got into position, wanting to know the power of LV Tao's sound wave attack. LV Tao squeezed his neck and then suddenly spoke. "Roar." LV Tao let out a loud shout. Su-yi's body was pushed back a distance, indicating that LV Tao's sound wave attack was not weak at all. LV Tao looked slightly weak, his body swaying a bit. This wave of attack drained a lot of his strength, and he couldn't adapt to it immediately. Not bad. The power is quite impressive. It should have about 1/3 of the mutated dog's power, better than I expected. Su-yi took off the helmet and shook his head. His ears were still ringing with a ding-ding-ding sound. Compared to LV Ran's water control technique and his own chi manipulation technique, LV Tao's ability had much stronger attack power and effect. Sui felt that abilities should be categorized into different types. For example, his and LV Rance should belong to the mental type, while LV Tao's was sound wave type, and Ling Shuang and the others belonged to the defensive type. In the original world, there were no such abilities, and they could gradually establish a knowledge system for abilities, constantly improving it. This knowledge could help humanity better understand and utilize abilities. Chapter 90. Initial experience of ability crystals. How amazing. This is what it feels like to have abilities. Commander, I feel like I have gained powerful strength and can do many things. LV Tao appeared somewhat excited. Then, he seemed a bit regretful and said, however, this sound wave attack, I can only use it once. I don't know when I can use it again. It's normal to have such emotions when first mastering extraordinary power. Slowly adapt. Your power will only grow stronger in the future. He tossed a pack of cigarettes to LV Tao as a reward. Although LV Tao's sound wave could only be used once, his attack was a group attack and was still quite powerful. I've picked people. Ling Yu brought 5 people to Su Yi's side. Su-yi glanced and found that they were all familiar faces. Montak Xiaohong, Montak Xiaoda, Van Han, and Sun Hui were all people Su-yi and Ling Yu had trained at the villa stronghold, and they were considered some of the people they trusted. The last one was Ding Yen, Su-yi's classmate. Su-yi nodded and then took out 5 ability crystals. This is a type of ability crystal, which can be seen as a weakened version of a brain bead. After using it, you can gain some enhancements. However, it is not permanent and can only last for a while. I don't know how long exactly. If you choose to take it, you will have to go with us tomorrow to deal with the mutated beasts. Of course, you will only be responsible for lookout duties and handling the corpses of the mutated beasts and other simple tasks. This process may involve dealing with infectors. This counts as military merit, and you can gain priority access to the brain beads of mutated beasts, allowing you to become ability warriors. Saying this, Su-yi glanced at the 5 people. Thank you, boss. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Wan Ran was the first to step forward. Just as Su-yi had expected, taking an ability crystal. I'm willing too. Mo Xiaohong also stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone, and took one. The others all stepped forward without hesitation. They didn't want to miss this opportunity to grow stronger. After going through so much and spending so many days, they had long understood that strength was the only reliable condition for survival. Refusing to grow stronger was foolish. Many people would envy, hate, and be jealous of the chance to obtain this opportunity. Wan Ran put the crystal in his mouth and felt it quickly dissolve. What a magical feeling. This must be what they call melting in your mouth. It felt warm and very comfortable. The others shared Wan Ran's experience. After consuming it, they felt warmth in their abdomen, which gradually spread throughout their bodies. Soon, 20 minutes passed. During this process, they all felt warm and had no pain. From their expressions, it seemed they were enjoying the process. The warm feeling has disappeared. It should be done, right? Wan Ran looked at Su-yi and asked curiously. Su-yi replied, it should be. Do you have any other feelings? Wan Ran pondered for a moment and then said, I feel like I have strength all over my body, as if it's endless. Also, my hearing and sense of smell seem to have improved. I can smell a faint stench now. I feel like the air around me has become very peculiar, almost as if I can control it. Ding Yen, who was beside him, expressed different feelings. I feel that way too. It's amazing. Mo Xiaojun raised his hand to speak. Yes, I feel it too. Wan Ran became excited. Mo Xiaohong and Sun Hui also mentioned that they felt the same way, indicating that they had all gained Su-yi's qi manipulation technique, albeit in a weakened version. They tried to control the air to form an air shield, but they had no success. Ling Shuang, come and test their combat abilities. Sui called out Ling Shuang's name. She was an average fighter, but had a wealth of practical experience and knew how to control her strength. Using her to test Wan Ran and the others' abilities was the most suitable choice. Ling Shuang took off her combat knife and handed it to her sister-in-law Yi Ji, then stepped into the arena. Come on, use your full strength, don't hold back, and don't worry about hurting me. With that, Ling Shuang assumed a fighting stance. Su-yi could tell at a glance that Ling Shuang was an experienced fighter. Although he had gained fighting experience through sign-in, he still had a gap compared to Ling Shuang. Wan Ran threw a punch and charged at Ling Shuang. She didn't evade because to gauge the opponent's strength, she couldn't afford to dodge. Wanren hadn't learned any martial arts and could only rely on brute force. Moreover, he clearly hadn't yet adapted to his own strength and speed, missing Ling Shuang several times and almost tripping over himself. Having strength alone is not enough. We still need to train them in combat skills and other training. Su Yi watched as Wanren was knocked to the ground and touched his forehead. Ordinary people who possess strength can still be quite weak in combat. This is also why Su Yi can single-handedly take on 10 evolved beings today. They may have strength, but lack combat skills. If Su Yi were to take another vitality pill today, at least 5 out of the 10 would be dead. Their attacks rely solely on instincts and simple techniques, which are far too inferior compared to Su Yi's greedy wolf kill. Su Yi simply lacked enough strength to wield greedy wolf kill. Otherwise, killing 10 would be a piece of cake. Soon, the others also sparred with Ling Shuang. After one round, Su Yi had a rough understanding of their abilities. Their strength and speed were only about 1/3 of Ling Shuang's, which isn't too weak. However, without any combat skills, the 5 of them together wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Ling Shuang. Su Yi didn't want to discourage them, so he didn't let them team up against Ling Shuang. Instead, he found an ordinary combat expert from the 7-kill army to spar with Wanren. Relying on his strength and speed, Wanren defeated that combat expert in just a few minutes. Next time, Su Yi would know what kind of person should use the ability crystal. Those with rich combat experience are the ideal candidates. Letting these 5 use it isn't a loss either. After all, they're all trustworthy and reliable. It was getting late, so Su Yi told everyone to go back and rest. After breakfast tomorrow morning, we will go out to clear the mutated beasts nearby. Noticing the time, Su Yi sent everyone off to rest. The safety of his shelter had already been entrusted to the elite of the 7-kill army. Unless the Iron Hand Gang or other mutated beasts launched a surprise attack, there shouldn't be any problems. Everyone needed a rest to be in good shape to deal with the mutated beast tomorrow. Chapter 91. Upgrading the drone. You should rest too. I've eaten too much and want to be able to sleep for a while. I want to practice my chi manipulation technique. Su Yi persuaded Ling Yu to go rest as well. He still didn't completely trust the Iron Hand Gang members, so he wanted to take the opportunity to scout the area. After all, he had the Silent Spirit drone and could use its infrared camera to look for nearby targets to see if anyone was hiding nearby. Ling Yu obediently nodded and then left with Ling Shuang. The high-ranking members of the 7-kill army all lived in the row of villas. The ordinary soldiers were housed in the dormitory area of the original steel factory. Those collective dormitories had been converted into double rooms, with excess iron beds moved to the 2 large warehouses that were cleaned up yesterday. Currently, survivors from the city center were all accommodated in the 2 large warehouses. Women were separately arranged in a dormitory building with slightly better conditions, with 8 people sharing one room. There were security patrols in every area, so safety wasn't a major concern. The 7-kill army could still maintain good order without any incidents of bullying ordinary people. Su Yi walked around and found that everyone had been settled quite well. Of course, many ordinary people were definitely unhappy. Some officials and former wealthy merchants were very dissatisfied with their current situation and wanted to restore their status and lifestyle from before the apocalypse. Su Yi noticed that some of them were trying to rally others, seemingly making some promises to them. After discovering this, he instructed the security team to keep an eye on these individuals. For now, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with them because a large labor force was still needed, and there were many tasks for them to do. As long as it didn't affect stability, Su Yi didn't plan to take action against them for the time being. There would inevitably be some troublemakers among the crowd, and it could be beneficial for them to band together. When the time came to deal with them, he could handle them all at once without having to sift through them one by one. After walking around, Su Yi arrived at the rooftop of a factory building. This location was relatively high and had a good view. Su Yi took out the box for his Silent Spirit drone and opened it. As he picked up the battery for the Silent Spirit drone, he immediately had the idea to upgrade it. You can use 500 survival points to upgrade this battery to a micro graphene super battery. After the upgrade, the battery capacity will increase by 4 times. You can use 1,500 survival points to upgrade this battery to a radioactive isotope battery. After the upgrade, the battery can last for 1 year. Two options. One was a super battery, and the other was a nuclear battery. He hesitated for a moment, and then chose the former. He wanted to upgrade 2 batteries. If it cost 1,500 points, it would be too expensive, and he couldn't afford it. Survival points. 500 survival points. 500. The appearance of the 2 batteries hadn't changed much, but their power capacity increased by 4 times. Originally, the battery could allow the silent spirit to fly for 4 hours. After the upgrade, it could fly for at least 16 hours or even longer. He spent 1,000 points just on upgrading the battery. However, he was still not satisfied. After installing the battery, he turned his attention to the drone's body. You can use 2,000 survival points to upgrade this drone for visual invisibility. After the upgrade, this drone will become invisible to the naked eye. Upgrade. He didn't hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. Survival points. 2,000 now. He wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by anyone. And even mutated flying creatures wouldn't be able to detect it. According to military intelligence, there were many mutated flying creatures in the sky that were highly aggressive, and even fighter jets couldn't avoid their attacks. To ensure that the drone could be used safely, visual invisibility was very necessary. Although 2,000 points were quite expensive, he felt it was worth it to achieve this step. In this world, no technology could accomplish this. Even if it were 20,000 points, he would still find it reasonable. With the invisibility system in place, he would need to upgrade its communication range. In this way, he could freely scout everything around him. You can use 5,000 survival points to increase the maximum transmission distance of the drone to 35 kilometers. So expensive? That's ridiculous. The original transmission distance was already 20 kilometers, and now it's only increased by 15 kilometers, yet it costs 5,000 survival points. More than double the cost of installing a stealth system. It's not worth it, really not worth it. Sui thought for a moment and decided to give up on other upgrades. Now, you're no longer the original drone. Your shape has changed. So let's call you Invisible Sky. After activating Invisible Sky, Sui noticed some changes in his remote control interface. There was now a stealth mode button, which could be activated with a click. Additionally, it displayed that the battery life was 18 hours. How could the maximum transmission distance be reduced so much to 10 kilometers? Sui found that the transmission distance had been halved. Frowning, he thought it couldn't possibly be due to the upgrade of the stealth function. Could it be because of the virus? Sui recalled that the military was losing control of the satellites. So could the reduction in transmission distance of his Invisible Sky drone also be due to the virus? Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the transmission distance had decreased. Now, he understood why increasing the transmission distance to 35 kilometers was so expensive. After activating the stealth function of Invisible Sky, Sui noticed it gradually becoming transparent. This must be achieved using some kind of projection technology for invisibility. No wonder it was said to be invisible to the naked eye. Sui now understood why it was cheaper, as this technology wasn't particularly difficult. The technology in this world could achieve it, but not to such perfection. The signal lights were not even visible, which was quite impressive. Controlling Invisible Sky, Sui commanded it to fly high up, then began to survey the surroundings. After activating the thermal infrared lens, Sui saw the situation outside very clearly. The infected appeared to be in clusters of grayish-black, not very clear. However, he spotted 2 people on the balcony of a building. Only 2 people left? That building was in an old neighborhood where Sui and his group had once stayed, so he was almost certain that these 2 were members of the Iron Hand gang. He wondered if there were others hiding in the house. If there were only 2 people, they could take care of them at night. The enemy, eliminating 1, means 1 less. If there were only 2, Sui, along with Ling Yu, Lu Ran, and Qin Li, could easily wipe them out. After thinking it over, Sui controlled Invisible Sky to fly back. He would upgrade another function to test how many people were there. Chapter 92, Directly Blown to Death. You can use 500 survival points to upgrade the drone with a grenade throwing system. Upgrade. Sui accepted this price, as others were more expensive. 500 survival points for the grenade throwing system was ideal, as upgrading the fire control system would cost 2,000 points. And he didn't have any ammunition. Currently, he had 12 grenades available and could also upgrade regular bullets into grenades. After the upgrade, Invisible Sky had an additional grenade throwing platform, capable of carrying 6 grenades at once. Impressive. After the upgrade was complete, Su-E was particularly satisfied. The destructive power of the grenades was still quite good. Even if the evolved ones were powerful, they could still be killed by a direct explosion. After loading the grenades, Su-E checked the remote control interface and found a new throwing function. He glanced at the screen and his points. Su-E survival points, 2,671 sign-in times. Upgrading Invisible Sky had cost 3,500 points. Although its functionality had improved significantly, Su-E still felt a bit pained. Mainly because he had too few survival points. Spending 3,500 made him feel distressed. If he had 350,000, he wouldn't be so worried. Ultimately, it was because he was poor. Taking a deep breath, Su-E controlled Invisible Sky to fly towards the rooftop again. After reaching the height, Su-E lowered the altitude. Old fan, did you hear any sounds? One of the Iron Hand gang members stopped chewing peanuts and asked his companion, who was drinking beer. They had found beer and peanuts in someone's home, so the two were drinking. Sounds? Isn't there sound everywhere? Do you think those 7 Kill Army guys dare to come over? Nonsense. If they dared, we would have come out to kill them when we retreated. Not wait until now. Just relax and drink. Nothing will happen tonight. Hearing his companion say this, he nodded, finding it quite reasonable. So he picked up a bottle of beer and gulped it down. Wait, that sound is very much like a drone. As he said this, he stood up and looked at the sky. At that moment, a grenade fell from the sky. The moment the grenade dropped, it quickly ascended in height. Boom! The grenade exploded successfully, detonating less than 5 seconds after hitting the ground. Through the real-time footage, Su-E saw both men being blown away by the shockwave of the bomb. One of them even fell directly from the balcony to the ground. Sure enough, there were more people. Su-E saw other figures appear in the footage and quickly counted them. 10 people, undoubtedly them. It seemed they were still not giving up. He wondered if they would try to escape overnight. Su-E controlled Invisible Sky and ascended in height. Watching the footage, Su-E judged that the person who fell from a building would soon be dead, as his body temperature had started to drop. The other one seemed to be only slightly injured, possibly not even seriously hurt. Several people rushed to the balcony. What happened? How could there be a grenade? How were you on guard? Lin Xiaoya roared. Heavens, in the sky, the grenade fell from the sky. Lin Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky. You're talking nonsense. How could it fall from the sky? Someone must have snuck nearby and thrown it. There's nothing in the sky. How could it fall from the sky? Only military drones have that capability. Will they only attack once? It must be a large-scale firepower coverage to blow up the entire neighborhood. Retreat, retreat immediately. Lin Xia shouted angrily, then ordered people to carry the injured gang member. No matter how the 7 Kill Army threw the grenades, they couldn't stay here any longer. Retreating was the safest choice, although they were evolved ones. Grenades and explosives could still take their lives. After all, one of their members had just been directly blown into serious injury, needing no rescue. Moreover, many of them were injured. If ambushed, they could easily be wiped out. Since the establishment of the Iron Hand Gang, they had never encountered such a situation. The military was not to be trifled with. They recalled what their gang leader had once said. Su-E observed the movements of the Iron Hand Gang and couldn't help but smile. They actually ran away, leaving behind the one who fell from the rooftop after being blown up. It seemed he was really dead. In an instant, Su-E felt that the 3,500 points spent were worth it. Unfortunately, if he wanted to upgrade the silencing effect, it would cost 3,000 points, which Su-E couldn't afford right now. However, at present, the silencing function of Invisible Sky was already quite good. It could ambush evolved ones. Additionally, next time, he could raise the height a bit more. Ideally, the grenade would explode just as it was about to hit the ground, leaving the opponent no time to react. Su-E thought that at the right height, even evolved ones might not notice anything unusual. After Su-E confirmed that the other party had left, he directly descended from the rooftop and entered the river channel through a tunnel, quickly approaching the community. He wanted to verify one thing, whether the evolved beings also had brain pearls. If that were the case, it could lead to humans killing each other. When he entered the community, the other party was already completely dead. Su-E directly split open the person's head to check. After seeing the result, Su-E immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, He took some gasoline from a car in the community and burned the corpse. Leaving it behind could lead to it being eaten by the infected, which would strengthen the infected. The emergence of powerful infected beings nearby was not a good thing. After burning it, He did not leave, but instead started to remotely control the stealth drone from the balcony of another building. He discovered that the maximum remote control distance was only 5 kilometers. Beyond this distance, it would automatically return. The advertised remote control distance was 15 kilometers, but a route of 20 kilometers could be set. He could also set a route now, allowing the stealth drone to fly to an area near 10 kilometers, as its image transmission distance was still 10 kilometers. However, He did not do so, believing that 5 kilometers was sufficient. Controlling the stealth drone, He began to search for mutated creatures in the vicinity. As long as they were outdoors, they were easy to spot. There were actually stray dogs of normal size. He was surprised to find 3 canines. After marking the location, He continued to explore. Since it was nighttime, it wasn't very convenient to investigate on the ground, so he decided to wait until morning to verify the situation of the 3 canines. If they were indeed normal dogs, he could bring them back to the shelter to raise. Of course, they could also be mutated dogs. Mutation does not necessarily mean an increase in size. He thought that he should not have a fixed mindset, as it could put him in danger. Chapter 93. The terrifying first encounter with mutated birds. 3 updates seeking support. Soon, He discovered a mutated cat. Its size was enormous, even larger than the one he and Lingyu encountered before. He decisively marked the location and continued to explore. After a while, he saw a dozen mutated rats attacking a mutated snake. He watched for half an hour and found that the mutated rats were helpless against the mutated snake, with one mutated rat being coiled to death by the snake. Then, mutated flying creatures appeared. One directly grabbed a mutated rat, which was instantly pierced by the claws of the giant mutated bird and flew away. The emergence of the giant mutated bird posed a threat to Its size was very large, like a small helicopter. The key was its attacks were swift and decisive. The mutated rats did not even perceive the danger from above and were directly captured. He felt that the shelter must have anti-air radar. Otherwise, if the giant mutated bird descended, they might not have time to defend or counterattack. The giant mutated bird was large enough for the anti-air radar to detect and track it. Unfortunately, when Xin Li and the others escaped from the military camp, they did not bring the radar vehicle. He continued to search and found some mutated rats and mutated dogs. The most abundant creatures in this city were still rats. This was because the urban environment was too suitable for rat survival. They could thrive on food found in garbage heaps. Therefore, He was not surprised at the large number of mutated rats. Facing the mutated rats, He was actually quite pleased because they were not strong, and their meat was particularly delicious. At the same time, they could provide brain pearls, allowing more soldiers in the 7-kill army to become superpowered warriors. If the abilities of the mutated rats were primarily defensive, He thought that would be great. After all, the mutated rats that had attacked them previously, once their scales were activated, could withstand bullet attacks. Mutated rats did not have clever brains and did not know how to fully utilize their defensive armor, but humans could. In just a few minutes, it wouldn't necessarily need to be used continuously. It could be disassembled for use. At the same time, key areas could be protected while other areas could be ignored. Currently, Ling Shuang and the others were learning how to control their scales, striving to make them appear exactly where needed. From the current situation, as long as they continued to practice, they could achieve this. Ding. Sign-in count 2. Hearing the system's voice, He realized it was midnight. He lit a cigarette and continued to search for mutated beasts nearby. As a result, He discovered hundreds of survivors in one place. They had been attacked by mutated beasts, with 3 people fighting close to the mutated beasts while others were at a distance, likely armed with some weapons. Because it was dark, he could only see a limited view. After seeing the mutated beasts being killed by them, he continued to remotely control the stealth drone to unexplored areas. Gradually, he discovered some survivors. Because it was nighttime, there were relatively few survivors active outside. The actual number of survivors could be dozens of times more than what Su Yi discovered at night. This night of exploration proved that there were indeed quite a few survivors. Many were likely in the community. Communities usually had walls or fences that could block a large number of infected from entering. Additionally, many had stayed at home during the disaster and were trapped inside, unable to turn into infected beings, which reduced the number of infected active outside and gave everyone a chance to survive. At the same time, every household had some food, providing opportunities for survival. Previously, Su Yi and the others rescued a pair of siblings in a community who had survived by collecting food from other households. As dawn broke, Su Yi returned to the steel factory. Just as he entered the steel factory, his intercom rang. Ling Yu, worried about Su Yi, contacted him as soon as she woke up, also informing him that her mother had prepared breakfast and asked him to come back to eat. After having breakfast, Su Yi gathered all the superpowered warriors and the 5 who had used ability crystals. Since the weapons had not been successfully produced yet, the main weapons they used were military daggers. A group of people quickly appeared on top of a wall. Running above the infected was not very difficult. They were all superpowered warriors, and their reaction abilities were much stronger than before. As long as they didn't panic, they could control their bodies well. Below, I will demonstrate for you. Saying this, Su Yi jumped down and stepped on an infected being's shoulder. Remember, stepping on their shoulders is more stable. Of course, if you need to move quickly, the head is more suitable. Most of them had never moved by stepping on an infected being before. Su Yi demonstrated several times, as he needed to take them out to hunt mutated beasts, and mastering the ability to go outside was the most basic requirement. If they couldn't master this, they wouldn't have the qualification to go out. After demonstrating several times, Su Yi let them try. The superpowered warriors quickly grasped the technique, but Mo Xiaohong, Ding Yin, and the other 5 were a bit slower, not reacting as quickly. The superpowered warriors learned it in a few minutes, while they took half an hour to master the technique. Thus, Su Yi led them toward the nearest area with mutated rats. The strength of the mutated rats was relatively weak, making them easier to deal with. Everyone followed Su Yi at a sprint, and, after more than 10 minutes, they entered a community. The mutated rats were likely in this community because there were still survivors present, attracting the mutated rats. All the way, Su Yi was observing the signs on both sides of the street. He was looking for a suitable place to sign in. However, he didn't see any appropriate locations. After entering the community, Su Yi and the others did not find any signs of the mutated rats. However, they did see several corpses that had been gnawed on, with many infected people surrounding the bodies. Ding Yin, you all deal with these infected. After you're done, stay on guard and keep an eye on the sky. There might be mutated birds up there. The rest of you, follow me for a sweep. Su Yi didn't mention that there were mutated rats here, as he still didn't want to expose his invisible drone. Su Yi speculated that the mutated rats were likely hiding in the community's garage, which was dark and a preferred habitat for rats. Although they had mutated, their habits wouldn't change drastically all at once. As soon as they entered the underground parking lot, Su Yi and the others heard some noises. Everyone's hair stood on end because the sound were very uncomfortable, giving a chilling feeling. Everyone drew their weapons at once, except for Su Yi, who remained calm. Chapter 94. Discovering a potential evolver, Su Yi slowly drew a combat knife and then took out a cigarette to light it. He thought it was pretty cool to fight while smoking. They were at the entrance, where the light was still sufficient, so they could see the situation inside. Soon, they saw some dark shadows appear. What kind of monster is that? Yiji frowned, his tone filled with disgust. Probably mutated bats, Su Yi said, leaning on his combat knife, looking as if he wasn't going to join the fight. Their strength shouldn't be much. I'll hold the line, you guys take care of it. A dozen mutated bats lunged at Ling Yue and the others, emitting sharp, piercing sounds. Their attack power was indeed mediocre, and in no time, they were knocked down. Their heads were all smashed open, but not a single brain bead was found. After checking, Su Yi analyzed. These should just be a bit stronger from eating mutated beast flesh or drinking their blood. They aren't true mutated bats. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Su Yi's analysis, as they were indeed too weak. No wonder Su Yi was too lazy to take action. They didn't take any of these creatures because the viruses they carried were just too numerous. They continued deeper into the garage, preparing to search for mutated rats. Since they didn't have night vision goggles, Sue-E took out the pink flying dragon and used its infrared lens to search. Shortly after taking out the pink flying dragon, Sue-E and the others discovered the figures of mutated rats in a corner. There were a total of 6 mutated rats, not too many. As soon as they got close, the mutated rats woke up and lunged at Ling Yue and the others. Sue-E kept an eye on the side to prevent the mutated rats from escaping. The battle ended in less than 5 minutes. As many of them were elite military personnel who had learned combat skills and were adept with knives. After dragging 5 mutated rats outside, they split open the rats' heads. 2 brain beads were a good harvest. Sue-E collected the heads of the mutated rats and then led everyone to the second location. Now, everyone understood why Sue-E knew where the mutated beasts were. Drones. Sue-E must have used a drone to search the area last night and discovered the mutated beasts with the drone's infrared lens. Sue-E, shouldn't we look for survivors? Ling Shuang asked curiously as she walked up to Sue-E. If we find them, can you take them away? This community isn't small. If we gather supplies house by house, surviving for half a year won't be a problem. Sue-E hoped she could understand one thing. Do as much as you have the ability to do. If you want to be a savior, make sure you have the strength to be one. Sue-E said these words for the last time. After this, he wouldn't say another word to Ling Shuang. Hearing Sue-Yi's cold voice, Ling Shuang immediately said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wrong? You're not wrong. The only thing wrong is this world. If you want to protect more people, then make yourself stronger. Sue-E dropped a sentence and quickened his pace. If one had the ability, being a savior would feel quite good. Unfortunately, this world has never had any saviors. Ling Shuang was just driven by a sense of justice. She wasn't wrong. However, she had forgotten the purpose of coming out today, and even more so forgot that the Iron Hand Gang could mobilize personnel to attack the 7-kill army at any time. If the 7-kill army couldn't protect itself, then what was the point of saving more people? Ling Shuang bit her lip. Her mind only focused on the 2 words, become stronger. In the past, she had the support of the state machinery behind her. Now, she had nothing behind her, so she could only rely on herself. She didn't blame Sue-E. She agreed with his words. 20 minutes later, Sue-E and the others entered a community. This place was where Sue-E had seen more than a dozen mutated rats yesterday. They found a group of mutated rats in the underground parking lot. The number exceeded 30, so Sue-E also joined the battle. It took them over 10 minutes to kill all 37 mutated rats. Then, they found 13 brain beads, which was a significant harvest. After collecting all the bodies into their storage space, Sue-E and the others hurried to the next location. All the brain beads collected today would be public property, and after returning, they could select suitable people from the 7-kill army to use the brain beads and turn them into ability warriors. The more ability warriors there were, the stronger the 7-kill army would be. If they could have over 100 ability warriors, clearing nearby streets would be much easier. After resting for half an hour, they headed to the next location. After Sue-E finished speaking, he walked into a small convenience store in the community. The items inside had already been cleared out, indicating that the survivors in the community had already swept through. There should be other survivors in the community. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a group of people armed with various weapons appeared. Can you take us away from here? The leader asked. There were 50 or 60 survivors, both men and women of all ages, and they looked relatively okay, not like they were starving. Are there any evolved ones with awakened abilities? Sue-E thought that evolved individuals could still be absorbed into the 7-kill army. What evolved one? What does that mean? The leader looked confused, seemingly not understanding what Sue-E was saying. This response actually indicated a problem. Just then, a teenager in the crowd raised his hand. I think I am the evolved one you mentioned. My eyes are like night vision goggles, and my strength is greater than that of adults. Sue-E was somewhat surprised, not expecting to find an evolved individual with infrared vision. This ability was quite good. I can also let others share my vision, the boy added. Wow, this ability is impressive. One ran exclaimed. Vision sharing was really something special. After all, with infrared vision, he could see other creatures in dark environments. Not just see, but do it very well. My name is Sue-E, and we are from the 7-kill army. Our shelter is in the steel factory, currently housing 17,000 people. For now, I can only take you away. As for the others, we don't have the capacity to take them with us. However, if you can hold out for a month, or even less than a month, we will clear out the nearby infected. I believe you still have plenty of food. So holding out for a month shouldn't be a problem, right? As he spoke, He looked at the crowd. Can I bring my mom and my sister? I won't leave without them. The boy made his request. He had seen Yi and the others enter the community and witnessed them hunt down all the mutated rats, which prompted all the survivors in the community to come down. The goal, of course, is to leave this hellish place with a group of powerful fighters and head to a safe area. At the very least, I want to take my mother and sister with me. Chapter 95. The Mutated Giant Tiger. Okay, I can agree to that. Lingyue and El Ran's strength has improved significantly. Carrying one person back to the steel factory and sending a few others to escort them isn't a big problem. The others need not panic. There are still plenty of houses in your community that haven't been searched. We can help you open those houses and eliminate the infected inside. As long as you don't leave the safe area and come into contact with mutated beasts, living for a month shouldn't be too difficult. This is probably the best that E can do at the moment. After all, their main task isn't to rescue these people, but to hunt mutated beasts and get stronger. These people have already held out for 21 days, which shows they have some capability. If they can hold on for another month, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. We'll rely on you then. We can hold on a bit longer. The leader spoke on behalf of everyone. Therefore, Yi immediately arranged for Lingyue and El Ran to carry the boy's sister and mother, while Ling Chun, Ling Shuang, Surui, and Chu Jun escorted them. At the same time, they also took along a boy named Cheng Rue. Since Cheng Rue is an evolver, he quickly mastered the technique of moving above the infected's heads. Watching them leave the community to return to the steel factory, Yi followed the remaining people to clear the unsearched apartments in the area. Qin Li used skills to pick locks, while Yi used brute force to break down the doors. Each took a group of people and quickly cleared the unsearched apartments. After an hour, they found 15 survivors and eliminated all the infected inside. They didn't take any supplies because, with the 15 survivors they found, there were now 86 people in the community who needed those living supplies more. Additionally, Yi and the others didn't really care about the ordinary food. The people in the community envied Yi and their strength and boldly inquired about how they could become as powerful as them. Yi didn't hide anything and shared the information about evolvers and ability warriors. When they learned that hunting mutated beasts to obtain brain pearls was involved, they were all shocked. After all, their community initially had more people, but dozens had been killed by mutated rats, and they hadn't killed a single one. Under such circumstances, they naturally didn't dare to entertain any thoughts of hunting mutated beasts. When Lingyue and the others returned to the community, Yi took them directly to the next location. The next location had a mutated cat. It was quite large, and Yi was prepared to challenge it. After all, it was close, just a 7 or 8 minute journey. As soon as they entered the community, Yi felt as if they were being watched. No need to say, it must be that mutated cat that had noticed them. Everyone be careful. There's a very large mutated beast here. As soon as Yi finished speaking, everyone heard a roar. The massive sound made everyone's scalp tingle. A tiger. It's a mutated tiger. Yi's expression changed as he looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall beast, and his face turned ugly. He had initially thought it was a giant mutated cat, but unexpectedly, it was a mutated tiger. Damn, how could there be a mutated tiger here? Ling Chun tightened his grip on his battle knife, his voice trembling slightly. A fierce beast is still a fierce beast, even after becoming a mutated beast. It's not something those pets can compare to. This aura is very strong. Everyone prepare for a fight. Retreating is not an option. If we retreat, we'll be picked off one by one. Yi took out his overlord gun, ready to fight to the death. Roar! The mutated giant tiger roared again and then lunged at Yi. The ground trembled slightly. This mutated tiger was even larger than a water buffalo. The mutated dogs they had killed previously at the steel factory were only about the size of a small water buffalo, while the mutated giant tiger in front of them was half again as large. The tiger's calves were much thicker than Yi's thighs. Roar! This roar came from El Tao, who possessed sound wave abilities. The mutated giant tiger was almost upon them. Be careful! Su-yi rushed forward, pulling El Tao back. His sound wave attack did not stop the mutated giant tiger and only aggravated it. If Su-yi hadn't pulled El Tao back in time, he might have been seriously injured by the mutated tiger. Qin Li charged forward with his giant sword, and the mutated giant tiger swiped a paw at Qin Li's sword. Qin Li felt a terrifying force, instantly losing his balance and being thrown back. So strong. Lingyue frowned and charged at the mutated giant tiger. However, there was someone faster than her. Elle ran, with her incredible speed, darted toward the mutated giant tiger. Her target was behind the mutated giant tiger, because most animals' weaknesses are behind them, and mutated beasts are no exception. However, the mutated giant tiger didn't give Elle Ran the chance to strike. As Elle Ran circled past the mutated giant tiger, it lunged directly at her. Su-yi saw the mutated tiger's claws smash into the wall of the building, causing a huge section to cave in. Such terrifying power made Su-yi worry. Although he could do the same, he would certainly suffer some damage. But the mutated giant tiger was completely unaffected and continued to chase Elle Ran, lunging and biting madly. Only Elle Ran's speed was fast enough to avoid being harmed. You all, exit the community. This giant tiger is too strong. We can't deal with it right now. Su-yi made a decisive choice. Even if they all went together, they might not be able to hurt the mutated giant tiger. Its reactions were too quick. Even Elle Ran didn't have a chance to strike, let alone the others. This was the result of too great a disparity in strength. I'll stay. Lingyue rushed to Su-yi's side, believing she could help him, especially since she had rapid healing abilities. All right, the others retreat quickly. Su-yi decided to advance and retreat together with Lingyue. The others immediately ran toward the community exit, knowing that staying would only hinder Su-yi and Lingyue. Elle Ran was fast, so escaping was naturally not a problem. Su-yi was the strongest in battle and should be able to injure the mutated giant tiger. Lingyue was also strong and should be able to support Su-yi. Chase. Su-yi and Lingyue exchanged a glance, and then quickly pursued the mutated giant tiger. If the mutated giant tiger had a brain pearl, then its brain pearl could definitely make Su-yi much stronger. He felt he couldn't keep delaying time with the 7-kill army. If this continued, he would be dragged down and unable to keep up with the mutated beast's growing strength. After all, he was already 7 days behind the others from the very beginning. Now, he had accumulated 4 opportunities to sign in. This was something Su-yi couldn't tolerate. Chapter 96. Fierce Battle with a Mutated Giant Tiger. Su-yi and Lingyue quickly chased after the mutated giant tiger. Since Elle Ran was leading it in circles within the community, Su-yi soon encountered the mutated tiger. The spear in Su-yi's hand thrust directly toward the mutated tiger. He used all his strength for this thrust. He wanted to know just how strong the mutated tiger was. This thrust was infused with killing intent. But he didn't use the greedy wolf kill because its after effects were too severe, and Su-yi didn't dare to use it recklessly. Swish! Su-yi's thrust hit the mutated giant tiger's head directly. His original target was the tiger's eye, but it dodged, and he struck above its eye socket. The pierced through the skin of the mutated giant tiger and slid past its head. The giant mouth of the mutated tiger lunged towards Su-yi. Su-yi reacted extremely quickly, executing a spinning kick that struck the tiger's lower jaw. After being hit by Su-yi's kick, the mutated tiger leaped into the air, mitigating 80 of the damage from Su-yi's attack. At that moment, Lingyue seized the opportunity as the mutated tiger jumped and struck at its neck. As long as she could cut through its neck, she would hit its major artery. Once the artery was severed, the tiger would be close to death. However, Lingyue was unsuccessful. Although the mutated tiger was massive, its agility was not to be underestimated. After failing her strike, she immediately retreated, knowing the tiger's attack power was terrifying. If struck, she could be seriously injured. As Lingyue withdrew, Su-yi's spear lunged again, aiming for the tiger's side neck. If he could penetrate it, it would definitely inflict serious harm on the mutated tiger. Just as Su-yi was about to land his strike and celebrate, he was suddenly hit by a powerful electric current. With a loud bang, he was sent flying, as if he had been hit by a bomb. Oi! Lingyue immediately abandoned her attack and rushed towards him. However, Elle Ran was faster. She dashed forward and caught Su-yi. Electric ability? Su-yi was greatly surprised. He had initially thought the mutated tiger lacked special abilities, only to discover it possessed the power of thunder. I want a brain bead. Su-yi was ecstatic. This ability was too strong, and he felt he must acquire it. In the future, attacking others or mutated beasts would come with this thunder power, and the attack effect would definitely double. You all retreat. Let me handle it. Su-yi decided he must kill this mutated tiger, even if it meant using all his means to do so and obtaining its brain bead. Su-yi, we should retreat. We can wait until we are stronger to deal with it. Lingyu persuaded, hoping Su-yi would not get hurt. Retreat. Su-yi drew his battle knife and charged towards the mutated tiger. Lingyu bit her lip, glanced at Elran, then said to the rooftop. Retreating was fine, but she would not leave the community. If Su-yi was at a disadvantage, she could still go to rescue him. Even if she couldn't save Su-yi, she wanted to die with him. Elran decisively followed Lingyu as they ran towards the building. Su-yi, wielding dual knives, engaged the mutated tiger in combat. The tiger continued to pounce and swipe its claws, attempting to kill Su-yi. However, Su-yi utilized his dragon step, constantly dodging and attacking. The dual knives were made of vibranium, which does not conduct electricity or heat, unlike the. Therefore, as long as the mutated tiger's thunder power could not attack from a distance, it would not harm Su-yi. Under Su-yi's continuous attacks, arcs of electricity flickered across the mutated tiger's body, but it did not harm Su-yi. However, Su-yi also did not inflict damage on the tiger. Its skin was tough, and its defense was remarkably strong. Su-yi was quite frustrated. His dual knives were vibranium from the Marvel Universe, yet their destructive power was so weak. How could he continue fighting like this? Although vibranium was ranked low in the Marvel Universe, it should still be stronger than the best metal in this world, right? Could it be that he needed to use Deadpool's dual knives made of carbonadium? In the Marvel Universe, carbonadium, also known as carbon steel, is not as hard as vibranium or adamantium, but it can cause greater damage due to its ability to slow healing. In fact, that could also injure the mutated tiger relatively easily, but unfortunately, it conducts electricity. While constantly attacking the mutated tiger, Su-yi practiced the killing chi technique. During battle, he would unconsciously cultivate the killing chi technique. Su-yi gradually discovered that practicing the killing chi technique made his reactions quicker and sharper, and his strength increased. However, he had yet to formally reach the introductory stage of the technique. The killing chi technique has 7 stages: gathering chi, entering the body, connecting, refining chi, external release, perfection, and god of killing. Su-yi was still at the initial gathering chi stage, and his application of killing intent was still quite superficial. As Su-yi fought more fiercely, the mutated tiger accumulated more wounds. However, Su-yi gradually noticed that the tiger's healing ability seemed very strong. The initial wounds were already disappearing. Could it be that mutated beasts could possess 2 special abilities? Su-yi couldn't help but speculate. He thought that perhaps the mutated tiger had consumed the brain beads of other mutated beasts, gaining their abilities. This possibility was quite high. After all, if humans can acquire multiple abilities, then mutated beasts might also possess such capabilities. Therefore, Su-yi's gaze towards the mutated giant tiger grew hotter. Fight, fight, fight. Su-yi's fighting spirit surged, and his attacks became even sharper. The mutated giant tiger felt the pressure increase and became enraged, suddenly lunging at Su-yi with its head. Su-yi couldn't dodge in time and was knocked flying. Boom! Su-yi crashed into a wall, causing it to collapse, and he fell into a room. The mutated tiger let out a roar, seemingly quite pleased. After its roar, it charged at Su-yi. Su-yi stood up and charged towards the mutated giant tiger again. Lingyu and Elle ran upstairs, were just about to rush down to rescue Su-yi when they saw him charging at the mutated tiger once more, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Beast, you're getting desperate, Su-yi shouted, his fighting spirit rising again. The previous collision had only resulted in minor injuries for Su-yi. He was not seriously harmed. Man and tiger clashed again. Su-yi noticed that the mutated giant tiger had become even more ferocious. Several times, Su-yi narrowly avoided having his throat torn out by the tiger. However, Su-yi found that this life-and-death battle made his practice of the killing chi technique flow more smoothly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the entering the body stage. At that time, when he used the greedy wolf kill, he might not suffer such severe aftereffects. Chapter 97. Simultaneously gaining two special abilities, the battle continued for more than an hour. Although Su-yi felt somewhat fatigued, his spirit remained highly excited. Such a life-and-death struggle was the best way for Su-yi to practice the killing chi technique. A worthy opponent was rare to encounter. It seemed that Su-yi was using the mutated tiger to enhance his own strength. El-ran leaned on the balcony, watching Su-yi below, feeling a sense of intoxication. She was falling more in love with this man. However, she knew that he was not someone who could be easily won over. He seemed quite indifferent to this world. She couldn't help but wonder how he trained. He was too powerful, and his moves were so cool. El-ran mimicked a few moves, then noticed that Ling Yu's eyes were fixed on Su-yi, as if she hadn't heard her at all. It wasn't just Ling Yu and El-ran who were watching Su-yi. Qin Li and the others had also infiltrated the community and were on a rooftop observing Su-yi. After all, Su-yi was their idol and the soul of the 7-kill army. Moreover, they had great confidence in Su-yi. If 10 evolved beings could be repelled, then such strength should be at the pinnacle of this era. No one should exceed Su-yi in combat power. The clearer they became about their gap with Su-yi, the more ashamed they felt. After all, Su-yi worked harder and fought more fiercely than they did. Su-yi was knocked back repeatedly, but continued to charge at the mutated giant tiger, seeming unfazed by fatigue. However, they all realized that both the mutated giant tiger and Su-yi had weakened in speed and combat power. In the end, when the giant tiger knocked Su-yi away, it could no longer break through the wall. No one went down to help because they all noticed that Su-yi was using the mutated tiger to hone his skills. At the same time, they also understood how to improve their combat power moving forward. Only by continuously honing oneself through life-and-death battles like Su-yi could one become stronger. Below, Su-yi stuffed a brain bead from a mutated rat into his mouth. A warm current instantly flowed through his entire body. The mutated giant tiger sensed Su-yi's rising aura and, realizing something was wrong, turned to flee at the first opportunity. However, Su-yi did not give it a chance. He sheathed his battle knife and took out the Overlord spear he had picked up earlier, directly unleashing his strongest attack method against the mutated giant tiger. The greedy wolf kill. The spear surged with momentum, leaving the mutated giant tiger with no way to evade. The Overlord spear pierced straight into the tiger's eye and out the back of its head. However, it did not die and continued to struggle in its death throes. Su-yi pushed the spear, leaping onto the giant tiger's head, and pulled the Overlord spear out from the back of its head. Then, with a crushing blow, he kicked the mutated tiger down. The spear pierced through its skull, pinning it to the ground. After struggling a few times, the mutated giant tiger's body gradually stiffened. Su-yi jumped down from it and took out his battle knife, cleaving the giant tiger's head open. Su-yi found a light purple brain bead, and after careful observation, he noticed it contained some blue components. Without hesitation, Su-yi stuffed it into his mouth and bit down. A surge of power coursed through his body, more potent than any brain bead he had consumed before. It felt as if he were being consumed by overwhelming power. His entire body was hot, as if on fire. Taking risks was certainly very risky, but in order to become stronger, Su-yi felt the risk was worth it. After all, he still had a rapid body repair potion in hand. If something went wrong, he could use it to save himself. After Su-yi consumed the brain bead from the mutated giant tiger, Ling Yu and Lu Ran came to his side. The battle, which had lasted nearly 3 hours, was over, leaving collapsed walls and a mess everywhere. The trees in the community were knocked down, looking as if they had been bombed. Others also appeared in time and, along with Ling Yu, dealt with the mutated tiger's corpse, taking a lot of its meat to cook in one place. After all, they hadn't had lunch yet, and Su-yi needed a substantial amount of mutated beast meat to replenish after using the giant tiger's brain bead. Su-yi, what happened to you? Ling Yu noticed something was different about Su-yi. His body looked as if it had been cooked, entirely red. No, I'm fine, I can hold it. That energy is transforming my body. Su-Yi could feel the changes in his body more clearly than when he gained his abilities before. Moreover, the sensation of being torn apart was gone, as was the unbearable pain. Hearing Su-Yi's response, Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su-Yi was okay, she felt secure. An hour later, Su-Yi returned to normal, and compared to before, the recovery time was significantly shorter. At the same time, his hunger wasn't as intense. It was unclear whether it was due to the mutated giant tiger's brain bead, or because he had just used a mutated rat's brain bead before. Su-Yi stored the mutated giant tiger's corpse in his storage space. A tiger is a treasure trove and hard to come by. By this time, it was already 2:30 p.m., and everyone was starving. A group of people gathered in a suite, with enticing aromas filling the room. Boss, this mutated tiger meat is so delicious, and the energy is so strong. It feels like I became stronger just from one meal. Su-Yi also somewhat agreed. The meat from a mutated giant tiger was indeed powerful. The one eating the most crazily was Cheng-Rue, who had just joined them. As he hadn't eaten meat for 21 days, and the mutated tiger meat was particularly fragrant, tastier than any meat he had ever had. However, Su-Yi only let Yi serve him a small bowl. Cheng-Rue was somewhat weak. If he ate too much, he wouldn't be able to handle the overwhelming power of the mutated tiger meat. The others controlled themselves well and didn't overeat. This kind of energy-rich meat could easily lead to fullness, making one feel very full after eating just 7 or 8 pieces. After eating, Su-Yi packed up what he hadn't finished. He hadn't eaten much today anyway, as he didn't need to. After finishing, Lingyu finally couldn't help but ask curiously, Su-Yi, what ability did you gain? What's it like to have a third ability? Not just Lingyu, but everyone else was also curious. After all, Su-Yi was the first person to possess a third ability. Su-Yi smiled slightly and held up 4 fingers. Not 3, but 4. This mutated tiger had 2 abilities, both of which I have acquired. Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, everyone was stunned for a moment and then became even more curious. Wanted to know what abilities Su-Yi had gained. In Chapter 98, the pharmacy sign-in continued. Su-Yi's fingers crackled with purple arcs of electricity, indicating that he had obtained the thunder power exhibited by the mutated giant tiger. This ability didn't surprise anyone because they had seen many flashes of electricity while watching Su-Yi's battle with the mutated tiger. What everyone was curious about was the second ability. Self-healing ability, like yours, but its effect is much weaker than yours. The more abilities one has, the weaker the effects. I think it's due to our insufficient mental power. If we could enhance our mental power, the effects of the abilities would also improve. Still, the recommendation is to not exceed 2 abilities. A good ability is better than having multiple ones. As long as you master it to perfection, it's the best ability. Although the effects of Su-Yi's abilities were weakened, his overall strength had improved significantly. After all, brain beads not only granted abilities, but also enhanced one's strength, speed, reflexes, and more. Su-Yi did not showcase his 4th ability because its effect was quite average and not worth demonstrating. Currently, the only attack ability Su-Yi had was the Qi manipulation technique. The thunder power could only be considered a defensive ability, allowing him to absorb electric shocks when attacked. The self-healing ability was average, with no particularly outstanding features. The ability to condense energy crystals was good, but Su-Yi felt it wasn't very useful for him. He was planning to be a lone wolf, not intending to lead a group to conquer territories. This ability would be better suited for Lingyu than for him. Unfortunately, this ability could not be transferred. Therefore, he believed that everyone should be cautious when choosing their abilities, especially the second one, which should not be chosen haphazardly, but based on their needs or the first ability. One defensive and one offensive ability seemed ideal to Su-Yi. Thus, Su-Yi did not take them to hunt mutated rats next, but instead led them to hunt mutated dogs. The 2 mutated dogs were still quite strong. Su-Yi did not participate, as their strength was relatively weak for him. Therefore, he gave the opportunity to Lingyu and the others. Since he decided not to participate in the affairs of the 7-kill army for the time being, he needed to let Lingyu and the others handle things on their own and not rely on him for everything. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to check out other places. After dropping a sentence, Su-Yi lit a cigarette and then left the community. With 2 mutated dogs, Ling Yu, leading so many members of the 7 Kills army, it was definitely manageable. Sui didn't find any other mutated beasts in the vicinity last night, so it should be relatively safe. On the way, he saw many pharmacies, so Sui wanted to try signing in to see what he could get. Additionally, he also spotted a larger traditional Chinese medicine store, which he was quite looking forward to. This was because the rewards related to traditional Chinese medicine he received previously were very good, and they were effective when reused, unlike potions, which only worked the first time and had no effect afterward. Taking out his combat knife, Sui rushed out of the community, jumping onto the heads of the infected and then sprinting away. In less than 2 minutes, he entered a chain pharmacy. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Obtained a medium body enhancement potion. Survival points 40. Sui blew on the cigarette in his mouth, feeling a bit happy. He didn't expect to get a medium body enhancement potion in such a pharmacy. There were so many such pharmacies everywhere on the street. Sui had used this potion before, and its effect was quite good. Although it didn't help him much anymore, it would definitely be effective for Ling Yu. With this, her strength could definitely increase significantly. So, he wouldn't have to worry about her safety when he wasn't at the shelter. After leaving the chain pharmacy, Sui decisively headed to the next one. Soon, he entered the second chain pharmacy. System, sign in. Sui thought, and then he heard the system's prompt. Ding. Sign in successful. Obtained a quick body repair potion. Survival points 100. Awesome. Sui laughed happily, not expecting to receive another nice reward. Now, he had 2 quick body repair potions. Continue. Sui quickly left the second chain pharmacy and headed towards the traditional Chinese medicine store he was looking forward to. 6 minutes later, Sui arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine store. Huh, there are survivors inside? Sui was quite surprised because several infected near the door of the medicine store were particularly excited. Clearly, something inside the medicine store was attracting them. Sui thought that there might be survivors inside. He noticed that the glass door of the medicine store was already locked from the inside. Is anyone there? Sui shouted loudly, and then began clearing the infected at the door. Now that Sui's strength had increased significantly, he killed the infected even faster. In the blink of an eye, a large number of infected had their heads chopped off and fell down. Is anyone there? If not, I will break the door in a minute. Sui shouted again. Sui still had some bottom line and wouldn't harm others recklessly. If there were living people inside, breaking the glass door would cause the infected to rush into the medicine store. Sui glanced at the time and started counting down. A minute passed quickly, and without hesitation, Sui struck the glass door with his knife. The glass door didn't shatter. Instead, Sui's knife went straight through. This works? Sui didn't expect the glass door to be of such good quality and his combat knife to be so powerful. So, he directly used the knife to cut out a hole and crawled in. The infected couldn't bend down, so they couldn't enter the traditional Chinese medicine store through that hole. System, sign in. After entering, Sui directly thought in his heart. Ding, sign in successful. Obtained 2 strong bone pills. There are actually 2. Sui was even happier, as strong bone pills were very effective in enhancing bone strength and body strength. If he hadn't taken strong bone pills before, after repeatedly smashing those brick walls today, he didn't know how badly his bones would have been broken. Getting strong bone pills from signing in was already satisfying, but getting 2 at once was even better. Sui took one out and stuffed it into his mouth. After all, strong bone pills needed several days to absorb, unlike potions that took effect immediately. Sui had just swallowed the strong bone pill and was about to leave when he heard a voice calling him. Wait a minute. Sui noticed a head poking down from a hole in the ceiling. A beautiful young woman called out to him, her face slightly flushed, seemingly embarrassed. What's the matter? Sui stopped and lit another cigarette. Can you take us away from here? We have no food left. If you are willing, I can promise you anything. Sui exhaled a puff of smoke and took another heavy drag. To be honest, this kind of young woman did have a bit of an impact on Sui. Even though she only showed her head, her looks were really high. Moreover, she appeared to be pitiful and vulnerable, making it hard to resist. However, Sui didn't feel moved. Instead, he became a bit wary, because her demeanor was a bit too calm. Either she was an excellent actress, or she was quite familiar with this kind of situation and had a way with men. How many of you are there? How have you survived these 21 days? Su-yi casually asked. What can you eat in a traditional Chinese medicine shop? However, there was indeed a smell of something cooking coming from the medicine store. 2 people will come down now. Saying this, the young woman withdrew her head. After a while, a pair of delicate feet appeared from the hole, landing on the shelf. Soon, the barefooted young woman came down. Then, another person followed her down. It was also a girl wearing a white lab coat and a mask. Su-yi noticed that both of them were dressed quite cleanly. Unlike people who hadn't tea-washed for 21 days. We mainly survive on yam, koik seed, kudzu powder, lotus root powder, and various edible Chinese medicinal herbs. In fact, there are many things we can eat in our medicine store, the girl wearing the mask explained. Su-yi nodded. The things the girl mentioned were indeed edible and quite nutritious. Additionally, there were many nourishing items here, and their complexions looked good, indicating they hadn't been deprived of those kinds of things. You used to work here. What about the others? Are you the only 2 survivors here? Su-yi continued to ask. The masked girl nodded and explained, this is my family's shop. I'm a student at a Chinese medicine university. The others were injured by those monsters outside, and I couldn't save them. Su-yi narrowed his eyes and then asked, what ability have you awakened? This girl was an evolver. He could sense the aura of an evolver on her. The masked girl immediately panicked and took a few steps back. What do you mean? I don't understand. Su-yi stared at the girl and noticed that she was indeed a bit frightened and flustered. So he spoke. You don't need to be afraid. Awakening your ability and becoming an evolver is a good thing. Having power is the way to survive. I am the same. Saying this, Su-yi demonstrated his lightning power. Seeing the electric light flickering in Su-yi's hand, the masked girl's eyes widened. So, I'm really not a monster? The masked girl became a bit excited, looking at Su-yi as if she had found a kindred spirit, as if she had found redemption. Of course, having abilities is a kind of luck. How could you be a monster? As he spoke, Su-yi glanced at the young woman and found her somewhat familiar. However, Su-yi was very clear that he didn't know her. However, her temperament is really good, like a star. Look, I told you that you're not a monster. This is your blessing. Now can you feel at ease? The young woman smiled at the masked girl, seemingly very happy for her. Sister Ning, thank you for always comforting me. Otherwise, I'd be choking up, the masked girl said, as if she had experienced something. Then, she extended her hand. Su-yi noticed that her hand had turned green, covered with small plants. Plant-based ability? Su-yi was immediately surprised, as it was his first time seeing such a power. Plant-based. The masked girl repeated these 3 words, her eyes becoming brighter. What kind of abilities or effects do you know of? Su-yi was curious about what kind of effects plant-based abilities could have. Can you create vines to bind people? The masked girl thought for a moment and then said, I feel like it's related to healing, but I'm not very sure. Because I've always resisted becoming this way and felt like a monster. Su-yi nodded, indicating he understood. He took out a pack of cigarettes, tapped it in his palm, then opened the package, pulling out a tightly packed cigarette. After sniffing it, he placed it in his mouth. Then, Su-yi drew his combat knife and approached the young woman. Without saying a word, Su-yi directly grabbed the young woman's hand and cut open her palm. Why not use your own hand? What if her ability is poisonous? There are plenty of poisonous plants. If he got tricked, it would be too late to regret. The young woman frowned, looking at the wound on her palm. You really don't have any sympathy for a lady. Is my charm not enough? Ninja sait somedhat playfully. Ninja? This name seems quite familiar. Su-yi remained silent as he took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the cigarette in his mouth. The masked girl already understood what Su-yi meant, so she grabbed Ninja's injured hand. Su-yi then saw the plants on the masked girl's body glowing, and tiny green fluorescence fell onto Ninja's bleeding palm. Soon, the bleeding stopped. It doesn't hurt anymore, Ninja said excitedly, wiping away the still wet blood from her palm. The wound is gone. It's amazing. Lu Ning, your ability is incredible. It healed my injury in an instant. It really is impressive, Su-yi praised. He and T expected that this masked girl named Lu Ning actually possessed healing abilities. This ability is just like that of a healer in games, an essential role for any team. This person is too valuable. She must be brought back. Do you mind if I take a look around? Su-yi felt it necessary to verify if what they had just said was true. Whether they had consumed their own kind was Su-E's bottom line. If that line was crossed, no matter how excellent Lu Ning's abilities were, he wouldn't accept it, because this traditional Chinese medicine shop indeed contained things that could be food, allowing them to survive until now. Of course, I don't mind. As long as you're willing to take us away, I can still fulfill what I just said Ningya, winking at Su-E. It was precisely because she winked that Su-E suddenly remembered why he found Ningya familiar and had heard this name before. Chapter 100. Join or Die. Su-E recalled who Ningya was. She was a well-known actress, known for taking only one film every 3 years. Yet she had always maintained high popularity. At the same time, she was the heir to a 100 billion group, the richest single socialite in the world. She had always publicly claimed that she had never been in a relationship and had never had any scandals. Su-E was somewhat surprised that this Ningya had survived in this traditional Chinese medicine shop with a young girl. However, the world had changed drastically, and any halo from before the apocalypse no longer mattered. Unless she had her devoted admirers, those people would certainly still recognize those halos. Of course, Su-E thought that if she encountered her admirers, it probably wouldn't end well for her. In the apocalypse, weaklings without strength are manipulated by the strong. To Su-E, aside from being good-looking, she was worthless. Being good-looking in the apocalypse is not a good thing. It's fine in the 7-kill army. But in other places, being kept as a plaything would be considered lucky. Su-E took a turn and found nothing suspicious. He even checked the ceiling and thoroughly examined everything. I can take you away on the condition that Lu Ning joins the 7-kill army. In the 7-kill army, there is no retreat unless you die in battle. Once you join, you won't have to worry about being bullied. Of course, you will also need to fight, hunting infected and mutated beasts to gain resources and strengthen yourselves. Then, Su-E introduced them to the situation outside, as well as information about the infected and mutated beasts. Because their information had been completely blocked, they had no idea what was happening outside. All right, I've said everything. You have 10 minutes to consider. After deciding, let me know. Saying this, Su-E took out a bottle of soda from his storage space and drank it in front of them. No need to think. I'll join. Ningya made her choice directly, as she had already begun considering it when Su-E described the situation outside. I'll join too. Lu Ning had nothing to hesitate about, because staying in this place wouldn't last long. At most, they could hold out for another 20 days before there would be no food left. At that point, they would have to leave, but there would be no one like Su-E to rely on then. During these 21 days, she and Ningya had been discussing the situation outside, regarding various dark matters. Meeting Su-E, they felt particularly fortunate, because Su-E hadn't made a move on Ningya. In fact, Lu Ning had prepared some highly toxic drugs, and if Su-E acted recklessly, they would take the opportunity to poison him. Su-E had passed their test, so they were naturally willing to join the 7-kill army that Su-E spoke of. Welcome to the 7-kill army. Su-E handed 2 small bottles of soda to them. By the way, you should wear a mask later. As I said, being beautiful in the apocalypse can be the most troublesome thing, unless you have enough strength to protect yourself. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but will also endanger those around you. After speaking, Su-E lit another cigarette and then focused his gaze on Ningya. This woman had a lot of fans, spanning various age groups. Perhaps there were quite a few in the 7-kill army. Bringing her back, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. However, if it would cause negative effects, Su-E would not hesitate to deal with her. After all, Su-E was not from this world. He had always felt like an outsider here. He even suspected that the people in this world were the same. Ningya took a big sip of soda, then contentedly wiped her mouth with her sleeve. I never thought this stuff could taste so good. Peace, how precious it is. Unfortunately, what we've lost is not just peace, but order as well. I understand everything you said and know that this appearance of mine will cause a lot of trouble. However, you also mentioned that I could use a brain bead to gain abilities, right? I will work hard to acquire the ability to protect myself. After saying this, Ningya walked toward the counter, took out a very expensive bag, and began to put on makeup. Give me 10 minutes. Saying this, Ningya started applying things to her face. 10 minutes later, Su-E looked at Ningya, whose face was covered in blemishes and looked somewhat aged. He had to admit that Ningya's makeup skills were impressive. If Su-E didn't look closely, he wouldn't have been able to tell that she had changed her appearance with makeup. Su Yi held Ningya's buttocks with one hand while gripping a battle knife with the other. Lu Ning followed behind Su Yi, holding another battle knife. Don't be nervous. You're an evolver. Your strength, speed, and reaction time far exceed that of ordinary people, so mastering the techniques will be easy, Su Yi said. As he spoke, he stepped forward and jumped high, landing on top of an infected creature. Ah! Ningya exclaimed, her face flushed, only to stop abruptly. The scene reminded her once again of the bloody moments at the beginning of the disaster. Lu Ning, being a medical student who had dissected corpses, remained much calmer. She jumped up as well and found, just as Su Yi had said, that it really wasn't difficult, as long as she treated these infected creatures like wooden stakes. Moving around them was easy. With another opportunity to sign in, Su Yi decided to find a traditional Chinese medicine shop on the way back to the steel mill to sign in. He preferred elixirs, believing they were more effective than various potions. When they entered a neighborhood with mutated dogs, the battle was already nearing its end. Ling Yu, El ran. In Qin, Li had not made a move because they had already tested their combat abilities against the mutated dogs. They all had the strength to fight the mutated dogs alone. Therefore, they had given the opportunity to hone their skills to others, which was why the battle had lasted so long. Su Yi is back. Ding Yin was the first to spot Su Yi and shouted. Ding Yin and the others didn't have enough strength to face the mutated dogs yet, so they were on guard. After all, Su Yi had mentioned that there were mutated flying creatures in the sky with strong attack power, so they needed to stay vigilant. Seeing Su Yi carrying someone and accompanied by another, everyone was curious. The one following him must be an evolver. After spending time with Su Yi, they knew that he would not save someone without reason. Su Yi, what kind of evolver is she? El Ran asked before Ling Yu could speak. Plant type. With healing abilities, Su Yi replied with a smile. Instantly, everyone widened their eyes. We have a healer now? Ling Yu exclaimed with joy. She had suspected that such a superhuman might exist, and didn't expect Su Yi to bring one back so soon. Chapter 101. Night vision state is powerful. Lu Ning naturally knew what healer meant, but games are games, and reality is reality. Hearing someone call her a healer made Lu Ning feel a bit shy. After all, she was not small. At least everyone present was below her. However, wearing a mask meant no one could see her blush. Hello everyone. My name is Lu Ning. I'm 19 years old, a student at the traditional Chinese medicine university in the imperial capital. I started learning medicine at the age of 9 and have certain medical skills. Lu Ning introduced herself. My ability is self-healing. As she spoke, Lu Ning demonstrated her supernatural ability. Su Yi had mentioned that they would meet the higher-ups of the 7 Kills army, including all the supernatural warriors and evolvers. Gaining their recognition was very important. Welcome to join us. I'm Ling Yu, the commander of the 7 Kills army. Ling Yu extended her hand, shaking Lu Ning's briefly to represent the welcome from the 7 Kills army. An evolver with healing abilities was incredibly important for the team. With Lu Ning's addition, the strength of the 7 Kills army increased significantly. While both Ling Yu and Su Yi had self-healing abilities, they could only use them on themselves and couldn't help others. Lu Ning was different. She could apply her abilities to anyone. If a supernatural warrior was injured and unable to fight, Lu Ning could heal them and get them back in a battle. I'll temporarily assign you the position of leader of the medical team. Your direct superior will be Ling Yu. Su Yi decided to establish a medical team directly. This was naturally to win over Lu Ning and ensure that the supernatural warriors of the 7 Kills army could receive timely assistance if injured. Ningya's introduction was much simpler, just a name, with her identity being Lu Ning's assistant. Su Yi, are we going to another location next? Ling Yu asked curiously. If so, we can end the battle and head to the next place. There's an hour until dark. There's a mutated snake nearby that we need to deal with within an hour before returning to the shelter. Su Yi decided to hunt another mutated snake. Tomorrow, he would only provide coordinates and let them hunt mutated beasts on their own. He had his own plans and didn't want to continue being a babysitter. After making the decision, everyone took action. Ling Yu and El Ran immediately made their moves, killing 2 mutated dogs. Unfortunately, neither of the mutated dogs had brain beads. Su Yi collected the bodies of the mutated dogs. His storage space was running low. After all, he had already collected the bodies of 40 or 50 mutated rats. and the body of mutated tiger was very large, so the space was almost full. Su Yi felt again that his storage space was insufficient. Pondering whether to save today as remaining sign-in opportunity for the warehouse to gain some more storage space. He handed the task of carrying Ningya to Ling Shuang and then led everyone toward the next location. It was a small garment factory where a mutated giant snake was basking in the sun. The belly of the mutated giant snake was quite large, clearly having eaten some prey, making it easier to deal with. Besides the mutated snake, there should also be some mutated rats. Cheng Rui, it's time to showcase your ability, Su Yi said. Having seen a mutated giant bird swoop down from the sky and easily grab a mutated rat. Clearly, the mutated snake later devoured the mutated rats. Perhaps there were still mutated rats in the factory. Hearing Su Yi's words, Cheng Rui nodded excitedly. It was his first time using this ability, so he activated it and focused his attention on Su Yi. Su Yi felt a wave of energy surge toward his eyes, and his vision seemed to become clearer. This was likely not just sharing. It was as if he also possessed the visual effects of Cheng Rui. This visual effect should have a time limit. Su Yi glanced at Cheng Rui and voiced his guess. I don't know either. It's my first time using this ability, Cheng Rui said, scratching his head shyly. Boss, I can only give this visual effect to 6 people. It doesn't work for more than that. Cheng Rui realized that when he tried to give the infrared vision to a 7th person, he found himself powerless. It's fine. Those with activated night vision abilities follow me into the factory, while others attack the mutated giant snake. After saying this, Su Yi ran toward the factory. Once inside, Su Yi discovered that he indeed had infrared vision and could see quite clearly. Soon, they spotted 6 mutated rats. Su Yi refrained from attacking and let others take their chances. At the same time, Su Yi was timing. He wanted to know how long Cheng Rui's night vision ability would last, so he could better utilize it in the future. 125 seconds, about 2 minutes, a bit short. Losing night vision suddenly left everyone unadapted. One person was directly knocked away by a mutated rat, and another was bitten by one. Oyi digicirili intervenit. As his own vision was still good. At this moment, Cheng Rui also reactivated the night vision ability for Su Yi and the others, just like in a game. As long as he granted someone the night vision state, it would allow them to have night vision for 125 seconds. The several people who regained their vision immediately went all out, working together to kill the mutated rats. Healing, this needs healing. The Chu army carried the injured Su Rui out, shouting loudly. Su Rui had a gash on his waist, and blood was flowing continuously. After hearing the call for help, Lu Ning rushed over immediately. Put him down. As she spoke, green plants began to appear in Lu Ning's hands. As Lu Ning pressed her hand against Su Rui's wound, green light surged towards the injury. After about 5 to 6 seconds, Lu Ning moved her hand away. All done, Lu Ning said happily, not expecting her ability to work so well to help others. She had loved the feeling of saving lives since she was young. It gave her a special sense of accomplishment and joy. It's amazing, it's healed so quickly. Su Rui wiped the blood from his wound, looking shocked. What treasure we found with Su Rui. Those who witnessed Su Rui's healing process had the same thought. They had previously been somewhat worried about Lu Ning's healing abilities, fearing they were only slightly better than ordinary medical methods. However, seeing the injury fully healed in such a short time made them realize they had underestimated the only healer in their team. Her ability was not at all inferior to the healers in games, just lacking some flashy effects. In future battles, everyone could adopt a reckless fighting style with such a powerful healer. Chapter 102. The remarkable defense of the mutated turtle Su Yi. There's a mutated turtle here, and we can't break through its defenses. Ling Yu suddenly appeared on a wall, seeking Su Yi's help. A mutated turtle with impenetrable defenses? Su Yi glanced at Lu Ning as he spoke. If that mutated turtle had special abilities, it must be related to its defensive power, right? If Lu Ning had strong defensive capabilities to complement her healing abilities, they would be set. Cheng Rui, you all go get the corpse of the mutated rat out, and I'll deal with the mutated turtle. Saying this, Su Yi took out his tyrant gun and ran towards Ling Yu's direction, easily leaping over the wall. Su-Yi saw a giant turtle with a shell over 2 meters wide. Goodness, I can't believe I didn't notice you last night. Su-Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the turtle's thick shell. The giant turtle was completely withdrawn into its shell, appearing fearless. Without hesitation, Su-Yi struck the turtle's shell with his tyrant gun. The impact was terrifying. The cement ground cracked under the force, and the giant turtle sank into the earth. Still can't break through? Su-Yi was astonished. He hadn't expected that, even using the 9th layer of the greedy wolf kill, he couldn't penetrate the defenses of the mutated giant turtle. This defensive ability was astonishing. Su-Yi pried the mutated giant turtle out of the ground and flipped it over. Its weight was also incredible. It was at least as heavy as a cow. Su-Yi suspected that the turtle shell itself had such strong defensive capabilities, rather than relying on a defensive type ability. Gathering strength again, Su-Yi aimed for a hole in the turtle's head. If the shell couldn't be broken, surely its flesh could be? This time, he used greedy wolf kill again, applying full power. Since he had just consumed a strong bone pill, any side effects wouldn't be too severe and wouldn't affect his return to the shelter. Huh! With a deep shout, Su-Yi thrust the tyrant gun like a dragon, striking the target. After taking the shot, the mutated giant turtle slid backward. Still can't break through? Su-Yi was shocked. This defensive power was extraordinary. To be honest, he was a bit envious. With such defensive capabilities, it felt like it couldn't be killed at all. Unfortunately, he already had 4 abilities. Adding another would likely weaken the others. It would be a waste to use it on himself. Moreover, other mutated giant turtles might also have such incredible defenses. Just like the mutated rats, most of them had scales. The same species of animal might awaken the same or similar abilities. Lu Ning needed this defensive ability more than he did and was more suited for it. With this ability, she would meet the conditions to join the team in battle. Otherwise, she would need someone to protect her, which would be very inconvenient. Relying on others for protection could lead to mistakes that could be life-threatening. Now, Lu Ning was the treasure of the entire 7-kill army. I don't believe you can't even be electrocuted. Su-Yi walked towards the mutated giant turtle and thrust his spear into its body. Then, he activated his thunder ability. The sounds of electric shocks rang out continuously, as the turtle's head and limbs were all jolted stiff. Seeing this, Su-Yi couldn't help but smile. His electric power was definitely over 220 volts, possibly several hundred or even thousands of volts, maybe more. After all, Su-Yi had just obtained it today and didn't have professional equipment to test how strong his voltage was. In any case, it wasn't weak. Su-Yi kept unleashing his thunder ability, wanting to know the limits of his lightning power. After a minute, he started to feel exhausted. Less than 2 minutes. Isn't that too short? Men, how can it be so short? Hearing Su-Yi's words, Lu Ran's face turned slightly red. She glanced at Su-Yi, as if to say, I suspect you're making a joke. Ling Yu didn't notice anything wrong with Su-Yi's words. She only asked worriedly, this mutated giant turtle is thoroughly cooked, right? I can smell the meat. It won't affect the brain pearl, will it? Hearing Ling Yu's words, Su-Yi's heart sank. He had only been thinking about killing the mutated giant turtle. He quickly stowed away the tyrant gun, drew his combat knife, and charged forward to decapitate the mutated turtle. The mutated giant turtle was dead, and its astonishing defenses had vanished. Su-Yi decisively cut open the turtle's head and discovered a faint black brain pearl. There shouldn't be any problem. When they returned, he would let Lu Ning use this. She should be able to gain very strong defensive power. Saying this, Su-Yi collected the corpse of the mutated giant turtle. After storing the mutated giant turtle's body, Su-Yi and the others returned to the location of the mutated giant snake. The mutated giant snake had already been killed, and they had retrieved a brain pearl from its head. Additionally, they had cut open the snake's belly and found a mutated rat inside. Unfortunately, the mutated rat did not have a brain pearl. However, its body had not begun digesting yet, so it was still edible. Moreover, among the 6 mutated rats dragged out from the factory, they had obtained 2 brain pearls. Su-Yi counted, excluding the one he had used. There were still 16 brain pearls from the mutated rats. Then, there was 1 brain pearl from the mutated giant turtle, which he had already decided to give to Lu Ning. Previously, He had promised one each to Mo Xiaohong, Wan Ran, and the other 3. So they could also select 11 martial arts experts from the 7-kill army to become ability warriors. This way, the strength of the 7-kill army would be greatly enhanced. After collecting the corpse of the mutated giant snake, the remaining 7 mutated rats were carried back by the 7-kill army. The mutated rats weighed less than 100 pounds, lighter than a person. So carrying them back was not a big problem. Thus, Su, Yi, and the others quickly moved towards the steel factory. After more than 40 minutes, everyone entered the steel factory. Today, there were no people at the steel factory. It was relatively peaceful. Once inside, Su immediately had people start cooking the meat of the mutated beasts, mainly the meat of the mutated giant turtle, as it had almost been cooked by his electricity. Here, you first bite down on this brain pearl directly. After eating it, you will feel a lot of pain for 1 to 2 hours. After that, you will gain a new ability, which is normally defensive. Su Yi directly handed the brain bead of the mutated giant turtle to Lu Ning. Lu Ning took the brain bead and curiously observed it. Then she asked, "Can I give it to Sister Ning?" "No, this is specially for you. You can earn her other things in the future, but this must be consumed by you alone." Su Yi directly refused. Chapter 103. Signing into the storage space. To be honest, if it weren't for Lu Ning having healing abilities, Su Yi definitely wouldn't have given this to her. Even if it were for Ling Yu or Lu Ran, who also needed defensive protection, he would give it to anyone else. Now, giving it to Lu Ning has the highest cost effectiveness, which is why Su Yi was willing to part with it. Lu Ning bit her lip and silently took off her mask. Su Yi noticed a gruesome wound on the right side of her face, as if a piece of flesh had been bitten off. If it weren't for that piece of flesh, she would have originally been very beautiful. "Can't you heal yourself?" Su Yi asked curiously. "No," Lu Ning replied. "Then after you consume the brain bead, you might recover," Su Yi said calmly. "Really?" Lu Ning grabbed Su Yi's arm, extremely excited. No one wants such a terrifying scar on their face. "Maybe you can. You are an evolver, and when evolvers use brain beads, their bodies undergo some changes. We'll know soon enough, one Tiwi. Even if you can't, don't be discouraged. Although this is the apocalypse, there are still miracles everywhere." Listening to Su Yi's words, Lu Ning's eyes sparkled a little more. She felt that Su Yi's words made a lot of sense. Although the old world had collapsed, this crisis-ridden new world indeed had miracles everywhere. Various mutated beasts and those uniquely capable evolvers were all miracles. She stuffed the brain bead in her mouth and bit it open. Sweet. She felt a rush of sweetness as the liquid flowed into her stomach. It became warm and gradually spread throughout her body. After a while, she experienced what pain was. However, this sound, in the ears of other ordinary people, was filled with envy. They already knew that pain was a necessary process for transformation. Only those who had consumed the brain bead would emit such heart-wrenching screams. Wan Ran and Ding Yin also consumed the brain beads of mutated rats, and soon began to scream as well. The 7-kill army also selected 11 people to consume the brain beads together. On this day, the 7-kill army gained 17 new ability warriors, greatly increasing their strength. After Su Yi had dinner, he walked into a well-organized, large warehouse. This place was prepared to be converted into a collective dormitory. However, since Su Yi had not given the order yet, it was temporarily left empty. System, sign in. Su Yi was eager to see how much storage space he could gain in this place. It was known that this warehouse was larger than the 2 combined warehouses before, being the largest warehouse in this steel factory, originally used for coal storage. Ding, sign in successful, gained 90 cubic meters of storage space. Ding, gained 150 survival points. Sure enough, Su Yi found that his guess was correct. Signing in at the same type of place would yield diminishing rewards. The more times he signed in, the more the rewards would be reduced. This type of warehouse could no longer be signed in. Signing in again would be a loss. Next time, he could consider signing in at a larger cold storage room. In that case, the gained storage space should be considerable. Now, Su Yi had a total of 300 cubic meters of storage space, allowing him to carry a lot of supplies. After leaving the warehouse, Su Yi planned to check on the new ability warriors. When he returned, those people were frantically eating. Su Yi saw Lu Ning, and Lu Ning saw Su Yi. She grabbed a leg of a mutated giant turtle and ran up to Su Yi. Thank you. The scar on my face is really gone. After saying that, she bowed to Su Yi. This gratitude was heartfelt. Su Yi was amazed by Lu Ning's appearance because she was very beautiful. He doubted whether there were really so many beautiful women in this world, as he often encountered them. Shifting his gaze, Su Yi took out a cigarette from his pocket to distract himself, then said, "No need to thank me. Just take good care of everyone's injuries in the future. By the way, it's best to wear a mask or something." After saying that, Su Yi brushed past Lu Ning to check on the others. Su Yi's reaction was seen by Ling Yu, who was very satisfied. Just now, all the men looked mesmerized by Lu Ning's appearance. Even though they were starving, they couldn't help but stare at Lu Ning. Ling Yu and Lu Ran were a bit jealous of Lu Ning's beauty. Su Yi checked on the new ability warriors, all of whom had awakened the defensive scales of mutated rats, and there were no unexpected situations. Then, Su Yi took Ling Yu to the newly arranged battle analysis room. Using his memory, he marked the remaining locations of mutated beasts nearby. After leaving the battle analysis room, Ling Yu linked her arm with Su Yi's and headed toward her villa. Along the way, they saw new recruits continuing their training. These new recruits of the 7-Kill Army had just joined and needed urgent training. At the same time, the training intensity was certainly stronger than during peacetime. They not only trained during the day, but also trained until 9 at night before they could rest. Fortunately, the mutated beast meat soup greatly alleviated fatigue. So even with such intensity, they could endure it. The training content was similar to military training, but the focus was on combat skills. Other training subjects were adjusted because combat skills and discipline were the most important now. As long as they mastered combat skills, once they became ability warriors, their combat power would soar. Training with firearms had become unimportant. Cold weapons would be the primary weapons in the future. Su Yi and Ling Yu watched for a few minutes before continuing toward the villa area. Su Yi, are you planning to leave? Ling Yu had wanted to ask this question since she came out of the battle analysis room. She repeatedly wanted to ask, but didn't have the courage to speak up. Or rather, she didn't have the courage to face the answer. Not yet, but I plan to act alone next. Only through constant fighting can I become stronger. In this world, if you don't become stronger, you'll be surpassed by others. When that time comes, those stronger than you will oppress you, even humiliate you. I don't want these things to happen to me, nor do I want others to bully you. Su Yi directly expressed his thoughts, not wanting to deceive Ling Yu. When my strength is sufficient, I will definitely leave. Ling Yu took a deep breath and leaned against him, saying, I understand, I will work hard too. She wouldn't persuade Su Yi to stay. After all, his parents were in another province. She had her own parents and family. She couldn't selfishly let Su Yi give up searching for his family. Moreover, Su Yi had said from the beginning that he wanted to travel all over the country. Ling Yu knew that once someone like him made a decision, unless something major happened, he wouldn't easily change his mind. Chapter 104. Instantly becoming ambiguous, Su Yi quietly lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before breaking the silence between them. Before I leave, I will sweep through the major forces nearby. Since they can extort other forces, why can't we? In the future, it's best for the 7-Kill Army to have all ability warriors, because mutated beasts and others are constantly becoming stronger. The 7-Kill Army can only live more comfortably in this world by becoming the strongest. Ling Yu didn't say a word, silently keeping Su Yi's words in her heart. Su Yi also didn't mention when he would leave. After all, he didn't know when that day would come. Before they knew it, the two of them had walked to the bottom of the villa. Ling Yu wished this road could go on forever, even if it meant enduring until the end of time. Unfortunately, the road wouldn't get longer, and she couldn't force Su Yi to stay. If she tried to hold on but couldn't keep him, wouldn't that be even more painful? They went upstairs and entered the house. Once inside, Ling Yu suddenly pushed Su Yi against the wall and kissed him fiercely. Tonight, even if Jesus came, he couldn't stop Ling Yu from becoming Su Yi's woman. Su Yi didn't expect Ling Yu to be so assertive. How could a man lose the initiative in such matters? Therefore, Su Yi had to turn the tables and take control, then charge in and defeat Ling Yu. That night, their bed shook until dawn. Both Su Yi and Ling Yu underwent transformations and growth. Aren't you regretting it? Su Yi asked Ling Yu, who was pressed close to him and still wanted to take the initiative. No regrets. My greatest fortune is meeting you and falling in love with you. Even if you travel far away, I won't regret it. I once heard a saying that in the past, letters were slow and travel was far. One could only love one person in a lifetime. I thought it was romantic, so I wanted to experience it in this lifetime. Su Yi was deeply moved and then joked, "But can I take many concubines?" Ling Yu immediately smiled and said, "Well, then I can be your first lady." The world has rebooted, and many men are thinking about living a life with many wives and concubines. As long as there are enough resources, living like a king is not difficult, and many women are willing. Su Yi was a bit surprised and pinched Ling Yu's chin, saying, "You think quite thoroughly. But my goal is to become stronger, not to indulge." After becoming an ability warrior, his physical capabilities were greatly enhanced. Moreover, the joy doubled. If he were to indulge in it, he would only grow weaker, which did not align with Su Yi's pursuits. "Su Yi, what if I leave with you? Would you take me with you?" Ling Yu asked. "The mutated beasts in the wild are definitely stronger. You can't handle it alone." Su Yi looked at Ling Yu, who was turning over, and asked, "Are you willing to leave your family? Do they want you to leave? We humans will eventually reclaim the cities, reopen the transportation between cities, and restore civilization. I'm not leaving for good. I will return sooner or later." Facing the dilemma of choosing between family and Su Yi, Ling Yu thought for a moment. If it were before, choosing Su Yi would mean she could return to visit her parents anytime. But now, choosing to go out could very well mean death at the hands of a mutated beast, never to return. So, Ling Yu fell silent. In the face of a difficult choice, she ultimately chose happiness. Since Su Yi was going to leave, she decided to drain him first before he left. Early the next morning, Su Yi got out of bed early. Last night, Ling Yu and he had a deep conversation until 4 a.m., and he had to feed her a strong bone pill before she fell asleep, because her physical abilities were not as strong as his. Ling Yu was his first woman in this world, so Su Yi was willing to give her a strong bone pill. Looking at her sleeping figure, Su Yi suppressed his own desires. He took out a mid-level enhancement potion from his storage space and injected it into Ling Yu's arm. This mid-level enhancement potion should help Ling Yu become a bit stronger. That way, if she really wanted to choose to leave with him, she would have enough strength. Today, Ling Yu probably wouldn't be able to participate in a nearby hunt for mutated beasts, at least not in the morning. After leaving the room, Su Yi carefully closed the door and then went to the special cafeteria for ability warriors. The veteran from the 7-kill army in charge of this cafeteria was quite reliable. When Su Yi arrived at the cafeteria, he found Lu Ning bringing Ningya for breakfast, along with Lu Ran and Ding Yan. Since the 4 of them lived in the same villa, they were considered roommates. "Su Yi, where's Sister Yu?" Lu Ran curiously asked when she saw Su Yi coming alone. "She just fell asleep not long ago. You guys will be acting with Qin Li today, and you'll have a meeting in the war situation room soon," Su Yi said calmly. "That's amazing. All night until dawn. Because of being ability warriors or evolvers, double cultivation is so powerful. I'm envious. I'm envious." Meow, meow, meow. Everyone looked at Ningya. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. "Su Yi, aren't you participating in the operation today?" Ding Yan, as Su Yi's old classmate, couldn't bear to let him be in an awkward situation and quickly changed the topic. Su Yi withdrew his gaze from the female driver and said, "Well, I have other arrangements. If you want to improve your strength, you need to sharpen yourselves." Today, he wanted to enter the half-mountain park. There should be wild animals there, and mutated beasts shouldn't be scarce. If Su Yi wanted to enhance his combat power, he needed to keep fighting. The battle with the mutated tiger yesterday was hugely beneficial for his killing chi technique training. Su Yi wanted to quickly elevate the realm of his killing chi technique to the entry level through battles with mutated beasts. Once the killing chi technique reached the entry level, using the greedy wolf kill would only leave him exhausted, and his body wouldn't become stiff. As long as he entered the entry stage, Su Yi would look for the Iron Hand Gang and then deal with them. After having breakfast, Su Yi and the others headed to the war analysis room, gathering all ability warriors for a brief meeting. The content of the meeting was simple: the next direction for the 7-kill army. First, continuously hunt the nearby mutated beasts to improve strength and extract brain beads to create more ability warriors. The second point was to enhance the training of ability warriors and improve their combat skills. The third point was to arrange for ordinary people in the shelter. They couldn't just eat for free, and work must be arranged for them. Tasks like land reclamation, reinforcing walls, and digging tunnels all had to be organized. An hour later, the meeting ended, and after handing over the powder-feeding dragon to the war analysis room, Su-yi directly left the steel factory, heading straight for Half Mountain Park. Chapter 105. The Iron Hand Gang is coming soon. As soon as Su-yi stepped into Half Mountain Park, he felt that the vegetation was particularly lush. The grass was growing too thick. Even if no one tended to it for more than 20 days, it shouldn't have grown this high, right? Su-yi muttered to himself, and then took out his stealth drone. It was simpler to search for mutated beasts using a drone. Of course, the best time to use it would be at night with infrared cameras, which would be easier. However, last night Su-yi was immersed in love and passion. He had no time to sneak out to look for mutated beasts. Additionally, mutated beasts in the wild have a wide range of activity. They may not be in the same place at night and during the day. The stealth drone originally had a tracking function that could lock onto a target and then follow it. Moreover, it could lock onto the remote control and continuously follow it while filming, which was convenient for enthusiasts to take selfies. Su-yi controlled the stealth drone, letting it start searching for targets over Half Mountain Park. After flying around, Su-yi didn't spot any mutated beasts, but he noticed that the vegetation was denser than before, with many areas where the ground was no longer visible. He had visited Half Mountain Park before, and the vegetation had never been this dense. Could it be that the virus was beneficial to plants, allowing them to grow faster, or that the plants had mutated too? Plant mutation would be too much. This virus was just absurd. Su-yi decided to give up the search and planned to return to the park at dusk, then stay at the management office to use the infrared function of a drone to locate the mutated beasts once it got dark. He took out a military tablet that stored maps of the entire country. Being military grade, it was very detailed and was an offline map. Unfortunately, due to interference with satellite signals, the positioning was not very accurate. However, using it as an ordinary map was completely fine. After turning on the tracking function, Su-yi headed toward the city. His target was an electronic city that had shops selling night vision goggles. Some shops even sold foreign military night vision goggles. This equipment was very important for the 7-kill army, so Su-yi wanted to see if he could find some military-grade night vision goggles. Ling Yu had already become his woman, and Su-yi naturally hoped that the 7-kill army would have enough strength after he left. Perhaps, one day in the future, Su-yi would return to this city. Holding a battle knife in one hand and the military tablet in the other, Su-yi sprinted down the street. Of course, he was running over the shoulders of the infected. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot towards Su-yi, almost hitting him. Bang! Su-yi pulled out his pistol and counterattacked directly. He did not expect someone to attack him. Could it be the Iron Hand Gang? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down, heading straight for Su-yi. He dodged using the dragon step while looking for a chance to retaliate. These people were hiding behind windows, making it hard to shoot. Either die or join our Yellow Dragon Gang. Joining the Yellow Dragon Gang means food and women. If you're strong enough, you could become our vice gang leader. A voice shouted from above, a person holding a loudspeaker standing on the rooftop railing. Clearly, this was an evolved person or a superhuman fighter. In response, "Oyi fitted bullets." Sick. Su-yi did not expect someone would go so far as to recruit people into their gang. "I choose the third option, to wipe you out." Su-yi glanced at him, then ran towards an air conditioning unit and jumped up, landing on top of it. Hardcore. Just bluster. The person shouted something into the loudspeaker and then turned to run. They clearly realized Su-yi's strength was overwhelming, even if they all attacked. They likely couldn't handle him, so they decisively retreated. Su-yi found this amusing and quickened his pace. One could only say he had encountered a group of oddballs. However, if they encountered a generally strong, evolved person or superhuman, they might have succeeded. These people were near the 7-kill army's camp, which was not a good thing and would eventually lead to trouble. If they did cross paths, Su-yi would take care of it. Additionally, there might be mutated beast corpses in their hideout. If these people did not know the value of brain beads, Su-yi might be able to pick up some bargains. Although there were many places with photovoltaic power generation, the phones had no network and radio communications were also down. Most people who understood the value of brain beads were military personnel, and not many civilians knew. By exploiting this information gap, one could develop rapidly in the early stages. When Su-yi reached the balcony, He used the drone to locate their movements. It must be said that having a drone was incredibly convenient. Moreover, they were unaware that Su-yi was following them. After about 10 minutes, Su-yi saw them enter a sausage processing factory. A food processing factory? Su-yi felt a light bulb go off in his head. Places like food processing factories stockpile a large amount of food, and most of them have cold storage. Furthermore, he thought of the official food reserve warehouses. The food in these warehouses was measured in tens of thousands of tons, providing a massive food supply. If he could take one, ordinary people wouldn't have to worry about food. Superhuman fighters and evolved beings primarily relied on the meat of mutated beasts, as regular food could not meet their needs at all. If Su-yi did not eat mutated beast meat, he could only maintain his energy for 2 to 3 hours even after eating 5 bowls of rice, and that was without engaging in battle. Because of this, Su-yi was not particularly concerned about ordinary food. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forgotten about food reserve warehouses. But seeing the sausage processing factory, Su-yi naturally thought he could look for the location of the food reserve warehouse and then have the 7-kill army retrieve some food. After all, the steel factory had 1,000 ordinary people who needed a lot of food. However, Su-yi would not participate in such matters. With his battle knife drawn, Su-yi charged into the sausage processing factory. As he suddenly attacked, the people inside panicked, shooting at him with makeshift bows. Unfortunately, none of them hit Su-yi, and they all fell down one after another. Su-yi discovered that these people were ordinary civilians. Stop. We are under the protection of the Iron Hand Gang. Stop. The Iron Hand Gang will be here soon. You need to stop. Su-yi swiftly dashed in front of one of them, placing his knife against their neck. This person was a superhuman fighter, albeit a weak one. You say the Iron Hand Gang will be here soon? Su-yi asked coldly. Su-yi had originally planned to improve his strength before confronting the Iron Hand Gang, but he did not expect the other party to mention their arrival. If their numbers were not large, he could take them out, weakening the Iron Hand Gang's strength while also extracting some intelligence from them. Yes. They're coming to process the meat of mutated beasts here. Please don't do anything rash. The Iron Hand Gang is very powerful, with experts everywhere. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's eyes lit up. Processing the meat of mutated beasts into sausages would allow for long-term preservation without affecting its effectiveness. Su-yi quickly pressed for more details. If that were the case, the 7-kill army could replicate this method. Currently, they relied on cold storage, but the storage capacity of ice is limited. If they could process the meat into sausages without affecting their effectiveness, that would be very convenient since sausages could be stored at room temperature. Yes, that's right. You should leave quickly. We didn't hurt you, so there's no need for you to be so angry. Hearing this, Su-yi couldn't help but chuckle. The person looked older, but was surprisingly naive. Just because their ambush failed, they thought it was all over. If it weren't for the fact that the Iron Hand Gang would be arriving soon, Su-yi would have simply taken them out. It was more efficient to defeat the Iron Hand Gang members and extract the information he wanted from them. So, Su-yi left the sausage processing factory and entered a nearby residential building. The hidden drone hovered above the sausage processing factory, allowing him to monitor the situation below. After half an hour, Su-yi saw 4 people appear. They were carrying a mutated beast corpse and quickly entered the sausage processing factory. Su-yi noticed that the heads of these mutated beasts were still intact. He then exited the residential building and re-entered the sausage processing factory. Why are you here again? One person exclaimed. Boss, this is the guy who almost killed me. You have to avenge me. I've never had anyone threaten me with a knife before. The person named Wang Jing glared at Su-yi, gritting his teeth. The man referred to as Boss glanced at Su-yi and spat, saying, Kid, it seems your strength is quite good. I'll give you a chance to join our Iron Hand Gang. Once you join, you can receive 3 pounds of mutated beast meat and 2 women every day. The rest depends on your abilities. The greater your abilities, the more benefits you get. The Iron Hand Gang encounters a lone evolver, and the first step is to try to win him over. If that fails, they will consider taking action. Surviving alone has no meaning. Enjoying beautiful women and drinking strong liquor is the way to go. Consider joining our Iron Hand Gang. There are many benefits. Boss forced a hypocritical smile. Su-yi pulled out a cigarette and silently lit it. Then Su-yi grinned and said, I'm from the 7-kill army. We have a grudge. After saying that, Su-yi charged forward. Su Yi's speed was extremely fast. Although the opponents reacted quickly and turned to run, they couldn't match his pace. 9 Extremes burst. Su Yi delivered a punch that hit Boss Yu in the back. Boom! Crack! Su Yi heard the sound of bones breaking and then saw Boss Yu being knocked away by his own 9 Extremes burst, crashing into one of his companions. Spare me. Boss Yu pleaded for mercy. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 punches, Su Yi defeated the remaining 3. Su Yi realized that his combat power had increased significantly. All 4 were evolvers, yet they couldn't withstand a single move from him. Wang Jing, the leader of the Huanglong gang, saw this and immediately ran outside. He didn't expect the ambush to turn out to be so terrifying. However, he hadn't run far when an arrow pierced through his chest. No, don't die. I don't want to die. Help, help. Unfortunately, a gunshot rang out. Boom! He was shot in the head. Su Yi was never a soft-hearted person, especially not towards someone who dared to ambush him like Wang Jing. He certainly wouldn't let him go. The ordinary people trembled in fear and didn't dare to run. For more than 20 days, they had been bullied by various people, and their courage had long been worn down, leaving only a sense of servility. Su Yi ignored these people. A group of ordinary folks couldn't stir up any waves. He gathered the Iron Hand Gang members together and had someone bring him a chair. Big brother, spare us. We are innocent. We haven't harmed you or your 7-kill army. Bossy knew that whether he lived or died depended on Su Yi's mood. Answer a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll take action. Su Yi took out a pack of peanuts and started to shell them. You ask, and we will tell you everything. Boss Yu forced a smile, trying not to show his pain for fear of angering Su Yi and losing his life. How many evolvers does your Iron Hand Gang have, and what abilities do they have? Su Yi threw out the first question. Including us 4. There are a total of 21. No, wait, it's 20. 1 is dead. Right now, there are 9 injured in the gang, so that makes 13 of us. Our leader is the strongest. His name is Iron Shotsai, and he can control metal. Then he introduced the others. Su Yi found that among the evolvers, strength type was the most common, followed by defense type. In the Iron Hand Gang, out of 21 evolvers, there were 14 strength type